Jiang Li glimpsed Severus Snape's future through a prophecy, endeavoring to alter what was destined. A gentle flutter of a butterfly's wings transported Snape, who had perished in the Screaming Shack, back to the tender age of 7. Chapter 1. The Discovery of a Young Snape. In the continent of Tianyuan, myriad factions are engulfed in relentless warfare, while the demonic realm seizes the opportunity to infiltrate the world of cultivation, leading to repeated defeats for the cultivators. 17 years prior, Xianjizi predicted that the sole glimmer of hope in this impending conflict lay in the fate of the world's fortune-bearing maiden. From the moment of her birth, Jiang Li was imbued with great expectations, with various factions channeling resources towards her cultivation, all hoping she would lead the realm of cultivation to victory. No one realized that Jiang Li's violet eyes possessed the ability to pierce through illusions and glimpse the futures of others. At the age of 15, she betrayed humanity by joining the demonic domain, inciting a tumultuous uproar among the human race. The populace condemned Jiang Li as a treacherous wolf, and cultivators took it upon themselves to hunt her down mercilessly. Deep within the demonic realm, a formidable young woman clad in red emerged from a swirling mass of black mist. The girl's expression was devoid of joy or sorrow as she refined the last drop of demonic energy from her hand, activating the array and commanding an advance towards the realm of cultivation. At the battleground's frontier, demonic soldiers invaded, while cultivators formed formations to resist them. A strikingly handsome youth wielded a longsword, ruthlessly slaughtering the demonic soldiers, emanating an aura of death that created a vacuum around him, deterring the demons from approaching. Suddenly, a terrifying presence manifested nearby as a silver-haired girl in red appeared upon the battlefield. The instant the girl materialized, the demonic soldiers seemed to find their backbone, their faces brightening with relieved smiles. The cultivators, upon seeing this girl, displayed visages of hatred and disgust. The handsome youth, his eyes nearly bursting with fury, cried out her name, Jiang Li. Jiang Li regarded her significantly taller junior disciple, Jiang He, as he drew a black longsword from his back, calmly stating, "It seems we cannot avoid this battle." Observing the girl's indifferent demeanor, Jiang He unleashed his deadly move without hesitation. The shockwaves from their clash indiscriminately obliterated the nearby demonic soldiers and cultivators alike. Jiang Li watched as her junior disciple, who had always gazed at her with envy, relinquished her longsword, allowing him to plunge it into her heart. In that moment, Jiang Li seemed to hear a soft sigh from the world around her. She raised her hand, and in Jiang He's astonished gaze, imparted a memory to him, embracing death with a gentle smile at the corners of her lips. This day, she had awaited for far too long. The heavenly path was flawed, and this world faced an invasion from beyond. At the tender age of 10, Jiang Li had foreseen the outcome, witnessing her mentors and peers perishing in this great war, while the heavenly path itself was obscured, losing all fortune and descending into a realm of death where all perished. After countless iterations of her predictions, her once raven hair turned to white. Ultimately, she had no choice but to enter the fray herself, becoming the chess player for the sake of all living beings. Fortunately, she emerged victorious this time, sparing everyone from demise. Her form seemed to be consumed by searing flames, incinerated in an instant, with the smile upon her lips also scorched away, transforming into a gentle green breeze that began to nourish all living beings. Simultaneously, the bodies of the demonic soldiers ignited, releasing anguished cries as they were ravenously devoured by the medicinal plants sprouting from beneath the earth. The formation of the demon realm was activated, dispersing all malevolent energy, which began to transmute into spiritual essence, ultimately sealing the last vulnerability of the heavenly path and cloaking the world's imperfections in a gentle dew. The cultivators present found themselves momentarily at a loss. After all these years, had their enemies been resolved so effortlessly? Once they regained their composure, jubilant cheers erupted among the crowd, with many overwhelmed by joy to the point of tears, for this war had dragged on for far too long, so long that they had forgotten the very purpose of their existence. Jiang He, you have slain Jiang Li. We can finally pay tribute to our master's spirit in the heavens. Such a traitor should not have met a swift end. She ought to have been tormented thoroughly instead. A middle-aged Taoist with a scruffy beard embraced the stunned Jiang He. Jiang He had completely absorbed Jiang Li's memories, and tears as large as beans cascaded down his cheeks as he forcefully pushed the middle-aged Taoist away, sobbing uncontrollably. No, senior sister has never betrayed the realm of cultivation. She had foreseen the defeat of the cultivation world, and thus willingly descended into the demonic path, orchestrating this deadly trap for the demon race. She had long arranged her own demise, knowing from birth that she would perish for the sake of all living beings. Our victory is solely due to her. I could never have bested senior sister. She compelled me to end her life. The young man roared at his senior brother, nearly hoarse from his cries. Memories began to surface in his mind of every time he found himself in dire straits, when senior sister secretly provided him with resources and opportunities, making him feel as though he were the most foolish person in the world for cursing her before everyone. He should have known better. How could he be so fortunate every time, emerging unscathed? Were it not for senior sister, he would have perished on his very first encounter. Even in death, his senior sister Jiang Li was contemplating the fates of the beings in this realm, intending to reveal to him the identity of the otherworldly intruders hidden within the world, those who were the true invaders. Reflecting on the slanders hurled at his senior sister over the years, the youth's gaze grew resolute. He would unveil the truth to the world. His senior sister should not be misunderstood. Everyone ought to know of her sacrifices for this realm. Jiang Li was unaware of how long she had drifted. She believed she had dissipated into the world, becoming a part of the heavenly path, until her soul encountered a warm orb of light, solidifying her essence considerably, leaving her feeling languid as a gentle breeze swept by, scattering her spirit far away. Child, from now on, live for yourself. That was an exceedingly gentle voice, resembling the consciousness of the heavenly path. By the time Jiang Li regained her senses, she found herself standing on solid ground, gazing at the bustling crowds on the streets. With an array of hair colors and mismatched eye hues, her face momentarily reflecting uncertainty. Is this the gift bestowed upon her by the heavenly path of the Tianyuan continent? Jiang Li pressed her hand to her heart, and in the moment she closed her eyes, she comprehended from the heavenly path that this was a world of magic, a completely different system from her original realm. She gently raised her hand. A spark erupted from her fingertips, transforming into a fiery rose, illuminating her fair fingers. Ah, it's magic! A chorus of astonished gasps arose nearby. Jiang Li looked down to see a golden-haired little girl staring in astonishment at her fingertips, her blue eyes wide with wonder. Observing this, Jiang Li grasped the fiery stem, transforming it into a genuine red rose and presenting it to the little girl, saying amicably, "This flower is for you. You must keep this secret from me." She playfully winked at the little girl. The child cautiously accepted the rose, nodding seriously, "I won't tell anyone." What an adorable little human. Jiang Li gently patted her head, embarking on a quest to find her place in this world. Perhaps due to her salvation of the previous realm, her being was imbued with virtuous golden light. Jiang Li felt an immediate kinship with this magical world, which swiftly granted her a unique identity. She was Gardenia Malfoy, a branch of the Malfoy family that had been lost in the Muggle world many years prior, now preserved a significant fortune through fortuitous circumstances, and presently, she was the sole survivor of her lineage. Jiang Li gazed at the token in her hand, contemplating a visit to Gringotts to withdraw some funds for essential items in the magical realm. Guided by the information provided by the consciousness of this world, Jiang Li ventured into Diagon Alley. The ancient street was teeming with wizards, bustling with urgency. Occasionally, a few would cast a fleeting glance her way, for her Muggle attire was unmistakably uncharacteristic of a sorceress. However, Jiang Li paid little heed to these scrutinizing gazes and resolutely made her way towards Gringotts. The young lady stood before the imposing edifice, observing the crooked structure while absorbing the magical vibrations emanating from it. She understood that within resided several formidable magical arrays, and should one attempt a forceful entry, escaping unscathed would be exceedingly difficult. As she stepped into Gringotts, the interior appeared to utilize a seamless extension charm, revealing an expansive space. From the very moment she entered, Jiang Li felt countless assessing and scrutinizing gazes upon her, originating from the diminutive goblins. Approaching the counter, she politely addressed a bespectacled goblin placing galleons into a box, saying, Hello. I am here to retrieve something. She presented the vault key in her hand, accompanied by an alchemical bracelet adorned with a vividly lifelike serpent motif, which she handed to the goblin. The goblin accepted the token, examining it closely. Upon noticing Jiang Li's platinum hair, a shrewd yet amiable smile broke across its face. It seems you're indeed a noble from the Malfoy family. Would you mind if I took a strand of hair for verification? Jiang Li, of course, did not refuse, allowing a lock of hair to be plucked and watching as the goblin performed a unique verification. Upon confirming her identity, the goblin revealed an unsightly grin and said, "It appears you truly are Miss Malfoy. Come, I shall escort you to your vault." The method of entering the vault was somewhat unpleasant. Nevertheless, Jiang Li managed to procure an ample supply of galleons and even exchanged sufficient pounds at the Goblin Bank. Although the wizarding world boasted its own estates, Jiang Li preferred to remain in the Muggle realm, eager to comprehend this world and assimilate into it swiftly. She purchased a residence in London, situated by the riverside, a location seldom traversed by passers-by, making it ideal for her to experiment with various spells without Muggles witnessing the anomalies of magic. 3 months later, Jiang Li mastered the art of casting a concealment charm around her residence, compelling Muggles to instinctively overlook the building and keep their distance. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion reverberated within the house. Coughing, Jiang Li cast a cleaning spell upon herself and surveyed the room, now in disarray, revealing a look of exasperation. It seemed she had underestimated the complexities of alchemy. Attempting to concoct advanced alchemical items in such a short time proved to be a formidable challenge. Fortunately, she had previously set up magical arrays around the area, rendering the commotion imperceptible from the outside. Restored to its original state, Jiang Li waved her wand, returning the ravaged room to its former glory. A protest from her stomach drew her attention. She realized she had been so engrossed in her alchemical studies that she had gone a day and a night without sustenance. Having exhausted the food in her home, Jiang Li contemplated dining at a local restaurant. She donned a warm sweater and adjusted her scarf snugly around her neck. Although a warming charm could shield her from the cold, Jiang Li desired to experience the changing of the seasons. She stepped onto the street, adorned with vibrant red decorations. Ornaments hung from trees, and the aroma of delectable food wafted from every household. Passers-by wore expressions of joy, and the atmosphere was thick with festive cheer. It dawned on Jiang Li that today was Christmas. She visited the nearest restaurant, enjoyed a meal, and packed some food for a midnight snack. Halfway back, a swaying figure collapsed at her feet. Startled, Jiang Li examined the figure closely, realizing that the dark bundle was, in fact, an unconscious child. Greasy, seaweed-like black hair clung to the boy's face, and his sunken cheeks and bony hands, concealed beneath a tattered garment, indicated chronic malnutrition. Upon touching the boy's hand, a myriad of images flashed through her mind. She saw a man perish in a screeching tent. She glimpsed the boy's future. With a soft sigh, Jiang Li removed her scarf from around her neck, wrapping it around the boy's frozen form, and lifted him into her arms, making her way back toward her residence. Chapter 2. To me, you are infinitely precious. It is all your fault, you wretched creatures. If it weren't for you, I would not be facing bankruptcy. As Severus Snape heard the sounds of banging and crashing from the living room, he instantly realized that Tobias had returned. Tobias, please don't do this. That is our living allowance for the coming week. Do not squander it on alcohol. The familiar, humble pleas of his mother echoed from outside the door. In the next moment, the sound of fists striking flesh was accompanied by his mother's muffled cries of pain. Unable to contain himself any longer, Snape flung open the door and shouted at Tobias, "You are not permitted to hit my mother. You scoundrel. It's your incompetence that led to your job loss. It has nothing to do with us. You shall not take the hard-earned money from my mother." Enraged, his magical powers began to spiral out of control, causing objects around him to levitate. Tobias looked on in terror, exclaiming, "Monster! You are all monsters. I will call the police and have you arrested." Tobias, this is a misunderstanding. Our child would never harm you. He simply cannot control himself, Eileen pleaded, desperately trying to calm the frightened Tobias before turning to Severus with an authoritative tone. "Severus, did we not agree to refrain from using magic in front of anyone?" "Mother, he is utterly unworthy of being my father. He is nothing but a coward who preys on the weak. Can we please leave this place?" Snape cried out. He was truly fed up with it all. Without Tobias, he and Eileen might lead a more peaceful life. He was a selfish, useless layabout who did not love them at all. Slap. A sharp sound filled the air as young Severus stumbled back, stunned, gazing at Eileen. With a hint of panic in her eyes, she reached out to him, explaining, "You must not speak such things. Your father loves us." Before she could finish her sentence, Severus could no longer endure it and pushed her away. It was always the same. He could never fathom why Eileen, a witch, would be so spineless. With just a spell, she could easily make his muggle father comply, yet she allowed Tobias to strike her. Snape, clad in nothing but a thin garment, dashed out into the street, shivering in the biting December wind that seeped through his clothes. Yet he had no desire to return home. For what felt like an eternity, young Snape wandered the streets, snowflakes settling on his shoulders, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He waited in vain for Eileen to come looking for him. Not a single passerby regarded him. Perhaps there were some who did, but who would care for a monster? The snow seemed to carry his soul away, and Snape lost track of time, his vision gradually blurring. Just before everything faded to black, a warm hand rested gently upon his cheek. "Am I dying?" Snape thought hazily, enveloped in darkness. Jiang Li brought the boy back to her home, and, upon seeing how dirty he was, could not resist giving him a bath and finding a smaller set of clothes for him to wear. Observing the various bruises on the boy's body, she felt a pang of sympathy. This child must have endured much suffering. After bathing him thoroughly, she used a spell to dry him off and laid him on the bed. Casting a warming charm, she began to brew a potion to combat his cold. Jiang Li had prepared many potions recently, but had not thought to brew one for a cold, believing she would never catch one herself. The small figure lying in bed stirred slightly. Snape thought he must surely be dead, for how else could he feel so warm? With the faint scent of gardenias wafting through the air, as if he were nestled in clouds, he struggled to open his eyes. Gazing at the intricate patterns on the ceiling, and as he lay on the soft, comfortable bed, he became even more convinced of his heavenly surroundings. "You're awake," a gentle voice chimed. Snape beheld a girl who resembled an angel, holding food and smiling kindly at him. Instinctively, he shrank deeper into the covers. Seeing the boy's reaction, Jiang Li smiled warmly, approached the bedside, and placed a small table in front of him, setting the food before him while gently touching his forehead. Noting that he still felt a bit warm. "You must be hungry. Eat this food first, then take your medicine." Never had anyone spoken to him with such tenderness. The girl before him was breathtakingly beautiful, and Snape stared at her in dazed disbelief. "Have I died? Are you here to take me to Merlin?" The girl chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling his already clean, tousled hair. "You are not dead. You fainted by the roadside, and I brought you home." Upon hearing this, Snape felt a twinge of disappointment. He thought it would be better if he were dead, as it would spare him from the loathsome Tobias and Eileen. Such a young child, yet thinking so deeply. "Hurry and eat. Your stomach has rumbled several times already," Jiang Li remarked, pinching his cheek while contemplating what food could help him gain some weight. As if to confirm her words, Snape's stomach growled loudly. His cheeks flushed, but the intense hunger compelled him to instinctively shove food into his mouth. Snape found this to be the most delicious meal he had ever tasted. Every morsel was indescribably delightful. Indeed, the steak from the restaurant was as exquisite as he had imagined. Jiang Li rested her chin on her hand, observing the boy, and picked up a book nearby. Noticing that he had nearly finished eating, she used magic to clear the tableware away. Realizing he had consumed so much, Snape felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His face turning crimson as he quietly said to Jiang Li, "Thank you. I am very full." "That's good to hear," Jiang Li replied, retrieving a potion and handing it to Snape. "Drink this. It will help you recover from your cold." Without hesitation, Snape accepted the potion from her hand and drank it down, unafraid that this kind young lady would harm him. As the potion coursed through him, he felt a warm sensation spreading throughout his body, enveloping him in a comforting glow. In the next moment, 2 streams of white vapor escaped from Snape's ears, creating a somewhat comical scene. Jiang Li, taken aback by this unexpected side effect, could not help but laugh. How amusing. Snape, bewildered, took a few seconds to process that he had just consumed a potion, and he felt a pang of regret. Such a precious potion should have been preserved. The warmth of a hand rested on his forehead, and he looked up to see Jiang Li smiling in satisfaction. "Your fever has subsided. It seems you are no longer in serious trouble. Oh, and remember to take these 2 potions as well." Jiang Li reminded him. One is a nutritional potion, and the other replenishes depleted magical energy. Based on her observations, the young wizard had likely experienced a magical outburst, leaving his magical energy in a precarious state. This time, Snape did not drink the potions immediately. He cautiously accepted them, uncorked one, and gently inhaled, sensing the magical vibrations within. "This is a potion," he exclaimed in surprise, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the potion in his hand, as if it were a rare treasure. "Are you certain you wish to give me such a precious potion?" Snape asked Jiang Li with utmost care. It is merely 2 potions. They are not difficult to brew. To me, however, you are the truly invaluable one, Jiang Li replied earnestly. Chapter 3. You may give it a try. Never before had anyone spoken to Snape in such a manner. Everyone regarded him as a harbinger of misfortune, harboring disdain and loathing towards him. The children would flee at the mere sight of him, hurling stones in a blend of fear and revulsion. Tobias often berated himself for having tarnished the beauty of life, while Eileen consistently advised him to refrain from inciting Tobias's anger. It seemed as though no one in this world cherished his existence. However, you are a treasure in this world. Jiang Li smiled gently at the bewildered Severus Snape and earnestly reiterated, you are so endearing. Nothing can compare to you. No, he was far from precious. He was even less significant than a bottle of wine purchased by Tobias. No one would ever come to like him. Severus internally denied this notion, yet his eyes began to well with tears, his heart ablaze, as if something long suppressed was yearning to escape. His throat felt constricted, rendering him speechless. Please drink the potion. I have plenty more, Jiang Li urged. She was at a loss for how to comfort the tearful child and could not fathom how her master managed to care for so many children. Severus delicately traced the potion bottle with his fingertips, reluctantly finishing its contents under Jiang Li's watchful gaze. The potion was exceedingly bitter, causing his face to contort in distaste. Yet he was loath to waste a single drop, and even found himself licking the bottle clean. Upon realizing Jiang Li was observing him, Severus's face flushed crimson, and he averted his gaze. Noticing the young wizard's discomfort, Jiang Li softly remarked, it seems the potion's flavor is rather unpalatable. Perhaps I should develop some more palatable variants. The potion is wonderful. It is highly effective, Severus quickly replied, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Jiang Li and inquired, do you know how to brew potions? A bit, Jiang Li responded, sitting on the chair beside the bed and gesturing with her fingers to indicate a small amount. She then asked Severus, do you enjoy potion making? Severus nodded vigorously. He had witnessed Eileen secretly brewing potions when Tobias was away. She transformed into a different person, her eyes glittering with a brilliance he had never seen before. Unfortunately, whenever Tobias returned, Eileen reverted to her usual self, insisting that he keep this secret. Remembering the events of the day, Severus' mood plummeted. Observing his change in demeanor, Jiang Li pulled a book titled Introduction to Potion Brewing from a nearby shelf and handed it to Severus. It seems you have a fondness for potions. I believe you will enjoy this book. Upon seeing the title, Severus's eyes lit up, and he carefully accepted the book from Jiang Li, devouring its contents with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Jiang Li smiled gently, resting her chin on her hand as she watched the boy. I have a room for potion making. If you are interested, I can teach you. I also know a bit about potions, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. At her words, Severus's eyes brimmed with joy and anticipation. Really? But I have no money. Jiang Li chuckled. No need for money. You can come here to assist me, and I can pay you for your help. The labor of a young wizard is quite valuable. Severus, having encountered mostly malice from those around him, was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Jiang Li's kindness. I don't need money. You have already given me so much. Consider it an investment in your future, Jiang Li replied, her gentle gaze fixed on the slight boy, reminiscent of her own younger self, anxious and eager to please everyone. Read this book and get some rest, she added, sensing Severus's unease. Jiang Li then stood up and left the room, allowing the boy to settle down. Alone in the room, Severus fingered the potion book, taking in the cozy decor that felt almost surreal. The light blue sheets were embroidered with white daisies, and as he embraced the blanket, burying his face in its softness, he inhaled the faint floral scent that relaxed his spirit. Catching a glimpse of his sleeves, Severus hastily pulled back the covers to find himself clad in a white silk shirt adorned with golden buttons and intricate patterns, soft and comfortable against his skin. His initial reaction was that the garment must be quite expensive. He buried his face in the blanket once more, thinking of the gentle smile of the girl from earlier, greedily wishing that this dream would never end. If this were not a dream, how could he feel such happiness? After lying on the bed for a while, Severus got up again, ravenously reading the potion book. Eileen had her own potion books, but they were far too complex for him to comprehend. This one, however, was just right. The flickering flames in the fireplace cast his small silhouette against the wall, and he could not help but scratch his head. There were some words he did not recognize, but there was no one to ask for help. Meanwhile, Jiang Li returned to her bedroom to rest. Although alchemy was indeed captivating, it was Christmas Eve, and she decided to take a break and enjoy some time off. Especially since it seemed they would soon have an additional child in the household. Perhaps she should prepare some Christmas gifts. The following morning, as Jiang Li awoke and contemplated staying in bed a bit longer, she was startled by the sound of a plate shattering outside. It suddenly dawned on her that she had taken a child home the previous day, prompting her to rise from bed. Outside, Severus stood pale-faced, staring at the broken plate, utterly at a loss for what to do. When Jiang Li opened the door, she found food laid out on the table, and Severus stood nervously beside it, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Did you wake up early to prepare breakfast for me?" Jiang Li asked, her voice laced with surprise. With a flick of her wrist, she restored the shattered plate to its original state. She moved next to Severus, bending down to pick up the plate. "You are a wizard," Severus exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement, as though he had found a kindred spirit. "I thought I had made my excitement quite clear yesterday," Jiang Li teased. Severus's cheeks flushed. He had been so engrossed in studying the potion book that he had not considered anything else. Fortunately, Jiang Li did not pursue the teasing further. She pointed her fingertip at the living room, and a stream of white light erupted from her finger, dancing around the fireplace and along the walls. The originally minimalist living room was instantly adorned with colorful lights and streamers, and a Christmas tree laden with candies materialized out of thin air. Severus gazed in awe at the spectacle, his mouth agape. "You are incredible," he praised Jiang Li, his eyes shining with admiration. "It's not that remarkable. You will be able to do this too, one day," Jiang Li replied. Severus imagined himself wielding magic in the future, his heart racing with excitement. Noticing that Jiang Li's hands were empty, he curiously asked, "Don't wizards usually have their own wands? How can you use magic without one?" "Wand? Is this what you mean?" Jiang Li produced an intricately patterned rosewood wand from her alchemical bracelet. This wand was crafted by her when she first learned how to make one, and it resonated deeply with her. Severus's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the wand. Unlike Eileen's wand, which she had hidden away, this one exuded an aura of strength. Seeing his keen interest, Jiang Li inquired, "Would you like to give it a try? Is that really allowed?" Severus asked, astonished. A wand was akin to a person's lifeblood. Generally, one would not let anyone else handle it unless they were particularly close. "Of course," Jiang Li assured him, placing the wand in the palm of Severus's hand. "However, this wand was made according to my preferences, so it may not feel entirely comfortable for you." In truth, she possessed the innate ability to channel the magic within her without the need for a wand. However, certain intricate spells still necessitated the use of one, such as inscribing a magical circle for alchemical purposes. Severus Snape, with a serious yet reverent expression, accepted Jiang Li's wand, which elicited a faint smile from her, as she found his caution somewhat amusing. The moment the wand graced his palm, Snape felt a wave of congenial energy surge through his being, rendering his magic far more manageable than before, transforming it into a docile force. Experimentally, he waved the wand, and a gentle breeze arose within the room, as if it could permeate one's very soul and cleanse the spirit. Observing this, Jiang Li was taken aback, not anticipating such a profound affinity between her wand and this boy, considering that wands are typically loyal to a single master. Snape caressed the wand's shaft before returning it to Jiang Li, a radiant smile adorning his face, contemplating the day when he too would possess a wand of his own. Jiang Li took a seat at the dining table to partake of her meal, complimenting Snape on his culinary skills. Flushed, Snape replied, "As long as you aren't upset with me for using your family's belongings." "Why would I be upset? You cook splendidly," Jiang Li replied. She then offered him a slice of toast smeared with jam, gazing at him gently as she said, "Merry Christmas. I've prepared a Christmas gift for you. Would you like to see it?" "Christmas gift?" Snape's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the gift box presented before him. "I only met you yesterday, so the gift was hastily prepared. I hope you don't mind," Jiang Li explained. As he accepted the gift, Snape felt somewhat dazed, but eventually, under Jiang Li's encouragement, he opened the box. Inside was a set of clothing tailored to his size. Snape had seen such garments in clothing stores before, but due to his family's dire financial situation, with Tobias squandering their money on drink, he had not received new clothes in a long time. "Would you like to try it on?" Jiang Li inquired. Noticing his almost tearful expression, Jiang Li reflected on her own childhood, recalling that when she received gifts from her mentor, her reaction had not been as dramatic. Snape, filled with excitement, retreated to his room to change into the new attire, quietly admiring himself in the mirror. The clothes were pristine and free of patches, fitting him perfectly as if they had been custom-made. As he zipped up the winter coat to his neck, Snape closed his eyes in comfort. For the first time, he realized that clothing could be so warm, and winter wasn't as frigid as he had imagined. Emerging from his room, he noticed that the plates on the table had been cleared, oblivious to Jiang Li discreetly moving the trash can. After disposing of the unsavory remnants, Jiang Li remarked with satisfaction, "The clothes suit you perfectly. It seems we needn't visit a clothing store for a size change." The previous night, unable to sleep, she had wandered the streets and, passing by a children's clothing store, recalled discarding Snape's tattered garments and felt compelled to provide him with a new outfit, which she had purchased. "Thank you, miss," Snape said, somewhat bashful. The fact that she was so kind to him, despite not knowing who he was, made him feel as if he were dreaming. No need for thanks. Jiang Li extended her hand, introducing herself. I am Gwendolyn Malfoy, but my friends call me Ollie. You may call me Ollie as well. Snape committed this name to memory and replied, I am Severus Snape. You may call me Seth. With their names exchanged, they were now friends. Would you care to visit my potion room? Jiang Li offered kindly. Snape felt a stir of interest, but recalled that he had not returned home and that Eileen must be worried. So he shook his head. I must go home. My mother will surely be anxious about me. Jiang Li nodded in understanding. Then I shall escort you back. No, it's all right. I can return by myself, Snape insisted. Respecting his wishes, Jiang Li handed him an umbrella, saying, It is snowing outside. It would be wise to take this. Snape hesitated briefly before accepting the umbrella, earnestly expressing, Thank you, Ollie. Jiang Li smiled brightly. There is no need for gratitude among friends. Hearing this, Snape grasped the umbrella handle tightly, his heart swelling with a newfound sense of companionship. Did he now have a friend? As Jiang Li observed the boy in front of her, she nodded subtly before dashing into the heavy snowfall, not even opening the umbrella, gradually disappearing from his view. As she gazed at the darkening sky, Jiang Li donned a beige coat hanging by the entrance and slowly stepped into the snow. The biting wind stung her face while Christmas carols played in the snowy night. Snape sprinted down the street, weaving through the crowd until he reached the edge of the city. This area housed the poorest of London, while across the river lay an affluent neighborhood, a stark contrast to his surroundings. Upon entering, Snape felt numerous eyes upon him. He touched his pristine clothing, feeling a twinge of regret. He should have returned in his old, tattered attire. Feigning calm, he ventured into the alley where Eileen awaited him. He needed to hurry home. Well, whose lost child has wandered here? Shall I escort you home, little one? Two scruffy, disheveled homeless men blocked his path, their greedy gazes sweeping over him. Isn't this the peculiar child from Tobias's household? One of them recognized Snape and reached out to rip off his clothing. Where did you steal that outfit, you little monster? Hand it over. The quality of the garment was evident, and its newness promised a considerable sum if sold. The two men lunged towards Snape, intent on stripping him of his clothes. No, don't touch my clothes with your filthy hands. Snape struggled fiercely. This was his first Christmas gift, and he would not allow it to be taken from him. Be careful with that clothing. If you ruin it, it won't sell for a good price. One man shouted in frustration as the fabric nearly tore. Tom, can't you be a bit gentler? If you ruin it, we won't get a decent price. I'd like to take it off carefully, but the little brat refuses to cooperate. Just knock him out with a brick. He's becoming a nuisance, one of the men growled. One of the homeless men picked up a brick from the corner, grinning wickedly as he prepared to strike Snape's head. However, in the next moment, he slipped and inadvertently smashed the brick against his own skull, collapsing unconscious. Idiot. You can't even manage something so simple. The other man, restraining Snape, cursed as he approached to retrieve the brick and aim it at Snape, but as he took a few steps, he too slipped and knocked his head against the same brick. Thus, both men lay unconscious, leaving Snape momentarily stunned. After a brief hesitation, he bolted away. Although he sensed lingering eyes upon him, no one attempted to stop him. Upon reaching the little house at 19 Spider's Tail Alley, the shadow following him turned away. Chapter 5, The Dark Art Shop. Eileen, I'm home. As Snape stepped inside, he noticed Eileen, wearing a scarf and looking weary, emerging from the kitchen. Eileen's face lit up with joy upon seeing Snape, and she rushed towards him, enveloping him in her embrace. With a tone laced with anxiety, she exclaimed, Severus, where have you been? You frightened me to death. I searched for you all night yesterday. Feeling a twinge of guilt while held tightly in her arms, Snape explained. I fainted on the road yesterday, but a kind young lady took me home and cared for me throughout the night, even gifting me a Christmas present. Only then did Eileen notice that Snape was clad in a brand new outfit, and she marveled, what a truly benevolent young lady. Recalling Jiang Li's handsome visage, Snape wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment, as if Merlin had dispatched an angel to bestow gifts upon him on this Christmas day. As they conversed, a loud banging echoed from the door, accompanied by Tobias's drunken voice calling out from outside, Open the door, hurry. This is my home, you bunch of monsters. The atmosphere turned sour in an instant. Snape furrowed his brow, casting a dark glance toward the entrance. Mother, do not let him in. He's drunk and will surely lash out. Just leave him outside, Snape urged. You can't say that. He is your father. It's far too cold out there. He LL freeze. Eileen exclaimed, her composure wavering at the sound of Tobias's voice. You go upstairs. I will tend to Tobias. Snape felt a pang of discomfort at her words. He grasped Eileen's hand and implored, why not divorce Tobias? We could live together, free from the worry of him stealing money for alcohol or resorting to violence. Eileen looked at Snape in disbelief. How could you entertain such a dreadful notion? Without your father, how would we survive? Without him, we would fare much better. Snape declared vehemently. Fearing that Tobias might overhear their conversation, Eileen urgently pushed Snape away, raising her voice slightly. "Stop saying these things and go back to your room." Her tone held a hint of sternness. Snape's lips moved as if to speak, his dark eyes fixed on Eileen, but she had already anxiously ushered him back into the room. Just as the door closed, Tobias's angry shouts pierced through the air. "Are you deaf? I've been banging for ages. Are you hiding a man in there? Tobias, how can you say such things? The one I love is you. I would never betray you. Severus has returned, and he's resting now. Let us keep our voices down, shall we?" Eileen's voice trembled with desperation from outside the door. "What? That little monster didn't die outside? Why did you let him in? I'm fed up with you freaks. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this state. Where's the money? Bring out the money. Tobias. We have no money left. No money." The sound of rummaging echoed from outside, followed by Tobias's curses. "You say there's no money, yet what is this? No, don't do that, Tobias. That's my grant money. I just received it. You can't take it." Moments later, the sound of shattering glass bottles and the thud of fists striking flesh accompanied Eileen's muffled sobs. Snape's expression grew increasingly numb, the light in his eyes dimming as he imagined the scene outside. Things remained unchanged, just as they had always been. He removed the new garments he wore, donning an old, oversized robe from the wardrobe instead. He meticulously folded the pristine outfit and placed it deep within the cabinet, unable to resist caressing the soft fabric before finally closing the door. Meanwhile, Jiang Li returned home, shaking the snow from her boots before entering the alchemy lab, determined to continue crafting defensive armor. The prices of alchemical items in the market had soared, particularly those of defensive nature. She had studied several unique magical arrays and contemplated merging them, eager to see if the endeavor would yield success. Drawing magical arrays required immense patience and meticulousness, with a particularly high degree of danger. Jiang Li had previously blown up her alchemy lab a few times, causing her alchemical items to suffer. Having learned her lesson, she had stored her valuable items in a bracelet enchanted with a non-detection charm to mitigate losses. Holding her breath, she carefully completed the final stroke with her wand, merging several large and small magical arrays. At the moment the last stroke was finished, dozens of magical arrays flared to life, prompting Jiang Li to step back sharply to avoid being blown apart by the conflicting magic. A tumultuous wave of magical energy surged through the room, and moments later, the magical pattern of the heart-protecting armor on the table gradually calmed. Realizing her success, a look of delight spread across her face. She aimed her wand at the armor and cast a curse. A beam of red light shot from her wand, striking the armor, which immediately erupted in a radiant white glow, successfully countering the curse. At last, she had triumphed. Jiang Li approached the armor, her excitement palpable. After a month of research, she finally had progress and felt ready to trade it. Although there were still quite a few galleons in Gringotts, the lack of income could quickly lead to depletion, and the costs of potion making and alchemy were exorbitant. Securing an investor was imperative. Jiang Li cast several curses at the armor once more, noting its unstable state after the sixth attempt, which indicated the degree of wear and tear it could endure. Unbeknownst to her, this type of armor was a priceless commodity in the alchemical market, and even some of the better defensive items could only absorb a single instance of damage. After several days of research, Jiang Li used her remaining materials to craft a similar protective spell, intending to sell her armor in Nocturne Alley. She was completely oblivious to the small figure lurking nearby after her apparition. Snape had searched several times recently, yet he had failed to find familiar houses or faces, leaving him feeling disheartened. He feared that Jiang Li may have long forgotten him. Perhaps that day had merely been a dream of his. Jiang Li arrived in Nocturne Alley, a narrow passage where wizards donned dark robes, many obscuring their faces or altering their appearances, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Clad in a light-colored coat, Jiang Li stood out starkly, akin to a sheep amidst a pack of wolves. After taking a few steps, she sensed several small tails trailing her. Pretending not to notice, she entered a nearby dark magic shop. Inside, an array of sinister dark magical items adorned the shelves, many crafted from bones and exuding an aura of malevolence. Jiang Li strolled leisurely through the shop, scrutinizing the dark magical items and discerning their functions. They were dreadfully unattractive. She mused that if she were to create dark magical items, she would never select such grotesque designs. "Excuse me, madam, are you in search of something?" A hunchbacked, wrinkled man with a face marred by unsightly blemishes suddenly appeared before her, inquiring. His visage was so terrifying that Jiang Li nearly lost her composure and struck him. Chapter 6. A new friend. The shopkeeper, Boggins, scrutinized Jiang Li's face, slowly saying, "Madam, are you sure you're not in the wrong place?" "I'm not in the wrong place. I'm here to sell something," Jiang Li replied calmly. She produced the heart-protecting armor she had crafted and placed it upon the countertop, declaring, "This is an alchemical protective gear capable of effectively warding off 6 deadly curses. "Madam, we are a shop that deals in dark magic," Baljinkbok replied. His gaze fixed upon Jiang Li, his voice grating like nails on glass. "I am aware," Jiang Li shrugged nonchalantly. "So you do not accept alchemical armor here? If not, I shall seek another venue to sell it." As she reached to retrieve her creation, a pair of withered hands swiftly pressed down upon her heart-protecting armor. "No, such a precious item must certainly be accepted here," Baljinkbok said slowly, his eyes scrutinizing Jiang Li's movements. "But I must ascertain whether this item is truly as effective as you claim." "Certainly," Jiang Li replied, her demeanor calm. "You may cast curses upon it to see if it can withstand your attacks, but after 6 attempts, it will lose its efficacy, and you must pay me." Observing her composed expression, Baljinkbok began to entertain the veracity of her words. He examined the intricate magical patterns adorning the armor, channeling magic into it, and felt a tremendous surge of magical energy. However, this alone did not confirm its effectiveness. Thus, Baljinkbok unleashed a curse directly at the armor. Should a person be struck, they would surely be covered in festering sores. Yet, as his curse neared the armor, a faint white membrane of light formed, effortlessly dissipating his malevolent spell. An exceptionally sophisticated magical array, Baljinkbok praised. "This item can indeed deflect most curses. I shall offer you 1,000 galleons for it. What do you think?" 6,000 galleons. "I shall not sell for less," Jiang Li replied, her demeanor unfazed. She understood the art of negotiation. "That is far too exorbitant. The finest protective gear on the market is merely 1,500 galleons," Baljinkbok retorted, his ghastly visage contorting with displeasure. "The power of my armor is no less than those protective items, and while they can withstand only a single assault, mine can endure 6. 6,000 galleons is a veritable bargain. Furthermore, do you truly believe that an alchemist would possess only this one creation?" Jiang Li insinuated. "I believe we shall have further collaborations ahead, shall we not?" Baljinkbok was swayed by her words. Aligning oneself with a powerful alchemist made 6,000 galleons a palatable proposition. "You make a valid point. I shall grant you 6,000 galleons, and please convey my regards to the esteemed individual behind you," Baljinkbok said, his demeanor softening slightly. It was merely the lack of frequent smiles that rendered his face so rigid, making his attempts at a smile somewhat unsettling. Noticing his apparent misunderstanding, Jiang Li chose not to clarify. After all, a young and accomplished alchemist like herself was a rare sight. Perhaps her previous life's experiences had sharpened her talents, and now, in this life, she had the world's favor, allowing her to swiftly attain mastery. Upon concluding the transaction and exchanging contact information, Jiang Li departed with 1,000 galleons, instructing Baljinkbok to transfer the remaining 5,000 directly into her account at Gringotts. One reason was that the shop lacked sufficient galleons, and another was that Jiang Li currently had no need for such a large sum. She was not concerned about Baljinkbok defaulting on the payment. After all, no one would wish to make an enemy of a master alchemist, and a businessman would not be so foolish. As she stepped out of the dark magic shop, Jiang Li felt those familiar gazes upon her once more. Maintaining a tranquil demeanor, she walked into a secluded alley, where the darkness was so profound that one could scarcely see their hand before their face, accompanied by a damp and chilling atmosphere. Just as she intended to proceed further, 2 wizards donned in grotesque masks suddenly appeared to block her path. She paused momentarily, glancing back only to find 2 dark wizards had also obstructed her retreat. It seemed they were habitual offenders, operating as a gang. "Surrender all your belongings, and I may spare your life," one of the dark wizards, his skull mask glinting ominously, uttered in a sinister tone. "Do not waste words with her. Be wary. She may use illusion magic to escape," another dark wizard warned, already launching a spell towards Jiang Li that would render her unconscious. With a slight tilt of her head, Jiang Li evaded the incantation, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This world appeared to be even more intriguing than she had anticipated. In her previous life, she had been a sword cultivator, mastering both sword techniques and agility. The speed at which these dark wizards cast their spells seemed rather sluggish to her, easily dodged. As she evaded the curse, the other 3 dark wizards simultaneously directed their curses at her. For reasons unknown, their typically reliable spells went awry, each missing their mark. As Jiang Li drew nearer, several of the dark wizards, in a state of panic, resorted to the killing curse. Avada Kedavra. At the moment the incantation was uttered, Jiang Li's eyes sharpened. She swiftly retaliated with her wand, casting the killing curse back at one of them. The struck dark wizard fell lifeless in an instant, and upon witnessing this, the remaining dark wizards experienced a flicker of fear and attempted to flee. "Quickly, restrain her. Petrificus totalis." Jiang Li unleashed 2 simultaneous spells, successfully incapacitating the other 3. The dark wizards froze in peculiar poses, rendered immobile. Stupefied, Jiang Li then cast another spell, observing them collapse to the ground. Calmly, she approached, her wand tapping gently against her palm, contemplating whether to send these individuals to their demise, for they certainly did not appear to be virtuous souls. To be frank, she found this world quite inconvenient. In the realm of cultivation, killing and plundering were commonplace, and one had little to say if they were outmatched and met their end. However, in the magical world, things were different. The Ministry of Magic would investigate the cause of death, complicating matters considerably. Obliviate. Ultimately, Jiang Li chose to spare the lives of these three, altering their memories to make them believe they had quarreled over the spoils of their recent robbery and had turned on one another. After completing this, she rifled through their belongings, unearthing a substantial amount of galleons and valuable magical items. It seemed these individuals had just completed a heist and had not yet had the chance to dispose of their loot, only to encounter her en route, intending to rob her as well, but had unwittingly met their match. With her pockets, enhanced by the undetectable extension charm, filled to the brim, Jiang Li could not help but marvel at the ease of their ill-gotten gains. No wonder these rogues favored robbery. The profits were indeed substantial, enough to procure materials for 10 sets of alchemical armor. Upon returning to her residence, Jiang Li began her exploration of alchemical communication devices. Currently, the market offered few magical communication products. She had heard of two-way mirrors, but they were exceedingly expensive and laden with limitations, far less convenient than a Muggle telephone. After several days of experimentation yielded no fruitful results, Jiang Li decided to take a break and indulge in some culinary delights nearby to refresh her spirits. Recently, a Chinese restaurant had opened on the street, renowned for its delectable Kung Pao chicken, reminiscent of the dishes her master had once prepared for her. With her striking appearance, hair like the pale gold of moonlight, eyes as gentle as the cerulean sky, a delicate nose, and lips painted a vivid crimson, adorned in a deep red dress paired with a beige coat, she exuded a charm that captivated the attention of passers-by. As she felt the gazes intensifying upon her, with several gentlemen approaching to strike up conversations, Jiang Li employed a confundus charm to make those who approached forget their intent and retreat from her vicinity. After finishing her meal, Jiang Li began to ponder whether she should acquire a domesticated magical creature. The locality offered few delectable dining establishments, and those that boasted superior flavors were scant and often demanded a lengthy wait. She adjusted the collar of her coat, exhaling a breath that rapidly coalesced into a visible plume of white mist under the glow of the streetlights. The sound of her brown leather boots crunching on the snow echoed softly, leaving a distinct trail of footprints behind her. Sensing a gaze upon her, Jiang Li halted and glanced toward a tree not far away. A man clad in a brown leather jacket, his face adorned with scruffy stubble and disheveled hair, was leering at her with an insatiable hunger in his eyes as he approached her swiftly. He was a wizard. She had cast a confundus charm, rendering her invisible to muggles. Jiang Li promptly drew her wand, aiming it at the man, the tip emanating a menacing green light, her expression as frigid as ice. The man, feeling the palpable aura of danger emanating from Jiang Li, quickly realized he was in the presence of a formidable witch, and his mind cleared considerably. He feigned friendliness, saying, "Are you a witch as well? I am Greymon Doraziel. You needn't be so tense. Perhaps we could become friends." Chapter 7. The Vanished Gift. Jiang Li maintained her icy demeanor as she regarded the man. "I have no interest in becoming acquainted with you. Kindly keep your distance." Observing her readiness to cast a malevolent curse, Redmond hastily interjected, "I harbor no ill intentions. I was merely on my way to a tavern for a drink. Perhaps you could direct me to its location?" Jiang Li's gaze remained cold and piercing, causing him to break into a cold sweat before she slowly retracted her wand, gesturing in a particular direction. "There is a tavern down that alley." After uttering this, she lost any inclination for a leisurely stroll and apparat directly back to her residence. Redmond watched her vanishing figure, wiping his forehead, his heart racing as he made his way toward the alley. That woman was truly terrifying. She had genuinely seemed intent on killing him. Remembering his origins, Redmond hastened into the narrow passage, where many shops had already closed, leaving only a dilapidated, small pub at the end still open. With a hint of disdain, he entered the bar, which was dimly lit and occupied by a few disheveled drunks at the counter, leaving him devoid of any desire to drink. "Red, what are you doing here?" A ragged man, upon seeing him, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes and called out loudly. It was only then that Redmond recognized his old acquaintance, Andy Bell. "What are you doing here?" Redmond asked in astonishment. "I recall you were quite the scholar at Hogwarts. How did you end up in such dire straits?" He surveyed Andy's disheveled appearance and opted for a more tactful expression. "Oh, come now. I know you mean to say I'm poor, but I deliberately dressed this way. In fact, I've just completed a lucrative transaction and acquired a substantial amount of galleons." Andy swirled the liquid in his glass, pride radiating from him. As for you, what brings you to this wretched bar for a drink? Forget about that. I just spotted a lovely young lady and intended to charm her. But she turned out to be a witch and nearly ended me, Redmond vented, ordering a glass of whiskey from the bartender. Your lecherous tendencies remain unchanged. You'll eventually meet your demise at the hands of a woman, Andy scoffed. Let us not dwell on that. Tell me what you've been up to lately. Do you have any profitable ventures? Redmond inquired with curiosity. You know, Muggle society often sees the emergence of exceptionally gifted Muggle-borns, and some individuals are willing to pay handsomely for them. Andy took a hefty swig of his drink, slightly tipsy as he spoke. You know, I once sold one for 1,000 galleons, which converts to 4,940 pounds in Muggle currency, a sum sufficient for me to indulge for quite a while. Are those children truly worth that much? If the Ministry of Magic discovers this, they could send you to Azkaban. Redmond expressed his concerns. What is so frightening about that? Those children aren't from pureblood families. They're born into Muggle households. In the Muggle world, they would be regarded as freaks. These Muggle-born struggle to control their magic, causing chaos, and foolish Muggles attribute it to demonic behavior. For just 1,000 pounds, they willingly hand over their children. You can't imagine how delighted they are. Moreover, the Ministry has no knowledge of these children's existence and can't trace it back to me, Andy proclaimed, pride evident in his demeanor as he took another sip of his drink. Redmond, intrigued, flattered, my good brother, I wonder if you are in need of assistance. I find myself a bit short on funds lately, and perhaps I could lend a hand. Having you as a helper would be splendid. The scrutiny has intensified lately, and I've been awaiting your assistance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have divulged this to you. Andy laughed heartily, patting Redmond's shoulder. Redmond's spirits lifted, and he called for a few bottles of fine liquor from the bartender, eager to indulge in a raucous revelry. Nearby, a drunken man slumped over the counter, eavesdropping on their conversation, his mind racing with tumultuous thoughts. He reflected on his current impoverished existence, attributing it to the creature at home, and contemplated that selling the little monster could yield 1,000 pounds. Tobias gulped down a drink and approached the two. Jiang Li apparat to her doorstep and noticed a familiar small figure huddled beneath the streetlight. She approached for a closer look. The boy leaned against the lamppost, curled up with his knees drawn to his chest, sound asleep. Snow had settled upon his shoulders, and he was clad in only a thin outfit. Upon seeing this, Jiang Li furrowed her brow slightly and removed her scarf, wrapping it around the boy's neck. The moment her fingertips brushed against his cheek, Severus jolted awake, his eyes sharp with caution, but upon recognizing Jiang Li, he immediately relaxed. You're back. I've been searching for you. I couldn't find your house. Jiang Li secured the scarf around his neck, recalling her enchantment that rendered her home invisible to anyone without her consent. I've set up a protective enchantment around the house. Later, I will record your essence, and you'll be able to see my courtyard. Jiang Li tenderly caressed his cheek, her soft blue eyes gazing gently at the boy. It's quite late now. Would you like to stay here for the night and return home tomorrow? No, I didn't inform Eileen that I'd be out for the night. She would worry about me. Severus replied, rummaging through his coat pocket, producing a dried flower. His gaze fixed intently on the withered bloom, magic surged from his palm, and the shriveled petals gradually regained vitality, blossoming into a vibrant, exquisite flower. He offered it to Jiang Li, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. This is a Christmas gift for you, Ollie. Jiang Li cherished the flower, inhaling its fragrant aroma, which was undeniably delightful, indicative of the care that had gone into it. Thank you, Severus, she smiled warmly. Observing Jiang Li's fondness for his gift, Severus felt a swell of happiness, a smile creeping onto his lips. As long as you like it, I shall take my leave. With that, Severus turned to dash towards Spinner's End but paused after a few steps, returning sheepishly to remove the scarf. Ollie, this is your scarf. Keep it for now. You can return it next time we meet. I am eagerly looking forward to brewing potions with you. Jiang Li winked playfully. Severus could scarcely contain his joy, and he beamed at Jiang Li, promising, very well. I shall return it to you next time. Seeing him return alone was rather troublesome, so Jiang Li took his hand and said, I will accompany you back. Upon uttering these words, she instantly apparat to Spidertail Alley. Standing beside her, Snape's pale face suggested he was on the verge of retching. With concern, Jiang Li inquired, Are you all right? I am perfectly fine, Snape replied, suppressing the nauseous sensation and feigning composure. Then farewell. Jiang Li waved at him and vanished in a flicker of apparition. Snape waved back in the direction she had departed, a smile curling on his lips that never quite settled. He turned and entered his home, feeling a surge of joy upon discovering Tobias was absent. As long as Tobias was away, Eileen remained relatively normal. He skipped into his room, removed the scarf from around his neck, and carefully folded it, intending to keep it alongside the new clothes Jiang Li had gifted him, to return the scarf to her the next time they met. However, upon opening his wardrobe, the smile on Snape's face vanished. The garments that had been neatly stored there were missing. In a flurry of anxiety, Snape rummaged through the wardrobe, doubting whether he had misremembered the location. He searched every drawer, even beneath the bed. Nothing. Why had his belongings vanished? Emerging from beneath the bed, Snape found his dark hair tangled with cobwebs and his face dusted with grime. A troubling thought suddenly crossed his mind. He dashed out of his room and anxiously asked Eileen, "Mother, did Tobias come into my room today?" Chapter 8. Follow me. Eileen's gaze flickered for a fleeting moment in response to Snape's question. He came back around noon. But why do you ask? Snape had already deduced the identity of the thief who had pilfered his clothes and angrily exclaimed, "Did Tobias steal my clothes from my room?" Realizing her son was upset, Eileen hastily defended her husband. "I believe there must be some misunderstanding. He did not take your clothes intentionally." In truth, when her husband returned at noon, unable to find money, he had ransacked the house, causing a mess in Snape's wardrobe. Upon spotting the new garments, Tobias had intended to sell them for drink. And although Eileen had intervened, Tobias had ignored her pleas and even shoved her aside. Fearing her son would discover this matter, Eileen had tidied the room to restore it to its original state, but she hadn't anticipated Snape would uncover it so quickly, leaving her somewhat flustered. "Stop making excuses for him. He took the clothes to sell for money. He wouldn't lift a finger for this family. I can't comprehend why you side with him. Do you truly lack a man so desperately?" Snape shouted in fury. That was the first gift he had ever received from another, and knowing how dearly he cherished it, Eileen still allowed Tobias to sell it for drink. Eileen's expression turned wounded as she looked at Snape. "How can you say that? Is clothing more important than familial bonds?" Upon hearing Eileen's words, a profound sense of helplessness washed over Snape. He could not fathom what Eileen was thinking. Could one truly not live without that wretched love? Silently, he gazed at Eileen. Disappointment etched in his eyes. Realizing her fault, Eileen softened her tone, coaxing, "Severus, I will buy you a new outfit in the future." Snape remained silent. He knew full well Eileen could not afford new clothes. All her earnings would be squandered by Tobias on drink. Perhaps he was simply unworthy of possessing a new outfit that belonged solely to him. Snape quietly retreated to his room, slamming the door shut with a heavy thud. Observing her son's cold demeanor, Eileen felt a pang of sadness. Why couldn't her child understand her? Maintaining the household expenses was exhausting. And it was merely a new outfit. Why such anger? Confined within his room, Snape buried himself under the covers, tightly clutching Jiang Li's scarf. Inhaling the faint fragrance of gardenias, his eyes growing moist. Jiang Li had purchased a plethora of alchemical materials, yet she did not intend to commence alchemy immediately. As she seemed to have hit a creative block, she had acquired several advanced alchemy books, hoping to draw inspiration from them. Uncertain of when she had fallen asleep, Jiang Li awoke to the sound of knocking, realizing she had dozed off on the living room sofa, books strewn across the floor. Her hand felt slightly numb. As though tiny creatures were swimming through her veins, she must have been resting on that arm. Shaking her hand, she walked toward the door. Upon opening it, she found a slight Snape standing there. The moment he laid eyes on Jiang Li, his dark eyes brightened considerably. Feeling somewhat bashful, he presented her with the scarf, saying, "I came to return this to you." Noticing he was shivering from the cold, Jiang Li fully opened the door, ushering him inside. She took his icy hands in hers and gently asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Snape nodded, perhaps out of guilt. Eileen had prepared him a piece of bread and some sour pickles for breakfast. Ever since Tobias lost his job, breakfast had become a rare occurrence in their home. Observing his frail form, Jiang Li feigned disappointment. "What a pity. I was hoping we could share breakfast together. Eating alone is rather lonely." Snape immediately replied, "I can keep you company." "Really?" Jiang Li pretended to be surprised. "Then I shall prepare breakfast now. You can wait in the living room." Jiang Li led him to the adjacent living room and used a silent spell to stoke the flames in the fireplace, making the room cozier. Seeing Snape sitting stiffly on the sofa, unsure where to direct his gaze, she suggested, "There are a few potion books on the shelf. If you're interested, you may take a look." With that, Jiang Li entered the kitchen to begin her culinary endeavors. Having purchased numerous ingredients the day before, she waved her wand, causing the food to stir on its own while she attentively monitored the heat to prevent burning. She truly needed a house elf. After a flurry of activity in the kitchen, Jiang Li emerged with a large pot of wontons. Snape was earnestly engrossed in the potion book when he saw her return and hurried over to assist in setting the bowls and spoons. Jiang Li ladled a generous bowl of shrimp wontons for him, enthusiastically recommending, "This is a delicacy from China, which I learned from the owner of a Chinese restaurant. Please try it and let me know how it tastes." The aroma of the food wafted through the air, and Snape's stomach grumbled in protest. His face flushed slightly as he thanked Jiang Li, slowly savoring the wontons. Unlike the food he had previously tasted, these were truly delicious, and the broth was exquisitely fragrant. Unable to resist, Snape finished the soup entirely. Observing that he seemed still hungry, Jiang Li served him another bowl, saying, "It seems I made a bit too much. Please eat more, or I shall be left to finish it all by myself." Snape, always sensitive to others' emotions, recognized that Jiang Li was taking special care of him. Warming his heart, his eyes misted slightly from the warmth, wishing time could freeze in that moment. After devouring 3 bowls of wontons, Snape felt his belly was uncomfortably full. He rubbed his distended stomach in astonishment. Their household had never had excess food. Most days they merely survived without starving. And this was the first time he had experienced the sensation of being stuffed. Jiang Li felt a certain reluctance to move, reclining on the sofa engrossed in her book. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the boy taking the initiative to clear the plates and wash them in the kitchen. And she made no effort to stop him. When Snape emerged after finishing the dishes, sleeves rolled up, Jiang Li loudly praised him, exclaiming, "Severus, you are truly wonderful. I detest washing dishes, and I am so grateful to have you here to do it for me. What would I do without you?" It was the first time someone had so openly complimented him, causing Snape to appear somewhat bashful, contemplating the prospect of coming over again to assist Jiang Li with the dishes. Jiang Li beckoned Snape to sit beside her and handed him a potions book while she leaned back on the sofa, delving into advanced alchemy. Snape had a profound fondness for potions. The book Jiang Li prepared for him not only contained annotations, but also images of potion ingredients, allowing him to gain a clearer understanding of these materials. They sat in tranquil silence, engrossed in their reading, with the occasional sound of pages turning echoing through the living room. Before long, Jiang Li realized that it was already midday. Observing Snape's serious demeanor as he diligently studied the potions book, she couldn't resist playfully poking his cheek with her finger. Snape reacted like a startled fawn, looking at Jiang Li with wide, glistening eyes. Finding his reaction irresistibly cute, she smiled and asked, "Shall we have lunch and then visit Diagon Alley to purchase some potion ingredients?" Upon hearing this, Snape immediately perked up, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Thus, Jiang Li took Snape to a Chinese restaurant in town for lunch, before using apparition to transport them to Diagon Alley. However, young Snape clearly struggled with the disorienting after-effects of apparition, leaning against the wall and dry heaving. Jiang Li gently patted his back and offered him a sweet, saying, "You're still quite young and unaccustomed to this. We'll practice apparition a few more times, and you'll get used to it." At her words, Snape's dark eyes sparkled with anticipation. Would he be able to enter the magical world with Jiang Li again in the future? Jiang Li tapped her wand against the brick wall, which slowly parted to reveal the ancient aura of magic, captivating Snape as he marveled at the bustling wizards around them. "Stay close to me. Don't wander off," Jiang Li gently reminded him. Chapter 9, Collaboration. Although Snape longed to explore the various shops, he was apprehensive about losing sight of Jiang Li and thus suppressed his excitement, keeping close to her side. The ingredients for basic potions were not difficult to acquire. After a brief tour of Diagon Alley, Jiang Li purchased around 10 different ingredients, intending for Snape to practice with them back home. As they passed Ollivander's wand shop, Jiang Li noticed a glimmer of longing in Snape's expression as he gazed inside. She said softly, "I've recently been learning to craft wands. I'm unsure if they would be suitable for a young wizard like you, but if you could help me test one, I'll gift you a wand as a token of gratitude." "I can help you with the testing. You needn't give me a wand," Snape replied promptly. "Crafting a wand carries significant risk, and your willingness to assist me also entails great danger. If you refuse my token of appreciation, my conscience would be troubled." Jiang Li feigned a look of distress. Snape quickly responded, "Then I shall accept your token of gratitude." "Thank you for your cooperation," Jiang Li replied with a smile. Hearing this, Snape felt a sense of happiness wash over him, realizing he was needed by Jiang Li. Being with her always brought him joy. Jiang Li cherished his smile, as it reminded her of her younger self. She crouched down, enveloping Snape in a warm embrace, ruffling his hair affectionately. Observing his bewildered yet endearing expression, Jiang Li suddenly recognized the joy her mentor must have felt while nurturing her. Young ones were indeed delightful. "Severus, have I ever mentioned how adorable you look?" Jiang Li sincerely mused. Snape's face flushed crimson, and he shyly replied, "No, only you have said that." Others regarded him as a monster, but Jiang Li treated him with kindness. Sensing Snape's momentary sadness, Jiang Li took him to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor for ice cream, and then to the candy shop, where she filled his hands with sweets, before stopping by Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to have a few wizarding robes tailored for him. As Snape appeared somewhat flustered by the unrestrained measuring tape, Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh, feeling he finally resembled a child, having previously seemed so composed like a little adult. "This is too extravagant. You needn't buy me so much," Snape expressed his conflicting feelings as they exited the shop. "These aren't gifts," Jiang Li replied, hands clasped behind her back. Smiling at Snape, "Consider it a loan from your future self." Once you become a formidable potions master, you must concoct a youth-preserving potion for me." Snape committed her words to memory, nodding earnestly. "I will certainly fulfill that wish." "Let us seal the deal," Jiang Li said, extending her pinky finger toward Snape with utmost seriousness. Seeing this, Snape also extended his pinky, linking it with Jiang Li's, their thumbs pressing together. "A pact has been made. Those who lie are but puppies," Jiang Li beamed at Snape. Sunlight danced upon her hair, casting a soft halo around her, and she appeared almost angelic with her stunning features, captivating the attention of passing wizards who gazed at her in awe. Snape felt an undeniable rush as he experienced the impact of Jiang Li's beauty, his heart racing. As Jiang Li felt she had purchased enough, she decided it was time to return when a dark-robed male wizard blocked her path. Raising an eyebrow, she drew her wand, contemplating whether casting a curse here would attract unwanted attention. Noticing her movement, the wizard hastily assured her, "I mean you no harm. It is Boggen Bork who sent me to invite you to his shop. I'm merely the messenger. Please, do not be alarmed." Fearing Jiang Li might truly unleash a curse upon him, he produced the heart-shaped armor she crafted, saying, "See, I'm not deceiving you. We have good intentions." Jiang Li scrutinized the man's eyes for a few seconds, confirming he spoke the truth, before retracting her wand and responding coolly, "Lead the way." Noticing the grip of her small hand on her sleeve, she gently patted Snape's head, signaling him to relax. The male wizard promptly took the lead, not daring to waste a moment. Jiang Li expected he would take her to a dark magic shop, but to her surprise, he led her to a somewhat concealed store. Inside, the space was expanded through a concealed stretching charm. It appeared small from the outside, but was quite spacious within. The decor was opulent, adorned with glittering gold trinkets that nearly blinded Jiang Li with their extravagance. Seated inside were a handsome man and a strikingly beautiful boy who appeared around 12 years old. Both possessed striking platinum hair and remarkable features, exuding an air of aristocracy that suggested they were father and son. Upon hearing the commotion, the boy turned his gaze toward her, his gray-blue eyes assessing. Abracadabra glanced up at Jiang Li, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He immediately stood and approached her, unveiling a regal smile as he extended his hand, saying, "Beautiful miss, I am Abraxas Malfoy, and I hope you will forgive my impudent invitation to join me." Jiang Li politely shook his fingertips, introducing herself, "I am Gwendolyn Malfoy. You also bear the Malfoy name?" the young boy inquired suddenly. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Li discerned his thoughts and replied softly, "Both of my parents are muggles. I may not have any connection to your esteemed Malfoy family. However, perhaps there is a slight link between us." Abraxas bestowed upon Jiang Li a knowing smile, remarking, "After all, our family has produced a squib." Jiang Li recalled her small vault at Gringotts and surmised that his words were indeed truthful. However, she had no intention of delving deeper into this topic and directly inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" Abraxas gestured for Jiang Li's crafted heart shield armor to be brought forth, a smirk gracing his lips as he gazed at her. "I have heard from Boggins that this magnificent invention was created by your master behind you. I am exceedingly intrigued. Might you introduce me? I have a keen interest in his creations." Jiang Li slightly lowered her gaze, her fingers grazing the divination ring on her index finger as she utilized her abilities to predict the outcome of this meeting. Great fortune. Upon seeing the favorable result, Jiang Li finally directed her gaze towards Abraxas, who was displaying his charms like a peacock. She replied calmly, "There is no need for an introduction. This heart shield armor is my creation." Abraxas looked at her with a hint of surprise, speculating whether Jiang Li was a potion master. For how could someone so young possibly produce such an exceptional piece? In an instant, many thoughts crossed Abraxas's mind, and his gaze towards Jiang Li grew more fervent. "To think you are so young is quite astonishing. I am enamored with your protective alchemical gear. Its exquisite design befits our noble status. I wonder if you might craft several sets for me. Perhaps we could collaborate on mass-producing this item. The Malfoy family will certainly treat any collaborator generously." He extended an invitation to Jiang Li, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. This protective armor utilizes exceedingly costly alchemical materials, requiring a significant investment of time, making it unsuitable for mass production. Furthermore, the creator must possess a high level of skill, as over 20 magical runes must be inscribed, and a single mistake could ruin the entire endeavor. "The materials are quite rare, and not many can afford them," Jiang Li responded slowly. Though she found the crafting process manageable, who would undermine their own worth during negotiations. Abraxas, undeterred, had already conducted research on the heart shield armor and was well aware of the challenges involved in its creation. He had not intended to extract this technique from Jiang Li. His primary objective was to foster a friendly rapport. "Might you assist me in crafting 4 such armors, at 6,000 galleons each?" Abraxas offered Jiang Li a friendly smile. "That is agreeable. However, I lack some materials and would appreciate it if Mr. Malfoy could assist with procuring them, Jiang Li replied with calm composure. Gadnia, I believe we are friends now. Why not refer to each other by our given names? You may call me Abraxas, addressing me as Mr. Malfoy feels rather distant. Abraxas said, his captivating gray-blue eyes fixed intently on Jiang Li. Nearby, Lucius, having overheard his father's words, furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Chapter 10. I will not send Severus away. Abraxas was strikingly handsome, his enchanting gray-blue eyes brimming with emotion when he gazed at others. It was rare for a woman to remain unmoved by his charm. He had never turned away an admirer presenting themselves so willingly. Thus he had a considerable number of close female friends. Lucius disapproved of such behavior but remained silent, recognizing that voicing his discontent would be impolite. No, I prefer to be addressed by my surname. I have been researching long-distance communication alchemical devices. Perhaps we could explore further collaboration, Jiang Li stated politely, yet distantly. Lucius found satisfaction in Jiang Li's demeanor. At least she was not an empty-headed beauty, which made him regard Severus, who appeared impoverished, with a more favorable eye. He approached Severus, extending his hand. I am Lucius Malfoy, currently in my second year at Hogwarts. Do you also have an interest in alchemy? In response to the boy's friendly overture, Severus eagerly grasped his hand, replying, I am Severus Snape. I have a passion for potions. Assuming Severus had already begun crafting potions, Lucius posed several questions about them, and upon witnessing Severus's swift responses, he became even more convinced of his talent, his gaze softening. To be able to brew potions before even starting school is a remarkable gift, worthy of investment. After exchanging a few words with Abraxas and sharing their contact information, Jiang Li departed with Severus. Abraxas, understanding the lack of interest from Jiang Li, refrained from further attempts to charm her, though he felt a tinge of regret that such beauty was rather dull-witted. Upon returning home with Severus, Jiang Li noticed his pale complexion and the impending nausea on his face, promptly pouring him a glass of water. Let us prepare some scabious potion tomorrow. Initially feeling nauseous, Severus's eyes brightened at her words. It is rather late today. Let us have dinner first, and we can commence potion making tomorrow, Jiang Li suggested. Although Severus was eager to begin crafting potions, he feared making mistakes and intended to review the potion steps thoroughly to avoid wasting precious ingredients. Jiang Li took Severus to a nearby restaurant for dinner, then, under the pretext of a stroll, offered to escort him home. Worried about potential interruptions, she cast a confundus charm, causing those around them to forget their intentions and gradually walk away. Noticing Severus's scrutiny of her actions, Jiang Li explained, I merely cast a confundus charm on them to prevent any disturbances. If you are interested, I could teach you this spell. That sounds great. But isn't it prohibited for underage wizards to use magic outside of school? Severus pondered, conflicted. He believed he would find this spell invaluable to ward off Tobias when he attempted to steal from him. Why not use it discreetly? Jiang Li winked at him playfully. Besides, you will need to cast spells while brewing potions. As long as you use a wand not registered with the Ministry of Magic, they will remain oblivious. At her words, Severus's dark eyes widened slightly in astonishment. Is that truly permissible? Of course. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. Adaptability is key, Jiang Li replied, noting Severus's hands, exposed and reddened from the cold. She removed her left glove and slipped it onto his hand, clasping his icy fingers within her coat pocket. His ears, hidden beneath his dark hair, flushed slightly as Severus contemplated how to express his gratitude. However, upon meeting Jiang Li's tender gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. He thought longingly, if only this moment could stretch a little longer. Arriving at the shabby little doorway of his home, Severus suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment, fearing to see disdain on Jiang Li's face. Unaware of his thoughts, Jiang Li gently caressed his small face, urging, quickly, go inside. It is far too cold out here. She bore no disdain. Severus's heart swelled with joy. He felt that Jiang Li was unlike anyone else. Waving goodbye to her, he turned and hurried inside, racing up the stairs, opening his door, and leaning against the window, peering through the glass at the light illuminating Jiang Li's figure. Feeling his gaze upon her, Jiang Li looked up to the second floor and saw the small silhouette pressing its face against the window, smiling and waving at her before using apparition to leave. Under the street lamp, Severus Snape vanished, feeling a twinge of melancholy. However, the thought of seeing Jiang Li the next day uplifted his spirits once more. When he stepped outside the following morning, he spotted Tobias at home, instantly tensing up, convinced that Tobias must be concocting some nefarious scheme. Contrary to his expectations, Tobias managed to squeeze a smile onto his bloated face, courtesy of indulgence, and inquired with surprising cordiality, "Are you going out?" Snape thought he must be hallucinating. When had Tobias ever been so normal? Was he planning something revolting again? With a stern expression, he replied, "Yes, I'm heading out. Don't stay out too late. Come home early. Your mother is making your favorite pumpkin soup today, Tobias said kindly. Severus felt as though Tobias had lost his mind and hurriedly fled, contemplating how shocked Eileen would be to see Tobias acting this way. After running for quite some time, he finally located Jiang Li's residence. Jiang Li had stayed up late the previous night, researching long-distance communication alchemy. Upon hearing a knock, she hurried to the door, and upon seeing Snape, recalled their conversation from the day before, inviting him to breakfast and accompanying him in potion making. The potion room, already well-equipped, was a place Jiang Li occasionally used for her own concoctions. This was Severus's first experience in potion making, and he felt a surge of excitement. After mentally rehearsing the steps multiple times, he began to grind various potion ingredients, reciting incantations, and carefully placing the mixture into the cauldron, stirring it according to the instructions in the book. As he witnessed the potion change color, his heart raced, only to relax when the boiling concoction transformed into the hue described in the text. He had succeeded. His first attempt at potion making had yielded a commendable result, filling Severus with a sense of accomplishment. Jiang Li stood to the side, offering no assistance. In her past life as a master alchemist, she possessed an eye that could discern the energy fluctuations within herbs, rendering her oblivious to the peril of allowing a mere 7-year-old to brew potions alone. Severus, appearing frail and diminutive, seemed no older than 5 to Jiang Li, who was taken aback to learn he was indeed 7. She resolved to serve him a glass of milk during meals, hoping he would not grow too short. Ali, I did it, Severus exclaimed, bottling the potion, his face brimming with joy as he shared his triumph with Jiang Li. Remarkable. You possess a natural talent for potion making, she genuinely praised. Severus's cheeks flushed with pride, prompting him to prepare another batch of scabious potion, this time achieving even greater quality. It was only after exhausting all the materials that he reluctantly exited the potion room. The prolonged exposure to potion vapors left his hair greasy and plastered to his face. Jiang Li noticed this and, unable to resist, attempted to cast a cleaning charm on his head, but to no effect. His hair remained oily. Severus raised an eyebrow. Jiang Li awkwardly chuckled. Perhaps you should take a bath before heading home. Severus touched his hair, realizing it was indeed uncomfortable, and nodded before making his way to the bathroom. Jiang Li sighed in relief, thankful that Severus, unlike his future self, was not so sharp-tongued. Perhaps he would not retaliate with venom for her concern. It was perplexing how such an adorable child could grow into someone so difficult. In the following days, Severus found joy in shuttling between home and Jiang Li's place. He was elated that Tobias refrained from drinking and becoming violent, while Eileen wore a relaxed smile on her face, making their family seem to revert to a time before their downfall. Although uncertain of Tobias's intentions, Severus felt that if Tobias could maintain this placid demeanor, it might not be so bad after all. With Tobias watching, Severus dashed out of the house. Midway, he remembered that Jiang Li was likely out trading today and turned back. Just as he reached the doorstep, he overheard an animated conversation between Eileen and Tobias behind the door, causing him to halt. No, I refuse. Severus is my child. I will never send him away. Eileen's voice was filled with fervor. Eileen, listen to me. That's £1,000. It could allow us to live without worry, to move away from this filthy place and regain our happiness, Tobias countered. Chapter 11. You did well. Eileen, recalling their past, felt a fleeting moment of doubt, but quickly regained her composure, gripping Tobias's hand tightly. No, Severus is my child. I will not sell him to anyone. Tobias, if you sell Severus, I will never forgive you. Observing Eileen's hysteria, Tobias recognized that a forceful approach would not suffice. Softening his tone, he coaxed her, Dearest Eileen, Severus is my biological child. Even if I dislike him, I would never harm him. That child will only suffer living with us. Haven't you seen how the other children shun him, calling him a freak? We have no money. We simply cannot afford to raise a child. Do you truly want him to grow up in such an environment? No, Severus can attend school when he turns 11. There are schools that will accept him. We only have to wait until then, Eileen retorted. Hogwarts sends acceptance letters to every wizard turning 11. Eileen, how naive you are. Do you believe that just because a school will accept him, everything will be fine? Raising a child is not a straightforward task. Tobias's alcohol-ravaged face contorted with a pained expression. I will miss him too, but do you know who wants to adopt Severus? A nobleman who just lost a child and sees Severus resembling his own. He has offered us £1,000 in compensation. Otherwise, such a stroke of luck would never come our way. Just think, Severus would live in comfort, growing up in a loving environment, envied by all. But there is no but. Tobias embraced Eileen, gazing deeply into her eyes with what remained of his once handsome face. We can have another child in the future. With money, we can be happy again. And Severus will thank us for this decision. Eileen, having not seen such tenderness from Tobias in a long time, felt her resolve waver, even as she battled her concerns. Sensing her capitulation, Tobias continued, "Eileen, you know I love you. I would never do anything to hurt you." Eileen grasped the collar of Tobias's shirt, her voice trembling. "Are you certain that nobleman will not harm Severus?" "Of course, I am absolutely certain. He is a very kind man," Tobias replied without hesitation. "Then, should we inform Severus about this?" Eileen hesitated. "What if he disagrees? We can add something to his meal. Once he arrives at the nobleman's home, he will understand our intentions," Tobias suggested insidiously. Eileen felt a tumult of emotions, unsure of what to do. Pushing Tobias away, she said, "Can you let me think alone for a moment? What is there to think about? This is the best outcome for everyone." Tobias knew precisely how to manipulate Eileen and stepped closer, cradling her face in his hands before gently kissing her lips, his gaze filled with longing. In an instant, Eileen was overwhelmed. The boy standing outside the door, having overheard their conversation, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his face turning pale. His parents were conspiring on how to sell him off. Severus stood for a long while, realizing that the only person who could aid him was Jiang Li. And without hesitation, he sprinted towards her residence. Along the way, he collided with numerous individuals who expressed their displeasure with curses, but Severus paid them no heed, his sole focus being to find Jiang Li and convey the pressing matter to her. Meanwhile, Jiang Li found herself in an obscure village in eastern England. With one hand pressed against her forehead, she stared at the situation before her, momentarily at a loss for words. 10 minutes prior, she had ventured out to procure alchemical materials and passed by a dark art shop where she spotted something peculiar. It was merely a Pichot pendant, imbued with an extraordinarily unique power. This was the first time Jiang Li had encountered such an object in this world. Driven by curiosity, she purchased it from Boggins and Bork, only to be met with an unforeseen mishap as the pendant emitted a blinding light. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself unceremoniously deposited in this unknown village. Initially intending to apparate back, she soon discovered that the area was ensnared by an anti-apparition charm, rendering her unable to leave swiftly. Thus, she had no choice but to walk away from the place. Compounding her troubles was the village's backwardness, which meant there were no Muggle means of transportation. After inquiring for directions and walking for an extended period, she finally reached the nearest road. The only silver lining was the picturesque scenery. Pure white snow blanketed the treetops and rooftops, enveloping everything in a magical hush, while the ancient-style buildings rendered the place reminiscent of a fairy tale. After waiting by the roadside for an eternity, darkness fell, and Jiang Li decided to stroll leisurely along the road, confident that she would eventually reach the town. After some time, she encountered a kind soul driving to pick up his wife, who graciously offered her a ride to the nearby town. Upon arriving, the sky had completely darkened, and Jiang Li, weary from a day of walking, opted not to return just yet. She sought out a nearby restaurant for dinner and found a hotel for lodging. Planning to return the next day, she reassured herself that she had already informed Severus not to come that day, and thus, she should not expect anyone to seek her out, allowing her to settle down peacefully. Outside a quaint red and white house, Severus had been waiting outside Jiang Li's abode for an entire day and night, but even as the street lamp flickered on and off, the familiar figure still failed to appear. He recalled the last time Jiang Li had taken him to Diagon Alley and the strange individuals they had encountered. A sudden wave of unease washing over him. Could something have happened to her? With this thought, Severus felt a surge of urgency and hurried in the direction she had taken him previously. "What are you doing here?" A pair of large hands seized Severus as he ran. Tobias had laced breakfast with a potion, intending to sell the peculiar boy to those interested once he fainted. To his surprise, the boy had not shown up all morning, and only after Eileen checked upstairs did she discover he was not in his room. Uncertain if Severus had heard something prompting him to stay away, Tobias decided to search for him. To his astonishment, he found Severus immediately upon stepping onto the street and seized him by the hair and collar. "Let me go?" Severus struggled fiercely to pry Tobias's grip from his collar. Desperately attempting to escape, Tobias, lacking in patience, responded to Severus's struggles with a sharp slap to his face, cursing, "Behave yourself. I'm taking you to a life of luxury." The blow left Severus seeing stars, feeling as if his nose had shattered, and he struggled to open his eyes, completely at Tobias's mercy as he was dragged away. His strength was paltry, rendering him unable to break free, akin to a rag doll being towed along the ground. His trousers seemed torn. As he felt a searing pain in his feet, the gravel scraped painfully against his knees. After an indeterminate duration, Tobias dragged him into a filthy tavern. "Hey, I've brought you the one you wanted," Tobias shouted excitedly to those inside. Severus managed to open his eyes just enough to see two men clad in wizard robes, their pupils narrowing slightly. Andy exchanged a glance with Redmond, signaling him to verify the boy's authenticity. Severus watched as one of the wizards, cloaked in a black robe that obscured his features completely, approached him, pinching his chin and prodding his wand against his forehead before standing upright and nodding to the other wizard. There is a magical aura. This is indeed a young wizard. Upon hearing this, Tobias beamed with delight, rubbing his hands together and ingratiatingly stating, I didn't deceive you. Shouldn't you reward me now? Andy regarded the greedy Tobias with a sly smile. Indeed, you've done well. Avada Kedavra. A jet of green light shot from the wand, striking Tobias directly between the eyes. Chapter 12. Where did you get that scarf? As Tobias collapsed to the ground, a sycophantic smile still plastered on his face. He was lifeless. Severus was taken aback by the scene, his complexion paling. Although he had wished for Tobias's demise countless times in his heart, he had not anticipated it would actually occur. Look at what you've done. You've frightened our young wizard. Redmond observed the terror etched on the boy's face, a malicious grin spreading across his lips as he approached Severus and yanked off the scarf around his neck. Such a fine scarf. It would be a waste for you to use it. He draped the gray scarf around his own neck and inquired of Andy, does it look good? Andy dismissed him with a glance. What is so special about a muggle scarf? Once we deliver this child to the boss, he'll be thrilled. And you can buy whatever you desire. Envisioning the gold galleons soon to be his, Redmond's eyes narrowed with glee. Noticing Severus's gaze fixated on the scarf around his neck, he felt a surge of irritation. He stormed over, delivering a kick to Severus's chest that sent him sprawling to the ground, then grinding his shoe against the boy's cheek, irritatedly exclaiming, You little brat, what kind of look is that? You should feel honored I'm using your scarf. Severus struggled to breathe, locking eyes with Tobias's unblinking gaze, nearly choking. That's enough. Don't kill him, Andy interjected. Only then did Redmond retract his foot, beginning to calculate how to utilize the impending galleons. Severus felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the surroundings blurring into obscurity. Andy lowered his wand from Severus, urging Redmond, let us hurry. We can't let muggles see us. Upon hearing this, Redmond rudely shoved the disheveled Severus under his arm, and with a flick of apparition, they vanished from the scene. Soon, all traces of those in the room disappeared, leaving only Tobias's body lying quietly on the ground. Jiang Li returned home before noon, accompanied by a house elf named Mia. She had expected Severus to be waiting at the door, yet his absence was palpable. Had he come and left upon realizing she was not there? Mistress, do you have any commands for Mia? Mia asked anxiously, her large eyes gazing at Jiang Li with hopeful curiosity. Aside from not touching the 2 rooms in the basement, please clean the other rooms thoroughly and prepare lunch. I'll be bringing someone back later, and you must not scream or make a fuss. Aware that house elves often possessed peculiar states of mind, Jiang Li refrained from using formalities. Rest assured, Master, Mia will ensure the room is spotless. Mia exclaimed with palpable excitement, as though she had received a reward. Jiang Li refrained from elaborating further. When she had just returned from Diagon Alley with Mia, she had merely uttered a word of thanks. Yet, Mia had erupted into a frenzy in the street, beating her own face with her hands as a form of self-punishment, startling Jiang Li in the process. She proceeded to number 19, Spinner's End, in search of Severus Snape. It was already January, and the weather remained brutally cold, deterring most from venturing outdoors in such inclement conditions. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Li rapped on the door. Moments later, a weary-looking woman clad in somewhat tattered attire opened it, her expression one of surprise upon seeing Jiang Li. With a gentle smile, Jiang Li greeted her. Good day, I am here to see Severus. Might he be at home? Eileen paused for a brief moment, momentarily entranced by Jiang Li's striking beauty, before hastily responding, he has gone out and has yet to return. Could you kindly inform him that I have returned? If he wishes to study new lessons today, he may come directly to me, Jiang Li said softly. She sensed that this woman was also a witch, though she found it curious that someone with such abilities could live in such disarray. However, she chose not to inquire further. Upon hearing Jiang Li's words, Eileen recalled her son's beaming smile of late, realizing that his transformation might be connected to the person before her. Her demeanor softened a touch, and she nodded, saying, Very well, I shall convey your message. Thank you for looking after him. He is quite well behaved and does not require my supervision, Jiang Li replied, her gaze penetrating as she regarded Eileen. Sometimes, I wish children were not so understanding, for understanding often means they are compelled by their surroundings to endure and learn to please. Would you not agree? Eileen's expression turned awkward at this remark, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Jiang Li did not linger further and departed. She strolled slowly along the street, contemplating the likelihood of encountering Snape. Perhaps her luck was simply poor, as she returned home without having seen him. Mia, the diligent house elf, had rendered the entire residence immaculate. Upon her arrival, Jiang Li was greeted by a steaming meal. Though still a product of Britain's culinary darkness, at least she did not have to prepare it herself. Did she? After taking a bite of the dish aptly named Gazing at the Stars, Jiang Li fell silent for a few moments before addressing Mia. I wish to try a different flavor. Please venture to the nearby Chinese restaurant and learn their recipes to prepare for me. Mia relished her master's tasks, finding great fulfillment in the service she provided. And with a sharp snap of her fingers, she vanished. Gazing at the array of dishes before her, Jiang Li found her appetite dissipating entirely, prompting her to retrieve a few books from the shelf. She realized her previous approach had been misguided. She had been fixated on creating a communication device through magical alchemy when she could simply draw inspiration from Muggle communication tools. Jiang Li settled cross-legged on the sofa, diligently studying texts on information and communication. She could not help but admire the ingenuity of Muggles, who had managed to invent the telephone. By the time she finished her reading, the sky had darkened, and Mia had yet to return. Contemplating Mia's dismal culinary creations, Jiang Li decided it would be prudent to find sustenance elsewhere. She donned a light-colored coat made of yak wool and reached for a scarf on the hall rack, only to grasp at emptiness, recalling that she had given her scarf to Snape. Opting not to wear one, she stepped outside. The streets, shrouded in darkness, were nearly deserted, save for a few dimly lit street lamps casting a faint glow. Jiang Li stamped her feet on the ground a few times, feeling a bit warmer before heading to the nearest eatery. However, upon arriving, she discovered that the restaurant had closed early due to the frigid weather, forcing her to settle for bread from a nearby bakery. Clutching a large bag of bread, she made her way home when she spotted a man clad in a black wizarding robe hurrying past. A casual glance revealed a gray scarf around his neck, causing Jiang Li to halt abruptly. All petrified, Jiang Li cast a silent spell at the wizard. The once hurried figure froze in place. With one hand cradling the bag of bread, she approached him, lifting his robe's hood with her wand to reveal his face. It was the wizard she had encountered previously. "Where did you acquire that scarf?" Jiang Li inquired, her tone icy. The man offered no reply, his eyes reflecting confusion as he wondered what had provoked her ire. Frustrated by his silence, Jiang Li employed the legilimency spell to delve into his memories. Within his recollections, she witnessed Severus, bloodied and confined within a dog cage, being transported to a manor where a pair of bloodshot eyes awaited. After sifting through the man's memories, a frigid aura emanated from Jiang Li as she regarded him with the same detachment one might reserve for a corpse. Redmond, witnessing her wand emit a green glow, was overtaken by terror and desperation. Chapter 13, You Cannot Save Him. Jiang Li gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, rifling through its pockets until she unearthed a key. With a flick of her wand, she conjured a roaring fire, reducing the body to ash. Observing the remnants of the charred remains, Jiang Li cast a cleaning charm, restoring the ground to its pristine state as if nothing had ever transpired. She clutched the key tightly, activating its magic. Moments later, the scene before her began to shift. In a remote manner, Jiang Li's form suddenly manifested. The estate, neglected, was overrun with grass that reached her ankles, and melted snow soaked her boots. "Filthy mudblood, get out of the master's manor," echoed a voice, followed by the sound of an explosion as a large-nosed house elf appeared before Jiang Li, hurling insults at her. Without sparing him a glance, Jiang Li pointed her wand, unleashing a green light that struck the house elf, extinguishing its breath. She refrained from triggering the manor's wards and made her way toward the largest house within the estate, guided by the memories of her earlier foray. According to the man's recollections, many Muggle-born wizards were imprisoned here. Upon opening the door, she encountered a wizard. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" Andy questioned, eyeing the striking young woman with suspicion as his hand discreetly reached for his wand beneath his robe. "You captured a black-haired young wizard today. Where is he?" Jiang Li demanded, fixing her gaze on the man. "Avada Kedavra." The incantation slipped from his lips, and a green curse shot forth from his wand toward Jiang Li. She sidestepped the lethal curse, the hem of her pale pink dress fluttering in the air. Swiftly, she kicked the wand from the man's grasp and ensnared him with a binding spell, sending him crashing to the floor. "I will not repeat myself," Jiang Li stated, pressing her wand against his forehead, her azure eyes glinting with malice, her golden hair swirling around her from the surge of magic. "I do not know what child you speak of. You must be mistaken. There is nothing here that you seek," Andy stammered, his face a mask of fear. Yet his hand stealthily inched toward the fallen one nearby. Just as he was about to grasp it, Jiang Li cast the soul-binding curse. The man instantly fell into a daze. "Eliminate the masters of this manor," Jiang Li commanded coldly. Upon hearing the command, Andy's expression immediately shifted as he turned to walk inside. Jiang Li, maintaining her composure, followed closely behind, eliminating any wizards that dared to attack her within the manor. This marked Jiang Li's second act of murder in this realm, yet her heart remained unperturbed. Regardless of the world, there will always be sordid affairs lurking in the shadows. Wendy Black, a pure-blood disgrace, was cast out from the Black family due to his father's affection for a Muggle. Yet he bore the madness of the Blacks deep within his veins. He harbored an intense resentment towards his father for marrying a Muggle, which led to his ostracization by pure-blood wizards at the Magical Academy. His lackluster magical talent rendered him more challenged than his peers when it came to mastering spells. And even when he succeeded, his magic lacked potency. The disdainful glares from others nearly drove Wendy to madness. All he wished for was to escape the wizarding world. During Christmas, his Muggle mother took him to visit her foolish Muggle friends. Watching a mere 6-year-old mudblood effortlessly wield spells he could not master ignited a furious blaze within him. Why did these mudbloods possess greater talent than he? While no one was paying attention, he slyly lured that child away. The foolish mudblood smiled at him, joyfully calling him brother. He had no mudblood brother. When he forced the child to stand atop an abandoned rooftop and pushed him off, relishing the moment as he watched the mudblood plead for mercy, bloodied and desperate. In that instant, he recalled a dark spell from a forbidden tome, and, seizing the opportunity before the child could perish, he sacrificed the mudblood to gain formidable power. It was Wendy's first taste of true strength, and he became increasingly unrestrained, abducting mudbloods before the Ministry of Magic could discover their talents. He never touched pureblood or half-blood young wizards, for the risk of detection was too great. However, mudbloods were different. Should they go missing, no one would suspect him, and everything seemed perfect. Recently, when he felt his strength waning, his body felt like a sieve, magic draining rapidly from within, a sensation he could not tolerate. Upon hearing of another gifted young wizard, Wendy eagerly summoned them to his lair, placing the child within a magical circle. He drew a dagger and slashed Severus's wrist. Watching him writhe in agony, excitement gleaming in his eyes. As the crimson blood soaked the magical sigil, it emanated a blinding red light. When he knew this boy was physically and magically potent, amidst his joy, jealousy simmered within him. He could not fathom why Merlin would bestow such power upon these mudbloods. Yet he knew that the magic within them would soon belong to him. In the dimly lit basement, where fingers and skulls adorned the walls, the sigil's red glow illuminated the shadows. The boy lay on the cold floor, feeling his blood drain rapidly, his body growing colder, terror flooding his mind. If Eileen knew that Tobias had sent him here, would she still agree to sell him? The boy's thoughts were clouded, and suddenly, excruciating pain coursed through him. As if his soul were being torn into countless fragments. Blood began to seep from his skin, and Severus cried out in torment. The shrill scream pierced the depths of human souls, causing hearts to tremble. Yet, Wendy only reveled in the suffering of these young wizards. Boom! The basement door exploded open. Startled, Wendy turned to find Andy at the threshold, his brow furrowing as his expression darkened. What do you want? Did I not command you to remain out of this room unless summoned? Avada Kedavra! Andy's eyes were vacant as he raised his wand to strike at Wendy. In that instant, Wendy evaded, retaliating with a dark curse that struck Andy, his expression turning as dark as ink. He glared at the doorway, his gaze as cold as a serpent. Do not hide. I know precisely where you are. Disillusionment. Jiang Li watched as he cast a spell in the opposite direction, swiftly binding him with a restraining spell. Wendy found himself ensnared, wide-eyed with shock at the appearance of Jiang Li. She quickly approached Severus. But as she stepped into the sigil, she felt a powerful force repelling her. You cannot enter. My sigil is already in effect. That boy is dead, and his talent belongs to me. You cannot save him. Observing Jiang Li's movements, Wendy erupted in laughter, madness gleaming in his eyes. Jiang Li paid no heed to him. Her focus fixed on the sigil's patterns as she calculated its vulnerabilities. Suddenly, she noticed a section of the red light dimming and thrust her wand into it with determination. Under the astonished gaze of the man, she forcefully shattered the activated sigil. Chapter 14, Dark Arts. How can you destroy the sigil? Wendy shrieked in disbelief at Jiang Li. Ignoring his frantic cries, she swiftly reached Severus's side and cast a healing spell. It is futile. He has suffered from dark magic. Ordinary spells cannot mend such wounds. His vitality has already been siphoned into me. He is long dead. You cannot save him. Wendy regarded Jiang Li with malice as she struggled to heal Severus. He relished the sight of despair and collapse on their faces. The air around Jiang Li grew cold. She placed her fingers beneath Severus's nose, checking for breath. No respiration. His heartbeat ceased, and his body began to chill. She slowly closed her eyes, rage igniting her reason, compelling her to annihilate everyone present. No, she could not surrender so easily. Suddenly, Jiang Li recalled a dark incantation taught by her third senior brother, sacrificing a person's life to summon a departed soul back into its body. Though the power dynamics of this world were different, there were similarities. She gazed at the sigil drawn in blood on the floor and stepped before Wendy, brandishing a dagger to slash her own wrist, letting her blood spill freely. With the fresh blood, She retrieved the alchemical brush she had crafted and began to inscribe a new sigil atop the original one, diligently working until it was complete. She then lifted Severus into the center of the newly formed sigil with gentle care. Rising once more, she approached Wendy, roughly yanking his hair to drag him to the center of another sigil. Disdain washed over her as she observed him in a weakened state, and she pulled forth all the life potions and magical energy elixirs she had concocted, forcing them down Wendy's throat. The potions, a volatile mixture, threatened to burst his body with overwhelming energy, his eyes bulging as blood oozed from his orifices. Wendy realized Jiang Li's intentions as she moved towards the other sigil, panic seizing him. No, you cannot do this. That boy is dead. Even if you sacrifice all my vitality, he will not return. You will only destroy this place. And you will perish too. The girl, seemingly oblivious to his protests, slashed her palm, allowing crimson droplets to fall upon the sigil, which instantly erupted in 3 beams of radiant light. As the contract was forged, strange patterns simultaneously appeared on the faces of the 3 individuals. Andy's flesh was swiftly drained by the formation, leaving only a layer of skin behind, unable to even utter a scream. Senior brother, this formation is incredibly powerful. If any of us were to perish in the future, I would capture an enemy and offer their life as a sacrifice to bring you back. In Senior Brother's chamber, Jiang Li discovered this arcane technique and rushed to him, exuding excitement as if she had unearthed a treasure. Ali, do you understand why this technique is deemed sinister? Senior Brother gazed at her with eyes filled with compassion for all beings, gently taking the book from her hands, and said, any technique labeled as sinister demands an unimaginable price to wield. This technique indeed allows for the resurrection of the deceased through the offering of a life. But a single life is insufficient to sustain the formation. Once the strength of the sacrificer is entirely consumed, the formation will actively seek to drain the life of the caster. Should the caster lack sufficient power, the formation will begin to absorb the lives of all nearby creatures until it gathers enough energy to facilitate the resurrection. In the past, the Lord of Qinghe City employed this formation to resurrect his prematurely deceased son. However, lacking enough strength to sustain the formation, all the citizens of Qinghe City were ensnared, their lives drained away. In a single night, the entire city was transformed into a desolate wasteland, devoid of souls, even affecting neighboring towns, until the immortal Qingyu entered the heart of Qinghe City and rescued a child. Immortal Qingyu was Jiang Li's master uncle, a rare master of formations in the cultivation world, who had passed away before Jiang Li joined the sect. She gasped in astonishment. How do you know of this? Senior Brother looked at her and replied slowly. Because the child that the Lord of Qinghe City sought to revive was named Li Qingxiu. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback, for Senior Brother's name was indeed Li Qingxiu. The formation's brilliance frantically enveloped Jiang Li, yearning to drain her vitality. Yet, Jiang Li remained unfazed. There exists an abundance of energies in this world, the most potent of which is the power of merit, imbued with the blessings of the heavenly path. For an ordinary person, even a trace of merit's golden light can lead to a life of ease. However, Jiang Li was no ordinary individual. She had saved a world. If any being from the mystic realm were present, they would undoubtedly be blinded by the golden light of merit radiating from her. Her merit had intensified to the point of a deep violet hue, visible from 2 kilometers away. Thus, Jiang Li never feared a lack of energy. She directly infused her power of merit into the magical formation. The purest and most genuine power swirled within the formation, causing it to whirl chaotically. As the magical energy surged, Jiang Li's robe billowed, and her light golden hair danced wildly in the air. She remained still, her gaze fixed intently upon the boy's lifeless body. The formation began to mend the wounds upon him. Congealed blood on the ground flowed back into his body, color returning to his pale face, his chest rising and falling as he began to breathe. The formation absorbed the power of merit for a day and a night until it reached its zenith, at which point it shattered, the markings upon it losing their radiance. Jiang Li felt a twinge of confusion. Had the sacrificial formation succeeded? She raised her hand to inspect, noting that the previously blinding golden light of merit had diminished to half. She had expected the formation to completely drain her merit. What could have gone amiss? Sensing a slight movement from Severus, Jiang Li approached to examine his condition. His wounds had healed, appearing even healthier than before, with no issues regarding his magical energy or soul. Jiang Li exhaled in relief, settling beside the boy as she awaited his awakening. He lay there, breathing evenly in a deep slumber, prompting Jiang Li to gently tuck a strand of hair behind his ear. Satisfied with the symmetry of his hair, she intended to shift her position when suddenly she sensed a surge of magical energy, prompting her to rise immediately. With vigilance, she scanned her surroundings and began to summon her house elf. Mia. A resounding crack echoed through the air as Mia, adorned with a bow, materialized beside Jiang Li. Take him home, Jiang Li instructed. Mia, ever obedient, promptly lifted Severus and, with a snap of her fingers and a loud bang, vanished into thin air. Jiang Li's expression tightened as she cast a disillusionment charm upon herself and hastened toward the area where the magical disturbance had occurred. Earlier, she had eliminated all visible threats, but she could not dismiss the possibility of other entities lurking within the estate, such as house elves. Closing her eyes, she focused intently on the magical fluctuations in the air, ultimately detecting faint magical energy emanating from a storage room. As she approached the storeroom, sensing the impending danger, the door was promptly locked. Alohomora, Jiang Li intoned, the sturdy door exploding open in an instant. Upon entry, an array of objects hurled themselves at her, and a gray figure scurried to hide in the room. Stupefy, she cast, halting the flying furniture midair as they crashed to the ground. Directing her attention to a corner, she unleashed the killing curse. A dull thud resonated as the form of a breathless house elf materialized before her. Confirming its demise, Jiang Li turned to leave. Moments later, a female house elf emerged from behind a cabinet, weeping over her fallen companion. The next instant, a green killing curse struck her, causing the house elf to collapse beside her comrade. Jiang Li stepped out from the doorway, regarding the lifeless forms with little emotional fluctuation. However, she desired to ascertain whether other house elves remained hidden, and indeed, her probing revealed their presence. These house elves may not have intended harm toward the young wizards, yet they were complicit in the violence. There was not a single innocent soul within this estate. All were executioners. Jiang Li repeated her probing, ensuring no other living beings remained in the manor before invoking the fiendfire curse to engulf the estate in flames. The towering inferno swiftly consumed the entire manor. Jiang Li's azure eyes reflected the fiery glow as she utilized apparition to return home before anyone could notice. Chapter 15. Severus at 38 years of age. Look at me. You possess eyes strikingly akin to your mother's. Gazing into those eyes, reminiscent of Lily's green orbs, Severus slowly closed his eyes. After enduring for so many years, he would finally reunite with Lily. He quietly ventured into the darkness, a path shrouded in black, when a star emitting white light sped toward him. Severus. Memories flickered by as he observed everything reverse, expecting to see Lily at King's Cross Station, only to be jolted by the sounds of commotion. Mia is a bad elf. Mia failed to protect her master, and now Mia must punish herself severely. Enough, Mia. Go fetch me something. I am hungry. Severus opened his eyes to see a house elf, adorned with a ridiculous pink bow, repeatedly banging its head against the wall in self-punishment, while a young girl commanded it to depart. He is not dead? Severus felt the surrounding scene was peculiarly foreign. Severus, you're awake. Upon witnessing Snape awakening, Jiang Li joyfully approached him, her voice laced with concern as she inquired, how do you feel? Observing the unfamiliar girl before him, Snape immediately became alert, his voice deep and resonant as he demanded, who are you? As he spoke, he was taken aback. He realized that his voice was as youthful as a child's, innocent and clear. Lowering his gaze, he beheld his diminutive form, identical to that of his past. Suddenly, a peculiar memory surged into his mind. He recalled the events that transpired. Swiftly comprehending that he had returned to his childhood, this was no dream. However, a complication arose. His former memories did not encompass this woman. Furrowing his brow, Snape scrutinized Jiang Li and asked, who are you, and why have you appeared beside me? What is your intent? He was no longer the naive Snape of his memories. It was inconceivable that a benevolent stranger would manifest without reason. Noticing Snape's drastic change in temperament, Jiang Li sensed something amiss. Such a profound transformation in a person was implausible. Could it be that another soul had usurped Snape's body? As she observed Snape's eyes growing colder, she began to calculate with her fingers. To her astonishment, the soul before her was indeed Snape, albeit a version from 31 years hence. Jiang Li's mind was in disarray. How could two souls of the same individual coexist in a singular time frame? According to the law of energy conservation, if it were Snape from 31 years in the future being summoned, it could only imply that the world's consciousness was correcting its trajectory. It was also plausible that this was a Snape from an alternate dimension, with both souls sharing a common origin. Thus the summoning array brought this soul into the body. Snape eyed the girl warily, noticing her gritting her teeth and tugging at her hair in frustration, appearing rather unhinged. Jiang Li took considerable time to compose herself, then addressed the watchful Snape. Are you hungry? I shall have Mia prepare some food for you. You have yet to disclose your intentions. Snape fixed his gaze upon Jiang Li, speaking slowly in an attempt to intimidate her with his presence. Yet, the very next moment, a rumble from his stomach shattered the tension, instantly diminishing his imposing demeanor. Jiang Li stifled a laugh, raking her fingers through her disheveled hair. Let us eat first. I am famished as well. I will explain everything to you. I harbor no ill will. Snape remained skeptical of her sincerity, despite the girl's apparent earnestness. He sensed a terrifying power emanating from her, rivaling that of Voldemort in his prime. It was evident she was an exceptionally formidable witch. Understanding that this version of Snape would not trust her immediately, Jiang Li refrained from pressing the matter further. Instead, she exited the room, allowing him time to process the situation. Mia, prepare something delicious. I feel as though I might starve, she declared, collapsing onto the sofa and calling out to Xia to assist with the cooking. Watching Mia bustle about in the kitchen, Jiang Li felt immense gratitude for having requested a house elf from Abraxas. She had no energy left, feeling as though she might gnaw on the table leg, let alone cook for herself. When Mia finally laid the food upon the table, Jiang Li dove into the feast like a ravenous tiger, only slowing her pace once her hunger was satiated. Hearing the sound of the door creaking open, she turned to see Snape stepping out of the room, his expression inscrutable as he approached the dining table, fixating his gaze upon her. You may now recount the events that transpired, he stated. With a sigh, Jiang Li cast a silencing charm, sharing the tale of her encounter with young Snape and the visions of his future. I had hoped to improve your life. Instead, I inadvertently caused you harm. That day, a wizard inquired about directions, and I directed him to the tavern, unaware that your father was also there, negotiating your sale. I later discovered you had been captured. By the time I arrived, your life force had already waned. I employed a forbidden array in an attempt to summon your soul back to your body, but a mishap occurred, and I brought back the 38-year-old version of you. As she spoke, Jiang Li's gaze dimmed significantly, her demeanor reflecting a sense of despondency. I still have not managed to save you, Severus. Though her words were convoluted, Snape grasped her meaning. In her eyes, he and the 7-year-old Snape were distinct entities. Was it truly worth it? He regarded Jiang Li with confusion. Should things go awry, this girl would also meet her demise. Value is irrelevant, Jiang Li replied, her eyes devoid of overthinking. If one desires to act, they must simply do so. I harbor no regrets. Snape scrutinized her, searching her expression for signs of deceit. Jiang Li blinked away the moisture in her eyes, smiling at Snape. Since you have arrived, embrace this life. You must have your own regrets, yet there is still time to amend them. At her words, Snape recalled Lily. He had yet to meet her. That foolish Potter had not appeared, and he had not uttered the unforgivable words. A glimmer of hope sparked within Snape's eyes, akin to ripples stirring in stagnant waters. His heart leapt with joy at the thought of seeking out Lily. Having nearly finished her meal, Jiang Li expressed her intention to rest for a while. The array that revived you has certain side effects. You must not stray too far from me for a year, lest you lose your magical abilities. Upon hearing this, Snape furrowed his brow and questioned, why does such a side effect exist? Because your body carries my blood, Jiang Li replied with a yawn. The array utilized my blood in its design, thus my essence has entered your body. You cannot wield the portion of magic that belongs to me, but you may do so in my presence, as I permit you to utilize my power. After 1 year, I will extract my blood from you. Is it not possible to remove it now? Snape queried, discomfort by the notion of harboring another's essence within him. No, you are too weak. Extracting blood now would be fatal. Moreover, my magic can mend your fragile soul. Your spirit and body are not yet in harmony. It is wiser to proceed with caution. Feeling utterly exhausted, Jiang Li waved her hand dismissively. I can no longer endure. I am utterly drained. We can discuss matters later. I must sleep. Halfway to her room, she suddenly recalled something and turned to the contemplative Snape. When I sought you out, I visited your mother as well. She seemed quite worried about you. Please remember to convey that to her. Snape remained silent, for within the extra memories he had acquired, he had heard the conversation in which Eileen consented to Tobias selling him. Chapter 16. A complete forgetting the stench of the sewers wafted from the vicinity of Spinner's End. In this filthy alley, even inebriated patrons hesitated to collapse into a drunken slumber, fearing they would awaken to find themselves bereft of all belongings. When Martha stepped outside to dispose of waste, she was startled to see a shadowy figure standing nearby. Upon recognizing the peculiar son of the neighboring drunkard, she cursed and slammed the door shut. Like a fool, standing silent. Who do you think you're scaring? Snape lingered at the door for an extended period. The room remained unlit, yet he knew Eileen was home. Suddenly, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky, landing upon Snape's cheek, the chill snapping him back to reality. He rapped gently on the door. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within, and the door was swiftly opened. Severus Snape had not laid eyes upon Eileen for many years, and the visage of her countenance had grown increasingly indistinct in his memory. Yet, as Eileen's weary face appeared before him, it was as if a switch had been flipped, and the tides of the past surged forth in a deluge of recollections. Upon seeing Snape, Eileen's face radiated with surprise as she eagerly ushered him inside. Severus, where have you been? I haven't seen you these past couple of days. Tobias has been searching for you. Have you seen him? He hasn't returned all day. Snape allowed himself to be drawn in, scrutinizing her appearance with meticulous attention. The once fuzzy memories began to crystallize, becoming vibrant once more. Just like the Eileen in his recollections, the woman before him was consumed by her wretched love. Eileen. A somewhat juvenile voice called out her name slowly. Eileen, puzzled, turned to Snape only to find his gaze hollow and devoid of emotion. Did you agree to Tobias selling me? Snape fixed his eyes upon Eileen, observing the panic that flickered across her visage. Where did you hear that? How could I ever sell you? Eileen's voice rose, her eyes betraying an undeniable sense of guilt. The day before yesterday, I returned home and overheard your conversation with Tobias. You acquiesced to what he said, didn't you? Snape's voice, deliberate and measured, shattered the last remnants of Eileen's pretense. Severus, it's not what you think. Unable to withstand Snape's cold, indifferent gaze, Eileen pleaded pitifully, I only wanted you to have a better life, which is why I considered sending you away. It's not that I didn't want you. Life with us has been far too burdensome for you. During this time, Eileen had been consumed by regret, yearning to reclaim her child, yet neither Snape nor Tobias had returned, leaving her uncertain of where to seek them. A gnawing unease gripped her heart, but she dared not dwell on it, fearing that it might manifest into reality. Whether in the past or present, she had always preferred to evade the harshness of life. That day, upon hearing your words, I left home. But on my way back, I encountered Tobias, who seized me to sell me. The buyer he mentioned was not a nobleman. They were a band of nefarious individuals who capture young witches from the Muggle world for sacrificial purposes. They have slain numerous young witches, Snape said, his eyes locked onto Eileen's as he spoke softly. Are you unharmed? Eileen rushed forward. Concern etched across her features as she gazed at Snape, her eyes brimming with remorse. I had no idea they were such people. I thought they were merely ordinary Muggles. Had I known they would commit such atrocities, I would never have agreed to Tobias's words. Her voice trembled as she looked at Snape with anguish. Do you truly not comprehend this matter? Snape, unmoved by her tears, retorted with scorn. Is this your first day knowing Tobias? Are you unaware of his unreliability? Deep down, you know he cannot be trusted. You felt the impending dread, yet you chose to feign ignorance, pretending nothing had transpired, merely to ease your own burden, did you not? That is not true. I have never thought that. Eileen vehemently denied, gripping Snape's arm tightly in her fervent explanation, oblivious to the fact that her nails had begun to dig into his flesh. Severus, you are my child. You are just as important as Tobias. I would never abandon you. I merely wished for you to escape the suffering alongside me. Eileen, I was captured and subsequently killed. My soul has long since faded. Tobias has met the same fate. Snape revealed a far grimmer truth as he observed Eileen's near collapse. Eileen's mind went blank in an instant. Impossible. Tobias cannot be dead. You must be lying to me. She refused to accept this reality. I speak no falsehoods. His corpse resides in the abandoned tavern at number 36 in the adjacent alley. The wizard involved in the transaction did not wish to pay and simply executed him, Snape said, his voice gentle yet firm as he regarded the distraught Eileen. Be silent. Tobias is absolutely not dead. Eileen glared at Snape with venom, resenting him for revealing such a harsh truth. Without Tobias, how could she survive in this world? She knew nothing. You are not my child. You are a demon. Yes, you are a demon, and I shall slay you. Eileen, unwilling to accept his words, resolved to retrieve her wand and end Snape's life. Observing Eileen on the brink of madness, Snape felt a tumult of emotions as he produced the wand he had pilfered from Jiang Li and uttered a spell directed at her forehead. A memory erased. A soft, white light emanated from the wand, striking Eileen, whose face was contorted in agony. The Oblivion spell not only had the power to erase memories, but could also alter them. Snape understood that if he did not modify Eileen's recollections, she would be unable to bear the news of Tobias's demise and would eventually fade away quietly. To think one would dare to die yet lack the courage to live alone. He altered Eileen's memories to reflect that she had suffered an accident over a decade ago, losing her memory and bravely living alone in the Muggle world for years. Today, she had fallen and struck her head, regaining her former memories and intending to return to the magical realm. The memory alteration, however, was not entirely successful, for Snape had forgotten that he was still an underage wizard, and his magical reserves were insufficient to execute such an advanced spell. Finally, as he released the spell halfway, Snape felt his entire being drained of magic, collapsing weakly to the ground, unable to even move a finger. Eileen, affected by the Oblivion spell, was on the verge of awakening, and Snape's complexion grew pallid. I just turned away for a moment. And look at how you've gotten yourself into such a wretched state. A voice filled with exasperation broke through, and Snape beheld Jiang Li, her hair slightly disheveled, appearing beside him. Noticing his incapacitated form, she knelt beside him and poked his cheek with her finger. If Mia hadn't come looking for me, I would have been entirely unaware that you had taken my wand and left. Snape glared at her, signaling her to temper her comments. Jiang Li smirked, resting her chin on her hand as she regarded him. Did you come here intending to alter your mother's memories with the Oblivion spell? Do you need me to lend you some magic? Not necessary. Snape instinctively refused. You are truly not one to be forthright. Jiang Li lamented as she grasped Snape's hand, allowing him to draw upon a portion of her own magic. Since you've already begun modifying it, you might as well see it through. Her melodious voice resonated as Snape felt a surge of magic fill his being once more. He cast a complex glance at Jiang Li before taking up his wand to complete the modification of Eileen's memories. At the moment of completion, Snape's body slackened, and he began to fall backward, only to be caught by a pair of hands. Such stubbornness. You refuse to ask for help even when your strength wanes. Jiang Li teased as she propped him under her arm, allowing his head to rest on her shoulder while effortlessly lifting him off the ground. You are as light as a feather. You ought to eat more. You rushed out without having a proper meal, like a child. As Snape's body made contact with a particularly soft area, his face flushed crimson. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, Madame Malfoy, if your mind were not cluttered with nonsense, you would understand that this body contains the soul of an adult male. Jiang Li, with a serious demeanor, replied, I have lived for over 3 centuries. I could easily be your great-great-grandmother. To me, you are merely a child. Do not overthink it. As she spoke, she playfully patted Snape's rear, and upon hearing his teeth grind, her smile only grew wider. Teasing the old professor is rather amusing. Chapter 17, The Encounter at the Amusement Park. In light of Snape's strong aversion to her affectionate behavior, Jiang Li ceased her embrace and instead grasped his collar, lifting him up as one would a chick, and carried him home. Mia, having neglected her little master, resolved to punish herself severely. Upon returning home, Mia let out a loud shriek and began to strike her own head vigorously. Were it not for her understanding of the house elf's nature, Jiang Li might have thought she was being cruelly abused. Mia, please fetch me some restorative potions and potion ingredients, Jiang Li instructed, tossing a bag of galleons to the house elf before dragging Snape to his room and throwing him onto the bed. Rest well, your magical energy is depleted. Until you recover, refrain from using magic. If there are tasks to be done, you can entrust them to Mia. Observing Snape's immobile form, his pallid complexion, and his dark hair splayed across the pristine pillow, Jiang Li approached the bedside, tucked him in, and placed a vial containing a fire lizard on the table beside the bed. Snape silently watched her actions, and just as Jiang Li was about to close the door behind her, he spoke up. Why are you being so kind to me? The boy you knew is already dead, is he not? We are but strangers. He sensed the girl's genuine kindness, which starkly contrasted with Dumbledore's purposeful gestures. It seemed Jiang Li expected nothing in return. Jiang Li paused, turned to meet Snape's inquiring gaze, and with a hint of self-deprecation, replied, who knows? Perhaps it is because I have been through the rain myself and wish to offer others an umbrella. Get some rest. Children shouldn't stay up late, or they won't grow tall, she concluded, decisively shutting the door. The room fell back into darkness, with only the occasional sounds of the restless fire lizard bumping against its bottle. Snape extended his hand towards the vial, feeling a warmth emanating from it. It was quite comforting. The blanket was exceedingly soft, and Snape felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him as he slowly closed his eyelids. He sensed he had entered a peculiar dream. When he next opened his eyes, staring up at the white patterns on the ceiling confirmed he had not been dreaming. He would never adorn his room with such childish designs. Rising from the bed, he was beset by a wave of fatigue. This was the after effect of overexerting his magical abilities. Upon reaching the door, he noticed a vase on the table filled with a fresh bouquet of lilies, and he pursed his lips slightly. Jiang Li sat at the dining table, her chin resting on one hand, while with the other she deftly wielded chopsticks to pick up dumplings, using a silent spell to turn the pages of the book floating before her. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Snape emerging from his room and nodded towards several vials of potions on the table. Mia bought a few restorative potions last night. Since you were already asleep, she didn't give them to you. Remember to drink them after your meal. Snape took a seat at the table, glancing around before asking, where are the knives and forks? This is Chinese cuisine. We don't need knives and forks, Jiang Li replied, pulling out 2 failed wands and, mimicking the motion of chopsticks, picked up a dumpling with a cheerful smile. You can eat with a wand. Snape regarded her with an expression of incredulity. If he recalled correctly, they were supposed to use chopsticks, not wands. Seeing her ploy had failed, Jiang Li felt a twinge of disappointment, having thought Snape would be easier to sway. Stretching, she produced a gift box from behind her and handed it to Snape. What is this? He asked, perplexed. Your birthday gift. I started preparing it a week ago. A week prior, it would have been a gift for his 7-year-old self. Noticing Snape's lack of movement, Jiang Li inquired. Aren't you going to open it? At her urging, Snape opened the box to find a wand lying quietly within. His eyes widened in surprise as he picked it up. It responded to him instantly, feeling both familiar yet distinctly different from his previous wand. Jiang Li took a sip of her red tea and calmly explained, the wand is made of birch wood, 13.5 inches in length, with a core of phoenix feather and snake spine. Snape's brow furrowed in disbelief. What did you say the core was made of? Phoenix feather and snake spine. I employed a bit of a technique to fuse them together. It suits you perfectly, Jiang Li stated nonchalantly. Snape had never heard of anyone's wand core containing two materials. Each wand possessed its own temperament, and typically utilized a core made from a single substance. He gazed at Jiang Li, perplexed by this girl before him. Do you not like it? Jiang Li tilted her head inquisitively. I researched this wand extensively and believe its core is the best fit for you. If you do not like it, I can make you another. No, I quite like this wand, Snape replied, placing the wand close to his chest and looking earnestly at Jiang Li. Thank you. There is no need to be so formal. Consider me family, Jiang Li responded with a warm smile. Snape remained silent, but after finishing his breakfast, he found himself restless. He was eager to see Lily. Observing his agitation, Jiang Li asked, What is the matter? I need to go out for a while, Snape replied, looking at Jiang Li. Do you want me to accompany you? Jiang Li inquired. No, I can go alone, Snape insisted, not wishing to burden her with too many details. Although she treated him kindly, this was his personal matter. Very well, Jiang Li acquiesced, musing, children grow up and develop their own ideas. Outside, snow blanketed the ground, and the custom-made robes had arrived. I had Mia hang them on the coat rack in the entrance. Remember to wear them when you go out. Upon hearing this, Snape approached the door, where two coats hung on the rack, one belonging to Jiang Li and the other evidently his own. As he donned the robe, he noticed a pair of cotton boots in the shoe cabinet, smaller and clearly designed for a boy. The house elf could not possibly wear these. They were obviously intended for him. Snape cast a glance back at Jiang Li, who sat quietly at the dining table, her hand holding a feather quill as she sketched and wrote on paper. Her light golden hair was tied back, with a few stray strands falling onto the paper, making her appear exceedingly graceful and gentle, nothing like the playful demeanor she had exhibited moments before. He averted his gaze, slipped into the boots, and stepped outside. The world was draped in a silvery shroud, the snow falling heavily as he walked to the place where he had first encountered Lily. It was an amusement park nearly devoid of life, dominated by a large chimney reaching into the sky, where Lily had once swung on a swing. Now it was desolate, blanketed in snow. He approached the tree beneath which the swing hung, his shoes sinking into the snow, the pristine white covering the tops of his shoes, and a thick layer of snow enveloping the ground. Snape brushed the snow off the swing and sat down, pushing off the ground with his feet, causing the swing to sway. Hardly anyone would venture out in such inclement weather. All that could be heard was the creaking of the swing and the mournful wails of the wind and snow against the structures. Suddenly, he recalled Lily's home address. Snape leapt off the swing and sprinted away from the towering chimney, heading towards the row of neat houses in the opposite direction, where the residents were dressed impeccably. Severus Snape located the residence from his memories. Standing at the threshold, he nervously adjusted the creases of his attire. He rapped gently on the door of the Evans household, his composed visage betraying a hint of trepidation. As footsteps echoed from within, Snape felt a wave of recklessness wash over him. After all, he and Lily were mere strangers now. Would his sudden appearance be mistaken for that of an impostor? At the moment the doorknob turned, he felt his heart skip a beat. The door creaked open, revealing a burly man, his face shadowed by stubble, exuding an intimidating demeanor. The man clutched a hamburger, and upon noticing Snape, he gruffly inquired, "What do you want, kid?" It seemed as though he was prepared to unleash a hefty fist if Snape failed to provide a satisfactory explanation. Caught off guard by the unexpected scene, Snape hastily replied, "Hello, I'm looking for Lily Evans. Is she home? You must have the wrong place. There's no one by that name here." The robust man responded tersely, "Dad, the cartoon is about to start. Come watch with me." A golden-haired, doll-like little girl rushed over, tugging at the man's hand. The fierce figure who had just confronted Snape instantly transformed, adopting a softer tone as he cooed, "All right, sweetheart, Daddy will join you to watch the cartoon." With that, he shut the door firmly. Snape stood there, bewildered. Why was Lily not here? This was undoubtedly her home. He lingered nearby for some time, yet there was no sign of a familiar figure. A sense of panic began to rise within him as he pondered the uncontrollable nature of the situation. Inside the living room, the flames in the fireplace flickered as Jiang Li tossed a log into the hearth. The wood's unfamiliar scent filled the air, fragrant and rich with the essence of the forest. Jiang Li had spent the day immersed in books, jotting down several advanced magical formations, intending to modify them for his alchemical endeavors. The aroma of cooking wafted from the kitchen, where Mia was busily preparing a meal. Glancing outside at the darkened sky, Jiang Li contemplated whether to fetch Snape, noting that the snowfall seemed to intensify. After 38 years of life experience, surely Snape would know to find shelter during a snowstorm. As Jiang Li considered this, he glanced back at the kitchen, only to find Mia still occupied with her cooking. He made his way to the entrance, retrieved an umbrella from the stand, shook it open, and held it aloft before stepping out into the night. The world outside lay shrouded in darkness, with several streetlights out of commission and no one to repair them. Jiang Li heard the sound of snow landing softly on the umbrella. He twirled the handle, shaking off the accumulating snowflakes. The quiet of Spider Tail Alley enveloped him, and through the window, he glimpsed a figure resembling Eileen. The tip of his umbrella lightly tapped the ground, stirring a sense of curiosity. He had expected Snape to seek out Eileen. Resting his chin on his hand in contemplation, Jiang Li recalled that he could employ bloodline tracking, as Snape shared his blood. With a flick of his wand, he uttered an enigmatic incantation, and a thread-like glow emanated from the tip, directing him towards Snape's location. Following the light, Jiang Li arrived at an abandoned amusement park. Suddenly, he remembered seeing this place in Snape's memories. But where was he? Why was there no sign of Snape? Observing the amusement park blanketed in white, Jiang Li began to question whether his guidance had faltered, for Snape was nowhere to be seen. Waving his wand, a gentle luminescence shot forth. As he walked, following the thread-like glow, he finally spotted Snape seated beneath a tree, nearly obscured by the snow piled around him. If one did not look closely, they would scarcely discern his presence. Jiang Li felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation as he approached, brushing the snowflakes from Snape's form. "Why are you sitting here in silence?" he chided, a hint of frustration in his voice. Snape's hollow gaze shifted to Jiang Li, his voice low and heavy with despair. "Lily is not in this world. She will never forgive me for that remark." Jiang Li, taken aback, regarded the sorrowful Snape and inquired, "When did you first meet Lily in your past life? Was it not during this very time?" At this, Snape's frozen thoughts began to thaw. "I met Lily when I was 9. Then that has settled. You used to frequent this place, did you not? If she lives nearby now, it stands to reason you must have encountered her before age 9. The reason you haven't seen her is because she must have moved here after you turned 9. It's only natural you haven't crossed paths now." Jiang Li analyzed seriously. Gradually, Snape's once dim eyes began to glimmer with realization. Indeed, how had he overlooked this? Noticing his newfound spark of energy, Jiang Li teasingly remarked, "Mr. Snape, why linger in the snow? Are you intent on concocting a few potions for a cold, rather than reacting with anger?" Snape felt a sense of relief as he gazed into the girl's lovely blue eyes. "Thank you for coming to find me." In response, Jiang Li extended her hand towards Snape, exasperated. "Take my hand. I shall apparate you back." Snape placed his frostbitten, purplish hand in Jiang Li's warm palm. She clasped his hand firmly, and, in an instant, they were back home, enveloped by warmth. Jiang Li felt her entire being relax. Indeed, snowy days were best spent nestled indoors. She glanced down at Snape's face, now tinged with a frostbite hue, and softly admonished, "No matter what transpires, you must not mistreat your own body. If you fail to love yourself, how can you expect others to love you?" Snape's expression stiffened slightly, sensing Jiang Li's words as mere platitudes, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Not everyone is as fortunate as Miss Malfoy, growing up under the nurturing embrace of love, able to freely be themselves. Perhaps you should keep your grand philosophies to yourself. As these words hung in the air, a palpable silence enveloped them. Just as Snape pondered whether Jiang Li would cast a curse upon him, he saw her smile, though it did not reach her eyes. "You are mistaken. I am an ill-fated being. Everyone who loves me encounters misfortune. They have all perished before my eyes. Thus, I require no one else's love. My own is sufficient." Jiang Li's expression was light, yet her pale blue eyes held a depth of darkness akin to a tranquil sea concealing unfathomable depths. Snape felt the weight of her words, a sudden regret washing over him for his previous comments. He parted his lips, but could find no comforting words to offer. "Are you hungry?" Jiang Li shifted the subject, observing the complex emotions etched on Snape's youthful face, which seemed incongruous for his age. She reached out, pinching his cheek and giving it a playful rub. Snape stared at Jiang Li in shock. How dare she treat him in such a manner? Jiang Li smiled gently at him. "Perhaps your past has been less than ideal, but now that I am here, you can make choices that feel right to you. I will be your safeguard." Snape's throat tightened, and he looked at Jiang Li, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as he thought he might remain silent, her voice broke through the stillness. "If I were to kill someone, would you assist me?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Li turned to Snape and retorted, "Is one death truly sufficient?" Chapter 19. I am the Dark Lord. Jiang Li gazed earnestly at Snape as she inquired. She believed that merely eliminating one individual, as per Snape's memories, would not fundamentally resolve the issue. Rather, All of the Dark Lord's minions ought to be eradicated. Snape was taken aback by her words. What exactly did you do in the past? He asked. In response, Jiang Li pondered seriously for a moment before answering. I suppose I was a terrorist, leading the magical realm into war against the realm of cultivation and sending countless demons to their doom. How could that not qualify me as a merciless Dark Lord? Jiang Li felt she was even more extreme than Voldemort himself. Snape, however, found her statement utterly unbelievable. Nonetheless, Jiang Li was unwilling to elaborate, and Snape did not press the matter further. The two finished their meal in silence. As Jiang Li was about to leave the table, she heard Snape say, I will reimburse you for the accommodation here. Once I earn enough money, I will move out and not disturb your life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li propped herself up on the chair, smiling brightly at Snape. You may move out if you wish. But I have a question for you. When you turn 11 and go to Hogwarts, under whose name will your guardian's title fall? As far as I know, you have erased your mother's memories. Are you hoping to make her remember you? I will find someone to resolve this matter. You need not concern yourself, Snape replied, his expression as impassive as ever. You are truly peculiar. You speak of murder, and I could assist you in burying the bodies, yet when it comes to guardianship, you treat me as an outsider. Have you always been this twisted? Jiang Li observed him with curiosity. Everyone has their secrets, Miss Malfoy. You have overstepped, Snape replied flatly, though his impatience was palpable. Well, it's too late for that. I had Mia assist you with the guardianship paperwork this morning. You are now under my name. And until you come of age, you may stay here comfortably, Jiang Li said with a beaming smile. Snape looked at Jiang Li in disbelief, yet he was not angry. Although he was reluctant to admit it, if Jiang Li was willing to be his guardian, it would indeed save him considerable trouble. He was merely surprised at her swiftness. Not sensing any anger from Snape, Jiang Li found the encounter somewhat dull. What a child. Why is there no spark of vitality in you? From that day forth, Snape officially took residence with Jiang Li. Noticing that Snape frequently ventured to the nearby deserted amusement park, returning with a look of disappointment, Jiang Li decided to purchase a plethora of books regarding potions for him. Snape picked up an ancient tome from the collection and inquired, What is this book? Jiang Li glanced at the book in his hands and realized it was her previous work on alchemical principles. This is misplaced. It is not a potion book. However, if you wish to read it, it is an ancient Eastern text on alchemy, which differs somewhat from the potion-making system, yet it possesses remarkable efficacy in healing. Upon hearing this, Snape, brimming with curiosity, opened the book, only to find that he could not comprehend the characters within. If you wish to read it, I can translate the content for you, Jiang Li casually remarked, noticing his keen interest. In the next moment, the book was pushed towards Jiang Li. Then I would appreciate it if you could translate the text into English for me, Snape replied with utmost seriousness. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. She had underestimated him. The little rascal had grown clever. She had expected Snape, given his character, to stubbornly reject her offer and instead stubbornly translate the book himself, line by line. Having often been punished alongside her fifth senior brother to compile texts in the library, translation was a trivial task for Jiang Li, and she spent 2 days preparing the English version of her alchemical manuscript to present to Snape. Snape accepted the manuscript with a thank you, diving into his studies with earnest intent. He had long been aware that ancient Eastern cultures possessed their own magical systems, and the methods of potion-making differed from those in Europe. He had always wished to explore this, yet opportunities had eluded him. Jiang Li's work on alchemical principles was no ordinary text. Many formidable practitioners in the Tianyuan continent could not match her skills. Not to mention that Jiang Li had previously concocted the celestial demon pill, which could forcibly elevate the cultivation of demons. Observing Snape completely absorbed in his reading, Jiang Li began crafting her own communication talismans. In her previous life, she could generate communication talismans directly, but that approach was ineffective in this world due to differing systems. Here, individuals did not utilize spiritual energy, rendering talismans inert. However, Muggles had proven to be incredibly ingenious, developing telephones that could connect individuals without the need for magical power. Jiang Li mused that the first Muggle to invent electrical devices was truly a genius. Despite the availability of convenient means of communication, the wizarding world still resorted to primitive methods, slowly writing letters, having owls deliver them, and then languishing in anticipation for replies, resulting in severe delays in communication. The lifestyle of wizards was indeed quite quaint, Jiang Li reflected. With newfound inspiration, she locked herself in the alchemical chamber to experiment. This led to Snape not seeing Jiang Li at all when he emerged for meals. Were it not for the occasional explosive sounds emanating from the basement, Snape might have suspected she was not home at all. A month later, as Jiang Li emerged from the alchemical chamber covered in soot, Snape nearly mistook her for a burglar and contemplated stunning her, only to recognize her signature hair. Prepare me something to eat. Jiang Li collapsed to the floor. her voice barely a whisper as she called for the house elf. She had forgotten that there were no sustaining pills in this world. She still needed to eat. Seeing her in such a disheveled state, Snape maintained a stern expression as he dragged her back to her room. He truly dragged her. As Jiang Li bumped her head against the table leg for the third time, she murmured with a hint of reproach. Could you not use the levitation charm to float me to my room? Allow me to remind you, I am merely an 8-year-old young wizard, and my magical power is not yet sufficient to carry you back, Snape replied slowly. If you cannot, why not have the house elf carry me? After yet another bump to her leg, Jiang Li shot him a look of exasperation. Severus, you ought to practice your physique. If you cannot even lift me, how will you ever manage to lift your wife? You need not concern yourself with that. Snape grunted as he exerted all his strength to drag Jiang Li into her room, his tone tinged with mockery. I believe no adult would be foolish enough to starve themselves into unconsciousness. Observing Snape's flushed face as he struggled to lift her onto the bed, Jiang Li remarked softly. My clothes are too dirty. I need to take a bath first. Snape, with a serious expression, declared, I will fetch the house elf to assist you. With that, he set Jiang Li down and quickly exited. Watching him leave, Jiang Li leisurely propped herself up, resting her chin on her hand, a smile gracing her features. Teasing the child was quite entertaining. No wonder her junior uncle used to play with them so often. Waving her fingers, the wardrobe opened, and clean clothes floated out. She stood up from the floor, headed to the bathroom to wash herself, and then began to soak in the bath. Chapter 20. Why don't you wash your hair? Snape, unable to locate Mia, returned to his room to retrieve a bottle of restorative potion to find Jiang Li inside the room. The figure lying on the floor had vanished, and Snape placed the potion on Jiang Li's desk, casting a glance around the room's decor. This is the master bedroom, slightly larger than the one he occupies. The decor within the master suite is adorned with warm tones, complemented by an opulent fur carpet gracing the floor. A lemon-yellow quilt drapes over the bed, while a massive bookshelf stands beside it, filled to the brim with tomes. On the adjacent desk lie open books, and a red glazed vase holds a delicate bouquet of pure white gardenias, gently swaying. It is evident that the room's owner possesses a refined taste for leisure. Severus Snape casually selects a book from the shelf, discovering it to be a volume on wolfsbane potions. Inside, bookmarks reveal elegantly penned notes, including musings on the enhancement of wolfsbane. If wolfsbane resides within the blood, might the focus be shifted to the blood itself, restoring the blood of a bitten werewolf wizard to its normal state, thus potentially resolving the issue of wizards transforming into werewolves? Similarly, could this method be applied to those afflicted by blood curses? Such intriguing ideas. Snape glances at the signature on the bookmark. Li. Clearly, there is no need to speculate about the bookmark's owner. Engrossed in his reading beside the bookshelf, Snape remains oblivious to the sound of footsteps approaching from behind until a hand descends onto his hair and shoulder. Peering at others' books without the owner's permission is decidedly unethical. Startled, Snape turns to find Jiang Li, clad in pajamas with damp hair, approaching him. The distance between them is too close, and Snape can feel the warmth of steam emanating from her post-bath body, causing him to hold his breath involuntarily. With a serious expression, Jiang Li fixes her gaze on Snape and, under his tense scrutiny, states with deliberate clarity, Severus, your hair appears quite oily. Do you not wash it when you bathe? Snape had braced himself for an interrogation, but this unexpected comment momentarily cracks his calm facade. I wash my hair every day? He grits through clenched teeth. Impossible. With that much hair, it cannot possibly remain so greasy after washing. Jiang Li squints, scrutinizing him further. You aren't avoiding Potter-branded shampoo because you fear he will steal Lily away, are you? Absolutely not. I simply dislike shampoo, Snape retorts, his expression darkening as he shoots her a glare that suggests her continued prattling could lead to dire consequences. Yet, instead of being daunted, Jiang Li's amusement only grows. I care not for your reasons. You must wash your hair today. The shampoo at home is of my own making, and I refuse to have a greasy-haired serpent king in my abode. Jiang Li steps closer, her face inches from his, and, seeing Snape's scowl deepen, she adds mischievously, if you refuse to wash it yourself, I would be more than happy to assist. As she eyes his oily hair, her eagerness to lend a hand is unmistakable. Snape retreats a step, realizing she is quite serious. I will wash it myself, he manages to utter through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li adopts a disappointed expression and inquires, what scent of shampoo do you prefer? I can concoct a special blend for you right here. No need. I require no scented shampoo, Snape replies, his face darkening further. Very well, then you shall use my preferred scent, the fragrant aroma of gardenias, she states, disregarding his protest as she hands him a bottle of shampoo, warmly adding, if you struggle with it, I shall personally wash it for you. At this, Snape's expression darkens even more. Outmatched, he reluctantly takes the shampoo from Jiang Li and proceeds to wash his hair. The fragrance is overpoweringly reminiscent of gardenias, which Snape finds as irritating as Jiang Li herself, pervasive and attention-seeking, akin to a flamboyant peacock. After washing, he finds Jiang Li reclining at the table, eating. Her manner of dining is anything but graceful. Her foot propped against the table leg, she leans back in her chair, creating an alarming angle. This person is undoubtedly a foolish Gryffindor, Snape muses, as droplets from his still damp hair trickle down. Observing the small figure of Snape, hair still damp and standing alone, Jiang Li feels a surge of sympathy, perceiving him as a pitiable creature who has been wronged. She swiftly snatches a dry towel and drapes it over his head, tousling his wet hair affectionately. Snape, with his dark eyes fixed on her, offers no resistance. Once his hair ceases to drip, Jiang Li snaps her fingers, conjuring a flame that envelopes his hair, swiftly drying it. Snape stares in astonishment at this display. Impressive, is it not? This is a spell of my own invention, capable of rapidly evaporating moisture, she declares with a hint of pride. Those foolish little wizards would likely incinerate themselves using it, Snape retorts with a smirk. No matter. This spell is for our use alone. I shan't share it with others, Jiang Li replies, beaming. Much gratitude to Miss Malfoy for imparting such a potentially self-harming incantation. Snape replies with a sarcastic tone. Jiang Li, undeterred, inquires earnestly, you often speak in such a sarcastic manner. Have you ever been beaten up for it? Snape raises his chin slightly, disdain evident in his posture. Those imbeciles could never best me. It appears this young man has indeed faced adversity. Jiang Li pokes his slightly pudgy cheek and states, speak kindly. Not everyone can discern the goodwill hidden beneath your sarcastic tone. If you continue like this, you may find yourself friendless. I have no need for such fools as friends, Snape replies, his mind flashing to the insipid quartet of Gryffindors. His face a mask of disdain. If friends are to be like Potter, I would prefer a lifetime of solitude. Seeing his obstinacy, Jiang Li decides to change the subject. Your magical energy should have mostly recovered. Would you like to use the potion room? I have procured a cauldron and potion ingredients for you there. Or if you require specific potion ingredients, you may compile a list, and I can request Malfoy to acquire them next time he trades. Recalling Mia's mention of Snape returning home late each day, Jiang Li feels he is still too idle. Upon hearing this, Snape's eyes flicker, and he retrieves paper and quill from his room, drafting a lengthy list of potion materials to hand to Jiang Li. Gazing at the list, which includes several costly potion components, Jiang Li exclaims, fortunately, I have recently earned quite a bit from alchemy. Otherwise, I would lack the courage to buy you these materials. However, many are high grade. Given that you are still in a period of magical growth, are you certain you can brew advanced potions? Snape raises his chin, pride radiating from him. Of course, I am not like those fools with straw in their heads. Jiang Li admires his confidence, folding the list and placing it in her pocket, hoping she would not witness Snape collapsed in the potion room due to magical exhaustion. To be honest, she finds Snape's fluffy hair quite endearing, reminiscent of a doll. Seizing an opportunity while Snape is distracted, Jiang Li playfully ruffles his freshly washed hair. Its fine texture is soft and delightful to the touch. Indeed, persuading Snape to wash his hair was the wisest decision. Just before he might erupt, she retracts her hand with a smile. Today, she must deliver a heart-protecting armor to Abraxas and request him to procure materials for her. Many ingredients may not be readily available on the market, but with Malfoy's extensive connections, it will be much more convenient for him to acquire them. Upon entering Malfoy Manor, Jiang Li spots Abraxas embracing a brown-haired woman in a passionate kiss. The two individuals were locked in a passionate embrace. As if the world contained only the two of them, Jiang Li hesitated, contemplating whether to return next time, lest she disturb their budding romance. Chapter 21, Encounter with Penny. Fortunately, their entanglement did not last long. The brown-haired woman noticed Jiang Li standing at a distance and nudged Abraxas, signaling that someone was present. Abraxas concluded the kiss, turned his gaze towards Jiang Li, and bestowed upon her a charming smile. Gadnia, why did you not inform me of your arrival? He inquired. In fact, your house elf had already informed you of my presence when I arrived, but it seems you were too engrossed in your affections to notice my arrival. Jiang Li stated with calm composure. Furthermore, I believe I did not consent to you addressing me by my given name. I thought we were friends. It is quite normal to use given names, is it not? Abraxas responded with an alluring smile. He snapped his fingers, summoning the house elf to bring refreshments, indicating that Jiang Li could take a seat. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Although Jiang Li was not particularly fond of Abraxas's demeanor, she would not let such trivial matters ruffle her. With grace, she sat down, sipped her black tea, and began to admire the Malfoy estate's garden. An abundance of blooming flowers adorned the space, each vying for attention, their rich fragrance enveloping the air. A small lake, crystal clear, reflected the shadows of the trees, while an elegant white peacock bent its head to drink from the water's edge. The brown-haired woman attempted to sit beside Abraxas, but was met with a dismissive glance, prompting her to walk away, casting a disdainful look at Jiang Li before departing. Jiang Li felt perplexed. Your lady seems rather upset. Perhaps you should go and comfort her, she suggested to Abraxas. Annie is not my wife. She is merely an employee. You need not concern yourself with her, Abraxas replied, flashing a charming smile and winking at Jiang Li. You, however, are my friend. Ah, so they are lovers. Jiang Li understood instantly. She refrained from commenting on their personal lives and handed Abraxas the prepared heart-protecting armor along with a list. I am unable to locate some materials. I would appreciate it if Mr. Malfoy could assist me in procuring a few. I shall compensate you for your efforts. Gadnia, do not speak so formally. You are my friend. Feel free to ask for anything, and I shall ensure you have everything you need, Abraxas replied, glancing at the list filled with numerous high-grade potion ingredients, subtly probing. Are you planning to craft advanced potions recently? I have come across a few intriguing potion books and wish to experiment with the recipes, Jiang Li responded, omitting the fact that it was for Snape, as her youth could attract unwarranted attention. Abraxas's eyes glimmered with interest upon hearing her answer. Rest assured, I will gather these items for you in the shortest time possible. Despite Jiang Li's consistently aloof demeanor, Abraxas had always been patient with capable individuals. After departing from the Malfoy estate, Jiang Li took a stroll to a nearby town. The blooming flowers at the estate stirred a desire within her. Perhaps she could cultivate some flowers herself. With the recent scarcity of flower seeds, she intended to visit the flower shop to purchase some, intending to plant gardenias at her doorstep and utilize a magical array to simulate an optimal temperature for the flowers, ensuring their survival. There was no snow today, and the flower shop was not crowded. Jiang Li purchased a bouquet of roses and 2 packets of seeds, preparing to leave. You are that magician from before, a surprised voice exclaimed. Jiang Li turned to see a blonde girl calling out to her in delight. The blonde girl was accompanied by a girl with deep brown hair, who appeared somewhat anxious, tugging at the blonde's clothing to restrain her exuberance. After a moment of recollection, Jiang Li recognized the blonde as the first person she had encountered upon arriving in this world, greeting her with a friendly smile. I remember you. We met last time. How is the flower I gave you? Julia's face lit up upon realizing she was remembered. The rose you gifted me never wilted for a long time. I kept it by my bedside, but it unfortunately withered when Jerry broke it a few years ago. She expressed a hint of disappointment, yet quickly regained her enthusiasm. I have long wished to see you again, so I often come to this vicinity, and I am thrilled to have run into you, Julia declared with pride. In response, Jiang Li retrieved a rose from her pocket and handed it to Julia, smiling as she asked, It seems we are quite fated. May I have the honor of knowing the names of these 2 lovely ladies? Julia happily accepted the flower and confidently introduced herself. I am Julia Smith, and this is my friend, Penny Evans. Penny, feeling a bit shy under Jiang Li's gaze, managed to say hello. Both of your names are delightful, Jiang Li remarked, flashing a radiant smile as she presented another rose to Penny, graciously asking, Beautiful lady, would you accept this rose from me? Penny, taken aback, carefully accepted the flower, her eyes betraying a flicker of joy. Thank you, miss, she replied cheerfully. Flowers suit beautiful women, and I am certain they are delighted to be held by you, Jiang Li praised, gazing into her eyes. Penny's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the compliment, while Julia took Penny's hand and said, I told you that you are lovely. You never believed me. With the dew still glistening on the rose in her hand, Penny became even more bashful, her lips curving upwards, her eyes sparkling with evident happiness. Jiang Li watched the 2 girls, utterly charmed by their sweetness. How adorable. I wish to kiss them. Such girls are the treasures of this world. Would you like to have coffee? Jiang Li leaned down to invite the 2 lovely girls. My treat. Julia felt a flutter of excitement, but shook her head, saying, No. We must go to the church to pray. What a pity. Perhaps next time we can enjoy coffee together. Jiang Li waved goodbye to them. Julia and Penny walked hand in hand for a while, when suddenly Julia exclaimed, Oh no, I forgot to ask that sister her name. Penny comforted her distressed friend. It's all right. We can ask her next time we see her. She likely lives nearby. Perhaps we can invite her over. Julia's gloomy mood lifted as she grasped Penny's hand, saying, Next time we see her, you must remind me to ask. Penny solemnly agreed, eager to meet Jiang Li again and become friends. After returning home, Jiang Li instructed Mia to sweep the snow from the yard, as she planned to set up a magical array to keep the wind and snow at bay. Meanwhile, Snape was in the potion room crafting potions, when he noticed his knife was missing while preparing to cut a worm into segments. He recalled that only one person had entered the potion room. Exiting the chamber, he found no sign of Jiang Li, his brow furrowing in confusion. Hearing some commotion outside, he saw Jiang Li drawing on the ground with a peculiar pen, while Mia followed closely behind with a bucket of magical paint. Snape approached, curious to see what she was up to. Stop, stand right there, and do not move. As Jiang Li caught sight of Snape's movements from the corner of her eye, she immediately called out. Upon hearing her, Snape halted his steps and looked at Jiang Li with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Ignoring him, Jiang Li completed her drawing with a final stroke, flinging the quill aside, and produced a dagger to slice her palm. She closed her eyes, and in the next moment, magical energies surged forth, defying the stillness of the air, her hair lifting as if caught in an unseen breeze. Opening her eyes, a flash of blue light emanated from her gaze. Powerful magic flowed into the pattern, instantly forming a magical array that radiated a mysterious and potent blue glow. Chapter 22, The Gathering Array. The snowflakes that had been drifting through the air vanished, and the temperature began to rise. Snape, clad in his coat, felt a surprising warmth. Confirming that the magical array was functioning correctly, Jiang Li stepped away from its center, the brilliance of the ground pattern dimming until it vanished entirely. She directed Mia to place the gardenia seeds into the pre-dug holes. Snape, intrigued by Jiang Li's intentions, chose not to leave in haste, but rather watched her actions with quiet curiosity. As soon as the seeds were nestled into the soil, they began to sprout, sending forth branches and lush green leaves, soon producing flower buds that bloomed into pristine white gardenias. The air was filled with the rich fragrance of the flowers, overwhelming Snape's senses. He stepped back, his foot slipping, causing the moonflower seeds he held to tumble into the dirt. The moonflower, an exceedingly delicate magical plant, was the bane of all herbology students, as it could perish at the slightest neglect. At that moment, the particularly fragile seeds, having fallen into the ground, sprouted rapidly, establishing roots and quickly developing several buds, on the verge of blooming. Snape was taken aback by this spectacle. He had witnessed Professor Sprout carefully tending to moonflowers, requiring various fertilizers to ensure their survival, let alone the prospect of them producing buds. Jiang Li noticed an unsightly weed growing on the steps and walked over to uproot the moonflower, which was about to bloom. "What are you doing?" Snape nearly exclaimed in alarm. "Removing the weed, of course. There can be no unsightly things in my garden," Jiang Li replied matter-of-factly. She contemplated whether to plant some fruits and vegetables in the backyard, as the meat was satisfactory, but the variety of vegetables was woefully inadequate, leaving her almost weary of them. "This is not a weed. It's a moonflower, a highly valuable herb," Snape retorted, visibly irate. "Are you intending to plant this?" Jiang Li inquired. Snape nodded. Jiang Li, without hesitation, dug a small hole in an inconspicuous spot near the house's drainage outlet, burying the ailing moonflower within. The moonflower, which had been on the brink of death, immediately seemed to regain its vigor. Jiang Li patted the soil off her hands with satisfaction. Such an ugly flower can stay hidden in the corner. Snape was astounded by this turn of events, and a bold idea suddenly struck him. He rushed inside and retrieved a bag of magical plant seeds, scattering them across the soil. In the dark earth, numerous tender shoots quickly emerged, growing robustly into herbs that were ready for immediate use. Snape was filled with delight, realizing he would no longer need to toil to gather rare herbs. He could cultivate them himself. "What are you doing? Why are you planting such unsightly wildflowers in the yard?" Jiang Li approached, intending to uproot the magical plant Snape had just sown. Snape promptly grasped her hand, preventing her from committing what he deemed an act of wastefulness. "These are magical plants. You cannot uproot them. They are of use to me. This is my yard, and I refuse to plant such peculiar things." "Uproot them all," Jiang Li declared coldly. She was well aware of what these plants were, but she also knew that magical plants would voraciously drain the energy from other flora. The gathering array she had painstakingly created was not intended for cultivating herbs. These magical plants are particularly valuable and fetch a high price in the market. They could yield significant income, Snape asserted solemnly. Jiang Li dismissively replied, "I am not in need of that little money. I simply detest these ugly things. They shall not be planted here." At that moment, Snape, a poor professor who had spent all his funds on potion ingredients, felt thoroughly stung by Jiang Li's words. Under Snape's persistent insistence, Jiang Li reluctantly agreed to allocate a small area in the backyard for him to grow herbs. Although the space was limited, Snape was immensely satisfied, discovering that any herb planted would grow rapidly, saving him considerable funds. As Jiang Li observed Snape, who had previously spent all his time in the potions lab, now tilling the earth in the backyard to plant herbs, she mused that perhaps in a past life, he had been a farmer. She instructed Mia to construct a small greenhouse, cultivating fruits and vegetables like cabbages and cucumbers in the backyard. With the gathering array in place, the variety of food on their dining table increased significantly each day. Jiang Li even purchased numerous cookbooks featuring traditional Chinese recipes for Mia, ensuring they could enjoy a diverse array of delicious meals daily, eating delectable dishes such as 4 happiness meatballs, boiled pork slices, and spicy hot pot. Jiang Li found her spirits greatly lifted. Snape, when partaking of these meals, maintained a rather indifferent demeanor, revealing little of his preferences. Yet, the fullness of his cheeks suggested that none of the food was wasted. Aside from his occasional visits to the nearby deserted amusement park, Snape's daily activities revolved around the dining table, the potions lab, and the herb patch in the backyard. He occasionally felt that this place was quite pleasant. If he did not return to Hogwarts to teach after graduation, he could remain here with Jiang Li. Jiang Li, too, had a penchant for alchemy and did not engage in any peculiar activities. Their rhythms aligned, and they often found themselves reading face-to-face in the study, occasionally discussing the topics in their books, which was quite relaxing. As Snape watched Jiang Li, resting her chin on her hand while reading, he found his mind drifting. Had fate not intervened, his former self would have undoubtedly relished spending time by her side, free and unburdened. Jiang Li sensed someone gazing at her and glanced up to meet Snape's downturned face, immersed in his reading. She pushed her book aside, stretched lazily, and asked, "Would you like to go out and play?" With July upon them, Jiang Li resolved to purchase some new clothes for herself, finding wizarding attire far too drab and monotonous. The Muggle clothing was far more appealing. "No," Snape replied flatly, turning the page without a hint of emotion. "Well then, if you are not interested, I shall go alone." Jiang Li considered inviting Penny and Julia, as the two girls should be on holiday by now. After several chance encounters, the two had become quite familiar with Jiang Li, often suggesting outings together. Jiang Li had also installed a telephone at home, making communication remarkably convenient. Notably, Jiang Li had developed a magical communicator inspired by Muggle telephones, priced significantly lower than the two-way mirrors and capable of being fashioned into jewelry for wear, though at an additional cost. Upon its release, it garnered considerable favor among wizards, quickly becoming highly sought after. Jiang Li entrusted all sales to Malfoy, retaining 50% of the profits. It must be noted that although Abraxas was somewhat flighty, he had a knack for business, and within just 6 months, Jiang Li's earnings had reached 30,000 galleons, with a steady stream of income continuing to flow. In the midst of selecting garments from her wardrobe, Jiang Li donned a mint green floral shirt paired with high-waisted denim jeans, accessorized with sunglasses, an embodiment of indifference as she set out to visit the flower shop in the neighboring town. "Ali, we are here." Julia and Penny stood at the entrance of the flower shop, and upon spotting Jiang Li, Julia jubilantly waved at her. Beside Penny stood a curious red-haired little girl who was intently gazing at Jiang Li, while Penny's expression bore a hint of displeasure. Chapter 23, Interrogation. Was Penny upset because of my tardiness? Jiang Li retrieved a box of chocolate candies purchased from Duke B and offered them to Penny. "How about this as my apology?" Observing Jiang Li's instinct to soothe herself rather than inquire about who Lily was, Penny accepted the sweets, her mood slightly brightening. Long ago, Penny had cherished her younger sister Lily, but as she witnessed her parents' overt favoritism towards Lily and noticed their friends gravitating around her, Penny's affection began to wane. Lily, vivacious and charming, captivated everyone's attention, often rendering Penny invisible, even on her own birthday, when her parents allowed Lily to blow out the candles and make a wish. Though it may seem selfish, Penny was reluctant to introduce her friends to Lily, fearing they too would be taken away from her. This morning, she had made a concerted effort to avoid Lily, only for Lily to discover her and insist on accompanying her outside, prompting Mrs. Evans to reprimand Penny for the situation. Reluctantly, Penny had to bring Lily along. Watching Julia enthusiastically converse with Lily shattered Penny's heart into fragments. She felt on the verge of losing her status as Julia's closest friend. Sensing Penny's distress, Jiang Li gently ruffled her hair and inquired, "Penny, is this your sister? She resembles you quite beautifully." Just as Penny was about to speak, Lily eagerly interjected, "Hello, sister. I am Lily Evans. You can call me Lily." With her words stolen, Penny clenched her fists, a hint of annoyance surfacing. "Lily, please refrain from shouting in public." "I wasn't shouting," Lily retorted, her voice tinged with grievance. Julia chimed in to defend Lily. "Penny, don't be too strict. Lily is just a little child." Feeling cornered without the support of her friend, Penny felt a wave of injustice, her eyes brimming with tears. As tensions rose among the group, Jiang Li felt a throbbing headache. She approached and embraced Penny. Addressing Julia and Lily, "Why don't we pick out a lovely outfit for Penny? It was her birthday a few days ago, and I regret not preparing a gift for her. Let us celebrate her birthday today, shall we?" Julia and Lily readily agreed, nodding in approval. Jiang Li led the three girls into a nearby women's clothing store, filled with garments reminiscent of princesses. The moment they entered, the trio dashed towards their preferred outfits, eagerly beginning their selection. Jiang Li stood beside Penny, observing her fixation on a yellow cake dress, tilting her head and asking, "Do you like this one?" Penny nodded, recalling how the princesses on the posters donned similar attire. Jiang Li inquired of a shop attendant, "May I try this dress on?" "Certainly. I will fetch the appropriate size for this young lady," the attendant promptly replied, returning with a dress for Penny, who received it with delight. Lily rushed over, glancing at the dress in Penny's hands, and suggested, "Penny, that doesn't look good on you. Why not try this one instead?" Pointing to a pink jumpsuit. "No, I prefer this one, and I don't like pink," Penny responded, a hint of irritation in her tone. Uncertain of what had upset Penny, Lily stood there feeling dejected. "Penny, why don't you go try on your dress?" Jiang Li gently encouraged. In response, Penny took the dress and entered the fitting room. Jiang Li, noticing Lily's downturned expression, gently stroked her head and asked, "What's troubling you?" "Penny seems to really dislike me. She's always angry with me," Lily responded, her voice heavy with sorrow. "Why do you think she feels that way?" Jiang Li inquired softly. "It's unlikely for someone to harbor dislike without reason." "I don't know. I want to play with her, but she always looks unhappy, her face cold as ice," Lily lamented, resembling a wounded kitten. "Since you're perplexed, why not consider things from Penny's perspective? How do you think she is treated?" Jiang Li guided gently. "How do your parents usually treat Penny? If you were Penny, how would you feel?" Lily pondered deeply, recalling how at mealtimes, her parents would always share the delicious dishes with her, while it seemed Penny had none. The last time they had donuts, Lily had devoured them all as Penny left, which led to Penny's furious confrontation, only for their father to mistakenly scold Penny for bullying her. As Lily reflected on how Penny had always been treated, a wave of guilt washed over her, realizing her past actions had indeed been rather unkind. However, she recognized that Penny was often subjected to such treatment by their parents. I don't understand why my parents treat Penny this way," Lily murmured, fidgeting with her fingers. "It's quite normal. People tend to show favoritism. Your parents are excessively biased towards you, neglecting Penny's feelings. They may be wonderful parents to you, but that doesn't necessarily extend to Penny," Jiang Li analyzed thoughtfully. "If I were Penny, I would distance myself from your parents as an adult, wishing to avoid them altogether." Lily, upon hearing Jiang Li's analysis, was suddenly filled with anxiety. "Is there no way to prevent my parents from favoring me?" Jiang Li smiled gently at Lily. "Are you truly willing to share half of your parents' affection with Penny? From now on, half of your snacks and allowances would belong to Penny, and you would need to share half of your gifts with her. Whenever your parents scold you, would you step forward and clarify that they have wronged Penny?" Jiang Li paused and continued. "From what I gather, your room appears to be significantly larger than Penny's. Your parents may not treat you and Penny equally, but can you do so?" Lily contemplated the scenario, feeling a pang of discomfort as she imagined losing much. With determination, she declared, "I can do it. If I can be fair, will Penny start to like me?" Jiang Li refrained from responding immediately, instead continuing to question Lily. "Do you understand why Penny is reluctant to introduce her friends to you?" Lily shook her head, genuinely puzzled this time. Although Penny's classmates adored her, she always seemed displeased. Every individual possesses a certain possessiveness over their friends. Penny, who receives little attention at home, is particularly sensitive to her friends' perceptions. When you appear, all eyes gravitate towards you, leaving Penny feeling abandoned and lonely, which is why she hesitates to introduce her friends to you. Jiang Li elucidated Penny's feelings slowly. "How can that be? Those are Penny's friends. How could they forget her just because they are playing with me?" Lily contested. Jiang Li gazed at her chubby cheeks and, unable to restrain himself, poked at them while delivering a pointed remark. "Are you certain? Each time your friends play with you, you never include Penny. You didn't even notice when she was upset. Do you truly care for her?" Lily was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Li's words. Had she truly been so unfair to Penny all along? "Lily, you are quite adorable, and due to your youth, people tend to forgive your missteps instinctively. Yet, there are times when Penny is misunderstood, and while that may be partly due to her personality, does that absolve you of any fault? Surely, you relish the attention of others, seeking to prove that you are the most important person in your household. Am I wrong?" Jiang Li articulated each word with deliberation. Lily's complexion paled slightly as she stepped back. "I never thought like that. I truly like Penny." "Like taking away Penny's friends?" Jiang Li pressed. "I don't," Lily protested. "You do." Just as Lily felt on the brink of collapse under Jiang Li's relentless questioning, Penny rushed out, standing protectively in front of Lily and glaring at Jiang Li with fierce resolve. "I won't allow you to speak about my sister that way. She is the best sister." Lily immediately hid nervously behind Penny. Chapter 24, Sisterhood. Facing the furious Penny, Jiang Li remained unfazed, tilting his head with a smile as he spoke to Lily. "See, I told you so. Penny truly cares for you. The moment she saw you being bullied, she came to your defense." Lily grasped Penny's hand, gazing at her with emotion. "Penny, you really do like me." Penny's body stiffened at that moment. "Penny, I'm so sorry. It was my fault last time. I shouldn't have blown out your birthday candles. Will you forgive me? I promise I won't do anything like that again," Lily said, filled with remorse. Penny hadn't anticipated an apology. It was as if a wronged child finally received the attention she desired, leaving her at a loss, her nose tinged with the onset of tears. I promise I won't take your friends or steal your candy. From now on, we'll share everything at home, and please don't be mad at me. Let us be the best sisters, all right? Lily held Penny's hand, her gaze sincere. She was a kind-hearted child who previously failed to recognize these issues. But now she understood the burdens Penny bore at home. What she thought she had long ceased to care about suddenly magnified in Penny's heart. Overwhelmed, she embraced Lily and wept freely, tears streaming down her face. Lily held Penny tightly, feeling even more guilty. Julia, witnessing their tears, was somewhat perplexed. Jiang Li, with a smile, looked at Julia and asked, "Who do you consider your best friend?" Without hesitation, Julia replied, "Of course, my best friend is Penny. But just now, Penny thought you favored Lily more, defending her and not her, and got jealous," Jiang Li remarked nonchalantly. "What?" Julia exclaimed in surprise, looking at Penny. "Penny, how could you think that? I'm kind to Lily because of you. You are my friend." Upon hearing this, Penny's tears flowed even more vigorously, filled with shame. Jiang Li handed her a handkerchief to wipe her tears, smiling gently. "If you keep crying, it won't look good." Penny sniffled and looked up at Jiang Li with reddened eyes. "I'm sorry, you defended me just now, and I was so fierce towards you." "I think Penny's act of standing up for her sister was truly cool," Jiang Li said, wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye with his thumb. "I too wish for a sister who would protect me like Penny does." Hearing this, Lily proudly declared, "Penny will protect me. She is the best sister." Penny felt both touched and guilty. Lily cherished her so much, yet she had harbored disdain for her. "All right, girls, have you all picked out your favorite clothes? Let us go have some cake soon." Jiang Li gathered the three little girls into her embrace, her heart brimming with joy. Hooray, she had three delightful, soft girls. The three girls exchanged smiles, their previous tensions dissipating, and their bond grew even closer. To make amends for the regret of Penny's birthday, Julia and Lily contributed to purchasing the cake dress for Penny. Although the bulk of the cost was still covered by Jiang Li, Penny received the beautifully wrapped gift box. Her spirits soaring, Jiang Li led the three girls to the cake shop. There, they found a ready-made cream cake, and the baker inscribed Penny's name atop it. The four of them found a patch of grass, set the cake down, and sang a birthday song for Penny. "Penny, this time you blow out the candles." "I promise I won't blow them out this time," Lily said to Penny. Under the eager gazes of everyone, Penny quickly clasped her hands together, earnestly made a wish, then opened her eyes and blew out the candles. "Penny, what did you wish for?" Lily asked curiously. "I wish to become a pilot," Penny replied, filled with dreams. Julia raised an eyebrow skeptically. "But I've never heard of female pilots. It seems like the captains are all men." "Well then, Penny will be the first female pilot," Lily exclaimed excitedly. Penny, feeling more confident, declared, "I will definitely become a pilot." "Absolutely. Is this what it feels like to be alive?" Jiang Li watched the three girls chattering animatedly about their futures, their faces flushed with excitement, feeling a pang of envy, full of vigor and vitality. This was the essence of childhood. Having spent so much time with Severus Snape, she had almost forgotten that not all children wore a perpetual frown. After a day of play with the three girls as the sun began to set, Jiang Li escorted each of them home, ensuring they wouldn't get lost on the way. When she returned Penny and Lily home, Lily dashed inside first, leaving Penny standing in front of Jiang Li, reluctant to leave. "Aren't you going in?" Jiang Li asked in confusion. After a moment of hesitation, Penny summoned her courage and said, "Thank you for saying those things for me. Actually, Lily isn't that bad. She is really quite good, and she loves me too. Please don't dislike her." "I don't dislike her," Jiang Li replied, squatting down to meet her gaze, smiling warmly. "I know that both you and Lily are wonderful children, and I like you both very much." Upon hearing this, Penny felt a lump in her throat and hugged Jiang Li tightly. "I like you too." After uttering those words, Penny shyly dashed into the house. Jiang Li stood momentarily stunned, then a gentle smile graced her lips, her eyes shimmering with warmth. With a light heart, she walked home. And as she neared her door, a thought struck her. Lily Evans, isn't that the person Severus was looking for? Upon entering her home, she found Severus engrossed in a book on Chinese herbal medicine that she had translated. Deliberately, she remarked, "Severus, do you know who I met today?" Severus, disinterested, replied, "I do not." Jiang Li often posed this question upon returning from outings. Previously, she had encountered a type of civet cat, and before that, a peculiar individual running through the streets without trousers. That oddity had even been hung on a statue in the square. After being tricked multiple times, Severus had lost interest in such matters. How dull. Seeing his lack of response, Jiang Li picked up an apple from the table and tossed it in her hand, initiating a conversation. "I met three exceptionally interesting girls in the neighboring town, and I even celebrated a birthday with them. I plan to invite them over to our home in a few days. I hope you can be courteous to them. If my guests are displeased by your words, I shall uproot all your herbs." Due to Tobias, Severus's attitude towards muggles is far from amiable, and Jiang Li has given him a warning in advance. This warning proves to be quite effective. Severus promptly closes his book and, with a serious demeanor, assures her, "Rest assured. I shall be in the potions classroom concocting potions all day long without stepping out." Jiang Li raises an eyebrow slightly, hinting, "Do you not intend to play with your peers? They are of the same age as you." "No, I have no desire to frolic with those foolish little trolls." Severus scoffs disdainfully. "Consider it. Boys at this age are covered in mud, and the girls are preoccupied with frivolous toys and garments, hardly worth engaging with." Seeing that Severus is resolute in his stance, Jiang Li refrains from further argument, instead bestowing upon him a mysterious smile. "You shall regret it," she teases. Severus lightly snorts. "Regret playing with those little trolls? Hardly." Truly impervious to reason, Jiang Li muses inwardly. In chapter 25, Jiang Li still hasn't invited the three girls to her home, not out of disinterest, but primarily because their residence is quite far and not particularly safe. The late August weather carries a chill, and Jiang Li dons a white shirt as she visits the flower shop, where she encounters Penny and Julia entwined in an embrace. Their faces etched with sorrow. Is this a rehearsal for the drama club? Jiang Li approaches and learns of a heartbreaking news. Julia must emigrate abroad due to her father's job, leaving tomorrow, and it is likely they will not see each other again, plunging the trio into a deep melancholy. Penny is the most distraught, her eyes swollen from tears, for Julia is her dearest friend. "It's all right, you can still write letters to each other. And when you grow up, you can visit one another," Jiang Li comforts her. Having never truly understood the pain of separation, having experienced the finality of death, she thinks that not being able to meet is not a grave matter, as long as one lives. The three girls huddle together, parting with heartfelt farewells and exchanging tokens of their friendship. Jiang Li stands outside for a moment, then enters the flower shop. As she pushes the door open, a brilliant light flashes. Lily, sensing something, glances into the shop, but sees no sign of Jiang Li. Just as she is about to enter, Jiang Li emerges, her pant legs clinging to white petals. Lily notices the petals on Jiang Li's trousers and then glances at the flowers in the shop, puzzled, as there are no such white blooms. Unbeknownst to Lily, Jiang Li has just returned from home with a protective amulet necklace. "Julia, this is for you. It's a talisman from my hometown. Remember to wear it and never take it off, for it will safeguard you," she earnestly instructs, observing the dark aura clouding Julia's forehead. Julia accepts the charm without hesitation, promptly wearing it around her neck, assuring, "I will keep it on, never to remove it." Noticing the darkness in her brow dissipate somewhat, Jiang Li realizes her sincerity. Penny and Lily wish to throw Julia a farewell party, but due to financial constraints, they opt to visit a nearby ice cream shop and buy a few cones to express their sorrow over Julia's departure. After indulging in ice cream, the spirits of the three girls visibly lift, and they do not return home until sundown. Upon returning home, Jiang Li is surprised to find Severus not in the potions classroom, but seated in the living room reading a newspaper, a gift box resting on the table. As Jiang Li enters, Severus raises his gaze from the newspaper. The front page of the Daily Prophet announces a fire at a remote estate, raging for months, until the protective charms failed 2 days prior and spread to nearby properties, prompting public awareness of the incident. He hands the newspaper to Jiang Li. Nestled comfortably on the sofa, she takes the newspaper from him, her eyes catching sight of the familiar burning estate depicted in the photographs. "What kind of fiend would set fire to another's estate?" Jiang Li exclaims, astonished. Severus replies slowly, "The location of the fire is quite close to where I was captured last time." This revelation jogs Jiang Li's memory. Is this not the estate she set ablaze during her last escapade? How could it burn for so long without detection? She had assumed the matter was long settled. Noticing the shift in Jiang Li's expression, Severus regards her with an inquiring gaze. "Is this incident related to you?" Throwing the newspaper onto the table, Jiang Li collapses onto a cushion in a feigned lifeless manner, confessing, "I set the fire. Does anyone else know of this?" Severus inquires seriously. At his words, Jiang Li leans closer to him, a teasing smile dancing on her lips. "Why do you ask? Are you planning to report me to the Ministry of Magic? If this becomes known to others, you could find yourself imprisoned in Azkaban." Severus feels her proximity and tilts his head slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable yet refraining from pushing her away. "If anyone knows, we must eliminate them first to prevent them from exposing you." Jiang Li gazes at Severus in surprise, taken aback by his consideration for her. Severus, feeling her scrutiny, turns expressionless and pushes her face back gently. "You need not worry. All who knew of this have perished." Recalling the events of that day, Jiang Li responds calmly, "I can assure you there were no survivors." Understanding the principle of rooting out the threat, she is confident in her statement. Seeing her confidence, Severus refrains from further comments. Now it is Jiang Li who finds herself puzzled. "Do you not find my actions cruel?" She queries. I am not a fool. The young man's posture remains straight, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. You acted to save me. You could have chosen not to intervene, yet you did, for which I am immensely grateful. Jiang Li expresses her astonishment. She realizes that most wizards here possess a certain kindness and are quite averse to acts of violence. Your trust in me is remarkable, Jiang Li remarks, taking a bite of a peach from the fruit platter. Why are you not concerned that I might become the next Grindelwald? At this, Severus casts a scrutinizing and disdainful glance at her languid demeanor. You will not. You are far too indolent. Jiang Li contemplates this and finds it to be a rather sound observation. She had not anticipated Severus would understand her so well. She studies him for several seconds and suddenly perceives a change in his appearance. After months of nurturing, Severus no longer appears gaunt. His face has filled out. His skin is in good condition, his features are defined, and his hair is dark and voluminous. His complexion, having avoided sunlight for an extended period, is fair and luminous, exuding a composed elegance. Without speaking, he could easily be deemed a handsome youth. Yet, as soon as he opens his mouth, that beauty is utterly obliterated, making her wish to sew his lips shut. Of course, Jiang Li can always discern the true thoughts behind his words. Otherwise, Severus would have received countless beatings from her by now. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Severus stands and averts his eyes. The gift on the table is for your birthday. I have potions to brew, so I must take my leave. As he hastily retreats, Jiang Li realizes the gift on the table is indeed meant for her. She had completely forgotten her own birthday. It is worth noting that every time her birthday arrives, unfortunate events seem to follow. In her previous life, on the day of her first birthday, her father tragically fell to his death while hunting in the mountains, leading her grandmother to cast her and her mother out. On her second birthday, her mother met a similar fate, struck down by a carriage from a wealthy family while attempting to procure a birthday gift for her. From that moment onward, she was left without a maternal figure, and the villagers regarded her with even greater disdain, labeling her as a harbinger of misfortune. By the time her third birthday arrived, the demon clan invaded, slaughtering her supportive uncle and aunt, and even devouring her closest playmate, the chubby little boy, right before her eyes. It was then that her master descended from the mountains to rescue her, bringing her back to the safety of the sect. On her fourth birthday, although no one died, her contracted beast succumbed after consuming a poisoned peach presented by others. Since then, Jiang Li had no desire to celebrate her birthdays, and her master indulged her wishes. As cultivators typically enjoy lengthy lifespans, it was not uncommon for them to retreat for centuries. Thus, there was no need for such frivolity as celebrating each passing year. Emerging from her reverie, Jiang Li opened the gift before her, a vial of high-grade potion. This gift was decidedly reminiscent of Snape's character. To present someone with medicine on their birthday was akin to wishing them ill. Nevertheless, Jiang Li felt a swell of joy. The thought that someone remembered her was indeed a source of happiness. Chapter 26. Take some time to tend to your mind. During the ensuing days, Jiang Li remained indoors, as Abraxas had procured sufficient alchemical materials for her to explore various eccentric concoctions. Snape frequently found himself subjected to the terrifying explosions emanating from her laboratory, often questioning whether Jiang Li harbored a subconscious desire for self-destruction, given the chaos that ensued. Upon witnessing her emerge from the alchemical chamber unscathed, he couldn't help but smirk, his venomous wit returning. It's fortunate you've not lost any limbs. Should I ever see you emerge with only your head intact, I would hardly be surprised. I know you're concerned for me. I am quite resilient. These explosions are merely part of the alchemical process and will not be the end of me, Jiang Li retorted, a puff of white smoke escaping her lips as the recent explosion had irritated her throat. Ordinary alchemy does not pose such peril, yet you are anything but ordinary. Snape quipped with his characteristic sarcasm. Thank you for your compliment. I too believe I possess an extraordinary beauty, Jiang Li replied, confidently patting her face. Snape found himself momentarily speechless at her audacity. Leaning over her desk, Jiang Li stuffed a dumpling, expertly prepared by Mia, into her mouth while glancing at the calendar on the wall. December 20th. Is Christmas approaching once more? Severus, let us venture to Hogsmeade to procure items for the festivities, she proposed, brimming with excitement. I would prefer to remain indoors, Snape coldly declined. Since he began crafting high-grade potions, he possessed enough coin for ingredients, and the thought of braving the bustling marketplace was unappealing. Yet you must prepare Christmas gifts for others, no? I recall your connection with Lucius Malfoy's son. Surely he will send you a present this year, and you wouldn't want to neglect reciprocation, Jiang Li inquired. I could simply present him with a potion, Snape replied calmly. However, I would find it dreadfully dull to traverse Diagon Alley alone. I require companionship, Jiang Li pouted. A shiver ran down Snape's spine at her playful tone. Act normally, he urged, struggling to endure her antics. Suddenly, she leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his neck. and playfully threatened, "If you refuse to accompany me, I shall kiss you right here." To demonstrate her sincerity, Jiang Li cupped his face and planted a loud kiss on his forehead. Snape was momentarily stunned. He had just been kissed by a young woman. Observing his bewilderment as he recoiled from her, Jiang Li felt a surge of delight. No wonder Uncle Qinglian often employed such teasing tactics. It was genuinely amusing. Jiang Li remained blissfully unaware that while she and her uncle shared the same gender, Snape was of the opposite sex. "Will you join me?" she asked once more, her grip on his collar preventing any chance of escape. Snape's face flushed crimson. He wished to glare at her, but feared she might act on her playful threat. Through gritted teeth, he managed to utter, "Fine. Wait for me. I need to change my clothes," Jiang Li hurriedly stated, having accidentally miscast a spell in the alchemical chamber. Her hair was now tousled. After a quick bath and a change into a fresh outfit, she seized Snape's hand, preparing to apparate. Yet Snape instinctively took a step back. As if jolted by electricity, Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter?" Noticing the slight flush in Snape's ears, she began to grasp the situation. Could it be? Had her brief kiss evoked such a reaction? Jiang Li was somewhat familiar with the local customs, aware that close acquaintances often exchanged cheek kisses without issue. She had anticipated that Snape would be more reserved than herself. The more flustered he appeared, the more she felt inclined to tease him. She bent down, staring intently at his bashful expression. Snape, realizing she was toying with him, transitioned from embarrassment to irritation. Ultimately, under the weight of Snape's murderous glare, Jiang Li reluctantly abandoned her teasing. She reached for his hand again, and this time, he did not withdraw. The two of them apparat to Hogsmeade. The village was adorned with festive decorations, and the number of visitors was noticeably sparse, with many young witches and wizards wandering the streets. Jiang Li led Snape to a shop teeming with children, the Honeyduke Sweet Shop. The sheer variety of candies left her wide-eyed with wonder. "What sort of sweets do you enjoy? I shall buy some for you," she asked Snape. "I have no taste for these sickly confections," he replied with a cold demeanor. "You ought to limit your intake. I fear your poor teeth may not withstand such indulgence." "Not a worry. Upon our return, you can concoct some dental tonic for me. I shall indulge in sweets while simultaneously fortifying my teeth. They shall remain intact for a century." Jiang Li grinned widely. Snape found her exuberant smile rather blinding and retorted, "Why should I concoct dental tonic for you?" "Because you are the most formidable and illustrious potioneer, Severus," Jiang Li exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. Snape felt that he ought not to engage further in this conversation. A nearby chuckle interrupted him, and Snape glanced over, irritation flaring as he spotted the familiar, detestable mop of hair belonging to James Potter. "What are you laughing at? Mocking your own foolishness?" Snape derisively queried, still chuckling. James Potter was momentarily taken aback by Snape's sudden confrontation. "Hey, she just said something odd. What does that have to do with me? Don't you find her words particularly amusing?" he retorted, mimicking Jiang Li's tone with a mocking falsetto. "Severus, I believe you are the greatest potioneer." Snape's expression darkened completely. He stepped forward, regarding Potter with a confident yet scornful gaze. "I shall undoubtedly become a master potioneer, while you, my dear Potter, will forever remain a fool." Jiang Li stood by Snape's side, her support unwavering. "I believe in you," she proclaimed. Snape wished to ignore her. If it weren't for Jiang Li, he would never have encountered the loathsome Potter prior to entering Hogwarts. James, witnessing their synchronized banter, felt his face flush with indignation. "Wait, how did you know I was a member of the Potter family?" James felt he had caught Severus in a slip of his words, and with a smug grin, he declared, "So you've known my identity all along." That remark was clearly intended to draw my attention, wasn't it? Upon hearing this analysis, Jiang Li could hardly contain her laughter. Severus was thoroughly disgusted by James's words and retorted with sarcasm, "With that hideous mop of hair, only a fool would fail to recognize you. It appears you are quite concerned about me." James Potter grew even more convinced of his deduction, his eyes darting mischievously as he proudly addressed Severus. "If you could procure for me some of the new candies from Honeydukes, I might consider being your friend." Severus, repulsed by his audacity, disdainfully replied, "Perhaps you should spend some time addressing your mental faculties, you foolish Potter." Chapter 27. Encountering Dumbledore, what do you mean by that? James, incensed by Severus's words, glared at him like an angry little lion. "If your mind were functioning properly, you would comprehend that I am implying you have a problem with yours." Severus shot back with his characteristic venom. Enraged by his retort, James retrieved a foul-smelling dung bomb from his robes and hurled it directly at Severus. True to his years of rivalry, Severus anticipated James's move and conjured a protective shield around himself. The dung bomb was ricocheted away, landing squarely on Frank Longbottom, who was selecting candies nearby. Instantly, the shop was engulfed in the noxious stench of the dung bomb, sending the little wizards picking candies scampering outside. Meanwhile, the furious shopkeeper promptly ejected James from the store. "This is unfair. I initiated the attack. Why am I the one being thrown out? James protested unhappily. Severus regarded him with an expression akin to that of a simpleton. Severus, would you care to explore elsewhere? As the two appeared on the brink of another argument, Jiang Li suggested to Severus, could you assist me in purchasing some decorations? This year, we could place a Christmas tree at the entrance and make it look splendid. Not wishing to remain in James's presence any longer, Severus nodded and swiftly vanished into the crowd. James, unable to catch up, muttered angrily to himself, that guy must surely be a wicked Slytherin. Jiang Li chuckled at his remark, but chose not to comment, returning to her selection of sweets at Honeyduke's. The shopkeeper had already addressed the mess, and the stench had considerably diminished, allowing Jiang Li to concentrate on her candy choices. As she reached the chocolate section, she noticed an elderly gentleman with a butterfly adorning his beard also perusing the sweets. Sensing her gaze, he turned and mischievously winked at Jiang Li. Child, do you also have a fondness for chocolate cockroaches? The old man inquired warmly. I prefer lemon-flavored mints. Mung bean cakes are delightful as well, though they are not sold here, Jiang Li expressed with a hint of wistfulness. That sounds delectable. I truly hope to have the opportunity to savor the delicacies you mentioned. Dumbledore replied with a kind smile. I have recently cultivated a considerable amount of mung beans. I shall be harvesting them soon, and I would be delighted to present you with some freshly made mung bean cakes. Jiang Li found herself quite taken with the old gentleman, sensing a wisdom about him reminiscent of her own mentor. Her mentor also relished sweets, for indulging in them alleviated the bitterness of life. By the way, what is your name? I am Gardnernia Malfoy. You may call me Ali, she inquired with a smile. Dumbledore, surprised that someone did not recognize him, returned her with a gentle smile. It is a pleasure to meet you, Ali. I am Albus Dumbledore. Perhaps you might call me Albus. Jiang Li, not particularly attuned to the happenings within the wizarding world, remained unaware that she was conversing with the renowned white wizard. Did you just immigrate here? Dumbledore asked. Jiang Li nodded, replying, I arrived in England just a year ago and am not very familiar with the area. The food here is rather unpalatable, though I managed to have a house elf find me, which has significantly improved my meals. Dumbledore gleaned much useful information from her words. This was a wizard of considerable means, likely associated with pureblood families. He began to subtly probe Jiang Li for more information. She sensed his intentions but felt no discontent, as she was sharing what she wished him to know. By the way, this is a magical crystal ball I created, should you wish to contact me. You may infuse it with magic and call my name, and if I am available, I shall speak with you. Jiang Li produced a purple crystal ball from her storage bracelet. Constructed of glass and inexpensive, it could withstand the magical array she inscribed upon it without shattering. She had several of these crystal balls in her bag, each intended for friendship. Dumbledore accepted the crystal ball, examining it thoughtfully for a moment. A remarkable piece of alchemy. However, it bears a striking resemblance to the communication crystal balls recently sold by the Malfoy family. Those are my creations. I have a collaboration with the Malfoy family. Jiang Li replied with a smile. Then, as if struck by a thought, her expression shifted to one of concern. I wish to optimize this crystal ball. Its communication range is limited to 50 kilometers, yet I have scoured every book on alchemy available and found no relevant information. Dumbledore's keen eyes seemed to penetrate Jiang Li's thoughts as he offered a warm smile. I have a friend named Nicholas Flamel, who is quite knowledgeable about alchemy. Perhaps I could recommend you to him. Upon hearing the name Nicholas Flamel, Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that truly possible? Having studied alchemy for so long, she had heard much about Flamel and was thrilled at the prospect of contacting him, rubbing her hands together in anticipation. Of course, he greatly appreciates talented young witches and wizards, Dumbledore said, gazing at Jiang Li with kindness. Thank you ever so much, Dumbledore, Jiang Li exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace him in her excitement, declaring, once I return, I shall have Mia pick the mung beans and prepare you some mung bean cakes. Dumbledore was somewhat taken aback by her affectionate gesture, as he perceived Jiang Li to be an intelligent and guarded individual. Having obtained what she desired, Jiang Li felt elated and purchased a considerable amount of sweets at Honeyduke's. At the checkout, she garnered envious glances from several young wizards. Among them was Dumbledore, who, like her, had amassed a large haul of candy, indicating his status as a frequent patron. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, including booger flavor? How revolting. Are you certain you wish to buy that? Jiang Li observed a young wizard retching at the entrance after consuming a vomit-flavored bean, her face contorting in distaste as she glanced at Dumbledore, who was filling his pockets with sweets. Surely you will encounter some rather unpleasant flavors. Bravely venturing to try the unknown can also be an intriguing experience, Dumbledore recommended, gesturing toward the peculiar candies. Perhaps you might consider sampling this candy. Some flavors may astonish you. No, I still prefer mint candy, Jiang Li politely declined, believing that Bertie Bott's beans were better suited for pranks. Watching the reactions of those tricked into tasting bizarre flavors, Dumbledore's expression fell slightly, revealing his disappointment at her refusal. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Li caught sight of Severus in the crowd, but he did not approach. Instead, he walked off in another direction. Seeing this, Jiang Li hurriedly turned to Dumbledore and said, "I have spotted my friend. I must go find him. Until we meet again." Dumbledore, with a benevolent smile, waved her off. Jiang Li squeezed her way through the crowd, swiftly grasping Severus Snape's arm and maneuvering them to a quieter corner by the wall. Noticing her urgency, Snape instinctively reached out to shield her, but his height disadvantage led to Jiang Li enveloping him in an embrace instead. "Severus, did you not just see me? Why did you turn away?" Jiang Li questioned. "You ought not to become too entangled with Dumbledore. He is a man of profound thoughts and may plot against you without your awareness." Snape replied solemnly. In her previous life, everyone had been ensnared in Dumbledore's schemes. He had even sacrificed his own life to orchestrate everything. He wished to prevent Jiang Li from becoming a pawn in Dumbledore's game. Chapter 28. The Insect. "Are you worried about me?" Jiang Li smiled at Snape. "I think he's quite a good person and has a fondness for sweets." Observing her playful demeanor, Snape furrowed his brow. "I am merely cautioning you. He is very clever, and you may unwittingly fall into his trap. It is prudent to maintain a distance from him." "I relish playing chess with intelligent individuals," Jiang Li asserted, gazing earnestly at Snape. "In my past life, I encountered many astute minds. When engaging in chess with them, I would ponder their thoughts, anticipating their next moves, often left in awe by their insights. I do not perceive being outmaneuvered by clever individuals as a cause for alarm. Panic often stems from a lack of resources. Rather than the machinations of the clever, I abhor the schemes of the foolish, as I find them utterly unpredictable. Fools often engage in self-destructive behaviors, and my plans in my past life were frequently thwarted by their folly." Seeing her steadfastness, Snape maintained his stoic silence. "All right. I understand you are concerned for me," Jiang Li said, wrapping her arms around his shoulders affectionately, "as long as I do not wish to be involved. No one can manipulate me." Snape felt her soft touch against his shoulder, momentarily stunned, and when he regained his composure, his face flushed crimson. He pushed Jiang Li away, exclaiming in irritation, "Gadnia Malfoy, do you not realize you are a girl?" Perplexed, Jiang Li wondered what she had done wrong. "Maintaining distance from the opposite sex is a basic principle for a woman," Snape insisted, staring intently at Jiang Li. "I hope you can use your brain more wisely and not let it be filled with food." Jiang Li retorted, "Is that a personal attack?" After shopping for gifts in Hogsmeade, Jiang Li led Snape home to set up the Christmas tree. Though Snape had little interest in such activities, he was compelled by Jiang Li to assist. He used the cleaning spell to tidy the ceiling and walls, then employed the levitation charm to hang colorful bulbs. Meanwhile, Jiang Li placed a massive spruce at the entrance, magically securing its base, and began adorning it with various candies and red envelopes. In the living room, another Christmas tree stood, brimming with gifts intended for Jiang Li's friends. Noticing that Snape had only prepared 2 gift boxes, Jiang Li curiously asked, "Is that all you're giving?" "Unlike Miss Malfoy, I am not adept at socializing and do not gather friends wherever I go," Snape replied with a hint of sarcasm. Jiang Li playfully pounded one fist into the palm of her other hand, her expression conveying her understanding. "So I am your best friend in this world." Snape remained silent, wary that speaking further would only bolster Jiang Li's pride. Consequently, she turned to instruct Mia to fetch green beans, seemingly indifferent to his silence. Observing her, Snape's expression darkened as he fixated on Jiang Li. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, she challenged him. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Snape averted his gaze, murmuring, "No one wishes me a Merry Christmas." Jiang Li conceded, nodding, "That is true. You have very few friends." Snape retorted, "You did not say that before. You claimed I was the most precious." Realizing the distasteful nature of his words, he abruptly silenced himself. To avoid giving Jiang Li the chance to mock him, he closed his eyes tightly, pretending nothing had occurred. Amused by his antics, Jiang Li cupped Snape's face, and when he refused to open his eyes, she prodded his eyelids open with her fingers. Snape, exasperated, thought Jiang Li's behavior was both infuriating and amusing. "Severus, you are different from Sirius," Jiang Li stated earnestly. Gazing into his eyes, "You are also my friend, and I shall always be by your side, so do not worry about spending Christmas alone." Her sincerity overwhelmed Snape, making him feel as if he might burn from the intensity of her gaze, and he sought to avert his eyes, but Jiang Li held his face firmly. "I have finished speaking. Now it is your turn to declare that I am your best friend in this world, and that you will always be with me." Snape felt his cheeks squished together by her hands, his brow furrowing tightly. "There is no need to coerce such a vow. Will you say it?" Jiang Li threatened, squeezing his face. "If my best friend's best friend is not me, I shall pummel him." Jiang Li's beauty rendered even her fierce expression endearing. After a few moments of silence, Snape parted his lips, almost inaudibly murmuring, "You are not my best friend." Jiang Li, having not heard him clearly. Was about to inquire further when Snape freed himself from her grip and hastily retreated to his room, closing the door behind him. Mia, did you catch what he just said? Jiang Li asked the house elf. Mia, who had not heard clearly, lamented. Mia is a useless elf. Mia must punish herself. As she began to reach for a rolling pin to strike her head, Jiang Li, feeling a headache coming on, quickly intervened. All right, stop hitting yourself. Go play instead. Back in his room, Snape pondered Jiang Li's words, his eyes dimming with despondence. Approaching his desk, he retrieved a book from the shelf. As the pages opened, a dried lily lay quietly within, adorned with a scene of a girl swinging illustrated on the inner leaf. Snape gently caressed the lily, murmuring, "This time, I shall ensure you remain unharmed." In the dim light of the room, Snape gazed at the lily with an expression of regret and sorrow. Knock, knock, knock. Before his worries could linger, Jiang Li's cheerful voice rang from outside. Severus, your herbs are ready for harvest. Would you like to collect them? At her words, Snape closed the book, placing it carefully back on the shelf. He stepped outside, where the living room had been adorned, and found Jiang Li squatting among the flower bushes, plucking blossoms from the branches. Snape donned his gloves, preparing to gather the latest batch of evening primrose. Upon reaching the herb field, he discovered that the leaves of the evening primrose had been ravaged, and a horde of large, horned green caterpillars were feasting on the foliage. The herbs he had painstakingly nurtured were being devoured by these pests, and Snape's spirits plummeted instantly. Soon, however, he sensed that something was amiss. Your flowers are nearby. Why do these insects not gnaw at your blossoms and seedlings? Snape inquired of Jiang Li. Jiang Li, taking a hearty bite of a warm mung bean cake, replied nonchalantly. I previously discovered fat caterpillars among the flowers, so I had Mia gather them up, fearing they might starve, and I tossed them into your herb garden. For a fleeting moment, Snape doubted the reliability of his ears, astonished by such an eccentric response. Chapter 29. The Marvelous Use of Caterpillars. Do you comprehend the folly of your actions? Snape, suppressing his ire, gazed sternly at Jiang Li, noticing his genuine anger. Jiang Li wiped the smile from her face and earnestly explained, Please, do not be angry. You cultivate evening primrose for potion making, do you not? This large caterpillar feeds exclusively on evening primrose. It possesses similar effects and contains even purer energy, making it an excellent substitute for the plant itself. Why have I never heard of such a creature? Snape regarded Jiang Li with skepticism. Unfazed, Jiang Li began fabricating a tale. I encountered a description of this insect in an ancient potion book. It is called the evening moth. It is a creature that thrives on evening primrose, typically residing within the flower buds, feasting on the leaves, and is a favored delicacy among wild birds. Generally, by the time humans harvest the flowers, the birds have already consumed the caterpillars, which is why many have never seen them and remain unaware of their potential. Seeing that Snape still appeared unconvinced, Jiang Li interjected. If you doubt my words, you may utilize this large caterpillar for potion making. Should it prove ineffective, I shall compensate you with an entire field of evening primrose. At her words, Snape furrowed his brow and pinched the wriggling caterpillar, casting a dubious glance at Jiang Li. You had best be telling the truth. I assure you. I speak only the truth, Jiang Li affirmed. She had perceived the green energy emanating from the evening primrose, and the caterpillar radiated an even more intense verdant glow. This particular luminescence remained invisible to ordinary eyes, yet it was a gift of hers to perceive what others could not. Indeed, had she chosen to study potion making, it would have been simpler than alchemy. However, Jiang Li relished the challenge of difficult endeavors. With the wriggling caterpillar in hand, Snape made his way to the potion room. Evening primrose served as a critical ingredient in high-level healing potions, effective against the injuries caused by dark magic and alleviating the excruciating pain of those afflicted, allowing them to remain conscious. However, the growth conditions for evening primrose were exceedingly stringent, and high-level potions of this nature were in short supply in the market, which had incited Snape's earlier fury upon discovering the destruction of his herb garden. He meticulously prepared the caterpillar according to the prescribed steps, observing the potion's transformation intently. When the boiling concoction ceased to emit steam and turned a deep azure, Snape recognized the potion's success. He poured the potion into a vial, noting its clarity and superior quality compared to prior mixtures using evening primrose alone. Astonished to find Jiang Li's claims substantiated, Snape exited the potion room to find Jiang Li languidly reclined on the sofa, propped up on one arm, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing his approach, Jiang Li tilted her head back to meet his gaze. How did it turn out? Snape handed her the potion. The quality is indeed remarkable, just as you said. Yet from which book did you glean this insect's description? I cannot recall. I have perused too many texts to remember the titles, Jiang Li replied without a second thought. Fabricating her earlier assertions, Snape lamented the missed opportunity for genuine knowledge. It must be that when I purchased the evening primrose seeds, the caterpillar eggs were concealed within. As the seeds germinated, the eggs hatched, resulting in such a multitude of caterpillars. He analyzed the situation seriously. I believe you should capture those caterpillars and feed them, otherwise, you will be left with no plants. Jiang Li kindly cautioned, your evening primrose has yet to bloom or produce a new batch of seeds. If they consume everything, you will need to purchase more seeds. Heeding her advice, Snape promptly changed into a fresh set of clothes, fetching an iron bucket from the kitchen to collect insects from the herb garden. Bored, Jiang Li decided to accompany him, bringing along a folding chair. She set it on the pebble path, leisurely enjoying ice cream retrieved from the freezer while observing Snape's industrious figure, a newfound admiration blossoming within her. The materials for high-level potions were exorbitantly priced, and the precise control of temperature, sequence of ingredients, and timing were paramount. Many without innate talent would find themselves perilously blown away during potion preparation, let alone achieving the flawless quality of high-level concoctions. Indeed, potion making was a perilous and costly profession. Snape toiled throughout the afternoon, verifying that no caterpillar remained hidden beneath the leaves of the evening primrose before departing with a bucket brimming with insects. Jiang Li craned her neck to catch a glimpse of the large caterpillar. The flavor of those caterpillars should be quite delightful. Why not set aside half for Mia to fry? She suggested. Snape brusquely pushed her head back down, retorting coldly, do not indulge in every peculiar notion. I shall not require your assistance, as I must focus on potion making. Are you truly planning to use the entirety of that bucket of caterpillars for potion making? Jiang Li exclaimed in disbelief. I cannot ascertain whether the caterpillars retain their efficacy post-mortem, so I intend to utilize them while they are still alive. Snape replied with utmost seriousness. Would you like my assistance in the process? Jiang Li inquired. Do you possess the skill to concoct high-level potions? Snape regarded her with surprise. It is not overly challenging. If you share the steps with me, I could produce 10 identical batches simultaneously, Jiang Li stated with unwavering confidence. That will not be necessary. I can manage on my own, Snape declined outright, finding Jiang Li's reliability questionable. He was unwilling to risk precious potion ingredients in her hands. Not dissuaded by his refusal, Jiang Li resolved to procure some gift wrapping paper. The wrapping paper purchased from Hogsmeade possessed magical properties unsuitable for muggles, necessitating a trip to the post office to send the package. Otherwise, Julia would not receive her gift before Christmas. While sending it via owl was an option, Jiang Li preferred to keep her witch identity concealed from Julia, a muggle. Sometimes, anguish stemmed from possessing too much knowledge while being powerless to effect change. Penny? As Jiang Li entered the boutique, she recognized a familiar silhouette and tentatively called out, eliciting a response as expected. Penny turned, her face alight with surprise upon seeing Jiang Li. It had been some time since their last encounter. What brings you here? Jiang Li asked, recalling that Penny lived in a neighboring town some distance away. We've moved. My father's job transferred him, and we bought a house nearby. So we shall be residing in this town from now on, Penny replied, her blue eyes sparkling with joy. By the way, Julia called me a few days ago. She mentioned that she nearly got hit by a car, but your protective charm saved her. When she returned home, she discovered that your charm had been scorched. You saved her life. Having not seen Jiang Li in ages, Penny had much to share, her blue eyes gleaming with excitement. Since Jiang Li confided in Lily about her predicament, Lily has stood firmly by her side. Although the Evans parents continue to show favoritism towards Lily and cannot help but criticize Penny, Lily has defended Penny, making it difficult for them to voice further complaints. Penny has long grown accustomed to her parents' bias and is not saddened by their attitudes. She feels that her life has become considerably easier recently. At least she is no longer fighting her battles alone at home. In contrast, Lily often expresses her indignation on Penny's behalf. Chapter 30. Lily's secret. Jiang Li stood beside her, quietly listening to her narrative. Ollie, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I doubt Lily would have understood me, Penny said gratefully, gazing at Jiang Li. You are truly remarkable. Even without my assistance, you would manage everything splendidly. Jiang Li replied with a smile, tucking a stray strand of hair behind Penny's ear. I've been making quite a few snacks lately. Would you and Lily like to come over to my house tomorrow for some treats? Jiang Li invited. Wouldn't that disturb your family? Penny expressed her concerns. Lily's recent behavior has been somewhat peculiar, and she feared that Lily might not be able to control herself, potentially alarming Jiang Li. Not at all. We would be delighted to have you, Jiang Li reassured her gently. I need to discuss it with Lily first. If there are no objections, we shall visit you tomorrow. Otherwise, we may not come. Penny hesitated in her response. No worries. Even if you don't come, I can save the snacks for when I see you next, Jiang Li smiled. Penny felt a surge of happiness. Since Julia's departure, she hadn't engaged in such lengthy conversations with anyone. With Lily's recent health issues causing strange occurrences, Penny had delved into her books and discovered that Lily's condition resembled that of the witches described within. In fairy tales, witches often meet grim fates, and Penny wished to prevent any harm from befalling Lily. The Evans couple attempted to conceal such matters, unable to impose strict rules on dear Lily. They entrusted Penny with ensuring that Lily refrains from exhibiting any odd behavior in public. Jiang Li speculated that the likelihood of the two girls visiting the next day was quite high, so she instructed Mia to hide, ensuring Penny and Lily wouldn't discover her. As for Snape, he was wholly engrossed in his potion-making endeavors, even neglecting to eat. Jiang Li decided not to disturb him and added Lily and Penny to the whitelist for the repelling charm, so they wouldn't find the house inaccessible upon their arrival. Early the next morning, Jiang Li heard the doorbell ring. Upon opening the door, she saw Lily and Penny joyfully standing outside. Penny held a bento box in her hand, presenting it to Jiang Li. "These are cookies I made. I hope they don't trouble you." Lily immediately chimed in, knowing we were coming today. "Penny started baking cookies last night, and Mom scolded her for it." "Lily, you shouldn't mention such things," Penny said, slightly embarrassed. Lily playfully stuck her tongue out. "Thank you for the cookies. They must be delightful," Jiang Li said sincerely. Lily added, "Penny's cookies are the best. When we sold them outside the church, hers were always the first to sell out. Everyone loves her baked goods." "Penny, you are truly impressive. If you ever choose not to be a pilot, you could become a master baker," Jiang Li praised. Penny's face flushed crimson, as she was unaccustomed to receiving compliments. Lily, on the other hand, appeared more at ease as she began to explore the house. "Did you plant those flowers outside? They smell so fragrant. I've never seen such blooms before." Lily inquired with curiosity. "Those are gardenias. They have high temperature requirements, so they are relatively rare here," Jiang Li replied, amused to see Lily's eyes glued to the flowers. "If you like them, you may take some home when you leave." "Really?" Lily's face lit up with surprise. "Wouldn't it be inappropriate to pick your flowers and disturb the beauty of your yard?" Penny, though fond of the flowers, was clearly more cautious than Lily. "It's perfectly fine. We can pick them sparingly, just a few from each plant, and the overall beauty will remain untouched," Jiang Li assured as she brought out some mung bean cakes and various Chinese pastries to place on the table. Penny and Lily gathered around, marveling at the delicacies. "What is this pastry? It's transparent, like a flower. It's so beautiful," Lily exclaimed. "This is crystal cake and lotus flower puff. You should try them. They're Chinese snacks," Jiang Li said, leaning on the table, her chin resting on her hand as she observed the two girls relish the treats. As Lily and Penny settled into their chairs and began to savor the pastries, Penny exclaimed, "This is so delicious. It's not sweet at all." She wasn't overly fond of sugary treats, and her cookies contained only a modest amount of sweetness, yet the British often indulge their desserts with copious amounts of sugar. This was the first time Penny had tasted a dessert that left her utterly astonished. "Not sweet. That is the highest praise for a dessert. I am certain the pastry chef would be thrilled to hear your words," Jiang Li remarked, sipping her red tea and gazing kindly at Penny, who felt her cheeks flush under Jiang Li's gaze. "Ollie, may I look at these books?" After finishing the treats, Lily, unable to sit still, asked Jiang Li. "Of course, feel free to browse any book you wish," Jiang Li generously replied. Upon hearing this, Lily promptly leaped from her chair and began examining the books on the shelf. She picked up the alchemy book Jiang Li had been reading, but after a moment, her brow furrowed in confusion. "This is too complicated. I can't understand a thing." Jiang Li turned to Penny and asked, "Would you like to watch some television?" Penny shook her head, about to speak when she caught sight of Lily making a book levitate in the air. "Lily, what are you doing?" Penny shouted. Startled, Lily dropped the book, glancing at Penny with a hint of guilt. Penny anxiously approached and grasped Lily's hand, saying to Jiang Li, "I just remembered Mom said we shouldn't stay out for too long. Lily and I should head back now." With that, she hurriedly pulled Lily away, leaving Jiang Li with no opportunity to explain. Penny held on to Lily's hand for quite a while. "Penny, you're holding too tightly. My hand hurts," Lily complained softly, pulling her hand free. "You were too excited. No one saw my actions, and besides, I feel that Ollie isn't a bad person. Even if she knows about my special abilities, she wouldn't harm me." She had intended to pick a few flowers to take home, but Penny's sudden tug had prevented her from doing so. "Lily, she is just an ordinary person. Ordinary people don't like the peculiar. Have you forgotten how scientists treat superheroes in those shows? They capture them for experimentation," Penny said gravely. "I don't believe Ollie would do such a thing." "She seems really nice," Lily replied, her innocent nature shining through. "Ollie is indeed kind, but that doesn't guarantee that others will be. If they were to discover your unusual abilities, they might resort to some malicious means against you," Penny warned in a hushed tone. "Sometimes, human jealousy can be terrifying. Who knows if someone envious of you might discover this and take drastic actions? Are there really people that wicked?" Lily asked, her fear evident as she considered the prospect of being captured for research. In summary, one must never reveal their unique abilities in the presence of outsiders, Penny stated with a serious expression. Lily hesitated before nodding in agreement. Chapter 31, Fireworks. This time, Severus also successfully missed Lily. It was only 2 days later that Jiang Li finally saw Severus emerge from the potions classroom. Severus bore dark circles under his eyes, his greasy hair hanging untidily over his face, and his robes reeked of a bitter potion, as if they had been marinated in it. Clearly, he had not rested and had been tirelessly concocting potions overnight. You should really take it easy, at such a young age. Burning the midnight oil every day will surely lead to a premature demise, Jiang Li remarked, scrutinizing Severus's dark rings. Severus rubbed his sore eyes and replied, I've just been particularly busy these past few days. The efficacy of the potions diminishes once the bugs have perished. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li clicked her tongue lightly. Have you ever considered that by simply harvesting some evening primrose from the potion field to feed those bugs, you could prolong their lives for a few days and take your time with potion making? Severus, always one to directly exhaust potion materials, had not anticipated the option of sustainable cultivation. Why didn't you mention this sooner? He questioned, suspecting Jiang Li had been withholding this information until after he had completed his potions. I assumed that a reasonable person would think of this solution, Jiang Li shrugged, unabashedly retorting, who would stay up all night making potions? Severus replied, at a loss for words. Remember to wash your hair before you sleep, Jiang Li advised. Prolonged potion making could leave certain substances trapped in one's hair that ordinary shampoo could not remove. Jiang Li had purchased the best-selling magical shampoo, but it turned out Severus had never washed his hair, preferring to rinse it with plain water. Initially suspecting an allergy to shampoo, Jiang Li even concocted a low-allergen version for him, only to later discover that Severus simply despised the fact that the shampoo belonged to the Potter family. Jiang Li mused that she might as well change all of Severus's birthday gifts to shampoo, delivering a year's supply at once. Unaware of Jiang Li's thoughts, Severus emerged from his bath, still with wet hair, and collapsed onto his bed, neglecting to cover himself with a blanket. When he awoke, he found himself nestled in his covers, his hair dry, and on the table lay the potions he had prepared along with Christmas gifts. Severus quickly deduced who had taken care of him. As he rose from bed and made his way to the living room, he spotted Jiang Li, dressed in a red velvet gown and a matching beret, as if she were about to head out. You're awake. Quickly change your clothes. We're going to the Christmas party. I heard a circus has come to town. Before Severus could fully comprehend, Jiang Li had already placed a hat on his head, tied a red scarf around his neck, and handed him a light brown trench coat. Clad in such vivid, clean colors, Severus felt somewhat out of his element. In the city center, the lights twinkled brightly, and it seemed as though the entire populace had gathered in one place. Jiang Li tightly grasped Severus's hand to prevent them from being separated by the throngs of people. Severus, disliking the crowd, intended to lean against the wall when he suddenly saw a hand reaching towards Jiang Li's backside, causing his expression to shift coldly. He moved to the outer side, guiding Jiang Li to walk against the wall. Jiang Li glanced at him, her fingers flicking, and the man nearby stumbled to the ground, his front teeth shattered. Hearing the commotion behind him, Severus was about to turn when Jiang Li excitedly tugged at his hand, pointing in a direction. Look at that. Upon following her gaze, Severus beheld several couples passionately kissing beneath a magnificent Christmas tree. His ears flushed with embarrassment as he irritably remarked, What is so interesting about that? Who says it's not interesting? It's my first time seeing such a large teddy bear. Let us go take a picture, Jiang Li exclaimed, eagerly pulling Severus towards the giant bear-shaped plush, where numerous children awaited their turn for a photograph. It was then that Severus realized he had misinterpreted Jiang Li's intentions. Falling silent, he had thought she was being cruel, deliberately forcing him to witness couples kissing. Were they at Hogwarts, he would have certainly deducted points from those couples' houses. Jiang Li straightened her clothes and led Severus in front of the plush toy, beaming at the camera. Smile, little one, the photographer instructed, directing his attention to the expressionless Severus. In response, Severus managed to muster a stiff smile. Be more natural. You don't have to be so tense, the photographer advised, pressing the shutter button. They were specifically set up to take pictures for tourists, offering expedited photo processing for a fee. Jiang Li, wishing to explore other areas, paid the fee. Observing the bustling crowd, she felt a wave of joy wash over her. It had been a long time since she had experienced such a vibrant atmosphere. In her past life, during the turbulent times of the Tianyuan continent, everyone lived in fear, and cultivators in the city dared not host grand gatherings. The demon race often exploited such chaotic situations to infiltrate human cities and wreak havoc. At the age of 10, she had witnessed a demon's self-detonation in the heart of a bustling city, resulting in numerous casualties among both cultivators and commoners. The stench of blood lingering for a month. Here, there was no fear of death. How wonderful it was. Severus, would you like to experience the sensation of flying? Jiang Li asked, gazing at him with eager eyes. No, Severus decisively refused, citing the overwhelming crowd as a reason not to let muggles see her use magic. You truly want to fly, Jiang Li remarked, her expression one of understanding. Rest assured, I've cast a confusion charm on those around us. They won't notice anything unusual. That's not what I meant, Severus attempted to clarify, but before he could finish, he felt himself lift off the ground, ascending higher and higher, instinctively gripping the nearest person. What are you doing? I don't want to fly. The sensation of weightlessness made him anxious. He dared not look down, clinging desperately to Jiang Li's clothing, his voice laced with irritation. Don't be afraid. Slowly open your eyes and look down. The view is actually quite lovely, her gentle voice rang in his ears, followed by a teasing remark. If you don't look, I'll poke your eyes out. Reluctantly, Severus gritted his teeth and opened his eyes. They floated in midair, with Jiang Li holding his left hand. Severus took a glance downward and was instantly overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness, tightening his grip on Jiang Li's hand, yearning to be back on solid ground. Isn't your flying class quite poor? Jiang Li inquired. She recalled how popular Quidditch was. How could Severus play if he feared flying? I've seen enough. You can let me down now, Severus managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth. Just wait a moment. There's a surprise in store for you, Jiang Li insisted, holding onto his hand. In the next instant, a streak of fire erupted from the horizon, leaving a trail of smoke in the air before bursting spectacularly. The night sky illuminated with dazzling fireworks, exploding brilliantly close to them. In the face of such magnificent fireworks, Jiang Li's expression transformed into one of awe. Severus's dark eyes reflected the glow of the fireworks, instinctively glancing at Jiang Li, whose hair seemed to have taken on the colors of the fireworks. Her eyes sparkling with a joy he had never witnessed before. Chapter 32. Clarifying Relationships. On the journey back, Jiang Li anticipated that Snape would be furious, to her surprise. He remained remarkably composed, as if nothing had transpired. With a look of curiosity, she inquired, "Aren't you angry? I just took you into the air." In truth, Snape was not particularly afraid of flying. Upon hearing Jiang Li's words, he cast her a fleeting glance, knowing that others disdained such antics. Why not to engage in such foolishness? Indeed, he was annoyed. Jiang Li produced a glass vial from her pocket, deliberately waving it before Snape. "This is for you." Inside the vial were two creatures resembling moths, their wings adorned with exquisite and peculiar patterns that shimmered in the air, scattering luminous phosphorescence as they fluttered. "Is this a joy moth?" Snape asked, his gaze fixed in astonishment on the moths within the vial. "Correct. 10 points for Slytherin." Jiang Li beamed, stuffing the glass vial into his embrace. "I noticed you were researching joy potions the other day and realized you were missing this little specimen. I consulted Mr. Nicholas Flamel, who informed me that joy moths are products of alchemy. These creatures are often born in places filled with joy, particularly sensitive to flames. Therefore, I set up a magical circle in the most crowded area to extract the joyous emotions of muggles, hoping to hatch joy moths. To my surprise, it worked." Bending down, she gently tapped the glass vial with her finger, startling the joy moths, which began to flit chaotically within. After much research, she had discovered that these creatures were indeed alchemical products, explaining their absence from the market. Joy moths have numerous applications. They can be appreciated for their beauty or utilized in potion making, especially in advanced potions, yet no one has ever seen them, leading many to substitute other potion ingredients. They are, however, the most essential and irreplaceable component of the joy potion. The joy potion, classified as a high-level potion, diminishes the feelings associated with sorrowful memories, allowing one to recall only the emotions of joyful memories. It bears some resemblance to the forgetting charm, yet while the latter requires one to erase or alter memories, the joy potion retains all memories, albeit with considerable complexity. It is also exceedingly expensive, making its production rare and poorly documented. As Snape's finger rested upon the glass vial, one joy moth alighted delicately upon his fingertip, its wings gently fluttering as if engaging with him. "So, you brought me along for the flight in hopes of capturing it as a gift?" Snape inquired, his gaze steady on Jiang Li. "Of course, I am not unwell. Why would I force someone to do something they dislike?" Jiang Li replied, her hands clasped behind her back as she strode forward, glancing sideways at Snape. "We have exactly 2 joy moths. We shall each take 1/2. Please do not harm yours just yet, as I wish to see if mine can be disassembled for alchemical materials. Why not keep it? Its scales also possess value," Snape remarked. "You can keep yours. Just share half of your phosphorescent powder when the time comes," Jiang Li retorted without hesitation. Snape found nothing amiss in her response and nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, Snape began searching the bookshelf for texts on nurturing joy moths, while Jiang Li, feeling rather lethargic, took a shower and promptly fell asleep. Just as her head touched the pillow, a thought struck her, and she leapt from her bed, rushing outside to Snape, who was engrossed in his reading. Merry Christmas, Severus, she exclaimed. Snape paused, slightly taken aback, and replied softly, Merry Christmas, Gardenia. Jiang Li felt a certain detachment from that name, as if it belonged to someone else. I know you take things seriously, but your health is important too. It is nearly time for bed, so do not stay up late. She admonished Snape before retreating to her room. Brr, it's so cold, Jiang Li mused, contemplating acquiring more fire lizards for her room. As she watched the door close behind her, Snape's gaze lingered on his book for a few seconds before he shut it. Ah well, I suppose I shall retire early tonight. The next morning, Jiang Li was roused by a tapping sound outside her window. She rose from her bed, expressionless, to discover a small owl perched outside, clutching a gift box in its talons. Pushing the window open, the owl swooped in, depositing the gift on her table and tilting its head expectantly at her for a treat. Resigned, she retrieved some biscuits from her drawer to feed the adorable owl. The owl eagerly pecked at the biscuit in her hand, yet remained, gazing up at her as if to ask, Is that all? Jiang Li, feeling generous, handed the entire box of biscuits to the little owl. These are all yours. Take them back to enjoy at your leisure. The owl, visibly delighted, flew up to her face, nuzzling against her cheek before clutching the box and departing. Upon opening the package, Jiang Li glanced at the sender's name. It was a Christmas gift from Dumbledore, containing a set of chocolate frogs, complete with various trading cards. As she unwrapped the chocolate, a frog leapt out, and with swift reflexes, she caught it and stuffed it into her mouth, instantly transforming it into a regular piece of chocolate. After opening several more chocolate frogs, she only revealed cards featuring Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Jiang Li stroked her chin, observing their features, and found it rather peculiar. These two, do they share a resemblance of matrimonial harmony? Has my ability to discern such things diminished? In the ensuing hours, several more owls arrived, delivering gifts to her table. Most presents were quite ordinary, save for one from Abraxas, who gifted Jiang Li a remarkably expensive emerald necklace, the kind favored by muggles and quite valuable. Attempting to offer the messenger eagle a piece of candy, Jiang Li was met with disdain as the eagle shot her an offended glance before soaring away. Such a proud eagle, Jiang Li mused, contemplating the idea of possibly keeping one. On the table lay a substantial gift box, and upon inspecting the name on it, she discovered it was sent by Lucius to Snape. Curiosity piqued, she stationed herself by the table to await Snape's arrival. Upon seeing the gift, Snape opened it before her eyes to reveal an assortment of high-grade potion ingredients. You and Lucius truly are a match made in heaven. You gift him potions, and he reciprocates with potion materials, Jiang Li remarked incisively. Snape felt a wave of revulsion at her comment, recalling Lucius's gaze filled with affection as he spoke to him, nearly causing him to retch. Are you brewing potions today? Jiang Li inquired as Snape carried the materials toward the potion room. No, today is a day of rest, Snape replied coolly, merely accustomed to placing the precious materials in their designated spots. Jiang Li rested her chin on the back of the sofa, observing Snape as he emerged from the room. Have you seen the Christmas gift I prepared for you? She asked. I have, Snape nodded in response. It is a remarkably exquisite Pichot necklace. Snape felt that the ornate style was more befitting of Lucius, thus he stowed it in a drawer for safekeeping. That necklace is one I crafted for you. It can withstand 8 lethal injuries and employs numerous precious materials. Remember to keep it close and do not take it off. Jiang Li insisted earnestly. In the past, she could perceive Snape's fate, but ever since she altered it, she has been unable to foresee anything at all. Snape was taken aback by the necklace's unexpected properties. He had assumed it was merely a trinket chosen at random by Jiang Li, considering her fondness for Muggle accessories. I understand now. I shall wear it, Snape remarked as he adorned himself with the necklace and tucked it beneath his robe. By the way, I discovered this at the bottom of the gift box when I discarded it yesterday. Did you perhaps misplace it? Jiang Li inquired, retrieving a key to the Gringotts vault from her pocket. The location was indeed quite obscure. She nearly discarded the key along with the box. Had she not heard a jingling sound while shaking the gift box, her curiosity would not have compelled her to investigate further, revealing another box hidden beneath the potion container. At this moment, the key could very well have ended up in the rubbish. You're not mistaken, Snape said, gazing into Jiang Li's striking blue eyes. The earnings from potion making during this period have been deposited into the Gringotts vault with Lucius's assistance. Only you are permitted to access it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li toyed with the vault key, raising an eyebrow as she looked at Snape. Are you intending to distance yourself from me? She recalled that Snape had previously mentioned his desire to move out and live independently. Not at all. Realizing Jiang Li's misinterpretation, Snape clarified. You have treated me with great kindness, and I have nothing substantial to offer you. This is the finest gift I can provide at present. The vault key clinked lightly against the table, and after a few seconds of scrutinizing Snape, Jiang Li's brow relaxed slightly. Very well. Consider the funds in the vault as your contribution to household expenses, In the future, a portion of your salary must also be deposited into our little treasury, she asserted confidently. If you wish to sever ties, then all the money should come to me, and let us see how you manage to distance yourself after that. All right. I have already informed Lucius. All future earnings will be deposited into the vault, Snape replied earnestly, as he seldom had many personal expenditures. Jiang Li gazed at him in astonishment. You've given me all your money. How will you sustain yourself? It matters not. You wouldn't truly allow me to starve. Snape answered calmly. The unexpected response left Jiang Li momentarily speechless. Chapter 33. A reunion. You can't possibly think of me as your mother, can you? Jiang Li asked hesitantly, fixing her gaze on Snape's eyes. Snape replied, what on earth are you thinking? Through gritted teeth. I intend to purchase potion ingredients. Are you truly going to deny me the funds? That would not be the case, Jiang Li responded, acknowledging that this was not her own money. And taking it all would be rather excessive. A sustainable approach was necessary. Then it's settled, Snape said softly. I have no other uses for the money. Jiang Li was momentarily at a loss for words. Very few could render her speechless, and Snape was the first. Aside from this unexpected turn, Jiang Li enjoyed a delightful Christmas, receiving a notebook from Nicodemus filled with profound insights on alchemy. After perusing the notes, many of her queries regarding alchemy were resolved. With the recent arrival of new alchemical materials, she felt an irresistible urge to experiment. Immediately after Christmas, she sequestered herself in the alchemy room for various experiments. Snape did the same. Mia regularly delivered meals to the doors of both rooms. Had it not been for the diminishing food supplies at the entrance, Mia might have doubted that either of the two masters was even home. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted from the adjacent alchemy room, startling Snape, who was preparing a potion, nearly causing him to drop the porcupine quill into the cauldron prematurely. The explosion was so loud that the house trembled slightly, fearing that Jiang Li might have been obliterated. Snape hurriedly rushed to her alchemy room. Upon entering, he found the alchemy room completely collapsed, with many walls caved in. A hand emerged from the rubble, prompting Snape to rush over and clear the debris. Jiang Li crawled out, her face pale and weak, coughing violently and expelling a considerable amount of blood-stained dust. Her once beautiful, light golden hair was now matted with grime. Snape couldn't help but think she looked akin to a vagabond from Nocturne Alley in her current state. Clean yourself up, he said, casting a cleaning charm on Jiang Li. The dust on her diminished slightly, but she still appeared rather grimy, save for her striking blue eyes that remained vibrant. Are you a fool, engaging in alchemy and burying yourself in it? Snape scolded. His brow furrowed as he glared at Jiang Li. Coughing, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, likely the result of the explosion's impact, which had fractured her ribs. What is wrong with you? Snape asked, noticing her pallor. My ribs are broken, Jiang Li replied, covering her mouth as she coughed. A salty taste rising in her throat as crimson blood seeped through her fingers, her complexion alarmingly ashen. She had attempted to merge two opposing magical arrays to observe the effects, but instead, they repelled each other, and she hadn't managed to escape before being blasted away. Why didn't you mention something so critical earlier? Snape's expression shifted to one of concern as he swiftly cast a levitation charm, transporting Jiang Li to her room. My clothes are too filthy. I can't get into bed without a shower, Jiang Li murmured weakly. Seeing her so gravely injured, yet still preoccupied with such matters left Snape momentarily at a loss for words. He quickly returned to the potions room to fetch a healing potion, applying a healing charm to her wounds. As the white light emanated from his wand, Jiang Li felt a gentle tingling in her chest, as though her bones were knitting together. She took a sip of the potion Snape offered, her face contorting in distaste. Ugh, why is this potion so vile? Can't it have a more palatable flavor? This is a potion, not a beverage, Snape retorted sharply. I hope Miss Malfoy remembers this lesson and refrains from blowing herself up again. Next time, luck may not be on your side. But you're still here. Aren't you? Jiang Li managed a feeble smile. I knew you would come to my rescue. Snape scoffed. Let me remind you, I am merely an 11-year-old wizard. I cannot guarantee your safety with each explosion. Can't you concoct simpler alchemical items? Must every experiment create such a ruckus? Jiang Li grimaced as she finished the potion, its bitterness lingering, and reached for the candies in the drawer. Snape swatted her hand away, coldly stating, you cannot eat after just having the potion. It is in the process of healing your body, and eating will interfere with its efficacy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li lay on the bed like a defeated fish, devoid of dreams. How much longer until I can eat? She asked. Full recovery will take half a day, Snape replied, glancing at the clock. He then casually retrieved a book from the shelf in Jiang Li's room and settled beside her bed to read. Jiang Li had intended to wait until Snape left to sneak a piece of chocolate, but seeing him seated there with no intention of departing, she could only resign herself to lying there in despair. The room fell silent, and Snape, puzzled by Jiang Li's lack of response, turned to find her fast asleep. The woman lay peacefully on the bed, her breathing steady, exuding an elegance akin to a finely crafted painting. Snape extended his hand to wipe the dust from her cheek, contemplating that it might be wiser to concoct a potion that was even less palatable, lest this individual become emboldened and recklessly mistreat her own body. When Jiang Li awakened, the sky had already darkened, and she noticed a shadow seated at the edge of her bed. Instinctively, she drew her wand and aimed it at the figure. "Once you're awake, you should rise and dine." Snape's voice resonated with a youthful clarity that belied his age. Jiang Li climbed out of bed and retrieved a cauldron from her storage bracelet. "This is for you. I intended to present it on your birthday, but it nearly exploded in the alchemy chamber." "What is this?" Snape inquired. "It is a recently crafted cauldron that can regulate temperature, with a display to indicate the heat level, effectively preventing explosions. You can set it to maintain a specific temperature over a designated time," Jiang Li elucidated. "Did you return to retrieve this, only to encounter an explosion?" Snape suddenly asked. "I have grown accustomed to explosions. Even without this, I would have faced one." Jiang Li replied with a light-hearted demeanor. The alchemy chamber housed numerous precious and rare materials, all of which had been destroyed, causing her immense distress. Thus, before the explosion could reach her, she hastily gathered all the materials. Snape's emotions were a tangle of complexity as he gazed at Jiang Li, momentarily at a loss for words. Over the years, no one had chosen to steadfastly stand by his side as Jiang Li had. It had to be said. This was indeed a beautiful misunderstanding. After she had recovered, Jiang Li set about repairing her alchemy chamber, though many items were irreparable and would need to be repurchased. "Why haven't you been brewing potions today?" Jiang Li asked, noticing that Snape had been in the sitting room for several consecutive days without reading. "I simply do not wish to brew potions today. I desire a moment of respite," Snape replied nonchalantly. Jiang Li was taken aback, cautiously inquiring, "Are you unwell?" It was unusual for someone who brewed potions daily to suddenly seek rest. "Brewing potions is merely a hobby for me. I believe one should distinguish between hobbies and life," Snape stated in a leisurely manner. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that in their home, only he and Jiang Li could engage in conversation. Mia and Jiang Li could not communicate at all. Snape's constant potion-making left Jiang Li with little to do but pursue alchemy, which was why she had encountered mishaps and injuries. Perhaps he should carve out more time to spend with Jiang Li to alleviate her loneliness. "It's wonderful that you can think this way," Jiang Li mused, considering that Snape must be feeling stifled at home, for he was still a child, brimming with energy. "The amusement park you frequently visit has thawed. Would you care to have a picnic there?" she proposed, recalling that Lily and Petunia lived nearby and they might chance upon them. Believing she wished to go, Snape nodded and took the initiative to gather the necessary items for the picnic. As Jiang Li cleared space in her bracelet, she asked Mia to bring over the picnic essentials. Seeing Snape's earnestness, she handed him the bracelet to organize the items. Biscuits, red tea, crystal cakes, a fruit platter, and a tablecloth were all arranged. Once they had prepared everything, the two of them apparat directly to the amusement park. The snow had just melted, leaving many areas damp. So Jiang Li sought out a relatively flat and clean spot, while Snape walked along the familiar path toward the swings. Towering chimneys loomed against the sky, and two girls were swinging. The red-haired girl soared particularly high, and just as she seemed about to fly off, she paused midair and landed gracefully on the ground. Petunia used the heels of her shoes to stop her swing, producing a harsh sound, and then she dismounted, placing her hands on her hips and gazing sternly at Lily. "Lily, Mother said you mustn't do that. It's far too dangerous." "But I'm perfectly fine," Lily replied, flashing a charming smile at Petunia. "Petunia, let me show you something fascinating." Petunia glanced around, failing to notice Snape, who was concealed by a disillusionment charm, as she saw Lily dart into a nearby bush to retrieve a wilted flower. Snape stood frozen, observing the scene, unable to muster the courage to disrupt this moment. Lily approached Petunia, holding the wilted flower with an air of mystery. Petunia, both worried and curious, stepped closer to inspect it, watching in astonishment as the flower in Lily's hand transformed into a vibrant bloom, opening and closing as if it were some peculiar, multi-petaled clam. "Stop it!" Petunia exclaimed loudly. "Don't worry, it won't harm you." Seeing Petunia's fear, Lily clapped her hands, causing the flower to drop to the ground. Petunia's gaze remained fixated on the blossom, her eyes unblinking. "Lily, how did you do that?" she asked, her voice tinged with an unacknowledged longing. "Isn't it obvious?" Snape echoed the words he had once spoken upon their first meeting. Both Petunia and Lily were startled by Snape's sudden appearance. Petunia regarded the strange boy with suspicion, pondering what he had witnessed. Meanwhile, Lily looked at him with curiosity, asking, "What is so obvious?" Chapter 34, You Are All Oddities. Seeing the girl from his memories come vividly to life before him, Snape was filled with excitement as he stepped forward, exerting every effort to restrain his impulsive behavior. He gazed at Lily with delight, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It is evident. You are a witch. Both Petunia and Lily's expressions shifted dramatically. Their perception of witches was still rooted in fairy tales. Lily, we should hurry back. Do not converse with this peculiar individual, Petunia urged, grabbing Lily's arm to prevent her from engaging with the strange boy. Wait, Snape interjected, stepping forward to block their path as Lily attempted to leave. You are a wizard. Not an evil witch from a fairy tale. There are many like you, and I too am a wizard. To convince Lily, Snape used transfiguration to transform the grass beneath them into flowers. Lily stood awestruck, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Snape. See, we are alike. We are both witches with magical abilities. Petunia, alarmed by Lily's newfound interest in this odd boy, felt an urgent alarm ring in her mind. Unlike Lily, she was not so naive. This boy's appearance was too peculiar, and the way he looked at Lily evoked an indescribable feeling. He must be a villain. Lily, we must return quickly. Mother will be angry about what happened today. Do not speak to strange people. Jiang Li grasped Lily's hand, attempting to pull her away forcefully. Petunia, I don't believe he is a bad person, Lily replied innocently. No, you cannot stay here. We must leave at once, Petunia insisted, her grip on Lily tightening. Petunia, you are hurting me, Lily cried out in pain. Snape stepped forward, separating their hands with a dismissive glance at Petunia. You are simply jealous of Lily because she is a witch, while you are a muggle without magic. We are destined to. Before he could finish, a fist struck the top of his head, nearly causing him to bite his tongue. What nonsense are you spouting? A slightly stern voice interjected. Snape turned to see Jiang Li standing behind him, her expression serious. Ali, Petunia and Lily exclaimed with delight as they looked at her. Do you know them? Snape gazed at Jiang Li in shock, feeling as though he had been backstabbed. You clearly knew what I was searching for. Why did you not inform me? Jiang Li crossed her arms and replied. Who said I didn't tell you? I previously mentioned that I would invite Lily and Petunia over to my house. And did you not express your disinterest in spending time with them? Moreover, during their last visit, you remained holed up in the potions classroom. Snape faltered, realizing that he had misunderstood Jiang Li's earlier mention of Lily. He quickly regained his composure, casting an irritable glance at her. You are deliberately misleading me. You never revealed who it was. Jiang Li displayed no sign of guilt. Instead, she looked past Snape and smiled at Petunia and Lily, saying, he means no harm. He simply has a rather brusque manner of speaking. In truth, he is quite amiable, so do not take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Petunia's gaze towards Jiang Li grew somewhat complicated. Ollie, are you also a wizard? Jiang Li nodded and replied, Indeed, I am a wizard. At this revelation, Petunia felt deceived. Why were both Lily and Jiang Li wizards while she was not? Irritation bubbled within her, and she shot a glare at Jiang Li. You are all monsters. Snape's expression turned icy, and he furrowed his brow at Petunia. Petunia, how can you speak so of Ollie? She is our friend, Lily exclaimed, shocked. Petunia instantly regretted her words, but with so many eyes upon her, she found herself unable to utter an apology. Jiang Li remained unperturbed. She bent down to meet Petunia's gaze, as if they were meeting for the first time, conjuring a rose from her hand and presenting it to her. Might I inquire, the lovely Miss Petunia, if you would still consider becoming friends with a peculiar being such as myself? She looked at Petunia earnestly. Petunia was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. I truly cherish our friendship and do not wish to lose you. Will you accept my flowers? Jiang Li lowered her head, her voice tinged with disappointment. I understand that you spoke out of anger, but as your friend, it truly saddens me to hear such words. I am sorry. Petunia mustered the courage to apologize. Once she began, she found that the subsequent words flowed with greater ease. I did not mean to speak so harshly. I was merely overwhelmed with jealousy towards you both. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Well, Jiang Li pretended to contemplate seriously. Petunia watched her anxiously, akin to a prisoner awaiting the announcement of their sentence. Unless you can bake me cookies for an entire week, I shall never forgive you, Jiang Li declared with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Petunia instantly relaxed, nodding earnestly. All right, I shall bake you cookies for a week. With that, the tension dissipated, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Jiang Li spread her arms wide and sat down on the grass, patting the spot beside her, clearing her throat before addressing Lily and Petunia. Perhaps some of you would like to sit by my side and listen as I share tales of the wizarding world. No sooner had she spoken than Petunia and Lily exchanged glances, promptly taking their seats beside Jiang Li, leaning against her and gazing at her with eager anticipation. What is the magical world like? How does it differ from our ordinary world? Lily inquired curiously. And what does muggle mean? It's not so different, really. I believe both the magical and ordinary worlds have their respective merits and drawbacks, Jiang Li replied, stroking Lily's hair. Muggles are what wizards call ordinary people who lack magic. Wizards are generally classified into three categories: purebloods, half-bloods, and muggleborns. Purebloods emphasize lineage, as their ancestors were all wizards. Half-bloods have one parent, who is a muggle, and muggle-borns have parents who are both muggles. Some pure-blood wizards may look down upon those of other origins, but that is inconsequential. In any realm, it is one's abilities that matter most. Hearing the word discrimination, Petunia cast a sidelong glance at Snape and asked Jiang Li, "Is he also a pure-blood wizard?" "No. Severus is a half-blood wizard," Jiang Li clarified. "Oh." Petunia emitted a peculiar sound, casting a sideways glance at Snape as if mocking him. Snape returned her gaze with a cold stare. Jiang Li continued to enlighten Petunia and Lily about the wizarding world, including how young wizards attend Hogwarts at the age of 11, how owls deliver letters, and various other tidbits of knowledge. Lily leaned in, enraptured by Jiang Li's tales, while Petunia felt a mix of longing and disappointment. Noticing this, Jiang Li gently patted her head and said, "In truth, I believe the ordinary world is quite splendid. Telephones are far swifter than owls, and they do not carry the same dangers. I think ordinary people are quite clever, with a plethora of remarkable inventions. Moreover, the speed of bullets far exceeds that of wands. Before a wizard can even draw their wand, a bullet could strike them." Upon hearing this, Petunia, while still envious of the wizard's magical abilities, felt less inferior. If she were to become a police officer one day, she would wield a gun, making her even more formidable. Snape felt compelled to counter Jiang Li's assertions. Truly powerful wizards are not as inept as Jiang Li portrayed. He opened his mouth to speak, but was met with a warning glance from Jiang Li. Chapter 35. Why can't she have a chance? Though he was delighted to see Lily again, Snape could not shake the feeling that events were unfolding contrary to his expectations. Lily seemed disinterested in him, instead trailing closely behind Jiang Li, bombarding her with inquiries about the magical realm, entirely ignoring him. As the day grew late, Jiang Li accompanied Lily and Petunia home, inviting them to visit her whenever they wished, offering to teach Lily some spells. Lily was overjoyed. Previously, out of fear of exposing their peculiarities, Petunia had forbidden her from visiting Jiang Li's home, but now that they were all wizards, using magic was no longer a concern. Petunia was equally elated. She adored the swing in Jiang Li's garden, entwined with morning glory vines, and hoped that next time she visited, she might get the chance to play on it. "Why are you so kind to that muggle?" After returning home, Snape posed this question to Jiang Li, who was busy digging in the garden. "She insulted you with such harsh words." Jiang Li, wielding the spade to unearth sweet potatoes, glanced at Snape and replied, "Her words are far less offensive. If we are to discuss insults, you should be more mindful of your own." Snape sought to retort, but found himself momentarily at a loss, realizing that his own occasional sarcasm could indeed be quite piercing. "In truth, I find Petunia somewhat akin to you," Jiang Li remarked with a smile, turning her gaze to Snape. "Neither of you is particularly forthright, which is why you both find each other unpalatable." "I am nothing like her," Snape countered defensively. "What differences exist?" Jiang Li feigned an attentive demeanor. "I am a wizard. She is a muggle. We hail from two different worlds. She is envious of Lily. After Lily's death, Dumbledore entrusted her with the care of the child, and she even mistreated Lily's offspring," Snape said in a low voice. Jiang Li listened intently and posed a question to Snape. "Do you know how Petunia is treated at home?" Snape looked at Jiang Li in confusion. "What relevance does that question hold?" "It is quite relevant," Jiang Li replied, pointing her spade at the sweet potato vines. "The reason my sweet potatoes thrive here is due to the magical array and diligent care. If I were to plant them elsewhere in London, they would yield no fruit. Petunia is much the same. She has never received her parents' attention. Whenever she makes a mistake, the Evans couple blames her, and she has never experienced love. How can you expect her to love others? At present, Penny remains a blank slate. She is not yet the bitter and obstinate person she will become in the future. Why can't we afford her the chance to become friends with one another? You bear no mortal grudge against her, and she has not committed any offense against you. Has she?" Snape fell silent. He had not considered Penny's circumstances at home, having always assumed that her situation mirrored Lily's. "In any case, Penny is my friend. You may not like her, but do not treat her with disrespect, as that is the most fundamental courtesy of a gentleman," Jiang Li said earnestly. "I am not inclined to target a mere child," Snape replied coolly. Observing his mature demeanor, Jiang Li chuckled. "Aren't you a child yourself?" Snape chose not to engage with Jiang Li on this, knowing that he would invariably feign an elder's wisdom to tease him. Ignoring Snape's dismissal, Jiang Li dashed towards him, executing a playful chokehold. "How utterly impolite. I was speaking to you." Snape, having grown accustomed to Jiang Li's occasional eccentricities, displayed an expression akin to that of a dead fish. Jiang Li laughed, playfully patting his head. Snape's face darkened instantly, feeling dirt in his hair, and just as he was about to express his ire, the other had already vanished without a trace. He gazed at the footprints on the ground, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Fool. The following morning, Penny and Lily arrived, with Penny holding a bag of cookies. Jiang Li instructed Snape to answer the door. The fellow had been preening himself all morning. It was evident that he had meticulously smoothed the creases of his clothing multiple times before the mirror. Snape greeted Lily with a friendly smile. "Hello, I am Severus Snape." "Hello, I am Lily Evans," she replied amicably, tilting her head slightly to peer into the room. Although Penny harbored a dislike for him, she still politely introduced herself. "I am Penny Evans." "Hello." "Hello," Severus Snape acknowledged, his tone somewhat aloof. Feeling the disparity in treatment, Penny experienced a flicker of discomfort, but upon seeing Jiang Li, that feeling dissipated entirely. "Penny, you've finally arrived," Jiang Li exclaimed, enveloping her in a grand embrace and planting a kiss on her cheek. "Hooray, at last. I've gotten to hug this sweet, soft little sister." Penny's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she shyly gazed at Jiang Li. Lily chimed in, moving closer. "Owly, you haven't hugged me yet." Jiang Li enthusiastically reciprocated with a warm embrace for Lily. The three girls in the living room momentarily ignored Snape, prompting him to clear his throat. Jiang Li glanced at him mischievously. "Are you coming down with something? If so, you should return to your room to rest. I can keep them company here." Knowing she was being deliberately provocative, Snape felt an irritation build within him. "Didn't you say you would teach Lily some spells?" However, Penny cannot perform magic. She would be dreadfully bored here alone. "You know some simple incantations. Why don't you teach Lily while I take Penny for a stroll in the yard?" Jiang Li suggested amiably. At this, Snape's suppressed delight was nearly impossible to conceal, though he maintained a neutral expression. "Very well. Such a tease," Snape thought silently. As Jiang Li took Penny's hand, "Let us go outside to pick some flowers. Didn't you mention wanting to gather some to take home? You left before you had the chance." As Penny followed Jiang Li outside, she glanced back, her face clouded with concern. "Do you think they will be all right?" "No worries. Although Severus can be brusque, his abilities are formidable. He will manage just fine teaching Lily. And he too wishes to make friends with his peers." Jiang Li reassured her with a relaxed demeanor. At last, with Lily present, Snape must have been smiling ear to ear. As Snape looked at Lily, who was gazing at him intently, he briefly lost himself in thought before a smile broke across his face. However, since he seldom smiled, it appeared somewhat unsettling. This made Lily tense up, prompting her to consider seeking out Penny and the others. "You need not be anxious. I will teach you some simple spells and the basics of potion making. You are quite clever, and I am certain you will grasp it," Snape said gently, his gaze softening as he regarded Lily. Lily felt that Snape's eyes resembled her father's when he looked at her, which helped her relax a bit. "Really? But Penny says spells can be quite difficult to learn." "Indeed, they can be challenging for some dullards, but you are different. You are exceptionally bright," Snape assured her. Upon hearing this, Lily felt the weight of pressure descend upon her. Unaware of her apprehension, Snape launched into an earnest explanation of spells, producing a feather to demonstrate the levitation charm. He gestured for Lily to attempt this simple incantation. "Wingardium Leviosa." Lily recited the spell directed at the feather. It wobbled slightly before gently ascending. Just as Snape prepared to commend her, the feather unexpectedly exploded, splattering him with remnants. Chapter 36. Copying Texts. Lily looked at Snape, her expression fraught with anxiety. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I don't know why the feather exploded." Snape wiped his face, maintaining an air of nonchalance. "It's quite all right. You likely lacked a wand, which caused the mishap. Young witches and wizards find it challenging to control their magic without one. You may borrow mine." At this, Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement as she cautiously accepted Snape's wand. She waved the wand gently, only for the next moment to witness the sofa in the living room erupt. Lily's eyes widened in alarm as she anxiously explained. "I didn't mean to. I just wanted the scarf on the sofa to float." "It's all right. It's likely that you are not yet accustomed to this wand. Once you possess your own, such issues should not arise," Snape reassured her, taking back the wand and casting a spell to restore the sofa back to normal. 10 seconds passed, yet the sofa remained in its damaged state, showing no signs of recovery. Snape felt perplexed and cast the restoration spell once more, but the sofa remained unresponsive. Lily, feeling anxious, asked, "Will I have to pay for the sofa if it can't be fixed? My allowance is far from sufficient." "You need not worry about compensation," Snape consoled her, stepping closer to investigate. He soon discovered that the sofa was an alchemical product, explaining its resistance to magic. "For today, let us forego spell learning and instead familiarize ourselves with potion ingredients." He retrieved a comprehensive herbology tome from the shelf and handed it to Lily, speaking softly. "First, memorize the characteristics of these herbs. Understanding them is essential to avoid mistakes during preparation. Feel free to ask me any questions. I will gladly assist you." Snape was resolute. Unlike the previous instances when those little trolls had ruined his potion ingredients, Lily would not commit such fundamental errors. Unbeknownst to him, The book he presented to Lily was more than 10 times thicker than those he had encountered in his past life. Lily accepted the book. Her curiosity about the magical world piqued as she delved into its pages. Observing her earnest engagement with the book, Snape gazed at her with a tender expression. Sensing his scrutiny, Lily quickly raised her head, only to find Snape engrossed in his own reading, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Had she misinterpreted his gaze? Lily was utterly perplexed. In the courtyard, Jiang Li poured black powder along the cobblestone path, placing a barrel of fireworks at its end. "Would you like to see the fireworks?" Jiang Li inquired. "Absolutely," Penny replied without hesitation. "Then you shall ignite this barrel of fireworks." Jiang Li handed a lit sparkler to Penny. Nervously, Penny accepted it, cautiously bringing the flame to the black powder. The moment the powder met the flame, it ignited instantly, swiftly reaching the fuse, which flared up and quickly ignited the interior walls of the fireworks barrel. Penny held her breath in suspense, and in the next heartbeat, brilliant sparks erupted from the barrel, exploding into a dazzling display in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The commotion outside was so immense that it drew the attention of those within. Although Lily was still engrossed in her book, her gaze kept darting to the outside. "Severus, should we not venture out to see what they are up to?" Lily implored Snape. Captivated by her enchanting green eyes, Snape found himself unable to utter a refusal. "Very well, but upon your return, you must resume your studies in potion making." With his consent, Lily joyfully dashed outside, where she beheld Jiang Li and Penny igniting fireworks. Jiang Li explained to Penny the science behind the different colors of fireworks. The myriad hues of the fireworks were a result of various substances added to the gunpowder. For instance, in yellow fireworks, sodium silicate was introduced. When heated, the sodium's electrons were excited, transitioning from a low energy to a high energy state. And when the electrons returned to their ground state, they emitted photons, manifesting the familiar yellow glow. As she spoke, she produced some powder, blending it together and encouraging Penny to try. Lily watched with curiosity as the ignited powder emitted a beautiful yellow light, momentarily leaving her speechless. Snape had assumed that Lily would return shortly after stepping out, but after finishing 3 cups of tea without her return, he began to feel restless. He stepped outside to witness Jiang Li engaging in fiery antics with Penny and Lily in the courtyard. The flames radiated different colors, and both girls gazed at Jiang Li with awe. "It's quite simple, really. Various elements emit distinct colors when burned." Jiang Li feigned seriousness, declaring, "Next, I shall pose a question, and those who answer correctly shall receive my reward." Penny and Lily immediately perked up, their ears attuned. "Which element produces green flames when burned?" "I know. It's the boron in boric acid." "Indeed, it is boron." Penny and Lily answered in unison. Jiang Li feigned dismay, saying, "I didn't expect both of you to answer correctly at the same time. I suppose I must present 2 rewards this time." Pretending to be reluctant, she retrieved 2 peaches from her pocket and handed them to Lily and Penny. "It seems my fruit has been won by you 2 clever girls." The girls laughed at her jest, their interest in her lesson piqued even further. "Lily." Snape finally broke the joyous atmosphere in the courtyard after a while. Lily's smile faltered as she recalled her unfinished reading. Under Penny's slightly sympathetic gaze, she approached Snape. "Lily, didn't you say you would only step out for a moment?" Snape inquired, meeting her gaze. "I forgot," Lily replied awkwardly. "All right, which page have you reached?" "Let me check," Snape said earnestly, unconsciously slipping into his teaching demeanor. Lily suddenly felt as if she were facing the stern headmaster of her school, her anxiety mounting. "I'm on page 20. Upon hearing this, Snape flipped through the earlier pages of the potion book and began to quiz Lily on various potion ingredients and their characteristics. Lily recalled only a portion and, feeling anxious, answered somewhat haltingly. Snape, dissatisfied, looked at her and remarked, "You haven't been diligent. You should have memorized what you've read." Lily lowered her head, chastened. "All right, review those sections again. If you make another mistake, you'll come to my office and, upon returning home, you must rewrite the contents of the book 10 times and submit it to me tomorrow." Snape nearly misspoke, but caught himself. The prospect of rewriting the book was a child's worst nightmare, and Lily's expression turned grave. She held the book with earnest focus, occasionally hearing Penny's exclamations of delight from outside, feeling a twinge of envy. Had she known, she wouldn't have chosen to study with Snape. Chapter 37, The Werewolf. Jiang Li was an exceptional teacher, adept at engaging her students' emotions. After spending an afternoon learning with her, Penny felt she had gained much. When it was time to leave, Penny hesitated, as she had made plans with her friends to sell cookies near the church and wouldn't be able to return the next day. Lily, however, sighed in relief. Snape was far too serious, which made her anxious, and knowing how much fun Penny was having made it even harder for her to concentrate. "Lily, take these books home with you. If you have any questions, jot them down and ask me next time. I'll teach you how to brew potions," Snape said, handing her several foundational potion books. Gazing at the thick tomes, Lily could barely suppress a laugh. I can't possibly read all of this in such a short time, she exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. No worries, you can take your time. You're quite bright and will surely master it, Snape reassured her with unwavering confidence. Lily could no longer muster a smile. Under Snape's expectant gaze, she accepted the potion books, managing a strained smile. Lily, you need not fret about not grasping it. You possess a natural talent for potions, Snape patiently consoled her. This scene elicited a slight chuckle from Jiang Li. After Penny and Lily departed, Jiang Li turned to Snape and remarked, "Don't you think you've assigned too much work to Lily? She is still just a child." Snape saw nothing wrong with the workload he had set for Lily. "I believe she will manage. She learned swiftly during her time at school. Besides, having more knowledge will prevent her from being bullied. What about you? Don't you think your activities with a muggle are somewhat perilous?" "I've placed a shield charm on Penny. She'll be just fine," Jiang Li replied confidently. "I excel in the art of teaching." In the ensuing days, Jiang Li frequently engaged in various experiments with Penny in the courtyard, prompting Snape to feel that this was detracting from Lily's studies. He decided to take Lily to the amusement park to read instead. Observing Lily quietly reading while leaning against a swing, Snape found himself at a loss for words. He realized that, although his exterior still bore the appearance of an 11-year-old, his soul had aged immeasurably, rendering it impossible to connect with Lily as he once had in childhood. "What is troubling you?" Lily asked, noticing Snape had been gazing at her for quite some time, causing her to feel a tingle of unease, akin to being caught daydreaming in class. "It's nothing," Snape replied softly, looking at Lily. "Do you have anything you particularly like?" Upon hearing this, Lily pondered seriously. "I adore dream dolls. Ginny has an entire set of them. But she doesn't allow anyone to touch her dolls. If I had one, I would play with Penny," Lily responded. Severus had never encountered animated cartoons and was uncertain about their nature. He intended to inquire about them with Jiang Li upon returning. "What do you like?" Lily asked curiously, gazing into Severus's green eyes. "I have a fondness for potions," Severus replied, his gaze fixed on Lily's emerald irises. "Then you must surely become a master potion maker in the future. Ali mentioned that you possess a remarkable talent for brewing," Lily expressed sincerely. Observing Severus immersed in his potion books, both in theory and practice, she thought it would be a tremendous loss if someone with such dedication could not achieve mastery in potions. As the two engaged in earnest conversation, a pair of crimson eyes lurked greedily from the nearby thicket, sharp claws etching deep marks into the earth. Severus sensed an ominous presence, the hairs on his body standing on end. He grasped his wand and, with vigilance, rose to his feet, his icy gaze directed at the towering bushes beside them, where a pair of eyes fixated upon them. Lily also caught sight of the fanged creature and screamed. Severus positioned himself protectively in front of Lily, his body taut as he confronted the sudden appearance of the werewolf, bewildered as to why it had materialized in the Muggle realm. Hungry and desperate, the werewolf had prowled nearby for days and was drawn to the presence of two wizards. It greedily eyed the frightened young sorcerers, already envisioning the ecstasy of sinking its teeth into their necks. It relished the sight of their terror and despair, fantasizing about tormenting them to death. "Lily, when I attack, you must run to find Jiang Li," Severus cautioned her in a hushed tone, keeping his gaze fixed on the werewolf. "And what about you?" Lily inquired anxiously. "I can handle this alone. Your presence here would hinder my performance," Severus replied in a low voice. With determination, Lily clenched her teeth and dashed away. The werewolf, noticing her flight, lunged towards her with alarming speed. Stupefied, Severus cast a spell towards the werewolf, exclaiming, "Fool, your enemy is me." The werewolf, enraged by the provocation, abandoned its pursuit of Lily and charged at Severus instead. Its speed was formidable, closing in rapidly. Expelliarmus, Immobilis. Two spells struck the werewolf, tearing through its fur and causing flesh to burst forth, binding its limbs. Before Severus could relax, the werewolf broke free from its restraints, its eyes flashing with fury, the pain igniting its wrath. It lunged at Severus, intent on rending him with its fangs. Stupefied, Severus cast once more. However, due to his waning magical strength, the werewolf merely staggered slightly before pouncing on him, its claws aimed at his face. Severus had no time to evade, just as he braced for the impact. The necklace he wore around his neck radiated a searing heat, transforming into a white shield that interposed itself, absorbing the werewolf's deadly strike. Petrificus totalis. Expelliarmus. Shatter. Seizing the moment, he unleashed 3 spells at the werewolf. The incantation struck, causing fur to fall away and blood to flow, yet the creature did not perish. Instead, it grew even more frenzied. It relentlessly battered against the shield, which soon developed a fissure. Severus retreated swiftly, preparing to cast another curse, but stumbled as he did. In that instant, the werewolf seized the opportunity, swatting his wand from his hand and lunging for his throat. The vile saliva dripped onto Severus's face. The stench from the werewolf's maw was nauseating. What a predicament, Severus! A familiar figure appeared. Severus watched as the werewolf was hurled away as if struck by cannon fire. Crashing into the ground, Jiang Li's golden hair billowed in the wind. Upon noticing the injuries on Severus's face and the werewolf emerging from the pit, her expression turned frigid. Inferno! A formidable and terrifying blue flame erupted around her, transforming into a blue phoenix that charged at the werewolf. The grass scorched to ashes in the wake of the blue flames, and upon contact with the werewolf's fur, it ignited entirely. The werewolf released a heart-wrenching howl, rolling frantically on the ground as the scent of charred flesh filled the air. Jiang Li observed the scene with a cold detachment as the creature slowly disintegrated into ashes. Severus was left astonished by the display. Although the werewolf was already weakened, its defenses were high. Ordinary flames had no effect, akin to mere tickling. He had not intended to employ such a spell, yet Jiang Li wielded it with such potency. Noticing the commotion, an auror arrived just in time to witness Jiang Li reducing the werewolf to cinders. On his first day in office, Fiery Manon encountered the incident of a werewolf attacking young wizards. When he and his colleagues arrived, the creature was engulfed in flames, emitting pitiful cries. The witch standing nearby radiated a lethal aura, reminiscent of the most nefarious inmates of Azkaban. Fiery swore that this witch had likely killed before, possibly even a notorious fugitive. Seeing Jiang Li move, he swiftly drew his wand, leveling it at her while issuing a command. Don't move. Jiang Li halted, her gaze icy as she regarded the tardy auror. What? When faced with a werewolf attacking young wizards, you aurors failed to intervene. Now that I have vanquished it, you arrive late and seek to reprimand me? She mocked, her eyes narrowing at the auror. Fiery felt his face flush, realizing that despite his haste, he had arrived too late. Jiang Li approached Severus, whispering, "Are you injured?" Severus shifted, pain coursing through his arm as he paled, and replied, "I'm fine." "What? Your bones are shattered," Jiang Li exclaimed in shock. Severus, still processing the situation, saw her wink at him. "Or, is this how you protect our young wizards? Allowing a powerful werewolf to roam the Muggle territory. Had it not been for this child's quick thinking in summoning me, he would be dead by now." Jiang Li glared at Fiery, indignation evident. Fiery's expression darkened. After all, aurors were not omniscient. "I must take this child to St. Mungo's for treatment. If anything goes awry, I will hold you accountable." Jiang Li, like an enraged mother, moved to lift Severus. "Careful, that hurts." Severus feigned agony, contorting his face in pain. As Jiang Li genuinely twisted the flesh of his arm, he genuinely contemplated striking her. Observing this, Fiery dared not inquire about the details, fearing a formal complaint might ensue. Jiang Li performed apparition, ensuring the act was complete, and truly transported Severus to St. Mungo's for treatment. After assessing the situation, the doctors prescribed healing potions and insisted he remain in the hospital for several days. The reasoning was straightforward. As a young wizard still in his growth phase, Severus's magical abilities were highly unstable. His forceful use of advanced spells against the werewolf had provoked a magical backlash, compounded by his injuries, necessitating observation for a few days until he was deemed fit to return. "My body is in perfect health. There is no need for me to remain hospitalized here." Jiang Li had just employed a shielding spell when Snape immediately met her gaze and uttered these words. "No, you must stay here for a few days. If you recover so easily, the aurors from the Ministry of Magic will come seeking trouble with me, especially given the ongoing investigation into the arson incident. I certainly do not wish to be caught in the flames myself." Jiang Li retrieved an apple from the fruit basket and skillfully began to peel it with a silver dagger. Snape looked at her weakly, his complexion only slightly better than the white bed linens. "You shouldn't have been so impulsive in killing that werewolf. He was about to kill you. How could I not act impulsively? It was quite merciful of me not to slice him into pieces." Jiang Li handed the peeled apple to Snape, explaining, "If I appeared emotional in front of that auror, he would find my actions justifiable." Snape accepted the apple, feeling a tangle of emotions, some joy mingled with a hint of grievance. He suspected something was amiss in his mind, given this peculiar sensation. Taking a bite of the apple, he found it both tart and sweet. He glanced at Jiang Li, who was nibbling on the apple while reclining on his hospital bed, and quietly moved his chair to lean against the wall. "Thank you for coming to rescue me," Snape murmured. His voice was barely above a whisper. Yet Jiang Li heard him. She took a bite of the apple and replied, "There was no choice. I couldn't just watch you perish. Fortunately, I sensed when your necklace activated its protective shield. Otherwise, you would have become mere meat paste. Wasn't Lily supposed to alert you?" As soon as the words left his lips, Snape realized how foolish the question was. Lily could hardly locate Jiang Li in such a short time. "No. I made a slight adjustment to your necklace for tracking purposes. Given your current state, even if you dodged a fatal blow, Encountering a powerful adversary would still spell doom. The necklace is ineffective for protection, but is sufficient to buy me time to reach you and eliminate those who were threatening you. Jiang Li leaned back against the pillow, her expression calm as she stated, "When we return, I will repair that necklace. It could save your life a few more times." Snape gazed at the necklace, feeling a warmth spread through his chest. "Thank you. Although you can be quite absurd at times, you are truly dependable when it counts." Jiang Li was taken aback by the fleeting smile that crossed his face. She playfully tapped his nose with her fingertip, affectionately saying, "Professor, you ought to smile more. It is far more becoming than your frowning visage." Snape's ears flushed crimson, and he gritted his teeth. "Miss Malfoy, could you refrain from treating me like a child?" "But you are acting like one right now," Jiang Li replied with a smile. She found Snape's anger particularly animated, almost as if he were alive. "Allow me to remind you, I am already Albus." Upon seeing a figure appear at the door, Jiang Li sprang from the bed and swiftly lifted Snape back onto the bed, tucking him in with a facade of concern. "Gadnia, what is?" Dumbledore inquired. Casting a questioning glance at Jiang Li, she promptly recounted the events to Dumbledore, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I truly never intended to kill that werewolf. I was overwhelmed with rage, and Severus was on the brink of death. By the time I came to my senses, the werewolf was already dead. The Ministry of Magic will surely summon me. I am at a loss for what to do." Jiang Li conveyed her anxiety and fear about taking a life with palpable emotion, her voice trembling. "Child, I am already aware of the circumstances. You will not face any consequences," Dumbledore reassured her. Jiang Li's relief was palpable. "Really?" "Absolutely," Dumbledore affirmed with a kind gaze directed at her. "Your bravery in standing up for your friend is commendable. I trust anyone would understand your actions. By the way, the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts remains vacant. Perhaps you could teach the young witches and wizards how to deal with werewolves in such situations." Jiang Li was astonished. "You mean to hire me as a teacher at Hogwarts?" "Indeed. You are exceptionally talented, and I believe you are more than qualified for the role," Dumbledore confirmed. Jiang Li recognized this as Dumbledore's way of providing her with a solution to her predicament. After a moment's contemplation, she quickly responded, "If Hogwarts needs me, I would gladly instruct those young witches and wizards in defense against the dark arts." A bright smile illuminated her face as she added, "I truly hope that day arrives swiftly." Snape, unable to hear their conversation, observed Jiang Li's animated expressions and deduced that she was likely deceiving someone, and that they had reached an undisclosed agreement. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not have worn such a smile. Noticing Snape's unwavering gaze, Dumbledore waved a hand toward him and offered a gentle smile. Snape turned his head away, maintaining a stoic expression. "It appears this young witch may be a tad shy," Dumbledore remarked with a chuckle. Jiang Li found it novel to hear someone comment on Snape in such a manner. Chapter 39, Acceptance Letter. Subsequently, the Ministry of Magic did not summon Jiang Li for questioning, likely due to Dumbledore intervening on her behalf. Snape spent 3 days at St. Mungo's before requesting Jiang Li to take him home, as a lively boy of similar age had been admitted to the adjacent bed, incessantly chattering away. Snape found the incessant noise unbearable, likening it to hundreds of ducks quacking in his ears. He could hardly endure another moment. The day after returning home, Lily and Petunia visited. "Severus, I'm so relieved to see you unharmed." Upon seeing Snape unscathed, Lily exhaled deeply and began to recount the events that transpired after. She had not located Jiang Li, and by the time she returned, the lawn was deserted, save for the charred grass. She feared Snape had been devoured and nearly resorted to calling the authorities. Fortunately, Jiang Li had informed Lily of Snape's rescue upon her return. Otherwise, Lily would have carried the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Snape listened attentively to Lily's account, then retrieved a book and inquired, "Let me test your knowledge of potions. You must have been studying over these past few days, right?" At his words, Lily's smile momentarily faltered. She had not opened her potions book in all that time. Reading her expression, Snape could easily guess the outcome and frowned. "Hogwarts will commence in September. You should focus your thoughts on your studies." Lily felt an invisible pressure and suddenly thought that perhaps it wouldn't be so bad if Snape lingered in the hospital for a few more days. No. How could she think that? Snape was looking out for her well-being. Quickly regaining her composure, Lily replied earnestly, "I will study diligently." Hearing this, Snape's expression softened with satisfaction. Observing the dynamic between the two, Jiang Li wore an expression of exasperation. In such a scenario, how could Lily possibly develop feelings for Snape beyond that of teacher and friend? Was she merely seeking a paternal figure? Noting how comfortable they both appeared, Jiang Li decided to refrain from interjecting, allowing things to unfold naturally. In July, Snape received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Jiang Li leaned in to glance at its contents. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, president of the Wizarding Association, and a first-class mage of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Snape, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of the required books and equipment. The term is slated to commence on September 1st, and we shall await your owl bearing your response by July 31st. Sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Upon receiving the admission notice, Severus Snape was not particularly astonished. What piqued his curiosity was the knowledge that Jiang Li had also received a letter from Dumbledore. Observing Severus fixated on the letter in his hand, Jiang Li waved the envelope and inquired, "Would you care to take a look?" "No," Severus promptly retorted. The sight of Jiang Li's smile did not bode well in his estimation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li feigned disappointment, further solidifying Severus's suspicions. "There are still some items yet to be purchased. We must make a trip to Diagon Alley. Lily should have also received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts. You might wish to ask her if she would like to accompany us," Jiang Li suggested. This idea resonated deeply with Severus. "Very well, I shall inquire with Lily shortly." However, before Severus could step outside, Lily, upon receiving her Hogwarts acceptance letter, excitedly sought him out. It was simply astounding. "You should have seen the owl tapping at my window. Father was taken aback and nearly chased it away, but fortunately, Petunia remembered the letter and allowed the owl inside." Lily animatedly recounted the scene, gesticulating with joy. "My parents were utterly astonished. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall knocked on our door that we realized that Muggle-born wizards have professors to guide and explain things to them. Professor McGonagall is truly elegant. She can even transform into an incredibly adorable cat." Both Jiang Li and Severus listened intently to Lily's narration, interjecting occasionally. "By the way, we are heading to Diagon Alley tomorrow to procure necessary supplies. Would you care to join us?" Lily finally remembered the purpose of her visit and turned to Severus with the question. "Yes, we were just about to discuss this with you," Severus replied. "Then we shall meet tomorrow," Lily exclaimed joyfully, her anticipation palpable as she yearned to discover the wonders of the wizarding world. The following day, as dawn gently broke, the doorbell chimed. Jiang Li, still groggy, shuffled to open the door, revealing a radiant Lily. Severus emerged in his pajamas, glancing at the fully prepared Lily with an expression of surprise. "Severus, Jiang Li, our family is setting off for Diagon Alley now. Would you like to join us?" Lily said, brimming with energy. "You all are up remarkably early," Jiang Li remarked. "I heard we were entering the magical world, and everyone was quite excited." "I hardly slept a wink last night," Lily enthused. Jiang Li took a step back, patting Severus on the shoulder. "I'll leave this to you. You should accompany them." "It's far too early for me. I need to return to my room for a bit more sleep." Severus saw through her intentions with exasperation. "You all should drive to Diagon Alley. We will change our clothes and join you shortly. Aren't you coming with us?" Lily asked, as her father had specifically borrowed a car to witness the magical world firsthand. "We have other means of transportation. 6 people in one car would be rather cramped," Severus explained. Reflecting on that scenario, Lily conceded that Severus had a point. "Then we shall head over first. We can regroup once we arrive at Diagon Alley," she stated earnestly. Severus nodded in agreement. Standing at the door, he watched as Lily hurriedly climbed into the car, exchanging a few words with Mr. Evans at the driver's seat before the vehicle gradually pulled away, slowly fading from view. After closing the door, Severus surveyed the dimly lit living room, switched on the lights, and returned to his room to select his attire. Most of the clothes he chose were simple and black. The more vibrant and ornate garments were those that Jiang Li had picked for him. After much deliberation, he opted for the white shirt and light gray trousers Jiang Li had gifted him. 10 minutes later, a knock echoed on Jiang Li's door. With a face full of grievances, she begrudgingly arose from her bed, and upon seeing Severus outside, she ominously stated, "You'd better have a very important reason for disturbing me, or you're in for it." Severus, holding a black shirt and pants, earnestly inquired, "How would you suggest I pair these clothes to look presentable?" Despite Jiang Li's penchant for teasing, her sense of aesthetics was commendable. She always managed to put together appealing outfits. Taking a deep breath to suppress her urge to scold him, she snatched Severus's garments and declared, "This won't do. I'll choose for you." Resigned, she stepped into Severus's room and commenced her selection. In Severus's wardrobe, 2 sets of black everyday wear and a set of pajamas were arranged, while the other side was filled with clothing she had purchased for him, new and in a myriad of colors, all untouched except for a scarf. A mischievous smile graced Jiang Li's lips as she selected a pale yellow athletic jacket paired with a white shirt, white trousers, and yellow and white patterned shoes. The colors were vibrantly youthful. Upon seeing her choice, Severus closed his eyes and turned away, realizing he should perhaps not place so much faith in Jiang Li. "I do not favor such juvenile hues," Severus expressed with distaste. "Who says you do not like this color? Clearly, you adored it at the age of 7. Jiang Li countered. She recalled the time she had taken young Severus home and passed by a children's clothing store, where he had gazed longingly at such outfits. Later, she had gifted him a similar ensemble for Christmas, which he had cherished, though she had only seen him wear it once. Severus reminisced about that period when he had felt immense joy, but that outfit had long since been sold by Tobias. I no longer favor such colors, Severus replied flatly. Isn't the goal to look presentable? What does your preference have to do with it? If you prefer ugly clothing, by all means, wear it. Why do you require me to choose something appealing for you? Jiang Li asked in astonishment. Severus found himself momentarily speechless. Ultimately, under Jiang Li's unwavering gaze, he begrudgingly donned the outfit. To Severus's surprise, the ensemble did not appear childish at all. The light yellow attire imparted a hint of youthful exuberance, while his naturally composed demeanor counterbalanced any semblance of immaturity, rendering him strikingly distinguished and drawing the eyes of onlookers. Jiang Li was quite pleased, affirming her discerning taste. Well then, I shall retire. You may amuse yourself, she said, waving her hand dismissively while yawning, ready to return to her room for sleep. Wait a moment. Severus halted Jiang Li. You must accompany me to Diagon Alley. Can't you go alone? Jiang Li responded, exasperated. No, I will be too slow on my own. You must help me apparate there, Severus insisted, locking eyes with her. You could have Mia take you. She can apparate as well, Jiang Li suggested, somewhat begrudgingly. She is not suitable, Severus countered. What makes her unsuitable? Jiang Li retorted. Severus regarded her, mulling over his thoughts before finally articulating, with you by my side, I can fully harness my magical abilities. Jiang Li, puzzled, inquired. It has been nearly a year. Has the magic from the blood within you, which belongs to me, not yet integrated? Although it has been integrated, you would utilize it more effectively in my presence, Snape remarked impassively. Jiang Li sensed that there might be an underlying issue. Yet after toiling away for so long, she found herself devoid of any desire for sleep. With a swift motion, she tied her hair into a ponytail and donned a light yellow coat before stepping outside. Their eye-catching attire attracted numerous gazes as they entered Diagon Alley. Serious. Lily's jubilant voice rang out. It was only then that Jiang Li noticed the Evans family had arrived. Mr. Evans, clad in a well-fitted suit, greeted Jiang Li with a friendly smile upon seeing her. Mrs. Evans stood beside him in a burgundy dress, while Lily wore a brand-new frock. Only Petunia seemed out of place, sulking with tears glistening in her eyes. Jiang Li approached Petunia with genuine concern, asking, Petunia, what troubles you? Lily immediately chimed in. I dropped my sandwich on the seat while we were in the car, and Dad blamed Petunia, scolding her. Jiang Li, puzzled, questioned. But why should it be her fault when she didn't drop the sandwich? Dad said if Petunia hadn't been playing with me, I wouldn't have dropped anything. Lily responded, a hint of sadness in her voice. She felt it was unjust to blame Petunia, yet her parents refused to heed her explanations. Mrs. Evans, visibly embarrassed, began to explain, Petunia can be quite mischievous at home, often teasing her sister. I scolded her a bit, and she became upset. I never bullied Lily. Petunia protested, her voice filled with indignation. It's not my fault. Why do they always blame me? Enough with the shouting in public, Mr. Evans said sternly, his expression hardening as he felt Petunia was embarrassing him. He turned to Jiang Li with a warm demeanor, saying, my eldest daughter can be somewhat unruly. I hope you can be understanding. Petunia, wanting to say something further, was silenced by a sharp glance from Mrs. Evans, who tugged at her gently. Even Snape, who typically held little affection for Petunia, raised an eyebrow at the scene. Jiang Li's smile faded considerably. I believe Petunia is a remarkably sensible child. If my future children resemble her, I would be immensely pleased. I cannot fathom why anyone would consider her troublesome. She directed her gaze towards the Evans couple. Petunia's demeanor may seem subdued, but with time, you may come to appreciate her more. After all, Lily is the more vivacious one, Mrs. Evans inadvertently belittled. Petunia, upon hearing this, bit her lip hard, fighting back tears. Mother, how can you say that about Petunia? She is truly wonderful, Lily exclaimed, her displeasure evident. In response, Mrs. Evans quickly reassured Lily. All right, I shan't speak ill of your sister. Lily, you are such a good sister, always defending Petunia. Mr. Evans looked at Lily with a proud smile. The evident favoritism of the couple left even Snape in silence. It was no wonder Jiang Li had defended Petunia that day. As Petunia appeared on the verge of tears, Jiang Li turned to Mrs. Evans, suggesting, Severus has been to Diagon Alley before and knows where to find the items you need. Perhaps he could accompany you while Petunia and I explore the vicinity. Would that be too much trouble for you? Mrs. Evans inquired, a hint of eagerness creeping into her tone. Not at all. I genuinely enjoy spending time with Petunia. Jiang Li replied with a smile. Hearing this, Mrs. Evans instructed Petunia. Petunia, you should accompany Miss Malfoy and explore the area, but do not cause her any inconvenience. Petunia wanted to protest that she was not a burden, but upon meeting Mrs. Evans' stern gaze, She understood that voicing her feelings would be futile, and thus remained silent. Observing Petunia's sullen demeanor, Mrs. Evans felt a twinge of displeasure. Lily is so lively and charming, like a little angel. In response, Jiang Li gave Snape a gentle push forward, encouraging him, "You two should go purchase your school supplies." She winked at him, hinting that he should seize the opportunity. "Petunia, let us go have some ice cream together. There's a shop nearby that serves the most delicious treats," Jiang Li said, pulling the disheartened Petunia towards the bustling shop. Once Petunia was out of sight, the Evans couple seemed to shed a burdensome weight, visibly more relaxed. Mrs. Evans smiled at Snape, saying, "I often hear Lily speak of you. She claims you are a remarkably talented young wizard. I hope you will look after her at school." Snape replied coolly, "I shall." The Evans couple, fascinated by the magical world, inquired about various matters from Snape. Mr. Evans spotted a potion shop and asked, if one were to become a master potion maker, one could earn a substantial income, correct? "Indeed, potion makers are akin to physicians in the Muggle world," Snape answered. "Doctors in the Muggle realm enjoy a promising career, Mr. Evans remarked. "Lily mentioned your potions are extraordinary. If she could find a husband as accomplished as you, that would be splendid," he added, feigning a wistful tone. Snape immediately grasped Mr. Evans' intentions and felt inexplicably vexed. He replied, "Lily is very intelligent. She can become an excellent potion maker through her own efforts." Chapter 41. You will understand in time. "In this world, relying solely on one's own efforts is insufficient," Mr. Evans stated, casting a meaningful glance at Snape's expensive cashmere sweater. "You are still young. In time, you will comprehend the essence of my words." Snape felt as though he was conversing with someone as foolish as Jiang Li had described, devoid of any interest in continuing the dialogue. Nevertheless, he maintained a cold demeanor, and Mr. Evans remained oblivious to Snape's disdain. Jiang Li took Petunia to an ice cream shop where they indulged in the most popular shaved ice. Petunia quickly forgot her earlier discontent and savored the ice cream in her cup, observing the little wizards in the shop clad in robes, wielding their own wands. She felt a twinge of envy. "Do you have a fondness for wands?" Jiang Li inquired. "Not really." Petunia shook her head in denial. "Even if I had a wand, I couldn't perform magic. I'm not like Lily. My parents favor her more. But you can have a wand that belongs to you. It's about what makes you happy. Why should you care whether others like you? The most important thing is to like yourself," Jiang Li said, sipping her lemon soda while gazing at Petunia. "Why concern yourself with the opinions of those who do not appreciate you? Are you yearning for their acceptance?" I don't know," Petunia replied, poking at the ice cream in her cup, feeling somewhat lost. "If you're unsure of what you want, then strive to strengthen yourself," Jiang Li suggested, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at Petunia. "When you become formidable enough, the world will treat you gently, and you will attain everything you desire." These words struck Petunia like a heavy blow, reverberating through her very soul. Even years later, when she recalled this statement, she would still feel profoundly moved. At that moment, however, Petunia did not fully grasp the meaning of Jiang Li's words. She merely committed them to memory in her heart. Petunia held a deep affection for Jiang Li, feeling a sense of ease whenever they were together. Jiang Li spent the day with Petunia in Diagon Alley, and as the hour grew late, they settled near the alley's entrance to await Snape and the others. When Lily arrived, the Evans couple was burdened with numerous items. Appearing somewhat flustered, while Snape stood nearby with an expression of indifference, seemingly unwilling to offer assistance. TSK, such a lack of initiative. How on earth will he pass the father-in-law test? "Penny, help Lily with that," Mrs. Evans commanded. Penny promptly went over to take the items from Lily's hands. "Mom, I can manage on my own," Lily protested, clasping her hands behind her back. "Lily, your sister is a bit stronger. You look a tad weary. And she wishes to help you," Mrs. Evans remarked, casting a glance at Penny to encourage her to be more proactive. Knowing that not assisting would surely provoke her mother's ire, Penny swiftly took Lily's belongings. Reflecting on Jiang Li's words, she felt less troubled than before. She vowed to become as formidable as Jiang Li in the future. Upon returning home, Jiang Li jested with Snape. "Isn't it delightful to be with Lily's parents?" Snape cast her a penetrating glance. "You already knew what they were like." "Indeed, I have glimpsed Penny's future," Jiang Li replied nonchalantly, perhaps unaware that she would exhibit the same bias as her despised parents. Snape recalled the sharp-tongued Penny Evans from his memories and felt a flicker of relief that Lily had not been led astray by the Evans family. "All right, organize your belongings. The time for Hogwarts to commence is fast approaching. Here is your train ticket." Jiang Li handed Snape the Hogwarts Express ticket, stretching her limbs. Preparing to retire early that evening, both shared a calm demeanor regarding their journey to Hogwarts. On September 1st, King's Cross Station became bustling as passengers flocked to platform 9 3/4. Jiang Li and Snape had entered the platform early but had yet to board the train. After waiting for half an hour, They finally spotted a red-haired Lily rushing out with her luggage, followed closely by the Evans couple and Penny. Ally Severus, Lily exclaimed excitedly. Her cheeks flushed, looking at Snape. You two arrived quite early. The Evans couple approached, greeting them amicably. Miss Malfoy, Mr. Snape, good day. If you had arrived any later, you might have missed your train, Jiang Li remarked with a smile. We encountered a slight mishap. The car broke down, Mr. Evans expressed with a resigned look. That is indeed unfortunate, Jiang Li sympathized, then turned to Snape. You and Lily should board and find your seats. Snape nodded in agreement. Lily immediately turned back to embrace her family with reluctance. Observing this scene, Jiang Li glanced at Snape and, with tentative arms outstretched, proposed, shall we embrace as well? She anticipated that Snape would simply turn away as usual. However, to her surprise, he hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to envelop her in an embrace. The boy's youthful voice emerged. Thank you, Gardenia. Jiang Li then noticed how much he had grown. He now stood at her shoulder's height. The embrace was brief, and she even suspected that his hands barely grazed her back. Snape maintained a placid expression, prompting Jiang Li's fingers to itch with the desire to tease him. She reached forward, using 2 fingers to tug at the corner of Snape's mouth, compelling him to force a smile. Snape replied, not angry, we will soon be parting ways. So endure it. Endure what exactly? Miss Malfoy, if you find those claws undesirable, I can assist in their removal, Snape threatened in a low voice. Jiang Li immediately withdrew her hand, feeling quite cheerful as she said, remember to enjoy yourself at school. Snape responded tersely. After bidding farewell to her parents, Lily joined Snape on the train. Watching their figures gradually fade away, Mr. Evans turned to Jiang Li and said, Miss Malfoy, would you like me to escort you home? No, thank you, Jiang Li replied, removing the rose-adorned hat from her head, smiling brightly. I should board now. In the astonished gaze of the Evans couple, flames enveloped her, and she disapparated to the professor's carriage. Meanwhile, Lily and Snape found an empty compartment to sit in. Snape pulled out the translation of a potion book that Jiang Li had given him and began to read. Although Lily initially felt a pang of separation, seeing Snape engrossed in his studies made her feel motivated to join him, and she quickly retrieved her own potions book to study earnestly. The two of them, engrossed in their books, created a studious atmosphere, and the compartment remained quiet. Before long, raucous noises erupted from the doorway, and the compartment door swung open. Before anyone could be seen, a bright, boisterous voice rang out, Sirius, come over here. This compartment isn't full yet. Upon hearing that clamorous voice, Snape immediately closed his book and stood up. Lily appeared somewhat bewildered. 2 dark-haired boys stood in the doorway. James, with a disheveled mop of black hair, wiped his glasses with his robe, and upon putting them on and recognizing the occupants of the compartment, his eyes widened in fury. It's you. Snape cast a cold glance at him before resuming his seat. James, what's wrong? A striking boy with curly black hair inquired as he approached. James ignored him and strode directly to Snape, his face flushed with anger. This is all your fault. I've been blacklisted by the people at Honeydukes. They no longer allow me in the shop. Is he the nuisance you mentioned? Sirius queried. Absolutely, James replied, glaring intently at Snape, who didn't even bother to lift his eyelids to acknowledge him, igniting James's sense of indignation at being disregarded. He drew his wand, aimed it at Snape, and began to chant a spell. Big head, watermelon, exclude your weapon. But before James could finish the incantation, Snape swiftly drew his wand and sent him flying. James found himself tumbling into the corridor, clutching his chest as he struggled to rise. Snape directed a spell at James's messy black hair. Rapid hair loss. James Potter felt an immediate chill on his scalp as his dark locks fell away in an instant, leaving his head gleaming. Watching the bothersome hair vanish, Snape's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Merlin's fat trousers, I will kill you. James Potter, unaccustomed to such humiliation, pulled a stink bomb from his pocket, intending to hurl it at Snape. Bind swiftly. Snape acted quickly, ensnaring him. Seeing James at a disadvantage, Sirius whipped out his wand, ready to cast a curse at Snape. Snotworms, I shall not allow you to harm my friend. A large suitcase was hurled at Sirius's face, and Lily, gripping the suitcase, wore an adorably fierce expression. Sirius, struck and dazed, fell to the ground. The bald-headed James stared in disbelief at Lily, with her hands on her hips and chin raised. Lily solemnly declared, no one shall harm my friends in my presence. Snape, somewhat astonished, looked at Lily and asked, where did you learn that move? Proudly, Lily replied, Ally taught me. She said first-year witches and wizards can't even manage spells, so when someone displeases you, just give them a good beating while they're casting. Snape could only respond with a resigned silence. Indeed, he knew that all unreliable behavior was linked to Jiang Li. The commotion quickly drew the attention of others, and the male prefect of Gryffindor hurried over, his expression grave upon seeing Sirius and James sprawled on the floor. What are you doing? Are you trying to earn demerits for your house even before classes begin? Lily bravely stepped forward, raising her voice in defense. Prefect, this is not our fault. They attacked my friend first, and we were merely retaliating. Sirius, clutching his face, struggled to rise and addressed the Gryffindor prefect. We did nothing. They initiated the attack on us, and my face has been swollen as a result. I demand they be punished. James, contorted like a wriggling worm, managed to crawl up, pointing a finger at Snape and exclaiming loudly, Prefect, I assure you, this guy is definitely an evil Slytherin. The Gryffindor prefect, confronted by a group of mischievous students, wore a rather displeased expression, unsure of how to proceed. Regardless of who is right or wrong, your actions on the train towards others are deplorable. I will report this matter to Professor McGonagall, and she will address your behavior. Snape regarded the Gryffindor prefect and spoke slowly. It is quite normal for students to exchange banter. However, to initiate the casting of dark curses alters the nature of the interaction. I suggest we allow the professor to inspect our wands afterwards to ascertain which spells we have employed. I had just witnessed him casting a dark curse against me, which prompted my counter curse. If you do not believe me, feel free to examine my wand. Snape offered his wand. James immediately retorted, that doesn't count. My spell didn't even take effect. Before he could finish, Sirius swiftly covered his mouth. Snape wore a smirk tinged with sarcasm. You see, he has already admitted to using a dark curse. It dawned on James that he had just made a foolish remark. I can explain. He deliberately provoked me, and I couldn't restrain myself from retaliating. James defended himself. Lily quickly interjected, he is lying. Severus didn't say a word before he started attacking us. As James attempted to say more, Sirius tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to remain silent. All right, I will inform the professor about this. The Gryffindor prefect, with a serious expression, beckoned James and Sirius. You two, come with me. He glanced at James's bald head and waved his wand, uttering a spell. Rapid hair growth. Instantly, James Potter's disheveled black hair returned. Other young witches and wizards craned their necks to observe the situation, and upon seeing James and Sirius being taken away, they retreated into their compartments. James made a face at Snape, forming a silent mouthing of words. Nasty slimeball. Lily stood in front of Snape, glaring fiercely back at James Potter. James was momentarily taken aback and awkwardly turned his head away. Beside him, Sirius caught his muttered words. How can someone so good-looking associate with a slug? Snape promptly closed the compartment door, shielding them from the prying eyes of others. Lily, filled with indignation, exclaimed, those two are utterly insufferable. I absolutely refuse to be sorted into the same house as them. Snape recalled the sorting results from his past life and looked at Lily. If I were sorted into Slytherin and you into Gryffindor, would you be upset with me for befriending Slytherins? Severus, how could you think that? You are my best friend. We will definitely be sorted into the same house, Lily declared with unwavering conviction. Snape tightened his grip on the book he was holding, choosing to remain silent. Everything was different now. He should not dwell in the past. When the train arrived at Hogwarts, darkness had already fallen. Hagrid, the half-giant, brandished a tattered lantern, calling out to the new students, first years, come over here, follow me, and don't wander off. Lily, filled with anxiety, walked to Snape's side. The first years trailed behind Hagrid, descending a narrow and steep path, enveloped in darkness. With a flicker of light, Snape cast a spell, illuminating their surroundings. Lily suddenly remembered she could perform the same spell and quickly waved her wand, chanting the incantation. Other young witches and wizards who had learned the charm followed suit, lighting their wands, and the night was suddenly sprinkled with twinkling stars. You will soon see the castle of Hogwarts, Hagrid announced loudly. Upon reaching the end of the path, the narrow route opened up to reveal a vast, dark lake, with Hogwarts castle nestled between two towering cliffs. Each boat can hold 4 people. Line up here to board. Hagrid beckoned the awestruck young wizards onto the boats. Snape and Lily boarded the nearest boat, followed by 2 girls, and Lily immediately engaged them in conversation. Snape, uninterested in the girls' chatter, leaned against the side of the boat, pretending to sleep. By the way, do you know how Hogwarts sorts students? My dad said you have to dive into the Black Lake and retrieve treasures from the mermaids to discover your house. No. My dad said he had to fight a dragon during his sorting. It was only after defeating the dragon that he was allowed to attend Hogwarts. A dragon? Isn't that a legendary creature? Does Hogwarts really have them? Of course. I heard that tall fellow is the dragon keeper at the school. What if I can't defeat a dragon? Lily's face turned serious at the thought. She felt completely unprepared to confront a dragon and wondered if she could team up with Severus. Snape paid little attention to their conversation, instead fiddling with the silver serpent necklace he wore. Previously taken by Jiang Li after a werewolf attack, the necklace had been transformed into a bracelet, which not only offered multiple protections against dark curses, but also possessed a storage function, eliminating the need to carry luggage. Chapter 43, All a Facade. As the little wizards' hearts brimmed with trepidation, the boats gradually reached the shore. Hagrid led the young wizards onto the land and knocked thrice on the grand door with his massive fist. The gates of Hogwarts slowly creaked open, revealing Professor McGonagall, clad in emerald green robes, awaiting them. Her expression was stern as she regarded the new students. "Hagrid, all the first years are here," he announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them inside from here," Professor McGonagall replied, waving her wand. The grand doors of Hogwarts swung wide open, revealing an astonishingly vast interior. She guided the young wizards through a long corridor into a spacious room, explaining the distinctions between each house. At that moment, Professor McGonagall appeared quite youthful, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Snape. Lily trembled with anxiety, quietly asking Snape, "If I can't defeat the dragon, will I be sent home?" Snape endeavored to soften his tone. "No, Hogwarts would never place young wizards in such perilous situations. The sorting ceremony will begin shortly." Professor McGonagall, looking at the first years, declared sternly, "Stand in a line and follow me." Snape trailed behind Lily, walking a familiar path alongside the other young wizards until they arrived at the center of the Great Hall. Thousands of candles floated in midair, and the older students watched the newcomers with benevolent smiles. Everyone's attention was captured as Professor McGonagall placed an old and tattered sorting hat upon a chair. In the next moment, the hat began to sing its amusing yet discordant song. "Perhaps you do not find me beautiful, but do not rely solely on your eyes. If you can find a hat more astute than I, you may do as you wish." Even before the sorting hat opened its mouth, Severus Snape had skillfully cast a silencing charm beside his ear, ensuring that he would not hear the entirety of the song. "It truly sounds dreadful," Lily remarked quietly. The sorting hat twisted upon the chair, finally concluding its spirited song. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a parchment in her hand. "When I call a name, that individual shall don the hat, sit on the stool, and await their house assignment," she announced, glancing at the parchment. Vincent Abbott, a nervous boy with golden hair, stepped forward, and McGonagall placed the hat upon his head. Hufflepuff. The sorting hat had scarcely settled before it proclaimed the result loudly. Cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff table as the boy's robe transformed to Hufflepuff colors, and he hurriedly made his way to join them. "Wonderful. It turns out I won't have to battle a dragon," Lily said with relief beside Snape. Just then, a derisive laugh echoed from behind them. Lily turned to see the two annoying boys from earlier laughing at her, and she shot them a fierce glare. "How infuriating. I absolutely refuse to be placed in the same house as those two." Snape turned coldly to glance at them, muttering two words, "Foolish dogs." James, incensed, was about to roll up his sleeves to confront Snape when McGonagall called his name. He immediately abandoned the quarrel and dashed to the stool. As soon as the sorting hat touched his hair, it loudly declared, "Gryffindor." He quickly removed the hat and joyfully dashed to the Gryffindor table. "Sirius Black." McGonagall called another name. Sirius promptly ran up and donned the sorting hat. The Slytherin students raised their hands in anticipation of applause, only to be met with confusion when the hat did not immediately declare its verdict. Snape, already privy to the outcome, glanced at the Black family at the Slytherin table. Narcissa observed her cousin on stage, engaged in a spirited debate with the sorting hat, her face betraying a hint of uncertainty. After an extended discussion between the boy and the hat, the sorting hat finally announced, "Gryffindor." A moment of silence enveloped the hall, and Andromeda stood in shock, while Narcissa's expression soured. Sirius, unperturbed by the reactions, joyfully ran to the Gryffindor table, embracing his close friends and engaging in animated conversation. Lucius noticed his fiancée's displeasure and gently held her tightly clenched hand, offering solace. Narcissa's expression softened slightly. The Slytherin table sat in an eerie silence. No one had anticipated that a member of the pure-blood Black family would be sorted into Gryffindor. "Severus Snape," McGonagall called. Snape walked forward with poise, placing the sorting hat upon his head. "Oh, let me see your memories, your vast knowledge, and exceptional talent. Perhaps you might go to Slytherin." Snape promptly interrupted. "Are you certain? I believe Ravenclaw would suit you far better." "To Slytherin," Snape asserted firmly. "Very well, since you are so insistent, then Slytherin." The sorting hat boomed its verdict. The Slytherin table remained largely unresponsive. After all, that surname did not sound like that of a pure-blood wizard. Clap, clap, clap. Lucius elegantly applauded. Observing this, the other Slytherin students quickly joined in, intrigued by Snape, surprised that he had garnered Draco Malfoy's favor. Snape removed the sorting hat and calmly approached the Slytherin table. "Severus, sit with me," Lucius beckoned. At his invitation, Snape took a seat beside him. Lucius occupied the prime position at the Slytherin table, the center, while Narcissa flashed him a friendly smile. "I knew you would be sorted into Slytherin." Lucius patted him on the shoulder, his prefect badge glinting in the light, his tone laced with envy. "Gadniak truly dotes on you, accompanying you to Hogwarts." "What? Snape's mind momentarily stalled at that remark. Gadnia is here too? Did you not know? Lucius replied, somewhat surprised, glancing toward the staff table. But she is right there. Snape immediately turned to look at the staff table, where he saw Jiang Li, who should have been at home, currently engaged in conversation with Professor Sprout, the herbology teacher. A warm smile adorning her face. Feeling an intense gaze upon her, Jiang Li turned her attention to Snape, who was staring at her intently. She gently waved in his direction, her smile radiant, but Snape promptly averted his gaze, his expression blank. Ah, he is indeed angry. Children are truly easy to tease. Professor Sprout, noticing her gesture, asked curiously, do you know that student? Yes, his name is Severus. He is my family, Jiang Li replied. Snape felt foolish for worrying that Jiang Li might feel lonely at home after he left, only to discover she had turned into his professor. He was in a foul mood and didn't even notice when Lily was sorted into Gryffindor. Lily, feeling dejected, walked toward the Gryffindor table. Oh, you didn't get sorted with your friends, she heard a mocking voice as she sat down. Lily glared at James, displeased. Stay away from me. Upon hearing this, James immediately squeezed into her space, grinning mischievously. No, I like sitting here. Sirius, you come sit over here too. Sirius promptly sat on Lily's right, with James on her left, effectively sandwiching her between them. Lily's face flushed with indignation. As the sorting concluded, Professor McGonagall rapped the table, prompting Dumbledore to rise. All the students ceased their activities, attentively regarding Dumbledore. Before we commence the feast, let us welcome our new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Dania Malfoy, who will instruct you in the upcoming school year. Dumbledore introduced Jiang Li to the assembly. Jiang Li stood, offering a gentle smile to the students. Her striking beauty was accentuated by a well-tailored black dress that elegantly accentuated her graceful figure, complemented by a chic rose hat and a black lace veil that added an air of mystery. A delicate necklace adorned her neck, shimmering subtly yet luxuriously under the light. Her aura was powerful yet restrained. Without uttering a word, simply standing still was enough to captivate everyone's attention, her smile akin to the warm sun of spring, inviting yet dignified, evoking both respect and a desire to draw closer. Many students found themselves blushing, stealing glances in her direction. Severus Snape overheard whispers among the students. She appears so gentle, unlike the previous professor of defense against the dark arts. A facade, indeed, a mere pretense. Observing Jiang Li's graceful and amiable demeanor before the crowd, he couldn't help but recall her deliberate sword-selling antics at home, eliciting a quiet chuckle from him. Chapter 44, Nocturnal Excursion. Furthermore, regarding the incident of 4 young wizards brawling aboard the Hogwarts Express, each has been penalized 10 points. I hope you all take this lesson to heart and refrain from fighting on the train. Upon concluding this statement, Dumbledore noted a shift in the house point hourglasses for Slytherin and Gryffindor. Jiang Li cast a glance at the combatants. She was aware of the events on the train but felt no pity for Snape. Rather, she sympathized with those who dared to challenge him, for they were indeed unfortunate to encounter a formidable opponent. At the moment the hourglass for Gryffindor began to diminish, the students could no longer contain their dismay. It was the beginning of the term, and their house had already lost 30 points. Lily lowered her head, her expression tinged with guilt. James, however, had an idea and exchanged mischievous glances with Sirius, huddling together to share some jest. Initially, the Slytherin students had been irked by the deduction of points, but witnessing Gryffindor's plight, a strange sense of equilibrium settled within them. Fortunately, they had only lost 10 points. Snape remained indifferent. He was confident he could recuperate those points throughout the school year. As the feast concluded, the first years departed with their respective house groups. The Slytherin dormitories lay beneath the lake, and Lucius led a group of newcomers to the common room. His silky platinum hair stood out among the Slytherins, and the upperclassmen clustered around him, resembling an aristocrat, elegant and noble, with a disdainful gaze that softened slightly upon seeing Narcissa. The traditional customs of Slytherin must not be forsaken. Before we return to our dormitories, let us elect a first-year champion. All newcomers shall pair off to duel, and the victor shall be crowned the champion of the first year. He scanned the new students with a scrutinizing gaze, briefly lingering on Snape, who remained impassive. The young wizards quickly sought their opponents. Before Snape stood a haughty boy, Avery Shafik, whom Snape remembered as a dim-witted yet malevolent character. Disarm. At the moment Avery raised his hand, Snape swiftly cast the disarming spell, sending him flying and concluding the skirmish with remarkable finesse. An exceptionally elegant disarming spell. Lucius clapped in admiration as he observed Snape. The others soon finished their duels, the defeated looking despondent while the victors selected new challengers until a final champion emerged. Snape felt as though he were cheating against these young wizards. A single disarming spell sent each of them soaring, and he emerged as the first-year champion. Severus. You truly exceed my expectations, Lucius remarked, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he patted Snape on the shoulder. Continue this way. I shall address the matters that transpired on the train. Thank you for your kindness, but I can manage on my own, Snape replied confidently. Lucius admired his self-assurance and nodded in agreement. Very well, it shall be as you wish. In Slytherin, strength reigned supreme. Snape earned the respect of his peers through his abilities, validating Lucius's investment in him. As night deepened, and all the young wizards succumbed to slumber, two figures stealthily slipped from the Gryffindor dormitory. James, your invisibility cloak is simply splendid. They surely have no inkling it is us, Sirius whispered. We must deliver an unforgettable punishment to that detestable Slytherin. The empty corridor echoed with their hushed conspiracies. Who goes there? Filch bellowed, holding a lantern that cast an unflattering light upon his grotesque visage. He approached James and Sirius, swinging his stick about while scanning the surroundings, muttering to himself. You needn't hide. I've already seen you. Sirius and James pressed tightly against the wall, narrowly avoiding a blow from his stick. Filch seemed to sense something amiss. Slowly making his way toward them, his eyes fixated on the wall, his face nearly pressing against it. Suddenly, a clatter echoed through the air. Filch's eyes narrowed, and he immediately turned toward the source of the sound. There stood Jiang Li, not far off, seemingly holding something that was writhing in her grasp. He recognized her as the new professor of defense against the dark arts. Professor Malfoy, what brings you here? He inquired in a peculiar tone. Tonight is not your patrol night, is it? It was inconvenient during the day, so I thought I would familiarize myself with the surroundings this evening, Jiang Li replied gently. Approaching Filch, I recently discovered this unfortunate little creature, and lacking the means to care for it. I wondered if you might be able to take it in, Mr. Filch. She opened her hands, revealing a frail kitten no larger than her palm, its damp fur matted with dirt. I could not find its mother nearby. I suspect this little one has been abandoned. Filch glanced at the kitten, his face contorted in dismay. I have no time for pets. I must clean, patrol the castle, and capture those troublesome young wizards. I understand, which is why I am merely asking if you could look after it for a couple of days. Would you? Jiang Li's earnest gaze softened Filch's demeanor. He took the kitten from her hands, and it instinctively licked his fingers, letting out a faint mewl. Filch's body stiffened momentarily. Observing this, Jiang Li smiled. It seems quite attached to you. I would greatly appreciate your care. Filch, unsure of how to respond, felt a surge of discomfort. Perhaps you could place it in your pocket and feed it some goat's milk. It must be hungry. I found it among the shrubs. Jiang Li suggested. I'm on duty. I have no time to feed it, Filch replied coldly, placing the kitten against his chest and moving past Jiang Li, exuding an unpleasant aura as he headed in the opposite direction. If Jiang Li was not mistaken, that direction seemed to lead to the Hogwarts kitchens. She watched Filch's retreating figure with a slight smile, leaning against the wall. Sneaking out on the first day of school, such audacity befitting Gryffindor students. Let us hope you do not arrive late to my class tomorrow. Beneath the invisibility cloak, James and Sirius exchanged glances. Did she catch on to us? Impossible. If she had, she would not let us go. She must be trying to trick us. But she knows we are Gryffindors. Please. Only the brave Gryffindors would dare to sneak out on the first night. She is not mistaken in her assumption. You are right. We nearly fell for her ruse. The two soon reassured themselves, wandering through the halls of Hogwarts under the cloak. Meanwhile, Jiang Li made her way toward the Forbidden Forest, where a small hut stood, housing Hagrid. However, he was likely on patrol at that hour, and Jiang Li did not spot his figure as she ventured deeper into the woods. She recalled the myriad of magical creatures dwelling within the Forbidden Forest, pondering whether any of them, lacking in martial decorum, might launch an unprovoked attack upon her, thus allowing her to procure alchemical materials at no cost. The dark, foreboding atmosphere of the dense woodland enveloped her. Spotting a flicker of fire in the distance, Jiang Li assumed it to be Hagrid and made her way towards it, only to discover a pair of indiscreet students ensconced together, oblivious to the looming danger. A single oil lamp casting a soft glow beside them. How could they not notice the webs that surrounded them? Jiang Li felt a twinge of irritation. Did they not realize they were in the midst of a spider's lair? Begone, foul spider, she exclaimed, casting a spell that struck the monstrous eight-eyed arachnid. Her sudden action startled the young couple. Andromeda, catching sight of the giant spider now perilously close, let out a terrified shriek. Ted Tonks instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of her, prepared to confront the beast in hand-to-hand combat. Enraged, the eight-eyed spider lunged towards the nearest two humans. In a blaze of fire, a flame transformed into a phoenix-like figure, soaring towards the arachnid. Jiang Li dashed forward, addressing the still-dazed couple. Shouldn't you be moving away? Do you think the spider is still hungry? Andromeda, realizing Jiang Li had no intention of punishing them, offered a grateful smile before hastily leading the still-processed Ted Tonks away. As she watched them depart, Jiang Li cracked her knuckles and retrieved a dagger from her bracelet. intent on dissecting the eight-eyed spider. Fortune smiled upon her. She never expected to encounter such a creature in the Forbidden Forest. Truly, Hogwarts was a treasure trove. As she began her dissection, she reflected on her good fortune. Chapter 45. Defense Against the Dark Arts. Severus Snape tossed and turned in bed, unable to find slumber, and finally decided to rise. His dormitory mate was already asleep, so Snape tread lightly as shadows of the black merfolk flitted past the window. In his luggage, he unearthed a gray scarf imbued with a faint fragrance of gardenia. Jiang Li had a penchant for infusing her garments with that scent, reminiscent of Lucius's equally poor taste. He tied the scarf around his wrist and returned to bed. The delicate aroma enveloped him, and gradually, he succumbed to sleep. The killing curse. Jiang Li had spent the night vanquishing spiders, feeling as though her garments were coated in their venom. Initially, she had intended to slay but a single eight-eyed spider, yet after one fell, a swarm arrived. Countless eyes fixated on her from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, igniting her bloodlust and urging her to battle. These were exceptional materials. However, by the time she reached her 100th eight-eyed spider, impatience began to gnaw at her. Why were there so many of these creatures? What if a young wizard were to be harmed in the Forbidden Forest? Had she not feared drawing attention, she would have incinerated them all, perhaps sensing her murderous intent. The other magical creatures dared not approach. Just as Jiang Li was poised to skewer yet another spider, a presence drew near. Instantly, she apparat away, her shoes landing softly in the room, spider goo dripping onto the floor. Mia, she called into the air, and the elf promptly appeared. Mia had come to alleviate her master's burdens. Please clean the floor and prepare breakfast for me and Severus, Jiang Li instructed, eager to rid herself of the blood-soaked attire. Upon emerging from her bath, she found Mia had tidied the room impeccably and laid out breakfast. Truly, bringing Mia to Hogwarts had been her wisest decision. Severus rose early, and upon entering the dining hall, he found Lily animatedly conversing with the Gryffindor first years, their camaraderie apparent. Spotting Severus, Lily excused herself and hurried to his side. "Sev, are you all right?" she inquired. Having learned from her roommate Daphne about the notorious disposition of Slytherin students towards their peers, she worried for Severus's well-being. "I am well," Snape replied, meeting her concerned gaze. "Keep your distance from Potter and that black. They are not to be trusted." "I understand, and I share your sentiments," Lily assured him. She glanced around furtively. "The other students are quite irate about the points deducted at the start of the term. They are on a quest to uncover the culprits. You mustn't let them discover your involvement." Many had witnessed the altercation, and concealment would be futile. While Snape was indifferent to others' opinions, he nodded at Lily. "I am aware. I shall exercise caution." Just as she opened her mouth to speak again, Slytherin students approached, prompting her to scurry back to the Gryffindor table. Evelyn took a seat at the long table, tapping it gently. Food materialized before him, and after observing his breakfast compared to Snape's, he questioned, "Why is your breakfast different from ours?" Snape, catching sight of the wonton soup, deduced the cook's identity. "I do not know," he replied tersely. "Is it because you outperformed Barty to become the top student? Is that why you receive special treatment?" Evelyn mused, feeling he had stumbled upon the truth. "Had I known, I would have taken the competition more seriously." Snape, uninterested in his ramblings, quickly finished his meal and departed for class. The first lesson was relatively straightforward, and Snape's responses in class earned back the points deducted, garnering acclaim from several professors. Jiang Li, having spent the night processing the eight-eyed spider's remains, felt her eyelids growing heavy, an ineffable sense of having forgotten something nagging at her. "Master, do you not have a class to teach the young wizards?" Mia cautiously reminded her. At last, Jiang Li realized her oversight. In her fervor to harvest spiders, she had completely forgotten her purpose at Hogwarts. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, all the young wizards were seated, patiently awaiting their instructor, who was delayed. Snape, recalling Jiang Li's penchant for sleeping in, speculated that she had overslept. The students whispered among themselves until, suddenly, a blue flame erupted upon the podium, startling them all. In the next moment, the flames morphed into a humanoid figure, and Jiang Li appeared, beaming at her students. "How commendable that our young wizards adhere so diligently to discipline. I award Slytherin and Ravenclaw 10 points each." Snape thought to himself, fully convinced that she had indeed overslept. "Before we commence our lesson, I have a question for all of you. What do you believe is the significance of studying Defense Against the Dark Arts?" Jiang Li inquired, scanning the room for answers. Silence reigned as no one stepped forward to respond. Jiang Li's gaze met Snape's, who, resigned, raised his hand. "I believe the study of Defense Against the Dark Arts equips us with the ability to retaliate against and escape from danger." An excellent response. Slytherin receives 3 points. Jiang Li acknowledged. Jiang Li gazed at the young wizards who were intently focused on her. Her voice both gentle and authoritative. "I understand that the significance of learning varies for each individual, Yet I implore you not to wield magic for the purpose of destruction. While annihilation may be effortless, preservation is a formidable challenge. I hope you all cultivate a profound respect for all forms of life." With a swift gesture, she snapped her fingers, and an alchemical bracelet materialized before each student. "Adorn these bracelets upon your arms. They will serve as our instructional tools today. Press the blue button atop them to enter our trial arena," she instructed her pupils. Curiosity piqued, the students donned their bracelets and pressed the buttons. In an instant, the scenery transformed, and they found themselves standing in a boundless meadow, a completely unfamiliar domain, with neatly arranged stone soldiers in the distance. Jiang Li stood before them, calmly elucidating. "This trial arena is a projection of your consciousness. Any injuries you sustain here will not affect your physical bodies. Now, we shall engage in a game. Do you see the stone soldiers wielding weapons in the arena? They will soon cast spells to attack you. You may use armor to shield yourselves or change positions to evade their incantations. If you successfully defeat a soldier, you will earn a point. However, those hit without armor will lose a point. At the conclusion of our class, we will tally your scores, and the student with the highest total will receive my reward. I trust you will all strive to earn points," she concluded, signaling for the students to take their positions. The students, having never encountered such a teaching method, felt a thrilling novelty in the air. Jiang Li waved her wand, and the stone soldiers immediately unleashed spells upon the students, simple incantations that posed little threat. Nonetheless, many young wizards struggled to master their magic, finding themselves struck by spells and losing points. Yet, a few exceptionally gifted young sorcerers quickly grasped the technique, encasing themselves in protective spells and sending the stone soldiers flying. The struck soldiers shattered into dust, and their scores on the bracelets climbed accordingly. Students like young Barty displayed immense enthusiasm for dismantling the stone soldiers, quickly becoming immersed in the activity. Observing them, Jiang Li rested her chin on her hand, adjusting the difficulty for some of the more clumsy students. Gradually, the students began to relish the joy of battling the stone soldiers. By the end of the class, even the most awkward students had learned the armor spell. As the class concluded, all students were ejected from the consciousness space, realizing they were still seated in the classroom. Some young wizards, still dazed, mistakenly believed they were still engaged in combat with the stone soldiers and inadvertently struck their peers with their wands. "Ouch, that hurt. Your wand hit me," one exclaimed. "I'm sorry, I thought we were still fighting the stone soldiers," another replied. Excitement buzzed through the room as the young wizards reveled in the thrill of such an entertaining game. Jiang Li clapped her hands twice to capture their attention. As all eyes turned to her, she smiled softly. "Our class is about to conclude. Let us review the results of your training." She tapped her wand against the oval alchemical trial orb on the desk, and a massive projection materialized in the classroom, simultaneously displaying each young wizard's scores and names on their bracelets. The projection revealed the names of each young wizard along with the points they had just earned in the trial arena, with the top three being Snape, young Barty, and Fanny Chob, a charming girl from Ravenclaw adorned with delightful freckles. "It appears Mr. Snape has secured first place in today's lesson," Jiang Li remarked, her warm smile illuminating the classroom as she addressed the sea of eager faces. "Mr. Snape, please wait a moment to receive your reward from me." With a gentle tap on the oval metal, the bracelets on all students' arms vanished simultaneously. Jiang Li offered a slight bow to the young wizards. "The time we shared in learning together has come to an end. Until next time." With those parting words, she transformed into flames and vanished from the classroom. "How incredibly cool. How did she do that?" Some students gasped in awe. Snape found himself at a loss for words. Accustomed to seeing Jiang Li's playful antics, he now felt a pang of discomfort as she presented herself so earnestly in front of the students. If Snape were in the modern era, he would understand that this feeling was akin to witnessing a familiar face show off in an embarrassing manner. Jiang Li's unique teaching approach quickly captivated the hearts of all young wizards. The art of learning through enjoyment transcends time. Even those who struggled with the simplest levitation spell seemed to master the armor spell after her defense against the dark arts class. "You were impressive," young Barty declared, striding confidently up to Snape, a hint of pride on his face. "But next time, first place will be mine." "Such childish bravado," Snape silently critiqued, regarding young Barty with a raised eyebrow. "Is that so? I shall await your attempt." With that, he tucked away his wand and exited the classroom. Young Barty, spurred on by his words, lifted his chin defiantly, watching Snape's retreating figure. The next class would involve students from Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Jiang Li intended to address the remains of the Acromantula after completing this lesson. She hardly resembled a defense against the dark arts instructor. What professor dressed as she did? Resembling a delicate young lady? She might have been better suited as a cheerleader for Quidditch. "My father always said Dumbledore was the finest defense professor, but alas, he no longer teaches." Indeed, she seemed to have some acquaintance with that Snevelis, I witnessed her wave at him in the Great Hall. Oh, Merlin's stinky socks. She must have a vendetta against us for his sake. She might even deduct points from Gryffindor. If she truly does so, that would be quite petty. Lily, clutching her defense against the dark arts textbook, had reached her limit upon overhearing the two annoyances behind her. Enough, she exclaimed. Do not presume to judge others through the lens of your own narrow-mindedness. Not everyone is as petty as you. Professor Malfoy would never behave in such a manner. Oh, James, she just called you petty, Sirius jeered, reveling in the moment. Remus tugged at Sirius's sleeve. Don't provoke her. The professor is about to come over. James, caught in the gaze of Lily's beautiful green eyes, felt a subtle blush creep to his ears, yet he retorted defiantly. Why are you eavesdropping on our conversation? I wasn't eavesdropping. You were speaking so loudly that even a deaf person could hear you. Lily shot back, her frustration palpable. She found James utterly insufferable. Then you shouldn't be listening to us. Do you fancy me? Is that why you're so concerned with what I'm saying? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to hear our conversation over everyone else's, James countered, his eyes gleaming with newfound realization. He had seen Lily at the train station and considered her the most beautiful girl among the newcomers, yet her constant association with that loathsome Snavellis irritated him. However, if she were to harbor a secret affection for him and pursue him, he would not be opposed to it. Lost in his thoughts, James chuckled to himself. Lily was disgusted by his words, her face flushed with anger. Who would ever like you? You have no manners and bully people. Anyone who fancies you must be a fool. Girls are always so contradictory. I don't believe you. Deep down, you must be saying the opposite, James replied confidently. His charm is undeniable. How could any girl possibly resist him? Pray tell, what are the nuances of sarcasm? As Jiang Li entered the classroom, he observed two individuals embroiled in a dispute. Curiously, with his hands clasped behind his back, he inquired of James. The moment the other students caught sight of Jiang Li's entrance, an immediate hush fell over the room as they silently observed the unfolding drama. Oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, James proudly raised his chin and began to elaborate. When a girl says she doesn't want something, it often signifies the opposite. When she claims to dislike someone, it is, in truth, a manifestation of affection. My mother frequently expresses her disdain for my father when she is irate. Yet she gleefully accepts gifts from him. An intriguing theory, indeed. However, it pertains to the dynamics of parental relationships and likely does not apply to the interactions among classmates. Jiang Li thoughtfully articulated. Who says it doesn't apply? James retorted, eager to challenge any dissent. Upon turning to confront his opponent, he was met with the sight of Jiang Li, who stood nearby with a serene smile, causing his expression to falter abruptly. Wait, why was no one informed that the professor had arrived? He fumed, turning his ire towards Sirius. Why didn't you alert me that someone was here? Sirius merely averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. Hadn't he just neglected to offer a timely warning? James was nearly on the verge of tearing his robes in frustration while his counterpart continued to expound upon his views. Mr. Potter has presented a rather captivating perspective. Jiang Li interjected, her voice clear and melodic, her demeanor gentle. However, I must respectfully disagree. Lily is an exceptionally candid girl. If she harbors feelings for someone, she would never resort to the sort of sarcasm you imply. With a light tap on James's head, she added softly, I hope that during our next class, Mr. James will refrain from making irrelevant remarks. James, visibly embarrassed, returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Lily regarded Jiang Li with admiration, her eyes sparkling with appreciation. At last, someone had put the insufferable James in his place. With an air of composure, Jiang Li approached the podium, seamlessly guiding all the students into the trial arena. Just as she had done in the previous lesson, the young wizards were utterly astonished by her display. How delightful! What is this? I've never encountered anything like it before. James Potter, upon entering, became wildly exhilarated, wielding his wand to swiftly vanquish the nearby stone soldiers, his face alight with excitement. I take back what I just said. She possesses a modicum of talent after all. Sirius, dodging spells cast by the animated statues, remarked. This is not merely a modicum of talent. I have never heard of a defense against the dark arts class incorporating practical trials like this. And the spells cast upon us do not seem to inflict harm. Before attending Hogwarts, he had heard Andromeda mention the defense against the dark arts course as a rather monotonous subject, devoid of any practical knowledge. Yet, it was evident that this new professor was quite exceptional. She brought an element of intrigue to the curriculum. Chapter 47. He truly ought to be cursed. The Gryffindor students evidently relished this challenging game far more than their Hufflepuff counterparts. At the conclusion of the lesson, Gryffindor's overall points exceeded those of Hufflepuff significantly. When ejected from the trial arena, many students were momentarily dazed. James Potter was the most animated of all. Sirius, did you see that? I was mere moments away from striking that statue. I was just about to break through. Sirius too felt a hint of regret. wishing he could have played a bit longer. Two crisp metallic clangs resonated from the podium. The rankings of all the students appeared on the blackboard. James, with a hint of pride, adjusted his robes in anticipation of accolades. Glancing at the leaderboard, he was taken aback to find himself in 9th place, with Sirius in 8th, and Lily Evans claiming the coveted first position. Why am I not first? I clearly shattered more statues than anyone else. James exclaimed incredulously. He had been closely monitoring the performance of others, and none had struck as many targets as he had. Defeat was simply incomprehensible. Indeed, you hit the most statues, but you failed to cast the shield charm upon yourself, resulting in numerous hits against you, Jiang Li explained, her fingers dancing across the oval metal, displaying James's performance within the trial arena on the screen. The footage revealed that both James and Sirius had relentlessly attacked the stone soldiers, sustaining multiple hits without ever donning their protective charms. As I have previously stated, if the shield charm is breached and you are struck, points will be deducted. Jiang Li continued, her tone measured. If this were a genuine battle, you and Sirius would have perished countless times. I hope you will consider your defense before launching an attack. The Hufflepuff students excelled in this regard, sustaining minimal point deductions. James fell silent, his spirit visibly deflated as he absorbed her words. Sirius nudged him with his elbow. Come on, don't let it get you down. James, with a downcast demeanor, muttered, if I had been more mindful of my defenses, I would undoubtedly have claimed first place. Remus offered a comforting thought. Professor Malfoy might utilize this approach again in the next class. You could seize first place next time. At this, James perked up slightly. He propped himself on the table, watching as Lily gleefully approached the podium to claim her prize for first place. Lily, what did Professor Malfoy reward you with? Lily's roommate, Amy, inquired curiously. With a generous smile, Lily opened the box to reveal its contents, exclaiming, they're pastries, 10 different flavors. How beautiful, like blossoms. Amy marveled with envy. Would you like to try one? I can share, Lily offered graciously. You're so kind, Lily, Amy replied. James slumped over the table, fixated on Amy as she savored a red, rose-shaped pastry, her expressions of delight evident as she exclaimed, this is absolutely delightful. It's nothing like the sweets from Honeydukes. It is not as sweet as I anticipated, but it is so fragrant and crisp. Oh, just the thought of not having such exquisite pastries in the future is disheartening. This is a type of Chinese pastry, different from what we are accustomed to. Professor Malfoy mentioned that a lack of sweetness is the highest praise for desserts. Listening to their exchange, James felt a pang of jealousy as he bit the edge of the table, his eyes burning with envy as he gazed at the box in Lily's hands. It's just pastries. Who hasn't had those before? He muttered under his breath. Yet, truthfully, he had never tasted anything like these pastries before. Sirius leaned over the table, his features contorted in a comical manner as he whispered to James. Do you think if I asked Lily Evans for a pastry, she would share one with me? Do you wish to know what the pastries taste like? James's eyes lit up with sudden enthusiasm. He stood up, straightened his robes, and, with an air of solemnity, declared, since my brother wishes to taste them, I shall risk life and limb to ensure you experience the flavor of those pastries before you depart this world. Sirius, did he really say that? James concocted a rationale for himself, fixing his hair as he strutted over to Lily with the confidence of a runway model, flashing a radiant smile as he greeted her. Hello, Lily. Instantly, Lily tensed, clutching the pastry box protectively. Please, don't be so apprehensive. I come bearing an apology. James raised his hand to indicate his benign intentions, gazing at Lily with sincerity. I must admit, my actions towards you on the train were indeed misguided, and I sincerely apologize, hoping for your forgiveness. As she met his earnest hazel eyes, Lily began to relax considerably, contemplating his words. If you are genuinely remorseful, then I forgive you, she replied earnestly. Really? James, with a face full of joy, grasped her hand and looked at Lily with excitement, exclaiming, so are we friends now? Lily's face instantly flushed crimson, and she hurriedly withdrew her hand. I apologize, I just got a bit carried away. James scratched his head and gazed at Lily, saying, I genuinely want to befriend you. Lily thought that James resembled a large dog raised by the neighbor, just missing a tail wagging behind him. She modestly nodded and replied, all right, we are friends. At last, she heard the words she longed to hear. A broad smile spread across James's face, reaching his ears, and he looked at Lily with anticipation, saying, since we are friends, may I have a taste of your pastry? Lily raised an eyebrow, observing James drooling at the sight of the dessert, yet she still handed him a piece. The moment the pastry touched his lips, a radiant smile illuminated his face, as if flowers were blooming all around him. He held the pastry aloft, exuding the confidence of a returning king as he approached Sirius, waving the treat in front of him. You actually got it. Sirius gazed at James with a hint of admiration. Just moments ago, he had felt embarrassed for James when he had been begging Lily Evans for the pastry. How foolish of him. Just as he reached out to take the pastry, James, basking in the adoration of his friends, devoured it with satisfaction. Indeed, it was fragrant and crisp, far surpassing the culinary skills of their house elf. Sirius, bewildered, exclaimed, "What about my pastry? Wasn't it meant for me?" After letting out a burp, James gave Sirius a thumbs up and said, "I tasted it for you, and I assure you, it's delightful, crispy and fragrant, with a soft, gooey filling." Sirius's forehead twitched in irritation. "So you took the pastry I requested, and you ate it yourself? Didn't I inform you of its flavor? You already know, cough, help. Spit my pastry out. I barely had a chance to taste it." James rolled his eyes as Sirius's anger tightened around him. "Enough of the squabbling. It's merely a pastry. We can get another next time," Lupin interjected, quickly stepping in to separate the two. Peter stood to the side, softly urging them to calm down. Somehow, the news had spread, and everyone knew that the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor would reward the top student with delicious pastries. As the tale grew, it exaggerated into a story of several boys brawling over a single pastry, claiming that the pastries from the professor could grant longevity with just a single bite. All the students eagerly anticipated rewards in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Jiang Li was oblivious to the extent of the exaggeration. "You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you." She pulled Snape, who had come to her office for his reward, into the room and thrust a knife into his hands. Chapter 48. The Most Unpalatable Potion. "You're just in time. Help me dissect these eight-eyed spiders and extract their venom," Jiang Li instructed Snape. Snape stared in disbelief at the mountain of eight-eyed spider corpses piled up to the ceiling. "Where did you acquire so many eight-eyed spiders? Did you raid their nest?" "I am not that ruthless," Jiang Li retorted, donning gloves and wielding a knife taller than herself as she grimaced while chopping off the spider's legs. "I haven't even touched their eggs. I cannot wipe them all out. I need sustainable materials. The price of eight-eyed spiders in the market is no small matter, and it's rare to find so many in one place." Snape had a hunch about where she had sourced the corpses, resignedly putting on gloves to assist her in dissecting the eight-eyed spiders. Halfway through, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Wasn't he here to collect a reward? "What about my reward?" Snape narrowed his eyes, regarding Jiang Li with a sinister tone. "You don't mean to tell me that you brought me here as a reward to work for you? Am I that kind of person?" Jiang Li replied, feigning heartbreak. Snape remained silent, his gaze conveying everything. Jiang Li decided not to keep him in suspense any longer, tossing aside her torn gloves to reveal her palm. "We'll split the dissection materials, half for you and half for me. I have applied for a vacant room with Dumbledore. Half will be for your potion making, and the other half for my alchemy. I will set up a magic circle and a concealment charm near the potion room, so you need not worry about being disturbed." Only then did Snape appear satisfied, bending down to continue dismembering the corpses. "Severus, can you concoct an antidote for the eight-eyed spider's venom?" Jiang Li's voice floated to him. Snape, without lifting his gaze, replied, "Yes, why? Then I would appreciate it if you could prepare an antidote for me." At her words, Snape abruptly looked up at Jiang Li, noticing her right arm had turned a deep purplish hue, and her lips were tinged with a similar shade. She displayed her wound to him, saying, "I think I might be poisoned." Snape was taken aback by Jiang Li's appearance. "Where's the potion room?" he asked urgently. "It's on the second floor of the far left building, the third room," Jiang Li responded. Her hand was turning increasingly purple, the venom spreading rapidly. "Are you an idiot?" Snape couldn't help but curse, grabbing the bottle containing the spider's venom, taking hold of Jiang Li's hand, and commanding, "Take me to that potion room as quickly as possible." "Mia," Jiang Li called into the air. While wizards cannot use apparition at Hogwarts, house elves can. In an instant, there was a loud popping sound, and Mia appeared in a pink dress. "Take Severus and me to the potion room we visited this morning," Jiang Li instructed her. "I didn't protect my master well." "Mia must punish herself," Mia lamented, noticing Jiang Li's hand and immediately starting to bang her head in distress. "Enough. Just take us to the potion room first. Then you can punish yourself," Snape interrupted coldly. "If you delay any longer, Jiang Li might not make it." "Mia, take us now," Jiang Li ordered. With tears in her eyes, Mia held on to Jiang Li and Snape's hands, transporting them to the potion room. Upon arrival, Snape immediately rummaged through the materials on the shelves, and once he found everything he needed, he began brewing the antidote. Jiang Li watched with keen curiosity, pondering how Snape, still a young wizard with limited magical power, could concoct such advanced potions. She observed Snape's serious demeanor as he brewed the potion, waving his wand and reciting incantations. Perhaps due to the rapid extraction of his magical energy, his face turned slightly pale. In the next moment, Snape retrieved vitality potions and magical energy restoratives from his storage bracelet, skillfully uncapping both bottles and downing their contents in one swift motion. Demonstrating that this was not his first time doing so, Jiang Li felt immense admiration watching him. She considered emulating Snape's method, preparing several healing potions for herself. While crafting dangerous alchemical items, she could drink potions to heal herself if things went awry, thus alleviating the fear of sudden demise. Snape is truly a genius. Engrossed in potion making, he remained oblivious to Jiang Li's unspoken thoughts. Otherwise, he would have surely indulged in tossing a couple of dung bombs into her antidote. He hastily concocted the antidote, seizing the opportunity to force it into Jiang Li's mouth while it was still warm, not daring to waste a moment. Jiang Li. She barely noticed and nearly choked on the potion. A sour and astringent flavor, reminiscent of decades-old, fermented socks, assaulted her palate. Jiang Li nearly retched. How could a potion be so dreadful? After consuming the antidote, the poison on her hands subsided considerably, though her complexion remained pale. This is the most revolting potion I have ever tasted. Jiang Li gagged, feeling as though a foul sock was lodged in her throat, the taste lingering in her mouth. Observing her banter, Snape deduced she was in no peril. If your mind were not cluttered with rushes, you should have known better than to become distracted while dealing with an acromantula, he remarked with a frosty tone. Jiang Li recognized his concern for her well-being and smiled at Snape, resting her chin on her hand. Fortunately, I have no classes today, otherwise, I would have had to ask you to cover for me in defense against the dark arts. Do not indulge in impossible fantasies. Hogwarts does not permit an 11-year-old witch to teach in your stead, Snape replied coldly. Jiang Li felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and inquired, do you not have classes to attend? My classes for today have concluded. The newly enrolled young witches and wizards have a limited schedule, Snape stated as he approached her. Grasping her arm, he noted the infected skin gradually regaining its pallor, allowing his anxious heart to finally relax. Suddenly, he felt a slight weight on his shoulder. Turning to look, he found Jiang Li had leaned against him and succumbed to slumber. With a torrent of reprimands unspoken, Snape wore a frown as he settled beside her, ensuring she could rest more comfortably. Glancing at Mia, who was still pounding her head with her fists, Snape felt a wave of irritation. You need not punish yourself any longer. Your mistress is fine. Go prepare dinner for her. She will soon be hungry again. Upon hearing Snape's words, Mia seemed to be rejuvenated, dashing off to the Hogwarts kitchen to prepare a meal for Jiang Li. Jiang Li felt as though she had merely closed her eyes for a moment, only to awaken to darkness. Awake? A melodious voice chimed nearby. In the next instant, Jiang Li felt her head jerked back. Awake? Return to your room and sleep. Snape rubbed his shoulder, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Li. If you're feeling unwell, do not wander. I will handle all the acromantulas. Chapter 49. You're truly reliable, Jiang Li lamented. Snape rolled his eyes, emanating an aura of impatience. Jiang Li smiled sweetly, gazing at him. Have you eaten? I have, Snape replied tersely. Oh, you haven't? Then let's eat together. Jiang Li rose, dusting off her dress, and looped her arm around Snape's neck. I feel so weak. Could I lean on you for support? Has that wretched poison seeped into your brain? The afflicted area is your hand, not your feet. How is it that you cannot walk? Snape retorted sharply, yet he did not push her away. Instead, he inclined his shoulders slightly toward her, allowing her to rest more comfortably. Noticing this gesture, Jiang Li smiled, remarking, it is truly delightful to have you by my side. At her words, Snape turned his face away. What nonsense is this person spouting? Has her mind been muddled by the poison? As it was quite late, the two opted not to visit the Great Hall, instead requesting Mia to bring their dinner to their room. Exhausted from a night spent battling acromantulas, Jiang Li fell into bed immediately after dinner and washing up. Snape, instead of returning to the Slytherin dormitory, meticulously dealt with the acromantulas Jiang Li had brought back, organizing them with care. By the time he completed his tasks, the night had deepened, and it was likely that professors were patrolling outside. He cast a disillusionment charm, concealing his presence, and made his way toward the Slytherin common room. Oh, James, you stepped on my foot. My apologies, I wasn't paying attention. Snape's ears perked at the sound, and he turned to a particular spot in the corridor where the armor had shifted, instantly recognizing who was present. He directed a wind charm toward that direction. A sudden gust of wind erupted, lifting the invisibility cloak into the air. James and Sirius were taken aback, hastily attempting to retrieve the cloak. Clang! As they turned, the armor behind them toppled over with a resounding crash. James, Sirius, what are you two up to? Professor McGonagall, on patrol, arrived promptly, witnessing James and Sirius scrambling to collect the cloak. The two appeared as though fate had gripped them by the nape of their necks, their expressions stiff. McGonagall fixed her stern gaze upon them, stating, if all is as it should be, you two should be sound asleep in your dormitory rather than gallivanting in the corridors at night. James adjusted his glasses, attempting to ingratiate himself. Professor McGonagall, we have our reasons. Sirius is unwell, and I wanted to take him to the infirmary. He shot Sirius a meaningful glance. Sirius immediately clutched his chest, addressing McGonagall. I feel a bit under the weather. James is only trying to help me. McGonagall scrutinized them, her brow furrowed. You two had better genuinely have a matter to attend to. Follow me, and I shall escort you to the infirmary. Upon hearing this, James's expression stiffened, and he quickly interjected, no need, I can take Sirius myself. Sirius chimed in, actually, I feel much better now, I don't need to go to the infirmary. By the way, Professor, I believe there is another student sneaking about at night and has cast a spell on us. How else could there be such a breeze in the corridor, which even blew away our invisibility cloak? Someone must have discovered us and is playing a prank. Perhaps it was that wretched Slytherin. McGonagall's gaze hardened as she regarded the two. I will investigate whether anyone else is out at night. As for the two of you, I shall deduct 10 points each. After class this week, you are to clean the trophy room, without the use of magic, and I will be inspecting the results. The two felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. Professor McGonagall, I do not wish to repeat myself. You two may choose to return to rest now, or proceed to the trophy room to polish the silverware. McGonagall's gaze remained stern upon the two unruly students. James and Sirius fell silent, stealthily reclaiming the invisibility cloak and slinking back to their dormitory. Snape stood nearby, observing the duo's punishment with a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. McGonagall glanced toward the entrance to Slytherin and cast a revealing spell in the vicinity. But no students appeared. Could she have been mistaken? McGonagall pondered with confusion. Meanwhile, Snape lingered nearby, patiently waiting for her departure before calling out the password to the Slytherin statue. Pure blood. The incantation was correct. The statue shifted aside, and Snape stepped inside. The corridor was dimly lit, the murmur of the Black Lake's merfolk echoing outside, each footfall resonating distinctly in the silence. Upon discovering that someone was still seated on the couch in the common room, Snape paused momentarily, taken aback. Andromeda, equally surprised that anyone was awake at this hour, hurriedly wiped her eyes and adopted a facade of composure as she regarded Snape. Did you go for a midnight stroll? Did Professor McGonagall catch you? She inquired. Snape glanced at her and replied tersely, no. With that, he turned and made his way towards the boys' dormitory. Do not disclose what just transpired to anyone. Andromeda called after his retreating figure. The Blacks do not require tears. Snape halted, without turning back, his gaze fixed upon the Slytherin banner on the wall, and slowly remarked, I have no penchant for idle gossip. Your affairs hold no interest for me. Thank you, Andromeda murmured softly. Snape did not respond, continuing directly into the dormitory. Regaining her composure, Andromeda returned to the girls' dormitory. The following day, Gryffindor students awoke to find their house points had inexplicably diminished. Blast it! Who was responsible for the loss of points? The older students grumbled, teeth clenched in frustration. With the school year barely begun, their house had already lost a considerable number of points, even fewer than those of Hufflepuff, jeopardizing their chances for the House Cup. James and Sirius appeared unfazed, as if the matter had no bearing on them. Lily cast a sidelong glance at the two, feeling a strong suspicion that their antics were somehow linked to the deduction of points from the previous night. Her gaze caught sight of Jiang Li entering the dining hall, and her eyes brightened instantly as she made her way towards him. Professor Malfoy, she called out. Upon recognizing her, Jiang Li smiled warmly. Why such formality? You needn't call me by my last name. Ailey, Lily shyly responded, hesitant to address Jiang Li by his first name in school for fear of undermining his authority as a professor. Do you know where Severus is? I haven't been able to locate him lately, she asked. Aside from seeing Snape in class, he seemed to vanish at all other times. He is likely in the potions room concocting brews, Jiang Li replied. But I went to the potions room yesterday and did not see him, Lily protested, counting her fingers. She perceived the Slytherin students as unfriendly, their gazes imbued with a haughty disdain, and had heard rumors of many dark wizards hailing from Slytherin. Lily was determined that Snape would not become like them. She cherished their friendship. Chapter 50, Reluctance to team up with him. He is not in the potions classroom that you attend. He is in the potions room that I requested, Jiang Li elucidated, casting a glance at a group of boys donning red and gold scarves as they swaggered into the hall. Lily, how is your relationship with James Potter? I heard you two had a scuffle on the train, Jiang Li inquired, studying her intently. Lily recalled the previous day's events and immediately clarified. It was a misunderstanding. He has apologized, and we have resolved it. Potter is actually quite nice, albeit a bit foolish. Jiang Li found it challenging to comment and looked at her seriously, saying, Severus seems to harbor a dislike for them. If you grow too close to Potter, I fear he may not take kindly to it. Severus is not that petty. He knows Potter genuinely apologized and will surely forgive him, just as I have, Lily replied without hesitation. If their relationship becomes irreconcilable and they argue, or worse, come to blows, whose side will you choose? Jiang Li asked, observing how simply Lily viewed the situation. If everyone deems Slytherins to be malevolent wizards, and you, who frequently associates with Severus, become ostracized as well, will you still stand by him? Lily was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. Jiang Li admitted to favoring Snape slightly more. She gently patted the troubled Lily, saying, I do not wish for you and Severus to drift apart. He treasures your friendship, and you are his closest friend. Huh. Lily was taken aback by this revelation. Wasn't Jiang Li Severus's best friend? Why would it be her? She felt that Severus sometimes treated her with undue courtesy, always displaying a gentle demeanor akin to her father. Indeed, despite being the same age as her, Lily often felt that Severus resembled Mr. Evans. When with Jiang Li, Severus seemed different, unrestrained in his emotions, his eyes alight with warmth, in stark contrast to the inscrutable emotions he exhibited when they were together. Lily, your classmates are approaching, Jiang Li remarked as she noticed the Gryffindor quartet striding towards them. James, grinning broadly, fixed his gaze on Lily, while Sirius appeared somewhat disdainful. Remus seemed ready to flee, and Peter followed like a small shadow. How amusing. Jiang Li mused inwardly, noting the quartet's rather unfortunate appearances. Good morning, Lily, James greeted enthusiastically, then upon noticing Jiang Li, immediately redirected his cheerfulness towards him. Good morning, Professor. The other three lions echoed the greeting, with Sirius lazily exuding a hint of arrogance, while Peter weakly chimed in. Most peculiar was Remus, who averted his gaze from Jiang Li as if fearful of being caught in something. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly, replying, Good morning, Lily. The next transfiguration class is with Slytherin. They are all wicked individuals, and many despicable dark wizards hail from Slytherin. You must avoid any association with them. Sit beside me for protection, James declared, thumping his chest in a show of bravado. Sirius watched the exchange with a mocking glint in his eye. Lily, recalling Jiang Li's earlier words, promptly rejected the offer. No, I wish to sit with Severus. Why would you want to sit with that malevolent Slytherin? James protested. Severus is not a bad person, Lily retorted angrily, glaring at James. He is my friend. I ask that you respect him. With that, she angrily shoved past James. I can't believe Lily just pushed me, James exclaimed in disbelief. Sirius consoled him by patting his shoulder, saying, Her bond with him has always been stronger than yours. It's hardly surprising that she'd defend him. However, I must admit, you're right, that Slytherin is certainly not a good sort. Sirius, James replied, still grinning at the spot where Lily had pushed him. Her hands are so soft. Sirius, what? After all my comforting, you're just fawning over her? He wiped his hands on James's robe, as if to rid himself of the foolishness. Jiang Li observed the four with interest. James and Sirius were the most vivacious. Remus occasionally chimed in with good humor, while Peter merely echoed their sentiments. Time is of the essence. Shouldn't you head to class? I believe your first lesson is with your head of house, Jiang Li reminded the quartet. The little witches had already vacated the long table after breakfast, leaving the hall empty save for them. The four suddenly panicked and hurried towards the transfiguration classroom, only to find the staircase shifting midway, altering its position. A group of individuals scurried through the castle, drenched and disheveled, as they hastily entered the transfiguration classroom. Students from Slytherin and Gryffindor had already taken their seats, distinctly divided by their respective houses, with one notable exception. In the front row, Severus and Lily sat together, drawing considerable attention, both overt and covert. Severus had long since grown accustomed to the scrutiny, remaining unfazed, while Lily endeavored to ignore the gazes, feigning nonchalance. Damn Peeves, he soaked our clothes. I swear I'll catch him and give him a good thrashing, James grumbled as he wiped his robes, entering the classroom, followed by three equally disheveled companions. Sirius, noticing the two seated in the front, raised an eyebrow and nudged James, gesturing towards Lily Evans with a teasing remark. It seems she has no desire to befriend you. James's expression darkened upon seeing Lily and Severus together, prompting him to approach them. Mr. Potter, you four are late. Just as James was about to speak, Professor McGonagall, transformed into a cat, leaped down from the podium and appeared before him. James was taken aback, his intended words morphing into a strangled yelp, eliciting laughter from the students. Professor McGonagall regarded the quartet with a stern expression, admonishing, Perhaps I should transform you into pocket watches to instill the importance of punctuality. It was Peeves who played tricks on us that made us late, James protested. Observing their drenched appearances, Professor McGonagall allowed them to return to their seats after a brief reprimand. On the opposite side of the castle, Jiang Li, in high spirits, used a hurricane spell to disperse Peeves and made her way to the classroom. Upon entering, she was met with dozens of eager, watchful eyes. Jiang Li pondered the unusual enthusiasm of the upperclassmen. She deftly orchestrated the older students into the trial arena. Wow, how astonishing. It seems the tales of the lower class students were true. Professor Malfoy can indeed transport individuals to another realm. With a resounding clang, Jiang Li struck a massive golden bell at the center of the arena, the echo reverberating throughout, causing all students to cover their ears. Noticing their silence, she smiled gently. I shall now announce the rules. A light screen will appear before you, displaying your names. Quickly find your teammates for the battle. In 5 minutes, I will commence the trial. You may use any spells you wish to protect yourselves and your allies. For every minute you successfully endure, you will earn 1 point. For each monster you defeat, you will gain 2 points. However, if a teammate falls, your team will incur a 10-point penalty. For many students, this was their first encounter with such a scenario, and they hurried to find their partners, only to be taken aback upon discovering teammates from other houses. Professor Malfoy, may I request a change of partner? A brown-haired Gryffindor boy raised his hand, standing next to the strikingly platinum-haired Lucius. Lucius regarded the boy with disdain and indifference, elegantly raising his hand to present his own request to Jiang Li. I would also prefer not to be grouped with him. Kindly allow me to switch partners. That is not permissible. Jiang Li coldly rejected their demands. Teams are assigned based on the trial arena's assessment of each individual. Modifications are not allowed. The prospect of every student seeking her for partner changes would render the lesson chaotic. Disappointment flickered across many faces. Narcissa approached Lucius and placed a reassuring hand on his, saying, "It's fine, we can team up." Their group comprised 3 Gryffindor students, who appeared equally unenthusiastic, maintaining their distance from the two. Lucius grasped Narcissa's hand, speaking with gentle confidence, "Do not worry, I shall ensure your victory. I believe in you." Narcissa's eyes reflected Lucius's image, filled with warmth and tenderness. Observing the assembled teams, Jiang Li commenced the trial. A horde of grotesque monsters emerged from the ground, launching attacks on each team. These creatures, cloaked in darkness, varied greatly in appearance, yet shared an equally hideous visage, emanating an ominous aura. Jiang Li had modeled these monsters after the demons she had encountered in her previous life. Their assault tactics were more diverse and swifter than those of the stone soldiers. A solitary Gryffindor student, having strayed from his team, was suddenly pierced through the chest by an approaching demon, his form fading to gray as he lay lifeless on the ground, a countdown visible above him. Shock gripped the others. Could one truly perish from such an encounter? Where are Benjamin Wood's teammates? Quickly, cast a healing spell on him. If done within 10 seconds, he can be revived, Jiang Li called out, observing the scene. A slithering girl promptly cast a healing spell upon Benjamin Wood. Seeing the students floundering in confusion, Jiang Li's voice boomed. "You may collaborate. Those adept in protective spells can shield themselves and their teammates, while healers can tend to the injured. Attackers should engage the monsters, and disruptors should create diversions. Do not be so rigid. Employ your spells flexibly for greater efficacy." Upon hearing Jiang Li's guidance, a few astute students swiftly grasped her intent, casting protective spells upon themselves and their allies, while some utilized hurricane spells to repel the demons. West. At that moment, a demon soldier appeared before Narcissa, prompting Lucius to unleash a curse at the repulsive creature. Yet, its claws still found their mark on Narcissa. Armor protection. A Gryffindor girl cast a shield over Narcissa, deflecting the claws. Lucius rushed to support Narcissa, concern etched across his features. "Luke, I'm fine," Narcissa reassured him with a gentle smile before turning to thank her savior. "Père Billy, thank you. No need for thanks. We are teammates." "It is my duty," Père Billy replied, glancing at Lucius and Narcissa before hesitantly suggesting, "Those monsters are too powerful. I believe we must work together to defeat them, as fighting individually will not lead to victory." The other 2 Gryffindor boys remained silent, clearly in agreement. Narcissa squeezed Lucius's hand and nodded. Lucius addressed the group. "I hope you do not hinder my progress." A Gryffindor boy rolled his eyes discreetly, then began to coordinate attacks with Lucius and Narcissa against the monsters. Jiang Li approached the sand table, manipulating the creature's movements with her fingers. Watching the students transition from initial hostility to cooperation, Jiang Li's eyes glimmered with intrigue. If individuals from 2 houses were to become friends, could they still bear to strike at one another in the future, should their allegiances diverge? She harbored a certain anticipation for the scene that was about to unfold. Above the trial arena loomed an hourglass, unnoticed by all as the sand trickled down. The moment the last grain fell, the consciousness of every student was abruptly ejected from the trial grounds. Some still brandished their wands, and as they regained their senses, curses had already been unleashed. Just as a hex was about to strike a Slytherin girl in the face, Jiang Li intervened, dispersing the dark spell. She offered a gentle smile to the students in the classroom and remarked, "It seems I ought to remind you all to be cautious before the trial concludes next time, lest you inadvertently harm one of your classmates." The other students gradually recovered. The creatures within the trial arena were astonishingly lifelike, nearly convincing them of their reality. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the classroom, as they found themselves fighting side by side with those they usually detested, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Jiang Li shattered the tension as she was about to announce the rankings. With a few delicate taps on the oval medal, the ranking information materialized before each student. The team in first place was none other than Lucius's group. Jiang Li thoughtfully showcased each member's highlight moments from class, accompanied by stirring music that ignited a fervor within the room. The 5 students who were a mere 2 points shy of first place felt a pang of jealousy. They almost had their valor immortalized on the big screen. With a snap of her fingers, a bottle of Felix Felicis appeared on the desks of the top-ranking students. This was the reward for their triumph. A small amount could bring them luck, though Jiang Li kindly advised against using it during Quidditch matches. The students were taken aback by Jiang Li's generosity in bestowing them with Felix Felicis. Pear raised her hand, gazing at the bottle. "Professor, isn't the reward for first place usually pastries? I heard that lower years receive treats. Do you not fancy this reward?" Jiang Li inquired, perplexed. She assumed that older students would have little interest in pastries. Thus she had exchanged the usual first-class reward for Felix Felicis, unaware that some would prefer the latter. "In truth, I would much rather enjoy your pastries," Pear shyly confessed. She had heard tales of how delectable they were and yearned to taste them. "If pastries are more to your liking, I can certainly exchange your reward for that," Jiang Li responded. "Really?" Pear exclaimed, her face lighting up. "Then I shall have pastries. I do not require Felix Felicis." "Very well, I shall have the house elf deliver the pastries to you shortly." Jiang Li collected the Felix Felicis before preparing to leave the classroom. "Professor Malfoy." A voice halted Jiang Li in her tracks. She turned towards the source and saw Narcissa smiling at her. "I, too, wish to sample the pastries. May I exchange this for that?" Jiang Li. "Professor, I would also like to trade this Felix Felicis for your pastries." Lucius, sitting beside Narcissa, spoke slowly. Jiang Li. "Professor, both Dono and I wish to exchange for your pastries as well." Jiang Li. The other 2 reward-receiving boys also expressed their desire to swap for pastries. It was utterly absurd. After an entire class, she had not given away a single bottle of Felix Felicis, yet Mia had accumulated 5 pastry orders. Jiang Li resolved to convert future rewards into pastries, ensuring that no one would procure a bottle of Felix Felicis from her. Chapter 52, The Crown. After successfully distributing a few pastries, Jiang Li returned to the alchemy room, where she stumbled upon something rather intriguing, a time-turner capable of reversing time. Back in the Celestial Continent, Jiang Li had attempted to use a formation to turn back time, but each attempt had ended in failure. She delicately adjusted the hands of the device, rewinding it, and the previously darkened sky began to brighten. Glancing down, she noted that it was 3 o'clock in the morning. The corridors of Hogwarts were eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. While the dawn light filtered through, even the painted portraits seemed to be in slumber, leaving only the sound of her footsteps. Jiang Li lifted the time turner, its glow concerning the laws of time faint yet undeniably visible to her. With a gentle sweep, ethereal, transparent threads passed through her fingers, vanishing like starlight. Sensing someone approaching, she instinctively cast the disillusionment charm. A small figure stumbled into view, wobbling down the corridor. Jiang Li recognized him instantly, Remus Lupin, a Gryffindor student. His condition appeared quite dire. "Do you require assistance to the infirmary?" Jiang Li dispelled the charm and materialized before him. Professor," Lupin stammered, startled by her sudden appearance. His pale face bore a hint of fear, and a crimson trickle seeped from the corner of his mouth, the cause of which he could not fathom. Jiang Li touched her own face, wondering if she truly appeared frightening. "I'm fine. I do not need to go to the infirmary," Lupin insisted, attempting to feign composure. He couldn't be sure whether the professor had witnessed his earlier transformation. Perhaps she hadn't, for she seemed so calm. "Very well, if you insist on avoiding the infirmary. Let us discuss why you are wandering the halls at such an hour," Jiang Li said, regarding the fearful Lupin with a slight smile. "I imagine you are not as enamored with midnight escapades as Potter and Black. Otherwise, you would have accompanied them during their previous nocturnal adventures. Did Potter and Sirius get caught during their escapades?" Lupin blurted out, panic flooding his senses, his thoughts a chaotic swirl. He was at a loss for how to respond to the professor, feeling as though his innermost thoughts were laid bare. "Professor, I merely ventured out due to hunger. I beg you not to deduct points from our house," he blurted out, forcing a lie. Jiang Li recognized his deception but chose not to expose him, instead smiling amiably. "I won't deduct points from your house, provided you come to my potions room tomorrow to assist me with potion ingredients." Surprised by Jiang Li's leniency, Lupin paused momentarily. "All right, you should return to your dormitory and get some rest. Staying up late at your age will hinder your growth," Jiang Li remarked, waving her wand to heal the wounds on Lupin's face. She offered him a gentle smile before turning in another direction. Lupin stood, dazed, watching her retreating figure, feeling the absence of pain where his injury had been. As she passed Philip's office, Jiang Li noticed him constructing a cozy nest for the kitten he had rescued the previous day, adorning it with a clean scarf. Clearly taking good care of the little creature. "Who goes there?" Philip's face suddenly appeared behind the door. He flung it open. his gaze scanning the corridor for any mischievous students. However, Jiang Li had already vanished the moment he opened the door, wandering aimlessly through the castle. She found herself on the 8th floor, where a rather foolish-looking tapestry depicted a troll bludgeoning a hapless individual. Just as she was about to leave, Jiang Li detected a faint ripple, almost as though another layer of space had overlapped with this one. To her astonishment, such an intriguing phenomenon existed here. She decided to linger, eager to uncover the hidden space. After wandering nearby, a door suddenly appeared in the wall, evoking memories of a certain Hogwarts legend, the Room of Requirement. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Curiously, she pushed open the door and stepped inside, only to be greeted by a mountain of refuse. Perhaps it was not entirely refuse, but due to the sheer volume, it appeared as such. Before she had taken more than a few steps, Jiang Li inadvertently trod upon an alchemical material, specifically a serpent's nerve, which seemed rather aged, leaving her uncertain about its efficacy. She began to rummage through the debris in search of useful items. Time slipped away unnoticed, and just as Jiang Li felt her back nearing its limit, she casually grasped a crown to take with her. In the next instant, a sinister black mist attempted to invade her body through the crown, a malevolent curse. Jiang Li swiftly flung the crown away, narrowly avoiding being ensnared by the curse. Who could be so wicked as to discard their possessions here and to cast a curse upon them? She couldn't help but scoff. The crown was crafted from excellent materials, and Jiang Li felt a twinge of reluctance to part with it. She needed a formidable alchemical vessel to harness the power of the laws of time, yet thus far, she had found nothing suitable. Kicking aside an obstructive object, she approached the crown and began to examine it with utmost seriousness. The crown's design was rather simplistic, covered in a thick layer of dust. Any ordinary person would likely overlook such a find. Closing her eyes, she reopened them to reveal violet pupils as her magical energy surged. She discerned the true nature of the black mist clinging to the crown. It was, astonishingly, a remnant soul. Did the inhabitants of this world decompose their souls as well? Jiang Li was taken aback. She had thought this practice was exclusive to cultivators from the Tianyuan continent. Typically, when cultivators found themselves in dire straits, they would sever a remnant of their soul to secure a path of escape, awaiting the opportunity to gather sufficient resources to restore their soul and resume their cultivation. Although she did not know whose remnant soul this was, Jiang Li had already devised a plan. However, she needed to first figure out how to dispel the curse to avoid destroying her alchemical materials. Jiang Li exited the Room of Requirements. The sun had already risen, and young wizards were frolicking in the corridors. Spotting Severus Snape walking alongside Lily, she waved him over. Severus. Snape approached her immediately, while Lily regarded Jiang Li with curiosity, glancing back momentarily. She had clearly seen Jiang Li moving in another direction moments ago. How had she ended up in the corridor? Was she imagining things? What brings you to seek me? Snape inquired, glancing at Jiang Li's arm. It appeared to be healing well, with no residual toxins. With a mysterious smile, Jiang Li replied, I found something intriguing. Come find me after school, and I shall show you. What have you discovered? Snape frowned. You haven't stumbled upon the Chamber of Secrets, have you? Is there still a Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts? Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. How many treasures awaited her discovery at Hogwarts? The chamber can only be accessed by a descendant of Slytherin, and within it lies a fearsome creature. It would be best not to take such risks. My current abilities are insufficient to assist you in dealing with any trouble. Snape's expression was grave as he regarded Jiang Li. Rest assured, I shall not take any reckless actions. Jiang Li gestured an okay to him. Seeing her respond so quickly, Snape realized she had not taken his words to heart. You had better follow through. I am not jesting. Snape attempted to grasp Jiang Li as one would grasp Harry, only to find he could merely hold her arm. He could not move her at all. I understand, Jiang Li replied, grasping his hand in return, and then inquired, Why are your hands so cold? As she spoke, she cast a warming charm upon him. Shall I make you some gloves? What color do you prefer? No need. Snape withdrew his hand, placing it behind his back as he regarded Jiang Li earnestly. Do not engage in any dangerous endeavors without informing me first. Perhaps I could hasten to assist Miss Malfoy should the need arise. Even caring words could sound so harsh when uttered by you. Severus. You truly are a genius. Jiang Li mused. How could a normal person discern the kindness hidden beneath his sharp tongue? Do not flatter yourself. I have no concern for you, Snape replied, his demeanor slightly awkward. If anything were to happen to you, no one would be able to sign my permission slip for Hogsmeade. How cantankerous, Jiang Li said, extending her mischievous hand to ruffle Snape's tousled hair. Jadiania. Snape gritted his teeth as he called her name. Sensing his irritation, Jiang Li immediately released her grip, smiling cheerfully. I must attend class now. You can play with Lily. With that, she quickly strode away in the opposite direction. Snape smoothed his disheveled hair and turned to Lily, who was cupping her face with both hands. staring dreamily at the direction Jiang Li had departed. "What's the matter with you?" Snape asked. "Did you take a Felix Felicis?" "You and Ali seem to have a wonderful relationship," Lily said, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Snape. "You must cherish it." Snape felt an unsettling sensation at her words. "I have always been curious," Lily continued, her gaze intense as she questioned Snape. "What is your relationship with Jiang Li?" She had always assumed they were siblings, only to realize on the day of enrollment that they bore different surnames and had no blood relation. After a brief silence, Snape responded, "I have no remaining family, so I reside with Jiang Li." Lily was taken aback by this revelation. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize your family had all passed away." "It's quite all right. I am very content now," Snape replied, his expression lightening. The loss of Eileen had indeed struck him hard in his previous life, but in this one, Eileen was still alive. Having returned to the Prince family and forgotten that scoundrel Tobias, she should be able to live a life free from want. He owed her nothing. This arrangement benefited everyone. Seeing that he seemed genuinely untroubled, Lily inquired curiously, "So what is your current relationship with Ali? Are you friends?" If they were friends, then they must be the best of friends in the world, she thought enviously. Snape recalled Jiang Li's earlier inquiry, gazing resolutely at her. "She is my family." "Really?" Lily's eyes brightened further, her hands covering her mouth as she looked at Snape with excitement, a hint of inexplicable delight in her expression. "Of course it's true. Why do you look so astonished?" Snape regarded her with confusion, sensing that her reaction was somewhat peculiar. "Nothing. I am simply overjoyed to hear such news." The smile upon Lily's lips radiated uncontainable joy as she said to Snape, "I saw Tiffany and am going to speak with her." With that, Lily darted off like a jubilant little bird towards Tiffany. Snape observed Lily conversing with Tiffany, who wore an expression of exhilaration, glancing in his direction with eyes filled with affection, before they joined hands and began to leap and cheer together. Snape thought, "What on earth? Is she mad? Why does she act like a frenzied frog?" He felt compelled to advise Lily to distance herself from Tiffany to avoid being infected by her foolishness. Jiang Li, aware of her intended route for the day, made a conscious effort to avoid her usual path and headed to the Hogwarts library. Mrs. Pants was somewhat taken aback to see Jiang Li at this hour. "Mrs. Pants, I am in search of books pertaining to dark magical artifacts. Do you happen to know where I might find such volumes?" Jiang Li inquired amicably. Dark magic is classified within the restricted section and without Professor Dumbledore's express permission. "I cannot allow you entry, for it is perilous," Mrs. Pants cautioned. "If I were to obtain consent from Headmaster Dumbledore, would that grant me access to the restricted section?" Jiang Li asked. "Indeed," Mrs. Pants replied. Jiang Li nodded in understanding, refraining from immediately seeking Dumbledore for the access pass. Instead, she delved into the history of Hogwarts. While the historical accounts may not capture every detail of past events, they often reveal significant insights through subtle clues. The Chamber of Secrets could only be accessed by descendants of Slytherin. However, records indicated that the last heir of the Gaunt family, related to Slytherin's bloodline, had perished over 2 decades ago. Jiang Li's fingers lightly tapped the books on the table, contemplating how, had she been Slytherin, she would ensure that only her descendants could unlock the hidden chamber she left behind. In her previous life, she had encountered numerous declining legacies, many of which required either brute force to overcome or the bloodline power of kin. Many ancient families possessed unique bloodline gifts. One that lingered in her memory was a family with the blood of a gluttonous beast, relentless in battle until satiated, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. This frenzied bloodline power was so reckless that it ultimately led to their downfall at the hands of allied families. The descendants of Slytherin also possessed a unique gift. They could communicate with snakes and command them to perform various tasks. Parseltongue. Jiang Li closed the book, having gleaned a likely method to access the chamber, yet uncertain of its current whereabouts. After perusing several more tomes, Jiang Li registered a few books on alchemy with Mrs. Pants. Ascending 8 flights of stairs, she finally arrived at Dumbledore's office. An unsightly stone statue stood at the entrance. "Lemon drops," Jiang Li called out to the statue. She recalled Professor McGonagall uttering this password during her last visit. The statue remained motionless. Had the password changed? Fizzing Whizbee. Cockroach cluster. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. After attempting 7 or 8 passwords to no avail, she pondered whether Dumbledore would be displeased if she simply blasted her way in. "Gadnia, what brings you here?" Dumbledore's voice resonated from behind her. Turning, Jiang Li found Dumbledore gazing at her with kind eyes. "I believe you should be teaching classes at this hour," he remarked, approaching the statue to utter the password. "Jelly slugs." The statue immediately swung open. He winked at Jiang Li and mischievously said, "The pastry you gifted me last time was delightful, so I changed the password to this." Jiang Li had not anticipated such a whimsical password. She followed Dumbledore into the office. His desk was cluttered with sweets. "Would you care to sample some?" he invited. Jiang Li selected a lemon drop from the pile. unwrapped it, and began to savor it. It appears you have quite the penchant for mint-flavored candies, Dumbledore noted. Mint invigorates the mind. I relish the sensation of clarity. Jiang Li replied, recalling her purpose for visiting. Headmaster, I wish to enter the restricted section, but Mrs. Pants requires your approval. Dumbledore unwrapped a candy for himself, which promptly morphed into a cockroach-shaped confection as he held it, swiftly transforming into chocolate. What is your desire to enter the restricted section? Dumbledore inquired. I recently discovered a dark magical artifact, and I seek to learn how to lift the curse upon it. Yet the ordinary library lacks any references to dark magic. Jiang Li confessed candidly. Under Dumbledore's scrutiny, she discreetly slipped a handful of candies into her bracelet. I can grant you a pass. But you must assure me that you will not employ dark magic for nefarious purposes. Dumbledore's piercing blue gaze bore into Jiang Li. Jiang Li stuffed the last lemon drop into her bracelet and vowed, I would never use dark magic for ill. It is easy to destroy something. Yet maintaining it is a far greater challenge. I would never engage in such folly. Moreover, having tasted the pinnacle of power, she found the experience far from pleasurable. Her interest in authority was minimal. Her sole desire was for herself and those around her to lead happy and fulfilling lives. The endless scheming, conflict, death, and betrayal of her previous life had left Jiang Li utterly drained. Were it not for the cherished elements in this world, she would have long since led everyone to their demise. Observing the clarity and determination in Jiang Li's eyes, Dumbledore seemed to have an epiphany. It is commendable that you think this way. As Jiang Li reached for another candy, Dumbledore gently restrained her hand, saying, Child, do you intend to deplete my entire stash of sweets? Jiang Li withdrew her hand, her expression one of regret. Dumbledore regarded her and remarked, I hear you are employing an innovative approach to teaching dark magic defense. The students greatly enjoy your classes. Are you referring to the trial or by created? Jiang Li produced an oval metallic object adorned with intricate magical runes, exuding a formidable aura. A splendid piece of alchemical work, Dumbledore observed. You wouldn't mind if I gave it a try, would you? Jiang Li shrugged and gestured invitingly. Feel free, just don't break it. Dumbledore took the trial orb, examining it closely, and soon discovered a button. He attempted to channel magical energy into it. In the next moment, he felt the metallic sphere tugging at his consciousness. A surge of caution rising within him as he summoned all his magical power to resist it. Seeing Dumbledore on the verge of potentially detonating her trial orb, Jiang Li quickly interjected, If you wish to enter the trial space, simply relax your consciousness. Do not attempt to resist it. If you wish to exit the trial space, just say stop, and it will release your consciousness. Do not inject too much magic. Excessive energy may cause it to destabilize and explode. Heeding her advice, Dumbledore relaxed his defenses, allowing his consciousness to immerse within the trial space. Jiang Li approached the orb, channeling her magic to stabilize the array within, and the previously restless trial orb returned to tranquility. Dumbledore sat in a chair, maintaining his position as if in slumber. Estimating that it would take some time for him to emerge, Jiang Li began to explore the headmaster's office. Portraits of past headmasters adorned the walls, their eyes curiously scrutinizing her. Is this your alchemical creation? Inquired the portrait of former headmaster Armando Dippet, gazing at Jiang Li with interest. I crafted it. Yet it cannot be deemed entirely my own endeavor. Mr. Nicodemus has imparted a wealth of knowledge upon me. Without his guidance, I would never have been able to complete such a complex alchemical item, Jiang Li replied. Nicodemus, he is still alive? The dignified headmistress Delis Devante exclaimed in astonishment. When I was in office, he was already over 3 centuries old. I have witnessed him in combat. He is a powerful yet fragile wizard. Are you one of his students? Headmaster Armando inquired, gazing at Jiang Li. Though I yearn to be his pupil, I have yet to meet him in person. Our correspondence has only been through letters, Jiang Li lamented. I have been too preoccupied with alchemy before school commenced, and since then, I have not had the opportunity to visit Mr. Nicodemus. She contemplated that if this summer proved to be less eventful, she might take Severus to visit the elderly gentleman. You are a remarkably talented witch. I am certain Nicodemus would be more than willing to be your mentor, Headmaster Armando remarked kindly at Jiang Li. It is a pity I passed too early. Otherwise, I could have been your teacher as well. Oh, come now. To have such a brilliant girl under your tutelage would be a gross misuse of her potential. It is I who should assume the role of her instructor. Headmistress Delis jested. The other portraits of former headmasters began to engage in a spirited debate, arguing over who would be the more suitable mentor for Jiang Li. As Dumbledore exited the trial arena, he was greeted by the raucous commotion of the portraits on the wall. Jiang Li, seated leisurely in a chair, indulged in candy while observing their quarrel. Silence, he bellowed, prompting the portraits to withdraw somewhat and adopt a more composed demeanor. Dumbledore turned to Jiang Li and asked, Perhaps you might enlighten me as to the cause of their dispute? With an innocent expression, Jiang Li replied, I am not certain. They suddenly began to argue about who would be the more fitting teacher for me. Indeed, such is the idle pastime of portraits, Dumbledore mused. I have examined your training arena. It is exceptionally practical, enabling individuals to hone their responses in various scenarios. He raised the cup of red tea from the table, only to find it empty, and placed it back down quietly. I believe this arena could potentially be applied to other classes. You must have some means to achieve that. Correct? His wise gaze fell kindly upon Jiang Li. Indeed, it can be done. The scenarios can be simulated through the consciousness of the instructor, and most importantly, while the consciousness may experience harm within, no real injuries will occur, ensuring utmost safety. Jiang Li ardently advocated for her alchemical creation. This is an alchemical item I have specifically designed for the students of Hogwarts. I have invested considerable effort into its creation. If the headmaster has a need for it, you could graciously donate the alchemical orb to the school? Dumbledore interjected. No. I would be willing to sell it at a reasonable price, she replied with a smile. For merely 10,000 galleons, the alchemical orb would belong to the school. Expecting it for free? Unthinkable. Dumbledore regarded her with a contemplative expression. He believed that the students of Hogwarts could benefit from learning in the traditional manner, without necessitating change. Disappointed at her inability to promote her product, Jiang Li exited the headmaster's office and made her way to the library. Madame Pants set down her quill, closed the book she had been reading, and scrutinized Jiang Li, saying, "There are many nefarious tomes within. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury. I advise you to tread cautiously. Thank you for your warning. I shall be careful," Jiang Li replied politely as she ventured into the restricted section. It was shrouded in darkness, with many books bound in chains, exuding an ominous aura. Jiang Li casually picked up a tome, only for it to suddenly snap open, revealing sharp fangs that lunged toward her wrist. Quick as a flash, she hurled the book to the ground and stomped on it fervently. The fanged volume attempted to bite Jiang Li once more, but she would not relent. Lifting her skirt, she kicked forcefully at the book, eager to ascertain whether its fangs were mightier than her shoes. Initially, the dark magic book resisted, but ultimately, her kicks severed its fangs, causing several pages to fall away. In the end, the book, fearful, retracted its fangs and returned to its original state. At last, this book appears to have submitted, Jiang Li remarked, withdrawing her foot. She picked up the tome and opened it, revealing the first page which bore the words, "To ensure the book obeys you, gently stroke its spine." Moments later, this line vanished. So this is the correct method to engage with a book? I had assumed it was a matter of submission through force, Jiang Li mused, feigning indignation as she reinserted the fallen pages, wearing a mock scowl. The dark magic book remained silent, having been denied the opportunity to respond. It had scarcely opened its mouth before its fangs were knocked out. Chapter 55. A gesture of warmth. Jiang Li spent the better part of the day in the restricted section, discovering that the dark magic tomes possessed a hint of rebellion. Each reading necessitated a friendly exchange, often involving a bit of roughhousing. The time turner nestled in her arms vibrated, and Jiang Li realized the afternoon had arrived. Students must have concluded their classes for the day. Reluctantly departing the restricted section, she recalled her promise to two young witches. Due to the perilous nature of the tomes, Madame Pants forbade Jiang Li from removing any books, compelling her to return another time. Upon returning to the alchemy chamber, she found herself fiddling with the time turner before vanishing into thin air. Approaching the desk, she placed the time turner down and extracted her notebook to record her newfound insights. Sensing the wards at the door being disturbed, Jiang Li opened it to find Severus and Remus in a standoff at the entrance. Severus regarded Remus with a somewhat hostile glare. "What brings you here?" Surprised to encounter Severus, Remus instinctively replied, "Professor Malfoy sent me." At this, Severus furrowed his brow as he speculated on Jiang Li's intentions. "What are you two doing at the door? Why not come inside?" Jiang Li gestured for them to enter. Noting their hesitance, Remus hesitated on the threshold, glancing anxiously into the classroom, while Severus shot him a sidelong look and stepped inside first. Reluctantly, Remus followed suit. Severus approached the potion-making station, deftly handling the ingredients while occasionally jotting notes in his notebook, appearing quite occupied. Meanwhile, Jiang Li cautiously disassembled the time turner with meticulous care. Feeling ignored, Remus was at a loss for what to do. He glanced at Jiang Li, whose gentle demeanor contrasted sharply with Severus's impassive expression. Ultimately, he gravitated towards Severus. "Hello, is there anything you would like me to do?" Remus inquired politely. "Professor Malfoy said I was to assist with potion materials for a week." Severus regarded Remus with a slight furrow of his brow. Just as Remus braced for an outburst, Severus motioned with his chin toward a nearby iron bucket. "Dispose of all the slugs in that bucket and remove the slime from them." At this, Remus glanced apprehensively at the writhing slugs within the bucket, a shiver running down his spine. He approached, extending his hand to grasp the slugs. "Is your mind overrun with weeds?" Snape, observing his actions. Could not suppress his mockery as he tossed a pair of gloves into his embrace. Put these on, handle it properly. If the outcome is subpar, you shall redo it all. I have no need for fools here. Having said that, he disregarded Lupin's reaction and returned to his potion making. Jiang Li approached, smiling at Lupin. Snape is quite considerate towards you. These are alchemical gloves I made for him. They protect against the corrosive effects of hazardous potion ingredients on the skin. Lupin was momentarily taken aback, not realizing the gloves served such a purpose. He had assumed Snape merely disdained his potential to soil the potion. In truth, you needn't use them for handling slugs. He is likely just concerned about your adjustment, Jiang Li continued, squatting before Lupin. Her chin resting on her hand as she gazed at Snape in the distance, her expression gentle. Severus is actually a wonderful person. He simply struggles with expression. Indeed. Lupin pondered, beginning to perceive Snape in a light less unflattering than James had portrayed. Jiang Li leaned closer to Lupin, whispering, if you perform well, perhaps you could secure a part-time position, coming here every afternoon to handle potion materials and earn a sickle. At the mention of earning money, Lupin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He approached the slugs with utmost diligence, ensuring not a speck of impurity remained. Snape, attentively observing the commotion, noted Lupin's sudden surge of energy. As if invigorated by a spell, thanks to Jiang Li's words. After a moment, he returned his focus to his own tasks. Jiang Li, smiling, took her leave. She glanced at Lupin's somewhat tattered robes, understanding his current plight. Lupin, fervently engaged in the task, continued sorting slugs throughout the afternoon, not expressing fatigue until Mia arrived with dinner. Snape, having bottled the potion he had prepared, noticed the meticulously cleaned materials in the bucket and addressed Lupin. That will suffice. At these words, Lupin immediately ceased his actions, his back and hands aching from prolonged bending, yet he dared not show any sign of discomfort before Snape, instead regarding him with hopeful anticipation. Snape, perplexed, glanced at Jiang Li, seeking an explanation. Jiang Li cleared her throat, saying, let us eat first, I will explain later. With a snap of her fingers, a round table and 3 chairs appeared, upon which Mia set the freshly prepared meal. Jiang Li and Snape took their seats, while Lupin stood awkwardly to the side. Please, sit down, Jiang Li urged gently. It's too late to dine in the Great Hall. Casting a glance at the silent Snape, Lupin sat down and began to eat. As he forked a piece of meat into his mouth, his eyes brightened considerably. Delicious. The potato stew was fragrant and tender, devoid of any fishy taste, and its rich texture whetted his appetite. Lupin's pace quickened as he realized the meal here surpassed that of the Great Hall. The dishes resembled those from elsewhere, yet each was delightful. By the end, he found himself full, belching in surprise as he noticed the empty plates. Realizing he had consumed far too much, his face flushed with embarrassment, Snape wiped his hands with a cloth, saying nothing. Jiang Li, noticing Lupin's discomfort, smiled and remarked, it's fortunate to have you here. However, Mia always prepares more food than Severus and I can finish. She added, oh, Mia has also made some pastries. You may take some for a late-night snack. Mia promptly placed a small box on the table. Lupin, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, I don't need any. Nonsense, take it. Jiang Li insisted, placing the box in his hands. Remember to return tomorrow to handle materials. Before Lupin could fully comprehend, he found himself leaving with the pastries. Feeling somewhat dazed, he looked down at the box, opening it to reveal beautifully crafted bunny-shaped bread, still warm and fragrant with wheat. They must be delightful, Lupin mused. Professor Malfoy truly is a gentle soul, he thought. Now, tell me, what is your true intention in summoning Remus? Snape folded his arms, scrutinizing Jiang Li. I observed you laboring so diligently with potion materials. I thought it prudent to find you an assistant. Lupin has performed admirably, as his materials are impeccably sorted. Jiang Li replied earnestly. So, you are punishing him with detention while simultaneously offering warmth, Snape retorted with sarcasm. Jiang Li leaned in closer, an enigmatic smile gracing her lips. Why are you so irate? When you were a professor, did you not frequently impose detentions on students? Snape felt her proximity unsettling, leaning back slightly as he coldly replied. I do not make a habit of rewarding students with sickles for their detentions. So, you overheard my conversation with him, Jiang Li remarked, surprised. You spoke so loudly that only a fool with a mind full of weeds could fail to hear, Snape scoffed lightly. Do you not find that boy a bit pitiable? I thought this might provide him some assistance, Jiang Li responded. I never expected you to be a saint. If Remus knows how much you care, he will likely be moved to tears, Snape mocked. Jiang Li gazed at him. If I were not compassionate, we would not have crossed paths in the first place. Snape fell silent, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Severus, I know you worry for me, as Lupin is a werewolf and aiding him may cause me trouble. Grasping his sleeve, she met his dark gaze. But I believe, had you encountered kind-hearted souls before my arrival, your journey would not have been so sorrowful. She gently placed her hand on Snape's brow and whispered, "I am truly pained for you." Snape recoiled as if struck by lightning, withdrawing from her touch. Unable to meet her gaze. "What repulsive things are you saying?" His voice was laced with irritation, though the tips of his ears, hidden beneath his dark hair, betrayed a crimson hue. "I agreed to let Remus come, but do not burden me with your nauseating words. I am not repulsing you. I speak only the truth." Jiang Li insisted earnestly. She felt that Snape's misfortunes far outweighed her own. Although her path had been fraught with challenges, she had always been supported by those who loved her. Yet Snape had walked alone through the night, unknown to all, bearing burdens unseen. Uncertain if dawn would ever break for him, Snape felt as though he were losing his mind, his heart racing alarmingly at Jiang Li's simple words. "I must take my leave. I risk being caught as a wandering student." He longed to distance himself from her and return to his dormitory for some respite. His current state felt utterly bizarre, leading him to suspect Jiang Li had somehow bewitched him. "Wait." As Snape prepared to leave, Jiang Li seized the back of his collar. Nearly choking on her impulsive action, he turned to glare at her. Jiang Li released her grip, her expression innocent as she remarked, "It's not my fault. You were the one who walked too quickly." Severe as Snape's heart was still racing, yet upon encountering Jiang Li's earnest yet nonsensical demeanor, he instantaneously regained his composure. "Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" he inquired, tugging at his collar, the top button having just been yanked loose, leaving his silver-green silk tie hanging loosely around his neck. Snape felt a twinge of irritation and shot Jiang Li an annoyed glare. Unperturbed, Jiang Li smiled brightly, saying, "Did I not mention I wanted to take you somewhere? You cannot simply return without taking a look." It was only then that Snape recalled the purpose of his visit, which had slipped his mind in the wake of Jiang Li's vexation. "Today happens to be my duty day. You may accompany me to the room of requirement, and we can gather the herbs needed from the Forbidden Forest." Jiang Li meticulously laid out their forthcoming itinerary, foregoing any experimentation with the time turner, instead contemplating a leisurely excursion into the Forbidden Forest. "The room of requirement?" Snape queried, astonished as he regarded Jiang Li. "How did you discover its location?" Jiang Li had already stepped outside, and, noticing Snape lagging behind, slowed her pace, explaining, "I stumbled upon the overlapping space during a nocturnal exploration and experimented several times before uncovering it." "What? Have you never been there?" Snape fell silent. During his academic years, he had heard of the Room of Requirement's existence, but had never managed to locate it, even after taking up a teaching position at Hogwarts. Though he had sensed its presence, he no longer possessed the fervor to investigate. They ascended from the first floor to the 8th. Jiang Li padded barefoot across the wooden floor, the chill seeping into her soles. Snape trailed behind, holding her discarded high heels, and retorted sharply, "Had you known we were to climb such a height, you ought not to have dressed thus." "But don't you find it quite lovely?" Jiang Li countered, lifting her skirt and twirling before him, the gilded blue hem fluttering like a butterfly in the air. "Indeed, it was beautiful," Snape mused, yet he remarked without restraint, "Is this the reason you are barefoot in sub-zero temperatures? I had assumed only the vainest of fools would engage in such folly." "That's a harsh critique, and I shan't heed it," Jiang Li replied. "If one possesses eternal time, yet permits themselves to become unseemly, they likely do not comprehend how to relish in the passage of time." Approaching a wall, Jiang Li fiddled with it, and a door materialized before her. She reclaimed her shoes from Snape, donned them, and stepped into the room of requirement. As before, the room was cluttered with a myriad of objects. Snape surveyed the surroundings with curiosity, finding it starkly different from his expectations. A thick layer of dust blanketed the floor, which explained Jiang Li's decision to wear shoes. He picked up a potion vial and was taken aback to discover it contained a love potion, his expression shifting as he promptly discarded it. This place resembled a vast refuse heap. He noticed Jiang Li making her way to a corner and followed. "There." She waved her wand and extracted a crown caked in dust from a pile of debris. "Severus, step back," she commanded, noticing his proximity, and tossed the crown away. As it struck the ground, a plume of dark mist erupted from it, revealing a terrifying serpent's head amidst whispers of incantations. Snape froze, his limbs growing cold. He sensed the Dark Lord's presence emanating from the crown. This was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Memories from his past life surged within him like a tidal wave, prophecies. Lily's lifeless body, scenes flashing before his mind's eye. "Severus, what ails you?" Jiang Li inquired, sensing something amiss, as she grasped his hand, feeling its chill. Gathering himself, Snape looked at her earnestly and said, "This is an artifact concealed by the Dark Lord. You must not touch it." "Is this Voldemort's?" Jiang Li asked, surprised. "Is he not still alive? How could he have split his soul and placed it here?" She had assumed it belonged to some dying soul clinging to a fragment of existence. "He yearned for the glory of immortality," Snape replied gravely, his gaze fixed on the crown. "He severed his soul to create Horcruxes, attempting to secure eternal life. In truth, Voldemort had succeeded, though he gradually descended into madness. When Snape first encountered him, he still bore the visage of an 18-year-old. Recalling the events of his past life, Snape's expression darkened. Jiang Li found it difficult to comprehend such actions. The practice of soul severing contradicted the principles of cultivation, amounting to self-destruction, were this method to grant immortality. The continent would be littered with fragments of souls. Disgusted by the crown, she kicked it atop a high mound of refuse. "What are you doing?" Snape exclaimed. Startled by her actions, rushing to assess her condition, Jiang Li waved her hand dismissively, assuring him, "It's nothing. He cannot harm me." Her mind was formidable, having previously devoured numerous malevolent spirits that sought to usurp her body, and she was not afraid of this fragment of a soul. The curse it bore, however, posed a more complex challenge. Chapter 57, Cold War. "Do you even know what that is?" Carelessly touching things, Snape seized Jiang Li's hand, scrutinizing her condition. Seeing that she had not been harmed by the Dark Lord's fragment, he could not restrain his outrage. "Has your brain been feasted upon by Demamlegras? I explicitly warned you that it belonged to the Dark Lord. Do you comprehend how terrifying he is? Why do you not heed my words?" Seeing Snape so incensed left Jiang Li momentarily bewildered. "I am not afraid of him. I am perfectly fine, am I not?" she replied casually. Observing her nonchalance only heightened Snape's fury as he felt an oppressive weight in his chest. He abruptly turned and exited the room of requirement, unwilling to share the same space with Jiang Li. As he stormed away, Jiang Li hastened to follow. Leaning towards him, she tilted her head and jested, "Are you upset? It's merely a trivial matter. Must you be so irate? Do you still wish to accompany me to the Forbidden Forest for herb gathering?" Snape shot her a scornful glance, his eyes simmering with frustration. "No, I dare not place my life in the hands of the reckless Miss Malfoy. You may pursue your foolish endeavors alone." With that, he strode off, leaving no opportunity for Jiang Li to catch up. Jiang Li halted, watching his retreating figure before brushing the dust from her skirt. Humph, who doesn't have a temper? For a considerable time thereafter, Snape did not seek Jiang Li out. Whenever they crossed paths at school, he wore a stony expression, remaining silent. Jiang Li too refrained from initiating conversation. She saw no reason to press her warm cheek against another's cold backside. Coincidentally, this period proved fortuitous for her research into curses and dark magic. With Snape absent, she could immerse herself in the restricted section of the library. Her days were spent traversing between the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and the library's forbidden archives, diligently acquiring knowledge that left her feeling fulfilled. As Jiang Li paid no heed to Snape's feelings, his mood soured further, rendering everything around him irksome. The people in his vicinity, subjected to his indiscriminate venom, felt as though they were living in a state of turmoil. Lily was most acutely aware of the shift. She sensed something ominous in Snape's demeanor. Though he typically maintained a stern facade, he was once approachable and did not exude an air of oppression. Now, while he appeared unchanged, an aura of low pressure surrounded him, and speaking with him evoked a palpable sense of his simmering agitation. This greatly troubled her. "James, have you noticed that the toad has recently stopped speaking to Professor Malfoy? Have they had a falling out?" As Lily dined at the long table, she instinctively perked up at the remark. It seemed to indeed be the case. James excitedly slapped the table, his face brimming with delight as he exclaimed, "Professor Malfoy should have done this long ago. That loathsome toad is utterly unworthy of his special consideration." James genuinely enjoyed Professor Jiang Li's classes. After all, no professor narrated lessons as engagingly as she did, and she would not deliberately deduct points if she caught them sneaking out at night. Indeed, just a few days prior, while they were out on a nocturnal adventure under the invisibility cloak, they were caught by Jiang Li. However, she merely urged them to return quickly, lest they be discovered by Filch. James believed that Jiang Li was far superior to Professor McGonagall, being the most lenient of all the professors. As he spoke, he noticed Lily eavesdropping and immediately cleared his throat, proclaiming loudly, "After all, that toad is quite detestable. It is only natural that Professor Malfoy dislikes him. I think everyone should refrain from befriending him, especially as Gryffindors." Upon hearing this, Lily shot him an annoyed glare and retorted, "Snape is not a toad." "What? Lily is eavesdropping on my conversation." James dramatically covered his mouth, flashing Lily a self-assured smile that he believed was charming. "You clearly pay a lot of attention to me." "Huh." Sirius, unable to contain his laughter, leaned on his chin as he observed the two. Lily's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger at his arrogant words. "Who would pay attention to a conceited brat like you? I can't stand people like you. Someone like you is unworthy of being friends with Snape. I don't like him. So why would I want to be friends with him?" James, irritated by Lily's mention of that annoying pest, retorted candidly, "I like you, not him." Suddenly struck by his straightforwardness, Lily's mind momentarily blanked. "I would never like you." She bit her lip, bashfully uttering this and hurriedly departing. Upon witnessing this, Sirius poked James's arm and teased, "She just rejected your confession. Do you need me to provide some comforting love advice? Get lost." James pushed away the encroaching Sirius with mild disdain, but quickly regained his confidence, tossing his messy hair. "She doesn't dislike me. She's just shy. Some girls are quite reserved. They won't easily agree when a boy confesses for the first time. You should know that when my father pursued my mother, he had to confess 18 times before she agreed to marry him. No, I think she might genuinely not like you," Sirius remarked, feeling that his friend was overly confident. "I refuse to believe it. How could a handsome guy like me not be loved by girls? Lily is undoubtedly enamored with me. She's just unwilling to admit it," James asserted with confidence. "Sirius, isn't that confidence a bit excessive?" Lily could somewhat guess the reason for Snape's recent mood. In the library, she finally cornered Jiang Li, who was about to read a book on dark arts. "Ollie, may I speak with you for a moment?" Lily inquired, looking at Jiang Li. "Of course," Jiang Li replied. Noticing that Madame Pants was watching them, she decided to step outside with Lily, casting a silencing charm to prevent others from overhearing their conversation. "What do you need? Have you had a quarrel with Severus recently?" Lily asked. "No, it should be a one-sided cold war on his part," Jiang Li replied softly. "He's been quite unhappy lately, always wearing a blank expression, and I'm a bit worried about him," Lily confessed, her face etched with concern. "Ollie, could you perhaps talk to him?" Jiang Li rubbed her slightly sore eyes and said, "I understand. When you return, tell Snape that I want to be going to the potions classroom for a while, so he doesn't need to worry about seeing me and feeling upset. I've already paid Remus for a month. He will help him with the potions, so he needn't worry about the materials being unattended. Is that all right?" Lily asked, somewhat uncertain. Jiang Li shrugged. "If he's throwing a tantrum and doesn't want to see me, my presence would likely only aggravate him further." All right. Although she felt that these words might not be what Snape wished to hear, Lily still hoped his mood would improve. Otherwise, walking alongside Severus was truly stressful. Chapter 58, Perspectives. Lily found Snape in the potions classroom, gathering the remaining potion ingredients. "Severus, you really are here." Snape glanced at Lily, who approached him with the buoyancy of a little bird, and his expression softened slightly. "How did you know I would be here?" he inquired. "I asked Ollie. She said you would definitely be here," Lily replied, her face illuminated with a smile. Upon hearing this, Snape put away the cauldron and casually asked, "What did you seek her out for?" "I told her that you've been particularly down lately," Lily admitted, not holding back, and recounted her conversation with Jiang Li. "She said you can go to the potions classroom. She won't be appearing before you for a while, so you needn't worry about seeing her and feeling upset." Snape's grip on the potion vials tightened slightly as he looked at Lily, his expression darkening. "Is that all she told you?" For some reason, Lily sensed that Snape appeared even more displeased than before. She cautiously nodded. "Ollie told me just that." His fingers turned pale from being squeezed too tightly, and Snape's face grew even more sour. He cast a cleaning charm around the classroom before storming out. Lily hurriedly followed, unsure of why he was so angry. Snape was agitated, finding fault with everything he saw. He walked toward a familiar direction and noticed two Slytherin boys using their wands to torment a Ravenclaw girl. The girl was drenched, her robes missing, and she knelt on the ground, searching for her fallen glasses. Mulciber and Avery watched the girl's predicament with mocking eyes. And Avery even picked up her glasses. "Please, give me back my glasses," the girl pleaded, on the verge of tears. Unbeknownst to her, the boys were enjoying her misfortune. The two boys burst into laughter, pretending the girl couldn't see them as they mimicked her voice. "Please, give me back my glasses, Laura. How could a bookworm be this foolish?" "Ha ha ha, Avery, did you hear what she just said? She asked you to return her glasses." Avery, holding the glasses, deliberately held them out to the girl and asked, "Is this the pair?" "Yes, that's the one." Alina hastily reached for the glasses. In the next moment, Avery tossed the glasses away with a malicious grin, saying, "I'm terribly sorry, I slipped." Alina quickly realized they were deliberately mocking her, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Filled with confusion and despair, she had no idea what had offended these two boys or why they were treating her in such a manner. The glasses fell and struck Snape's clothing. He bent down to pick up the shattered glasses. Avery, noticing his action, cheerfully called out to him, "Snape, don't bother with that bookworm-esque glasses. Just let her go blind and see if she falls into the Black Lake." Morbus joined in their laughter, remarking, "With a bookworm like her, she might trip on her own robe and perhaps even break her leg before reaching the stairs." The unabashed malice of the duo further irritated Snape, who thought to himself, "Silence, you venomous fools. You only dare to bully students incapable of resistance. I wonder if your brains have been devoured by trolls, as you seem intent on stirring up trouble all day." Avery, who had initially hoped to befriend Snape due to his commendable academic performance, felt his expression sour as he heard such derogatory remarks. He shot a scornful glance at Snape. Smirking, "What do you have to be proud of? You're merely a half-blood. If it weren't for your slight abilities, you wouldn't even be worthy of polishing my shoes. And that muggle-born Malfoy, how laughable. Who knows from where this refuse has emerged, thinking themselves impressive after a few flattering words from students. Perhaps they gained admission through some underhanded means. Indeed, Morbus chimed in loudly. That female professor dresses so flamboyantly. One wonders whom she is trying to entice. Who knows? Perhaps she believes such garb will secure her a place in a pureblood family. Ha! A woman like her could never belong. Snape's gaze turned frigid as he regarded the two, as if looking at the dead. You two wretches are unworthy to mention Gardenia. Avery, not petrified, quickly attempted to seize Snape's wand. Accept your weapon. Inverted bell. The spells collided, causing Avery to swiftly evade and launch an attack at Snape. However, he clearly lacked Snape's prowess and was soon overpowered. Snape unleashed a curse upon the duo. When Lily arrived, she beheld two pumpkin-headed figures suspended upside down in the air, incessantly spewing slugs. What is happening here? Snape cast a glance at Laura Quan, who was cowering in the corner, tossed his glasses to her, and departed the scene. Elena caught the glasses, flinching slightly. Realizing they were her own, she hastily put them on and spotted a boy in Slytherin walking away slowly. Severus, what is going on? Lily hurried after Snape and blocked his path, questioning him. Did you turn those two into that? Yes, I did, Snape replied. Upon hearing this, Lily's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would you do such a thing? They are your classmates. I merely administered a minor punishment to those fools, so they might remember this lesson and learn how to use their slanderous mouths properly. Snape recalled Lily's vehement disapproval of his associations with those two in their past life and softly explained, they frequently employ spells to mock students from other houses. I treated them as they treat others. But these matters can be reported to a professor. Let them handle it. Why resort to dark curses? Do you truly follow the path of evil as they say, now that you are in Slytherin? Lily struggled to accept this. The Severus she knew was not like this, and she did not want him to become a dark wizard like those Slytherins. Snape gazed at her, somewhat perplexed. In their previous life, they often argued because of those two, yet in this life, he had not associated with them, and instead, Lily defended them. Do you believe that using dark magic makes one a villain? Snape inquired. If one does not intend to harm others, why would they wield dark magic? Lily felt compelled to steer Snape back onto the righteous path. She looked at him earnestly, saying, I believe a kind person would not be drawn to dark magic. Severus, you are destined to become an exceptional potion master. Do not entangle yourself with those Slytherins. They are dreadful dark wizards and will surely face consequences. Snape observed Lily, her words echoing sentiments from his past life. Suddenly, he felt something had changed, yet nothing had truly altered. He asked her, but I am in Slytherin. I am one of them. Do you wish for me to avoid all associations? Lily hesitated slightly before responding, but you still have me. I can introduce you to my Gryffindor friends. You need not worry about lacking companionship. Chapter 59. He did not harm me. Upon hearing Lily's almost naive words, Snape felt little stirrings within his heart, for she had once shared similar sentiments with him. He looked at her softly and said, Have you considered what would happen if I truly followed your advice? How would the Slytherin students treat me? Lily did not grasp the meaning behind his words and earnestly replied, I know this may be difficult for you, but think positively. We can make many friends from other houses. Lily, Snape interrupted her, his voice tinged with fatigue. I need a break. Let us refrain from meeting for a few days. He wished to avoid a quarrel with her over such foolish matters. Lily, upon hearing his words, assumed he wished to sever their friendship, and her eyes instantly reddened. Snape had already turned his back, completely unaware of her expression. Watching him depart without regard for her feelings, tears welled up uncontrollably in Lily's eyes. She could not comprehend how Snape had changed. Did entering Slytherin truly corrupt one? Wiping her tears, she made her way back. Lily. The Gryffindor quartet frolicked in the corridor, and James spotted Lily, rushing toward her. When he saw her wiping away tears, he froze. What's wrong? Who bullied you? He asked anxiously. Lily quickly wiped her eyes and replied, her voice tinged with redness. Leave me alone. I was worried about you. If someone has wronged you, I can avenge you and give that scoundrel a good beating. James flexed his not-so-imposing muscles, raising his fists to punch the air. He was so engrossed in his antics that he failed to notice when his fist accidentally struck Lily's nose. Unable to contain herself, Lily crouched down, hugging her legs and sobbing heartily. James panicked, quickly kneeling beside her, clumsily attempting to comfort her. I'm sorry. I truly didn't mean to hit you. Please don't cry. Seeing you cry breaks my heart. Sirius, nearby, felt a wave of nausea at these words, his skin crawling. Lily, wanting to ignore him, buried her face in her elbows to shield herself from others' gazes when she suddenly felt movement at her feet. Lifting her robe, she found James's face peeking from beneath it, making a silly face at her. Startled, Lily punched him in the face. As James lay on the floor, blood trickling from his nose. He grinned at her. "I've let you hit me back. You can't be mad at me now." The other three watched, unable to look away. Sirius pretended not to know James and walked away. Lily couldn't help but laugh at his comical demeanor. "You smiled." James beamed at her. "You look the best when you smile." Upon hearing this, Lily immediately quelled her smile. James rose from the ground and, gazing at Lily, inquired, "Can you now tell me why you were crying?" "Nothing," Lily replied, reluctant to delve into the subject. Upon hearing this, James seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Was it that slimy worm who bullied you? I knew he was no good. I won't allow you to speak ill of Severus." Lily immediately defended. It was evident that he was indeed involved. James astutely perceived the shift in Lily's demeanor and asked, "Did he do something egregious to you?" "No, Severus didn't harm me." Lily recalled the earlier incident, feeling a twinge of sadness. Noticing her hesitance to speak, James resolved to confront Snape himself. Sirius leaned against the corridor wall, instantly understanding James's intent, and promptly followed suit. Remus and Peter, though unaware of the situation, instinctively trailed behind. "I've always told Lily that slimy worm is no good." He insisted on playing with him. James rolled up his sleeves, adopting a posture that suggested he was ready for a fight. Sirius halted, nudging his arm and stating, "Aren't those two large pumpkins hanging in the corridor wearing Slytherin attire?" At this, James paused, noticing the enormous pumpkins expelling slimy worms, and rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he was seeing things. It was still daylight. How could he be mistaken? Confirming that these two were indeed Slytherin students, James sauntered over, poking one of them with his wand, and remarked, "You Slytherins certainly know how to have fun, hanging yourselves up like this." They didn't hang themselves. Someone cast a dark curse on them, Sirius analyzed, observing the two. Wasn't Evans coming from this direction just now? At this revelation, James clapped his hands together, stating with utmost certainty, "I know what happened. It must have been when the slimy worm unleashed the curse on his classmates, and Lily witnessed it. The worm must have hurled a plethora of insults at her, which is why she ended up in tears. What should we do now?" Sirius poked the two with his wand, recoiling in disgust as they continued to spew worms. "Naturally, we must inform Professor McGonagall," James smirked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "After all, we are not the ones at fault here. Must you always wear such an unpleasant smile?" Sirius retorted disdainfully. "Isn't that how the villains in storybooks smile? My mother has a particular fondness for a wicked antagonist, claiming such laughter is irresistibly charming," James replied, grinning wickedly. "What are you for doing?" Professor McGonagall's authoritative voice echoed through the hall. James and Sirius instinctively prepared to flee. "You lot are actually using dark curses on your fellow students." McGonagall's gaze fell upon the two hanging upside down, her disappointment palpable. "No, we didn't cast any curses. They were like this when we arrived," James hastily explained. "Professor McGonagall, this incident was not our doing. If you don't believe us, you may inspect our wands." Sirius calmly added, "Professor, I believe we should take these two to the infirmary," Remus suggested, concerned that if they didn't, they might suffer serious consequences from their predicament. Professor McGonagall was incensed, outraged that a student would use a dark curse to harm another. She levitated the two boys, transforming them back from pumpkins, and transported them to the infirmary. The incantation was cast, and as the spell took effect, the two large pumpkin heads reverted to their original forms. Avery and Mulciber, still spewing forth slimy worms, were left in a pitiful state, their faces reddened and swollen from the ordeal. James recoiled in distaste, whispering to Sirius, "Of all people, it had to be these two wretched fellows. Had I known, I wouldn't have asked Professor McGonagall to lift their curse." Sirius nodded in agreement. Madame Pomfrey, observing the scene, found herself in a predicament. The slimy worm curse could only be resolved once they had expelled the worms for an entire day. Yet the upside-down curse required a counter-curse to cease. "Do you know what the counter-curse is?" she asked, attempting to lay the boys flat to prevent further complications. Chapter 60. Who says one hand cannot clap? It was Snape. "Ugh, it was Snape who cast the curse on us. He must know how to lift it," Avery complained, still expelling worms, as the position forced them into his collar. Professor McGonagall cast a cleaning charm on them, her expression brimming with fury. It truly was that slimy worm. James was taken aback, exclaiming to Sirius, "I thought it was an upperclassman playing a prank on them." It seems Snape had been rather lenient. He didn't go straight for the kill. "Are you frightened?" Sirius teased. "Uft, what is there to fear? We outnumber him. There is no way he could defeat us, at most. We could ambush him," James retorted shamelessly. To resort to such actions against classmates while at school, he was surely destined to become a nefarious dark wizard. Dealing with the slimy worm was merely a service to society. "You lot, get out. Do not disturb the patients." Professor McGonagall's voice rang out as she expelled them from the infirmary, seeking out Snape. "Mr. Snape, did you use a dark curse on Avery and Mulciber this afternoon?" she inquired, her tone grave. Professor McGonagall held a profound impression of Snape, viewing him as a remarkably talented yet somewhat reticent young wizard, not one prone to causing trouble. In truth, she leaned more favorably towards Snape than towards Avery and Mulciber, hoping for some misunderstanding she was unaware of. Yes, I did cast a dark curse on them, Snape replied flatly. Upon hearing this confirmation, Professor McGonagall felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She scrutinized Snape intently, her voice heavy. They are unable to return to normal. Do you know how to reverse the upside-down curse? I do. The counter curse is Flipendo, Snape answered. Knowing the counter curse, Professor McGonagall immediately made her way to the infirmary, where she laid the two boys down. However, the slimy worm curse remained unlifted, and due to their prolonged upside-down position, both boys were in dire straits, necessitating observation in the infirmary. Professor McGonagall then brought Snape before Dumbledore, recounting the entire incident. His actions were excessively extreme. To cast such a curse on fellow students warrants severe punishment, she stated, her tone stern as she regarded Dumbledore. Dumbledore, after hearing the account, maintained his gentle demeanor. Minerva, let us not be so hasty. Perhaps we should hear the child's explanation. There may be more to this than meets the eye. He turned to Snape, softening his voice. Could you elaborate on the events that transpired? I believe you are not one to seek conflict. Snape regarded Dumbledore and recounted the incident, explaining. They were bullying a Ravenclaw girl and made disparaging remarks about Professor Malfoy. I was incensed, and I could not restrain myself. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claims? He inquired, fixing his gaze upon Snape. According to the accounts of the two injured students, you seized the opportunity to strike when they were unprepared, resulting in your malevolent curse taking effect. This stands in stark contrast to your assertions. A Ravenclaw girl was also present and witnessed the incident. Snape responded in a calm voice, well aware that Dumbledore, the cunning old fox, was concerned that the Board of Governors might use this as a pretext to turn against him. Are you acquainted with the Ravenclaw girl? Dumbledore pressed further. I do not know her, Snape replied. If you do not know her, why did you come to her aid? Dumbledore continued to press, his tone insistent. To my knowledge, you are not one known for your benevolence. Albus, Professor McGonagall interjected, positioning herself in front of Snape and regarding Dumbledore with a serious expression. You are being somewhat excessive. I believe this child harbors no ill intentions. He merely sought to assist others. Minerva, mere belief from the two of us will not suffice. Dumbledore's blue eyes, glinting with sharpness beneath his lenses, reflected a sense of urgency. The parents of those two children will not rest easily. They are unlikely to accept this explanation, and Mr. Snape may very well face expulsion. Is it truly necessary for such a trivial student dispute to escalate to this extent? McGonagall countered, unconvinced. Things are not as simple as they appear, Dumbledore said, removing his glasses to wipe them before replacing them, a hint of resignation in his gaze. He turned to Snape and spoke in a low voice. Their actions were indeed excessive, but your reaction was also extreme. I must impose a punishment upon you. You shall spend the night in the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid, and I shall deduct 50 points from Slytherin due to your actions, as well as an additional 20 points because those two students bullied the Ravenclaw girl. Faced with this punishment, Snape remained silent, recognizing this as Dumbledore's customary method of safeguarding his students. He would feign punishment for the miscreant wizard to appease external parties, and in time, it would seem as if nothing had transpired. Foolish Potter and that insufferable Weasley had always evaded consequences in this manner. Never did he expect to find himself under Dumbledore's protection one day. He pondered what value he possessed that warranted such intervention from Dumbledore. It soon dawned on him. It was because of Gwendolen, a formidable alchemist whom anyone would wish to ally with. Grasping this, Snape's expression grew colder. He accepted Dumbledore's punishment and accompanied Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest for their vigil. Hey, don't look so glum. A night in the Forbidden Forest can be quite thrilling, Hagrid cheerfully remarked, observing Snape's impassive demeanor. Tonight is a full moon. We might even catch a glimpse of a unicorn. Snape had no desire to enter. He was well aware of the dangerous creatures Hagrid kept within, recalling how a young wizard had nearly fallen prey to a giant spider. Hagrid, undeterred by Snape's silence, was accustomed to the indifference shown by these young wizards. If you prefer not to enter the Forbidden Forest, you may stay in my hut. Fawn can keep you company. Hagrid offered kindly. That will not be necessary. I shall accompany you into the Forbidden Forest to avoid them discovering my absence during your patrol, Snape replied tersely. Seeing Snape finally engage in conversation, Hagrid felt a surge of joy and sought to coax him into the depths of the forest to see the unicorns. Snape declined. It was a night of the full moon, and an ominous aura permeated the Forbidden Forest, the atmosphere palpably restless. Remus Lupin could very well be lurking within. He had no wish to encounter a werewolf at this moment. Hagrid regretted not being able to introduce his delightful creatures to Snape, opting instead to patrol the outskirts that night. The following day, as Snape concluded his lesson, Professor McGonagall summoned him. Observing his expression, she appeared somewhat sympathetic. He surmised the reason. It seemed that Avery and Mulberry's parents had arrived. The duo's arrogance in the academy, bullying their peers, was primarily due to the indulgence of their families. As Snape approached the headmaster's office, he spotted Jiang Li, whose chin was slightly raised, having just slapped a rotund man, sending him sprawling from his chair, revealing a smile brimming with malevolence. Who says one hand cannot clap? Is this not quite resounding? Chapter 61. Who are you? Half an hour prior, Jiang Li had been caught attempting to sneak out of the restricted section with a book on dark magic by Professor Sprout. Sprout regarded Jiang Li with a look of concern. Nia, Headmaster Dumbledore wishes to see you. He may need to discuss Mr. Snape's potential expulsion. Expulsion? Why would he be expelled? Jiang Li exclaimed in astonishment. Is it truly warranted for a mere lapse in communication? Professor Sprout recounted the events that had transpired. Snape had acted to defend the Ravenclaw girl, retaliating against the two boys who had insulted her, but he had been too forceful. One of the boys' fathers was a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, and upon learning of the incident, they would not allow Snape to continue his studies here. A flicker of seriousness crossed Jiang Li's usually cheerful blue eyes. Do you know who the Ravenclaw girl was yesterday? She inquired of Professor Sprout. I do. The girl is Elena Walton, a second-year student. She's a bit timid but exceptionally bright and eager to learn, Sprout replied. Could you please bring her along to the headmaster's office? Jiang Li smiled gently. Perhaps the parents of those two boys might come to understand Snape's actions. Professor Sprout considered the likelihood of that outcome as slim, but seeing Jiang Li's determination, she agreed to bring Elena along to clarify the situation. She had a fondness for Snape, recognizing him as a talented and diligent student, and did not wish to see him expelled for such a foolish reason. Upon arriving at the headmaster's office, Jiang Li found a portly man resembling a mountain lodged in a chair, his eyes filled with disdain as he conversed with Dumbledore. You should understand that sometimes it is best to acquiesce to arrangements. Dumbledore, you are becoming rather muddled in your old age. Do not make foolish decisions. Mr. Avery, I am fully aware of my actions and do not require your reminders, Dumbledore replied in a subdued tone, clearly disinclined to engage with this obstinate individual. As Jiang Li entered, both men's gazes immediately settled upon her. Avery, noting Jiang Li's light golden hair, regarded her with a hint of confusion. This is Professor Malfoy, our defense against the dark arts instructor, and also Mr. Snape's guardian, Dumbledore introduced. And this is Mr. Avery, father of Hodge Avery. Mr. Avery, peering through his nearly squinted eyes, scrutinized Jiang Li as he asked, You share the Malfoy name. Are you a relative of Abraxas? Why have I not encountered you before? It was customary for pure-blood families to gather, and most would be familiar with one another's faces. I am not his relative, Jiang Li replied, meeting his gaze steadily. There is no need for speculation. My parents are muggles, not of pure-blood lineage. Upon hearing this, disdain immediately clouded Avery's eyes. Your child has injured my son. Students of such reprehensible character have no place at Hogwarts, as they jeopardize the safety of other students. Surely, you do not wish to jeopardize your position at the school over this matter. However, if you are willing to bring that foolish boy before me, kneel, and humbly beg my son's forgiveness, perhaps I might extend an opportunity to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li maintained her composure as she addressed Mr. Avery. Let us first understand the circumstances surrounding this incident. There was another witness present. Upon her words, Professor Sprout entered with Elena. Elena, upon meeting Mr. Avery's gaze, trembled in fear. Professor Sprout gently reassured her, saying, Do not be anxious, child. Simply recount what transpired. Remembering how Snape had stepped forward to assist her, Elena took a deep breath and stammered. That day, I was on my way to potions class when I bumped into Mr. Avery and his companions. They were furious, calling me a mudblood, soaking my clothes, pushing me to the ground, and throwing away my robe. They discarded my glasses, and they even tried to remove my clothing. Just then, Professor Snape appeared and intervened. Mr. Avery hurled numerous vile insults, even derogatorily suggesting that Professor Malfoy had only become a professor at Hogwarts through unsavory means. Snape, incensed, retaliated against Mr. Avery, who attempted to ambush him but was swiftly thwarted. Hearing Elena's account, Professor Sprout seethed with indignation, exclaiming, How could they behave in such a manner? Mr. Avery, you should have comprehended the situation. Your son instigated the conflict, and Professor Snape's response was merely instinctive. He cannot be blamed. Jiang Li turned her gaze upon Mr. Avery. Mr. Avery, as if he had heard a jest, scoffed, This is utter nonsense. My son would never engage in such base behavior. Clearly, this young lady must have deliberately provoked him. Otherwise, why would he play tricks solely on her and not on others? I recall an ancient saying from the distant East. It takes two to clap. I find this saying quite pertinent. Had she not instigated my son's imagination, such events would not have transpired. Elena, upon hearing such humiliating remarks, felt tears stream down her face as she bit her lip in despair. Professor Sprout enveloped the poor girl in a protective embrace. "It takes two to clap?" Jiang Li chuckled softly, her gaze turning icy as she swiftly extended her hand and struck Mr. Avery hard across the face. The robust Mr. Avery was sent flying several meters away, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Jiang Li regarded Mr. Avery with a wicked grin, saying, "Who claims it takes two to clap? Is this not quite resounding?" Professors Snape and McGonagall, standing at the doorway, were taken aback by Jiang Li's sudden action. She approached Mr. Avery, looking down upon him with disdain. "Isn't Slytherin all about strength? Why is it that your foolish son bullies others using his might, yet when faced with someone stronger, he whimpers for mercy? You have struck the young. Does that not mean you should now confront me, Mr. Avery?" Mr. Avery, unaccustomed to such humiliation, turned a deep shade of crimson. He grasped his wand to cast a curse at Jiang Li, but she was swifter, kicking the wand away and delivering a blow to his chest. Mr. Avery was sent crashing across the room, shattering the table in the headmaster's office. Even Dumbledore instinctively stepped back, wary of being struck, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded Jiang Li. This reminded Dumbledore of a Muggle friend, a warrior of great strength. As Mr. Avery struggled to rise from the debris, still intent on confronting Jiang Li, Dumbledore cleared his throat gently, offering a kind reminder. Gadnia once single-handedly vanquished a rampaging werewolf, which is why she was invited to Hogwarts as the defense against the dark arts professor. I believe Mr. Avery should reconsider questioning her abilities. Your bulk is no match for Gadnia. Should this continue, you will be the one to suffer. Mr. Avery, sensing the underlying implications in Dumbledore's words, felt as though his ribs had caved in from the blow. Dumbledore, I demand that this woman be expelled from Hogwarts, along with that little brat who harmed my child. Mr. Avery bellowed in fury. I shall ensure this violent wretch, Albus. Do you recall how much the board invested in Hogwarts last year? I wish to invest as well. Jiang Li interrupted, directing her gaze towards Dumbledore. Upon hearing her words, Dumbledore replied in kind. Last year, all board members contributed 400 galleons to Hogwarts. Jiang Li inquired, if I were to invest 1,000 galleons now, alongside an annual contribution of 400 galleons, would that grant me a seat on the board? Dumbledore, momentarily taken aback, responded without hesitation, certainly. Hogwarts welcomes the patronage of benevolent benefactors, and I believe the other board members would concur. Very well, I shall arrange for the funds to be delivered shortly, Jiang Li declared grandly, her eyes sweeping over the astonished Mr. Avery with a sly smile. Mr. Avery thought her utterly deranged for contemplating such a lavish donation to Hogwarts, and more astonishingly, for possessing such wealth. He began to question whether Jiang Li was deceiving him. How could a mudblood possibly have such riches? Unperturbed, Jiang Li strolled closer to him, lowering her voice so only he could hear. Mr. Avery, how is that Thunderbird that Beckford sent you? Mr. Avery's pupils dilated slightly. A month prior, he had arranged to have a Thunderbird brought from South America, keeping it in a remote estate, a detail known to only a few. How did this woman know? What else did she know? Who are you? He gazed at Jiang Li with a mixture of awe and terror, as if she were a monster. Chapter 62, Apologies. Snape thought to himself that he would never forget this scene. The winter sun cast its slanted rays into the room, where Jiang Li stood amidst the interplay of light and shadow, casually removing her gloves. Her eyes, as cold and deep as a tranquil sea, regarded Mr. Avery with indifference. I am a member of the Snape family, Gadnia Malfoy. You sought to bully my family, and thus I have come. Do you have anything else to say? Mr. Avery, incensed by her words, spat blood. When had he ever bullied her family? His son was beaten, and he had merely spoken a few harsh words upon arriving at school. Yet he too was struck. It was he who had been victimized. Perceiving his thoughts, Jiang Li chuckled softly. Do you believe, Mr. Avery, that I am bullying you? Is that not how it appears? Mr. Avery's face contorted in pain, and he regarded Jiang Li with intense apprehension. Jiang Li tilted her head slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Did you not come here intending to humiliate me and Severus? The reason your attempt failed is simply that I am stronger than you. I merely acted upon what you were about to do. Why, then, do you harbor anger? When one seeks to exert their power to bully others, it is essential to recognize that they, too, may fall prey to someone even more formidable. Mr. Avery's countenance darkened, unable to articulate a retort or mount a defense. He was nearly consumed by frustration. Sensing that the lesson had been sufficiently imparted, Jiang Li waved her wand, restoring everything in the headmaster's office to its original state, even thoughtfully using a levitation charm to extricate Avery from the rubble and tidy his soiled garments. She then produced a vial of high-grade restorative potion and extended it towards Mr. Avery. What are you attempting to achieve? Mr. Avery asked, eyeing Jiang Li warily. He had fallen silent, and now did she intend to poison him? Such animosity was unfounded. "This is a restorative potion," Jiang Li replied earnestly, her gaze sincere. "I harbor no intention of causing you harm. I merely wish for you to comprehend my feelings. After all, we share no deep-seated enmity, do we, Mr.?" Avery accepted the potion from Jiang Li, skepticism etched on his face. Observing her seemingly genuine demeanor, he felt a modicum of relief. "You are correct. There is no necessity for animosity between us," he responded somewhat awkwardly. "My child has indeed acted thoughtlessly. I shall endeavor to educate him properly. When the depths of one's opponent remain obscured, it is unwise to provoke a powerful wizard. It is far more prudent to descend the steps of conflict amicably." Jiang Li retracted her hand, her expression one of satisfaction. "Mr. Avery, you are truly a reasonable individual. If all parents were like you, I dare say the professors at this school would lead a much easier life." Upon hearing this, a twitch flickered at the corner of Avery's mouth. Were it not for the lingering pain from his recent beating, he might have been swayed by her words. "Huh, I believe anyone confronted by you would become reasonable, Mr." Avery retorted dryly. Had Jiang Li displayed her abilities from the outset, he would have long since sought to bury the hatchet. Jiang Li chose to overlook the sarcasm. Having already delivered her lesson, a bit of repartee to salvage his dignity was harmless enough. She stowed her wand and turned to Elena, nestled in Professor Sprout's arms. "Did you see that? When you are harmed, retaliating is an option. Next time, no one will dare to harm you again." Elena stared at Jiang Li in dumbfounded amazement, the day's events having profoundly shaken her. At that moment, Jiang Li also caught sight of Professors Snape and McGonagall at the doorway. Professor McGonagall regarded her with a glimmer of admiration. It was her first encounter with such a method of resolution. Perhaps she might attempt a similar approach should she encounter a comparable situation in the future. "Jiang Li, your manner of addressing matters has truly opened my eyes," Professor McGonagall commended. Jiang Li humbly replied, "It is primarily due to Mr. Avery's reasonableness." Mr. Avery, who had just exited, could only feel speechless upon hearing this. Severus Snape, however, remained intensely focused on Jiang Li, his mind replaying her defense of herself before the assembly, his heart racing within his chest. Though surrounded by many, his gaze was singularly fixed upon her. Jiang Li was unlike anyone else. She would unhesitatingly stand by his side. Noticing Snape's silence, Jiang Li assumed he was still irritated and gently patted his head. "The matter has been resolved. You may return now." She needed to hurry back to the restricted section. Having surreptitiously retrieved a useless book on dark magic while Mrs. Pants was distracted, she needed to return it promptly. After walking a short distance, her hand was suddenly grasped. Jiang Li turned to find Snape, his ears flushed for reasons unknown, gripping her hand tightly. "What is it?" she asked, puzzled by his demeanor. Snape met her clear blue eyes, his throat constricted as though a leaden weight had lodged within it, rendering him momentarily speechless. "You," he finally managed after a long pause, "should not have acted against him. If Avery decides to pursue accountability, and the Ministry of Magic sends for you, it could lead to significant complications." "Ah," Jiang Li replied leisurely, "you need not worry. The Ministry recently encountered a financial crisis, and I provided them with 1,000 galleons to resolve their employees' salary issues over the past few years. Additionally, I extended some assistance to the newly appointed Amelia Bones at the Magical Law Enforcement Office. She is now one of our allies, and they would not dare to trouble me. Currently, the Ministry officials regard her as a benefactor, cherishing her presence. So it is highly improbable that they would cause her any trouble." Jiang Li lightly tapped Snape's forehead and smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I shall not place myself in a perilous position. Hiding money in a vault to devalue it is the most futile endeavor." Jiang Li had taken the funds they both had stored in their vault and made some investments. Money begets money, and although she had spent quite a bit, her overall assets were growing and her network expanding. She would not allow herself to become isolated, a mere lamb waiting for slaughter in the eyes of others. After conveying this, the air fell silent once more. Snape gazed at Jiang Li, unsure of what to say, his lips moving slightly as if the words that followed might cost him dearly. Just when Jiang Li thought he would remain mute, she heard his soft voice. "I apologize." Upon receiving Jiang Li's surprised glance, Snape took a deep breath and continued, "I should not have lost my temper with you that day or spoken such harsh words. Can you forgive me?" This admission drained him of all his courage, and he dared not meet Jiang Li's gaze. He had anticipated that she would come to seek him out that night, playfully inquiring about his earlier outburst as she had done before, so he had lingered. But upon reaching the entrance to the Slytherin dormitory, he found no sign of her. The night had been cold, and darkness enveloped the outside world as Filch traversed the corridor thrice. Snape stood there until dawn, counting the fringe of the curtains, 401 tassels, until Slytherin students began to rise for breakfast. Only then did he accept the reality that Jiang Li would not come to find him. After defense against the dark arts class concluded, he had expected Jiang Li to approach him, to explain why she had sought him out the previous day and to engage in conversation as she had before. But on that day, she merely cast him a fleeting glance before departing. It was then that Snape realized Jiang Li could also harbor anger. Feeling disoriented, he yearned to apologize to her, but found himself at a loss for words, even avoiding the potion classroom for fear of being met with her cold gaze. It was quite ironic. Snape had always presumed Jiang Li was the one who could not bear to be without him. Yet he had come to realize that it was he who needed her. He could scarcely meet her eyes. "Severus," Jiang Li said, observing him with his head lowered. She stepped forward, cradling his face in her hands, compelling him to meet her gaze. Her expression was earnest as she spoke slowly and deliberately. "The reason for my anger lies not in that." The warmth of her fingertips against his cheek made Snape instinctively hold his breath, locking eyes with Jiang Li as his heart raced uncontrollably. "I am upset because you are always so contradictory. If you care, you must clarify your feelings. Do not disguise your heart with harsh words. Being obstinate may lead you to miss the one you cherish." Releasing her hold, Jiang Li regarded Snape, sunlight streaming at an angle, casting a glow around her that made her seem almost luminescent. She then inquired, "Have you recently quarreled with Lily?" Snape felt a heat rise within him. "I did not argue with her," he replied defensively. "However, Lily believed that you no longer wished to befriend her," Jiang Li observed as he gazed at Snape. Snape, momentarily taken aback, meticulously recalled the events of the previous day. It seemed he had not uttered any harsh words to Lily. "I am at a loss as to why this is happening," he confessed. Noticing his expression, which appeared genuinely devoid of deceit, Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Very well, I shall inquire with Lily later." The emotional turmoil of these two children was indeed concerning. Snape resembled a gourd with its mouth sawed shut, utterly incapable of articulating his thoughts, in stark contrast to Potter, who effortlessly delighted Lily with his antics on the ground. Jiang Li had a foreboding feeling that Snape was destined for heartbreak once more. As Jiang Li turned to leave, Snape promptly followed, pressing, "Will you be visiting the potions room today?" "I shall," Jiang Li replied, tilting her head slightly as she regarded Snape with a subtle smile. "Why? Have you missed me during these past few days of my absence?" Snape instinctively prepared to retort, with a sarcastic remark on the tip of his tongue. Yet he swallowed it back. "Without you in the potions room, Remus dares not assist me. Are you not rather fond of him?" She continued teasingly. "What a pity. I had thought that, having not seen me lately, you would miss me too," Jiang Li added, feigning sadness as she gazed at Snape's face. Snape's ears turned a deep crimson. Observing Jiang Li's mischievous grin, he realized she was being deliberately provocative, yet he found himself at a loss for words. "Very well. You should attend your class. I shall handle other matters," Jiang Li said with an air of ease. "In truth, I could manage on my own. Even if I were to drop out, it would matter not, for I could study at home," Snape replied softly. He knew he could lead a satisfactory life even without formal education. "I truly adore this place." Jiang Li leaned against the window, resting her hand on the sill, gazing out at the Quidditch field below, where students were training, while others watched from the sidelines. The spark in their eyes radiated a vibrant vitality that was impossible to ignore. "I wish you were here," Jiang Li added with a wry smile directed at Snape. "And Lily is here too. If you do not exert yourself, James may very well steal her away." Snape remained silent. Knowing that Lily was alive filled him with joy. He felt no need to be with her romantically. As Jiang Li hurried off to class, the two parted ways in the corridor. In the afternoon, Lily sought out Jiang Li in the alchemy room. Seeing the troubled girl, Jiang Li asked Mia to pour her a cup of red tea. "Ollie, I feel as though Severus is becoming increasingly estranged," Lily said, her voice tinged with despair. Jiang Li, holding a pastry, casually inquired, "What has he done?" "He has cast curses on others. It seems he harbors a fondness for dark magic. I have advised him to steer clear of those Slytherin students. I could introduce him to my friends, but he appears displeased and has requested that I refrain from contacting him for the next few days." "Is Severus intending to sever ties with me?" As Lily spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, and her nose turned a vivid shade of red, making her look pitiable. Jiang Li handed her a handkerchief and gently replied, "I am aware of Severus's use of curses. He acted to assist a girl named Laura, as two boys were attempting to strip her of her clothing. Severus was acting in defense of her honor." At these words, Lily halted her motion of taking the handkerchief, her eyes widening in shock, with glistening tears resting on her eyelashes. She had not considered that the events of that day were far more severe than she had initially thought. If that were the case, the two boys might not be entirely unjustified. "Then have I misjudged Severus?" Lily exclaimed, suddenly filled with guilt. "No, I must apologize to Severus." She rose to leave, but Jiang Li grasped her wrist, calmly stating, "You need not seek out Severus. He will be here shortly, and you may speak with him then." Upon hearing this, Lily sat back down. Jiang Li propped her chin on her hand and regarded her thoughtfully. "Do you believe that all Slytherin students are villains?" Most of them look down on others and seem to revel in dark magic, Lily responded. From what I know, other houses exhibit similar behavior. Does not James display arrogance and disdain towards others? There are many students who secretly study dark magic as well. Is it not rather hasty to judge someone's character based solely on this? Jiang Li took a sip of her tea, feeling slightly choked by the pastry. If Slytherin individuals are truly as you claim, do you believe that Severus can avoid all situations simply by refraining from interacting with them? Jiang Li continued. The boy who was hung upside down in the corridor, dripping snot, was Severus. Engaging with dark magic is merely one way to grow stronger. One cannot expect to remain passive in the face of danger. Additionally, Aurors employ dark magic in their missions. Does that make them villains as well? Lily found herself bewildered by Jiang Li's barrage of questions. Her worldview felt challenged. After all, everyone in the school claimed that Slytherins were malevolent. Let us take a step back. Jiang Li smiled at her. Why not encourage Severus to avoid Slytherins and befriend students from other houses instead? Why not suggest that you refrain from befriending your own housemates and instead adapt to Severus's circle? That is different, Lily countered. In what way is it different? Both of you would be abandoning familiar environments and friends to engage with each other's acquaintances. If you cannot manage it, why demand that Severus comply with your wishes? Lily fell silent, having never considered this perspective before. Has Severus harmed you? Jiang Li pressed on. Lily shook her head. Has he used dark magic to harm anyone else? Or committed any wrongdoing? Lily shook her head again. Since he has done nothing wrong, why must you hold him to such stringent standards? Especially when you cannot meet them yourself. Jiang Li observed Lily with a gentle tone. Upon hearing this, Lily began to reflect on her interactions with Snape. She suddenly realized that she had been restricted by her preconceived notions. Everyone claimed that Slytherins were villains, yet Severus had done nothing wrong. And she had already judged him to be a potential villain in her heart. Severus was far more mature than she. How could he not recognize this truth? It appeared that she had been indulging in unfounded fears, convinced that Severus would inevitably turn to darkness. Jiang Li patted Lily's shoulder, saying lightly, in any case, Severus has not wronged you. Why concern yourself so much? You cannot control the conflicts between the two houses. At these words, Lily felt a wave of clarity wash over her. Indeed, why am I worrying so much? Severus is my friend, not the other Slytherins. Why should I care whom he associates with? Lily? Evans. The door swung open, and Snape and Lupin entered. Both were taken aback upon seeing Lily. Upon spotting Snape, Lily leapt from her chair and rushed to his side, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Severus, I am sorry. Chapter 64, Reconciliation. Snape stumbled back a few steps from the sudden impact. Lupin quickly steadied him to prevent him from falling. I apologize. It was my selfishness that blinded me to your circumstances. You are free to befriend whomever you wish. I beg for your forgiveness. Hearing Lily's voice tremble with tears, Snape cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Li, silently inquiring about the situation. Jiang Li cleared her throat and explained. I just had a conversation with Lily regarding your situation at the academy, and this is how she has reacted. Severus, I realize now that I have been excessively self-centered. Will you forgive me? Lily closed her eyes and spoke from her heart. When she opened them again, they met Remus's gaze. Remus, who was supporting Snape's back, awkwardly smiled at Lily. Why is Remus here? She thought, feeling a rush of embarrassment as her toes curled against the ground. Snape relaxed slightly, recalling a certain incident, and hesitantly said, Lily, I must also apologize to you. I once uttered an unforgivable remark. Upon hearing this, Lily released her grip on his neck and looked at Snape in confusion. What did you say? Snape closed his eyes, recalling a painful memory, and, when he opened them, he gazed at Lily with remorse. In the past, I was quite angry. I felt humiliated being bullied in your presence, and in my shame and fury, I called you a mudblood. Lily's expression instantly changed. You actually called me a mudblood? Wait, when were you bullied? I don't recall any such instance. She thought back, puzzled. How could Severus, so strong, have been bullied by anyone? That was long ago, perhaps something from a past life. Snape replied, looking into Lily's eyes. I have always regretted saying that and wanted to apologize, but I never had the chance until your passing. Lily wondered if Snape was merely dreaming. But when she saw the sorrow in his eyes, she felt as though these events might have indeed transpired. Lily, can you forgive me? Snape asked, his voice quivering with emotion, a tremor he was unaware of. Lily pondered seriously. She looked at Snape and asked, Did you truly not mean to call me a mudblood? No, I deeply regret it. Snape replied without hesitation. Very well, she said, and with newfound determination, she rolled up her sleeves and delivered a solid punch to Snape's nose. Remus, standing nearby, was taken aback, his mouth agape in shock. The force of Lily's punch seemed to shatter Snape's nose. Instinctively, Remus touched his own nose. Feeling a twinge of pain, Severus, Lily said earnestly, since you did not intend to utter that phrase, and since I have struck you, we are even now. and we remain good friends. Severus, you must not be sad. If I were to die, I would wish for your happiness." Upon hearing this, Snape crouched down, covering his nose, avoiding the gazes of those around him. In that moment, as he lowered his head, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Time seemed to halt, each breath bearing the weight of the world, and a myriad of complex emotions surged within him, overwhelming him with silence. The long-awaited apology had finally been met with forgiveness. Observing Snape crouched in silence, Lily felt a flicker of guilt. Had she perhaps struck him too forcefully? "Severus, are you all right?" she asked with concern. "I'm fine," Snape replied, his voice slightly hoarse, brushing away the moisture from the corners of his eyes as he sincerely thanked Lily. "Thank you for forgiving me." Lily paused, taken aback. Snape's smile at that moment was as painful as it was beautiful. She instinctively responded, "Severus, we are friends. Even if you misspeak, I will forgive you." At her words, Snape was reminded of the Lily from his past life, and his shoulders trembled slightly. Did that mean Lily had already forgiven him long ago? Jiang Li approached and squatted beside him, gently patting his back, whispering, "Lily would want you to be happy." Hearing this, Lily nodded vigorously in agreement. "I hope Severus can always find happiness." Tears fell from her fingers, splattering onto the floor. In that moment, Snape finally reconciled with his past self. Jiang Li, squatting beside him, keenly observed the subtle shifts in his emotions. Watching the glistening tears trail down Snape's cheek, she instinctively caught the droplets, her fingertips dampening. And she froze, instinctively covering her mouth, her ears tinged with warmth. Truly, Severus was beautiful even in tears. Ha ha ha, just like Lily. Delivering a punch and bringing the crybaby to tears, James laughed heartily after Remus recounted the events. "What a pity, if only I had been there. I would have loved to see the crybaby's face," James lamented. Remus frowned. "I believe Snape was genuinely distressed at that moment. Please do not share this with anyone else, or he will surely be furious. He cried in front of so many people. Does he fear others' opinions?" James scoffed. "If Evans discovers you shared this, she will be angry," Sirius remarked lazily at James. "Are you not trying to win her over? Why engage in actions that might upset her?" The mention of this made James slightly irritable. With so many people around, why did he have to befriend that crybaby? From the very first glance at Snape, James had disliked him, always feeling that the way he looked at Lily was insincere. Surely that crybaby had feelings for Lily. "Honestly, I think he is rather decent," Remus interjected. Upon hearing this, James immediately frowned. "Why are you defending him?" Sirius tossed a model of a quaffle into the air and caught it lazily, glancing at Remus. "Are you still in detention because of Professor Malfoy?" "Professor Malfoy did not detain me. She asked me to assist with potions after school, giving me a sickle each time." "A sickle?" "She is clearly insulting you," James exclaimed incredulously. "You shouldn't go to her anymore. My candy allowance exceeds a sickle in a day." Hearing this, Remus felt a twinge of discomfort. A sickle was substantial, considering he had only helped for a short time, yet it was earned through his own labor, not mere charity. While Hogwarts provided some assistance to less fortunate young wizards, other matters remained challenging. Even his robes had been worn by his father during his school days. Other jobs within the school were typically assigned to house elves, leaving little opportunity to earn money. Helping Snape with potion materials was currently his only means of income, and he did not wish to forfeit that job. "Remus, did you hear what I said?" Remus, just snapping back to reality, looked at James in confusion. "What did you say?" "We're going on a nighttime adventure. Would you like to join us?" James said eagerly. "You've been sneaking out for a while now." "Haven't you?" Sirius chimed in. "We've returned from several nighttime escapades without seeing you in bed. If you want to go out, you can join us." Fearful of being found out, Remus could only reluctantly agree. Late at night, a group of them stealthily slipped out of the dormitory. Jiang Li and Snape walked through the Forbidden Forest, the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon them. "The matter has been resolved. Dumbledore instructed you to attend to the potion materials with Slughorn, so there is no need for you to patrol the Forbidden Forest," Jiang Li remarked to Snape. Slughorn has always been quite indulgent towards exemplary students, and Snape may even be invited for afternoon tea as a form of punishment. Lately, the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest have become increasingly agitated, and Hagrid has discovered numerous carcasses during his patrols. Jiang Li found this rather troublesome and wished to spare Snape from coming over. Chapter 65. Fire in the Forbidden Forest. "I do not wish to go there," she declared. Snape lingered half a step behind Jiang Li, his foot shadowing hers as he spoke in a measured tone. "Recently, the potion materials have run low. Accompany me to the Forbidden Forest to procure some." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li raised an eyebrow playfully, teasingly responding, "Really? I thought you wished to spend a bit more time with me." Snape suppressed his sarcastic retort, gazing at Jiang Li and asking, "Is Miss Malfoy always this self-assured?" "No. This is not mere confidence. It is a fact," Jiang Li replied proudly. "If she aimed to please someone, she would undoubtedly succeed." Considering that those around Jiang Li seemed quite fond of her, Snape found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. With Christmas fast approaching, have you prepared gifts for your friends? Jiang Li casually diverted the conversation. This year, she had quite a few people to gift, and she had already asked Mia to purchase a considerable amount of sweets. For those of greater significance, Jiang Li intended to craft alchemical items herself as presents. I am prepared, Snape replied nonchalantly. A potion for each person will suffice. Just as Jiang Li was about to tease him further, she felt a surge of magical energy, and her smile instantly faded. Noticing her change in demeanor, Snape promptly drew his wand, alert and directed towards the depths of the forbidden forest. An aura of decay and dampness pervaded the air. A cold breeze rustled the treetops, and the moonlight filtered through sparse clouds, entwining itself around a feeble unicorn. Bellatrix, I believe I have heard strange sounds, a voice spoke. Fool, no one comes here. Hurry and collect its blood, another replied. Jiang Li and Snape, using the disillusionment charm, stealthily approached the source. Two figures cloaked in black robes were gathering the unicorn's blood. The man collecting the blood sensed an ominous presence in the air. As Snape discerned the identities of the two figures in the moonlight, he intended to prevent Jiang Li from proceeding. Suddenly, a spell struck the cloaked man, rendering him rigid as he collapsed. Bellatrix immediately sensed something amiss and cast a revealing spell and a killing curse towards Jiang Li and Snape's direction. Jiang Li intercepted the killing curse, revealing her form as she shielded Snape from Bellatrix's gaze, her expression icy as she regarded her adversary. Who are you? I do not recall seeing you at Hogwarts. Bellatrix scrutinized Jiang Li with suspicion. Jiang Li remained silent, launching a hex directly at Bellatrix. Damn it! Bellatrix barely managed to deflect the hex and retaliated with a green killing curse, her eyes filled with madness. Jiang Li raised her wand and deftly diverted the curse, causing a tree behind her to topple with a resounding crash. She retaliated with a Soul Snatcher curse aimed at Bellatrix. In a swift motion, Bellatrix seized her fallen accomplice, using him as a shield. The man's soul was immediately drawn forth, leaving him in a daze. Quickly bind her, Snape called out, directing a binding spell at Bellatrix. Damn it, how is there still a rat lurking in the shadows? Bellatrix cursed, realizing her mission was doomed to failure. She unleashed a fiendfire curse towards Jiang Li and Snape. Evil flames surged from her wand, morphing into a colossal fire serpent that engulfed the surroundings, illuminating the forbidden forest in an infernal glow. As the fire dragon entwined with the fire serpent, Jiang Li conjured a blue flame at the tip of her wand, transforming it into a dragon that surged forth to engage the serpent. The two flames collided, casting light across the night sky as sparks rained down upon the dry leaves, igniting everything around them in an unbearable heat. Having unleashed her curse, Bellatrix swiftly fled without a moment's hesitation. The terrifying flames consumed all living things in an instant. Yet another dragon-like blaze ensnared the original fire serpent in the air. Many witnesses beheld the fiery spectacle above the forbidden forest, where a fire dragon and serpent writhed and clashed. As the dragon beat its wings, those outside the forest felt the searing heat wash over them. The quartet, cloaked in invisibility and daring the depths of the forbidden forest, were rendered speechless by the scene. By Merlin's foul socks. What is this? Stop staring, run, Sirius urged, pulling the stunned James away as the fire serpent charged towards them. Remus lagged slightly behind, catching up to the two. What about Peter? We must go back to save him. James, noticing Peter's absence, insisted on returning. Forget him. Sirius tugged at James's hair, urging him to flee. He must have run away when the fire started. Ouch! Stop pulling my hair. Wait, is that a slug? He is still in the flames. James's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Snape amidst the flames, and he shouted to Sirius, "We must save him. Forget him. The fire is already at his heels. Let us prioritize our own safety." Sirius replied anxiously. Pure water. Remus's wand produced a stream of clear water, which evaporated upon contact with the flames. That is fiendfire. Sirius recognized the spell, gripping James's garment tightly to prevent him from advancing. That fire cannot be extinguished. We must leave now, or we will perish. We cannot escape. Remus stared blankly behind him, realizing they were surrounded by flames with no avenue of retreat. Their invisibility cloak was discarded, and Snape spotted the trio, his expression darkening. What are these fools doing here? Do they not recognize danger when they see it? As the fire serpent approached, Snape shouted at them, from a circle, with your wands pointing down, and cast all spell end. The three, still bewildered, did not grasp how to perform the incantation. All spell end. Snape had already directed his wand downward, attempting to shield against the oncoming flames. However, his magic was insufficient to extinguish the wild flames, merely confining them nearby. Realizing his intent, the three mimicked his actions, pointing their wands downward and chanting the incantation. All spell end. X3. A necklace around Snape's neck grew unbearably hot, generating a soft white light that formed a shield before him, instantaneously blocking the searing heat. It was Jiang Li's defensive bracelet that had been triggered. Standing amidst the inferno, Jiang Li observed the towering flames. Her wand pointed downward as she slowly intoned the spell. All spell end. A surge of immense magic coursed into the ground, and the fire dragon swiftly tore apart the fire serpent, vanishing into the night. The forbidden forest returned to darkness, its surroundings reduced to charred remains. Jiang Li stood on scorched earth as the feeble unicorn nuzzled her fingers. Her gaze softened slightly as she retrieved a high-grade, healing potion from her bracelet and administered it to its mouth. The grotesque wound on the unicorn's neck healed rapidly. Although still feeble, the threat of death had dissipated. Jiang Li gently stroked the unicorn's head, casually plucking a tuft of its fur, and picked up the vial of unicorn blood, addressing the weakened creature. I have saved you, so you must not curse me. The unicorn weakly made a couple of sounds and nudged its head against her palm. Merlin's beard. It truly was a unicorn. Jiang Li turned towards the source of the voice and spotted James, his face charred from the flames. Behind him stood Sirius and Lupin, both gazing intently at the unicorn beneath her hand. With a slight smile, Jiang Li remarked, 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. Chapter 66. I will protect my family. The three, eager to touch the unicorn, froze in their tracks. This is unfair, James protested loudly. Clearly Snape was out and about at night as well. Why isn't he losing points? He was punished by Professor Dumbledore to patrol the Forbidden Forest, so his presence here is entirely justified, Jiang Li replied calmly. She had noticed the trio nearby when the fiendfire was unleashed. She had assumed they would leave during her confrontation with the cloaked figure, but instead, they remained there, watching the spectacle, almost getting singed by the flames. Thankfully, they were clever enough to have learned spells from Snape, preventing the fire from reaching them. Snape approached Jiang Li, observing her as she stroked the unicorn's fur while subtly collecting a lock of its hair for her bracelet, his lips twitching slightly. He crouched down beside her and offered, "Allow me." Retrieving a pair of scissors from his alchemical bracelet, he swiftly snipped off a tuft of hair while the unicorn was distracted. What are you two doing? The trio was taken aback by their actions. A significant portion of the unicorn's neck fur had been sheared away. It was rather ruthless. As Jiang Li caressed the small unicorn, she offered it a treat from her bracelet. The little creature was wholly absorbed in devouring what Jiang Li provided, utterly oblivious to the commotion. Seeing this, James and Sirius eagerly moved closer. James cautiously placed his hand on the unicorn's rear. In the next instant, the unicorn, startled, kicked back forcefully, sending James flying. Sirius stood to the side, relieved he hadn't attempted to touch it. Snape looked at James with a look of incredulity. Is your brain infested with slugs? That is a female unicorn, and you dare to touch her backside. Had she not been rather docile, it wouldn't have been just a kick. Did you not see how carefully I snipped her hair? Why didn't you say so earlier? James nearly spat blood in frustration. A fiery phoenix soared in from the edge of the forest, gracefully landing before Jiang Li. It dropped a letter onto the ground, which unfurled on its own, emitting a voice. Gandania, what transpired? It was Dumbledore's voice. Snape regarded the phoenix and reminded Jiang Li, whose eyes were sparkling with excitement. This is Dumbledore's phoenix, named Fawkes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's eyes shone even brighter. She approached Fawkes, ruffling its feathers eagerly, and inadvertently plucked a few of its feathers, stealthily stuffing them into Snape's pocket. Snape, what could he do but silently accept this? A phoenix. I thought they were merely creatures of legend, Sirius marveled, cautiously extending his hand towards Fawkes. The phoenix immediately halted its preening, directing its beak at him, as if to peck at his hand should he dare to touch it. Its feathers slightly ruffled. Professor Malfoy, why can you pet them without repercussions? Lupin curiously inquired of Jiang Li. Having just stroked two magical creatures with great vigor, Jiang Li's movements had caught his envious eye. If you were faced with someone who could easily end your life, would you not be gentle? Jiang Li replied with a smile. Lupin. So, intimidation towards animals then? Hearing Jiang Li's nonsensical musings, Snape's lips twitched again. Oh, what is going on here? Hagrid approached with a lantern, Fong trailing beside him, exclaiming in surprise at the sight of the students. What are you lot doing in the Forbidden Forest? This is far too dangerous. Hagrid, James is hurt. We need to get him to the infirmary, Sirius said urgently. Upon hearing this, Hagrid rushed to James, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. James's collar constricted painfully, and he rolled his eyes. Hagrid, maybe you could cradle him instead, Lupin suggested. You're right. Hagrid then realized something was amiss with James and hurriedly cradled him in his arms. Finally able to breathe, James gasped for air. It was one thing to collide with a tree. Being nearly suffocated by Hagrid while being taken to the infirmary was utterly humiliating. As Hagrid carried James away, Lupin and Sirius immediately followed. Fawkes flapped his wings, swiftly taking flight. Before departing, Jiang Li managed to snag a tail feather from him. How inconsiderate of Dumbledore not to inform me about the phoenix, Jiang Li lamented, storing the feather in her bracelet, wishing she could have gathered more. You've already taken enough feathers. If you take any more, Fox will be bald, Snape quipped. The forbidden forest reverted to tranquility, with the greedy unicorn persistently seeking treats from Jiang Li's palm, completely unaware of its patchy fur. Snape's expression grew notably serious as he inquired, "Given the commotion you caused, why do you suppose the other professors did not come?" It must be that Dumbledore intervened. He is well aware of what transpires at Hogwarts. Jiang Li replied, emptying her remaining snacks to feed the now patchily furred unicorn, attempting to address its tail fur. Dumbledore likely wishes to assess her abilities. After all, my sudden outburst in his office must have piqued his curiosity regarding how formidable I truly am. There are still a few little wizards here. Dumbledore doesn't seem to fear any potential fallout. Snape clearly shared this sentiment, his expression darkening. All right, I'm out of food now. You should head back. Jiang Li gently nudged the little unicorn's head, signaling her intent to leave. The unicorn, unconvinced, stubbornly burrowed into her robes, seeking more treats. Snape, half envious and half disdainful, remarked, "So foolish, no wonder you were captured." Seemingly comprehending the implication of Snape's words, the unicorn disdainfully spat in his direction. Snape promptly dodged, further exacerbating his disdain. "I must take my leave now. You should return." Jiang Li softly patted the unicorn's head, adding, "Be smarter from now on. Run at the sight of people instead of approaching them eagerly, especially someone like me. If you see me, hurry away, do you understand?" Jiang Li exchanged a knowing glance with Snape, and, seizing the opportunity, while the little unicorn remained unresponsive, hastily fled. After plucking so much hair, it would be troublesome if the adult unicorn arrived. It is not that they cannot be defeated, rather, it is simply unnecessary. Jiang Li was contemplating returning to collect a bit more next time. The night passed in lively revelry, and the following day, Jiang Li was summoned to the headmaster's office by Dumbledore. Inside the office stood a Christmas tree adorned with an array of candies and ribbons, exuding a festive ambience. Jiang Li had already anticipated what he would say, so she recounted the events of the previous day to Dumbledore in detail. "Why do you think they would harm a unicorn?" Dumbledore inquired, gazing at Jiang Li. "It must be that someone was gravely injured and needed the unicorn's blood," Jiang Li replied. Her mood lifted as she produced her large vial of unicorn blood. "You could inquire with that robed figure. I recall one of them was captured last night. He suffered extensive burns from cursed fire and is currently being treated at St. Mungo's, though his condition is quite dire. That individual is an associate of a very dangerous character." Dumbledore regarded Jiang Li, who appeared rather nonchalant. "You must have noticed that some wizards have become increasingly restless of late. They have begun to consciously and systematically attack certain individuals. Our world is not as secure as one might believe." "Albus," Jiang Li interjected, her expression remaining placid, "you know I do not wish to become embroiled in such matters." "You cannot remain uninvolved." Dumbledore's blue eyes glinted with a sharpness beneath his glasses. "Your abilities will undoubtedly attract the attention of others. If the entire world descends into chaos, no one can escape. Jiang Li, I hope you will give this matter serious consideration. After all, you are not alone, are you?" Jiang Li's demeanor remained unchanged as she replied softly, "Thank you for sharing this information. I will ensure the safety of my family." Chapter 67. I will stop them. "Jiang Li, my intention in saying all this is not to persuade you to align with me, but rather to ensure that we do not become adversaries." Dumbledore spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on Jiang Li. With a faint smile, Jiang Li responded, "Albus, you may test my resolve, but I do not wish for those young witches and wizards to be drawn into danger. They are far too young and lack the means to protect themselves. If war is indeed imminent, those children will be caught in it. Preparing them for danger sooner rather than later is a form of training." Dumbledore replied in a gentle tone, "There will be no war." As Jiang Li approached the door, she gazed out the window at the young witches and wizards stealthily riding their broomsticks in playful abandon. "I will stop them," she declared resolutely. This time, she would not allow those she cherished to make sacrifices. Dumbledore observed her retreating figure, and after a prolonged silence, he sat down, removed his glasses, and a hint of melancholy flickered in his blue eyes. With the arrival of Christmas, all the young witches and wizards opted to return home for the holidays. Save for a few who had unique circumstances, Jiang Li planned to return home to immerse herself in the festive spirit. For the school would be too desolate without anyone around, while Snape was eager to check on the herbs he had previously cultivated. The two boarded the Hogwarts Express alongside other students. "I knew you would be here." The compartment door swung open, revealing Lily, who joyfully settled next to Jiang Li. "I knew you two would be returning as well. I searched several compartments before finally finding you. Petunia will be so pleased to see you." Lily, brimming with energy and oblivious to fatigue, confided in Jiang Li, occasionally lamenting about how James Potter had caused the house points to be deducted. Jiang Li listened attentively, responding occasionally, which only fueled Lily's desire to share more. Snape, absorbed in a potions textbook, showed little interest in their conversation. "Where's Potter today?" Jiang Li inquired, puzzled. "He usually seeks you out at this time, does he not?" "He is staying at school," Lily replied with a slight frown, "because Sirius and Remus are not going home. So he wants to spend Christmas with them. He's quite a good friend." Then, Jiang Li mused. "He has always been very kind to his friends," Lily affirmed, casting a discreet glance at Snape, relieved to find him silent on the matter. It puzzled her why Snape and James had such a poor relationship. But she valued them both as friends and did not wish to lose either. A gentle knock interrupted their conversation. Lily tilted her head in curiosity. Lucius's handsome visage appeared at the door. He scanned the compartment before fixing his gaze on Jiang Li, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Professor Malfoy, may I invite you to my compartment for a moment?" Snape immediately set his book aside and turned to Jiang Li. Jiang Li tilted her head toward Lucius, offering a mild smile. "Is there something that cannot be discussed here?" "Actually, it's not that I have something to discuss with you, but rather a friend of mine is quite interested in meeting you and hopes you will make his acquaintance," Lucius elucidated. At his words, Jiang Li did not raise her gaze, responding coolly, "I shall not go. If he is interested in me, he ought to approach me directly rather than send me a summons." It was clear to her that he did not regard her highly, treating her as someone beneath him. Jiang Li never engaged in the folly of presenting her warmth to those who would offer her none in return. Lucius was taken aback by her response, momentarily stunned before donning a familiar smile. "Understood. I will convey your message to him." He then turned and departed. Lily regarded Jiang Li with a look of curiosity, while Jiang Li felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She draped her scarf over her face and leaned against the window for a brief respite. Lucius returned to his compartment, where Rodolphus was seated. Upon noticing that the figure he had hoped to see had not followed, a fleeting disappointment crossed his features. Lucius addressed him. "Professor Malfoy does not wish to meet you. She said that if you were sincere, you should approach her instead of expecting her to come to you." Rodolphus blinked in surprise, quickly rising. "Then I shall go to see her now. I believe it would be best if you refrained from doing so at this moment," Lucius advised, halting his motion. "Professor Malfoy does not hold a favorable impression of you, and the compartment is filled with others. Some things should not be overheard." Upon hearing this, Rodolphus's handsome face bore a hint of frustration. "What should I do now? Perhaps you could wait until after returning to school to communicate with Professor Malfoy. I recall that Valentine's Day is approaching, and there may be a ball this year. You could invite Professor Malfoy to dance," Lucius suggested. The thought of having to wait so long to see Jiang Li filled Rodolphus with disappointment. He had noticed her long ago, but had never found the opportunity to speak with her. Realizing Lucius had a good rapport with her, he had hoped for an introduction, but found himself thwarted instead. Unbeknownst to Jiang Li, a young man harbored regret due to her. Upon returning home, she immediately fell into a deep slumber. Despite the comforts of Hogwarts, she cherished her own bed the most. The following day, as she awoke, the sound of tapping on the window reached her ears. Preferring not to rise, she used a spell to open the window. As soon as it swung open, several owls flew in, dropping gifts into her room. Before Jiang Li could fully comprehend the situation, her room was rapidly filled with gift boxes, and a steady stream of owls continued to stuff her room with more. Sitting on her bed, Jiang Li felt bewildered, as there was hardly any space left on the floor. A row of owls perched on her desk and chair, their wide eyes fixed on her, awaiting a treat. "That is an overwhelming number of gifts," she mused. Jiang Li waved her wand, stacking the gift boxes on the ground to clear a path, and made her way to the kitchen, where she retrieved several boxes of biscuits to offer to the delightful owls. Finding the gift boxes rather cumbersome, she decided to relocate them to the living room. When Severus Snape awoke, he was taken aback by the mountain of gift boxes cluttering the room, and the incessant arrival of more presents from the owls. He turned to Jiang Li and inquired, "Did you purchase these gifts? How could I possibly buy such things?" "These are all Christmas gifts sent to me by my students," she replied. Jiang Li opened one of the gift boxes, noting the name on it, intending to return the favor next Christmas. She then asked Snape, "What did you do with all the gifts you received when you were a professor?" This was her first experience with such an abundance of gifts, and it left her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "I do not know. I have never received this many gifts before," Snape replied in a low voice. The foolish little trolls, upon seeing him, reacted as if they had encountered a plague. It was inconceivable that they would present him with gifts. However, Jiang Li's popularity was indeed eye-opening for him, rivaling even that of Gilderoy Lockhart, who was nothing more than a showman of little substance. After unwrapping around 10 gifts, Jiang Li found herself unable to continue and asked Snape to help her identify anything of use to keep. She was eager to return to her alchemy work to create a Horcrux vessel. Yes, a Horcrux vessel. Jiang Li had already conceived a solution to dispel the crown's curse. Chapter 68, Never to Stop Here. The curse was attached to the lingering soul. Fresh blood and flesh naturally attracted the remnants of the soul. Jiang Li intended to craft a Horcrux more suitable for the lingering soul, hoping to lure out the remnants of the crown. The remnants possessed a consciousness. If they sensed something beneficial to their soul, they might abandon their original vessel. She had requested Abracax to procure some materials, but Abracax had been unresponsive lately. And it was Lucius who had the owls deliver the items. Jiang Li wondered what had transpired within the Malfoy household. Estimating that the gifts outside had been fully unwrapped, she stepped out of the alchemy room. Snape had already organized the gifts into categories. Snacks and candies were placed on the table, alchemical materials set aside, along with some small trinkets and ornaments. What caught Jiang Li's attention was a figurine sent by James, resembling a handmade lump of excrement. Observing the golden, winged, excrement-shaped ornament, she mused whether James had perhaps spent too much time crafting such a thing instead of focusing on his studies. Snape, realizing the lump was actually a golden snidget, refrained from mentioning it. What do you plan to do with these items? Snape asked Jiang Li. She knelt by the table, sifting through some candies. We won't be able to finish all these candies. Let us keep some of the ones we like and give the rest to the children at the orphanage. Snape was somewhat surprised. He had assumed Jiang Li would keep the candies for herself, but recalling her usual behavior, he found it unsurprising. She had always been considerate of others. There are quite a few potion ingredients here that I think would suit you. I need the alchemical materials. And the other small trinkets can go into our storage room. The storage room was enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, housing numerous cabinets. Unimportant items would be cleared out periodically, while more meaningful possessions would be displayed prominently on glass shelves for occasional viewing. Jiang Li retrieved the Christmas gift she had prepared for Snape long ago. What is this? Snape asked, the gift box feeling quite heavy in his hands. It's a year's supply of magical shampoo, Jiang Li replied with a smile. Snape felt an urge to toss the gift aside. Just kidding. How could I possibly gift you shampoo? Jiang Li laughed at his darkening expression, adding, what I'm giving you is a hair conditioner, a brand recommended by Lucius. It's not from the Potters, but it works wonderfully. Snape remained silent, realizing he should not have expected Jiang Li to present him with anything conventional. With a sense of resignation, he carried the gift back to his room. Upon opening the gift, he was momentarily taken aback. Beneath the box lay precious potion ingredients encased in a transparent box, accompanied by a cozy gray sweater and inviting gloves, alongside a picture frame. The photo within captured a moment from the previous year, with Jiang Li beaming as she embraced his shoulder beneath the Christmas tree. Snape placed the frame on the bedside table, gently tracing the face in the photograph, his gaze revealing a tenderness he was unaware he possessed. Ollie. In the evening, Lily and Petunia arrived. Petunia rushed into Jiang Li's arms, holding her tightly, her eyes alight with joy. You seem to have grown a little taller. Jiang Li tousled Petunia's hair, sensing a change in her. She appeared more confident, her eyes sparkling. Really? I didn't notice, Petunia said, gazing at Jiang Li with a warm look, eager to share her good news. I've been accepted to Eton School ahead of schedule. They said I can start next semester. Petunia was indeed remarkable. She had crafted a non-electric flying airplane for an invention competition, winning first place, and had even been invited to participate in a televised invention show. Her name was becoming well known in the neighborhood. Lily beamed with pride, as if the accolades were her own. It's all thanks to Ali for teaching me so much during the break. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to enter the competition. Petunia looked at Jiang Li with shining eyes, finally grasping the significance of Jiang Li's earlier words. Since her acceptance to Eton, the Evans had shown a marked improvement in their attitude towards her. During conversations with neighbors, they would even bring her up to offer compliments. At home, she was no longer invisible. Her parents suddenly seemed to recognize they had a daughter. Petunia had even enjoyed her second birthday cake that wasn't blown away by others. Although the Evans still favored Lily upon her return, they were more considerate of Petunia's feelings, ensuring she was included during family outings. It seemed that when a person achieved something, the world indeed became kinder, and friends multiplied. Petunia now dedicated herself to studying diligently, striving to become even better. Yet, she always felt that Jiang Li remained her closest friend. I know you can achieve the best. Those accolades are well-deserved, Jiang Li said gently, noticing the faint dark circles under Petunia's eyes. You must be quite tired lately. At these words, Petunia paused, tears streaming down her cheeks involuntarily. She embraced Jiang Li, burying her face in her neck, feeling a surge of warmth in her eyes, accompanied by a sense of grievance. During this time, everyone had praised her intelligence, looking at her with envious eyes. Yet, Petunia knew she was no prodigy. She had to invest extra hours in her studies to maintain her top position, while others believed her success came easily. They had no idea she was still grappling with challenging problems late into the night. Only Jiang Li recognized her efforts. and the facade of maturity Petunia had maintained crumbled in an instant, leading her to cling to Jiang Li and sob softly. Feeling the dampness on her neck, Jiang Li realized it was Petunia's tears and gently patted her back, saying, "Petunia, you have already done remarkably well." Lily was at a loss as to why Penny was crying, standing awkwardly by her side. Snape observed the scene and handed a handkerchief to Jiang Li. Jiang Li gently wiped Penny's tears and teased, "Your eyes resemble those of a little rabbit. Please don't cry. Seeing you cry breaks my heart." Penny sniffed, her emotions having calmed significantly. Sirius, nearby, felt a wave of nausea at Lily's words, sighed in relief, embracing Penny and saying, "You scared me to death. I thought Mom and Dad had done something to you." "Mom and Dad haven't done anything to me," Penny replied, wiping her eyes and attempting to mask her feelings. "I just haven't seen you for a long time, and I got a bit emotional." "Ah, so that's it," Lily said, believing her words, and comforted Penny. "It's all right. In a few months, we will have a holiday, and there will be plenty of time to play together. Don't be sad. I will write to you often." "Okay," Penny nodded, feeling touched as she embraced Lily. Her sister was the best sister in the world. Snape watched the sisters' interaction, reminiscing about the sharp-tongued Penny from his past life, contemplating when everything began to change. His gaze settled on Jiang Li, who had slightly tilted her head, a strand of golden hair falling beside her ear, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Penny presented her Christmas gift to Jiang Li, who opened it to find a medal from an invention competition. Surprised, she exclaimed, "Why are you giving this to me?" Penny's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly replied, "If it weren't for Ali's encouragement, I would never have entered the competition. So, I wanted to share this medal with you, to celebrate my honor. This is your first medal. It's a significant item. Are you sure you want to give it to me?" Jiang Li inquired hesitantly. "It's fine. I will win many more awards in the future," Penny asserted confidently. She had tasted success and would never settle for mediocrity. She would always strive for greatness. Jiang Li was captivated by her self-assured demeanor. At that moment, Penny resembled an eagle soaring high, destined to glide through the skies. Lily approached, presenting her own gift, saying, "Ollie, this is a bracelet I prepared for you, though it may not be as fine as the alchemical necklace you gave me." She and Penny had received Jiang Li's gift that morning and were aware of the alchemical necklace she had crafted, which possessed protective properties against curses. Jiang Li glanced at the handmade bracelet and smiled at Lily, saying, "Thank you, Lily. I love it." Lily felt elated. She had worried the bracelet might be too simple. But Tiffany had assured her that sentiment was equally important, and thankfully, Jiang Li appreciated it. "What did you give Ollie?" Penny asked, casting a scrutinizing glance at the silent Snape. "What is with that look?" Snape retorted. Lily immediately raised her hand to answer. "Severus gifted me a doll. A limited edition doll I had long desired. He always puts in so much effort." This piqued Penny's curiosity about what Snape had given Jiang Li. "I gave her a potion," Snape replied. "Just a potion?" Lily asked, somewhat surprised, having expected a more unique gift from Snape. Penny regarded Snape with a hint of disdain. As if to say, "Is that it?" "That potion is not ordinary. It is a new anti-aging potion I developed," Snape replied calmly. If it weren't for Jiang Li mentioning it previously, he wouldn't have bothered with such frivolous concoctions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li recalled her earlier jest with little Severus and was surprised that Snape remembered and had created the potion. No wonder he had been secretively working on something recently. It was for her Christmas gift. "Have you tested the effectiveness of this potion?" Jiang Li inquired curiously. Lily's eyes were also filled with intrigue. "I had the headmaster try it. The results were quite satisfactory," Snape answered. When he approached Professor Slughorn, expressing his desire to test the potion, Slughorn had been thrilled and generously volunteered to try it out. Jiang Li suddenly understood. No wonder Slughorn had appeared decades younger lately, walking with a newfound vigor. She had thought he had concocted some remarkable potion and had intended to ask him for it, only to find out it was Snape's creation. "Are you considering improving and marketing this potion?" Jiang Li asked Snape. His brow furrowed slightly. "I have no desire to concoct such tedious potions daily. You need not produce it yourself. Simply simplify the process, and I can assist you in negotiating with Abraxas. You just need to provide the recipe. Others will handle the production and sales. All you have to do is collect the royalties," Jiang Li stated earnestly. "Is there really a demand for such frivolous products?" Snape frowned. "Absolutely. The market for such potions is beyond your imagination," Jiang Li lamented, realizing how unaware Snape was of the potential wealth at his fingertips. "If you are uncertain about how to proceed, I can take care of it all for you. I will manage everything. And you only need to give me a small commission." "No need," Snape replied nonchalantly. "The profits from this potion are yours. It was intended as a gift for you." Jiang Li felt he underestimated the potion's value and earnestly explained the madness surrounding people's pursuit of beauty. Potions with aesthetic benefits were not inexpensive and sold remarkably well. "I estimate that if your potion were to sell well in the market, you could easily earn at least 10,000 galleons in a year. That's no small sum." Lily's eyes widened in realization. It turned out potions could be so lucrative. She resolved to pay more attention in her potions class. I don't need that much money. My vault key is with you. Just keep it safe, Snape replied, unfazed. After all, the potion was a gift for Jiang Li, and he truly did not see its practical value. Upon hearing this, Lily covered her mouth, gazing at the two with a silly smile. Penny was somewhat surprised, her opinion of Snape shifting slightly. She hadn't expected him to be so generous. Jiang Li, however, paid little mind to the exchange, nodding, I'll take my share. The rest I'll save for you. You can ask for it whenever you want. She wasn't greedy for Snape's money. Don't count my share. This is all yours, Snape said, looking earnestly at Jiang Li. All right then, keep it with me for now. Jiang Li casually nodded, not taking his words to heart. She invited Lily and Penny to lunch. Mia had recently learned many new recipes, and Lily was envious, wishing to have a house elf of her own, though that seemed unlikely. In the afternoon, Snape and Lily headed to the potions classroom for study, while Jiang Li and Penny engaged in some chemistry research. Everything felt blissful, and as evening approached, the girls prepared to celebrate Christmas with their families, returning home early. Shall we go out to watch the fireworks? Jiang Li asked Snape, donning a white overcoat. Snape looked at her outstretched hand, a hint of resignation in his eyes. Does Miss Malfoy have a second option for me? No. Jiang Li tied a scarf around his neck, smiling brightly. If you don't go, I'll secretly cut your herbs. Snape, he had suspected as much. The two individuals ventured onto the nearest street, where the treetops were adorned with a myriad of decorations, and numerous children darted through the throngs of people. Severus Snape positioned himself on the outer edge, shielding Jiang Li from the bustling crowd, as he observed her, brimming with enthusiasm, gazing at the trinkets displayed at the stalls. Her light-colored hair aglow with the colors of the lights. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the sky. Brilliant fireworks erupted in succession, illuminating the entire night sky, causing everyone to instinctively glance upward. Alas, this year there was no time to set up the magical array, rendering it impossible to capture the joyous moths. Jiang Li, having unknowingly approached Snape's side, spoke regretfully as she watched the fireworks. What a pity. No matter, he replied, there will be opportunities in the future. Snape, peering into Jiang Li's eyes that reflected the vibrant hues, inquired, have you been studying alchemical items related to time recently? How did you know? Jiang Li responded, astonished. I saw the time turner on your desk, Snape answered. Jiang Li did not conceal her intentions and expressed her thoughts candidly. Do you recall me mentioning that two identical souls cannot coexist in the same timeline? Snape paused momentarily, then nodded slowly. I remember. If it weren't for another Severus, I wouldn't be here. I employed a sacrificial array in an attempt to resurrect the deceased Severus within my body. However, due to unforeseen complications, he did not return. After extensive research, I discovered that Severus may not have perished. A portion of my energy remains with him, likely active in an alternate timeline. So, your research on time is for the 7-year-old me? Snape gazed at Jiang Li's beautiful visage, emotions swirling within him. He felt akin to a thief, shamelessly appropriating Jiang Li's affection meant for another, too timid to voice it. Indeed, this predicament arose from my negligence, Jiang Li replied without overthinking. When Snape's silence lingered, Jiang Li turned to find his eyes filled with complexity. Amused, she asked, what is with that expression? Did I say something wrong? My apologies. Snape's voice, youthful and clear, resembled the sound of a bottle of green apple soda being opened on a summer night, tinged with a hint of acidity. He murmured to Jiang Li, if only I hadn't come here, you wouldn't be disappointed. Others would surely portray the 7-year-old Severus more convincingly than I. He had always been an unanticipated presence. Chapter 70. Return to the past in my place. The world descended into darkness once more. Snape recalled that day when he traversed a pitch-black void for what felt like an eternity, devoid of sound or even the sensation of time passing, until a white speck glided across the sky, appearing before him. Severus. The speck descended, transforming into a boy. The boy, slight of build, had black hair framing his face, clad in oversized, ill-fitting garments that evoked both familiarity and strangeness in Snape. Who are you, and how do you know my name? Snape inquired cautiously. I am Severus Snape. The boy replied, his eyes sparkling with a smile. Isn't it marvelous? I am now 7 years old, and I never imagined I would grow up to look like this. It differs somewhat from my expectations. Snape scrutinized the boy's face, attempting to reconcile it with his own memories of being 7, only to realize he could not recall what he had looked like back then. May I ask a favor of you? The boy spoke earnestly. What is it? Snape queried. I have actually died, but someone is in the process of resurrecting me. I hope you can inhabit my body in my stead and continue living my life. You are the grown-up version of me, so no one will suspect a thing. Oh, and you must act convincingly, otherwise, Jiang Li will be heartbroken to learn she could not save me. As the boy spoke, sorrow etched itself onto his features, for he had not properly bid farewell to Jiang Li. Why should I replace you? Can't you return yourself? Snape questioned the boy. He could not recall his past self, wondering if he had ever been so benevolent as to sacrifice himself for another. I cannot go back, the boy replied sadly. A white-bearded grandfather told me Jiang Li is a wonderful person. She has expended much energy to help me return to my original body, but if I truly return, the sacrificial array will succeed, and Jiang Li will perish. Jiang Li has been so kind to me. I do not wish for her to die. But you are different. You are the grown-up version of me, not the original. Even if you return to your body, Jiang Li will not die. Besides, you possess great magical prowess. You surely know how to ensure Eileen's happiness, so Jiang Li won't be upset for not saving me. Snape observed the loquacious boy and gently asked, if I return, what will happen to you? Will you perish? I will not die, the boy replied with a smile. The white-bearded grandfather said Jiang Li has granted me much merit. I cannot return to my original world, but I can live in another one. He will choose a wonderful world for me. And the boy stepped forward and grasped Snape's hand, his dark eyes shimmering like countless stars. You must have endured much suffering as well. The white-bearded grandfather said you have had a difficult life. However, in this world, you will meet Jiang Li. She is a wonderful person. You will no longer feel lonely as you did before. Snape found the situation absurd. Was he truly being comforted by his 7-year-old self? If you remain silent, I shall assume you agree. The boy embraced Snape and softly urged, return now. His voice gradually faded, and the boy's figure vanished as everything around began to reverse. Like fleeting shadows, followed by a cacophony of sound. Snape spotted Jiang Li, surprised that she instantly recognized he was not the 7-year-old Severus. He felt like an unrepentant thief, fully aware that Jiang Li perceived him as the 7-year-old version of himself while he feigned ignorance, indulging in the warmth she offered. If only the one returning were not me, Snape whispered. Jiang Li would not be disappointed. After all, he bore no resemblance to his 7-year-old self. And he did not even like who he had become. The words were soft, yet Jiang Li heard them. She gazed into Snape's eyes, filled with guilt. And after a moment of hesitation, she stepped forward to embrace him. I am sorry, I cannot replace the 7-year-old me. Her soft hair brushed against his neck and shoulders. And as she listened to the voice of remorse in her ear, she felt as though she could sense the tight grip around his heart, the pain tearing at him, rendering him breathless. Her fair fingers brushed through his dark hair as she spoke gently. Severus, I have never mistaken you for someone else. I know who you are. Do you know why I do not call you Sev? Because from the very beginning, you were different. There is no question of replacement. I simply wish to treat you well, not because of anyone else. Snape remained silent, clutching Jiang Li tightly, burying his head in her shoulder. She, too, did not release him. Gazing at the pitch-black night sky, she let out a soft sigh, her gaze distant. In truth, she should have perished long ago. Her mother was gone, Aunt Chunhua had died, and her senior brother and master had all departed one by one. Even the contracted beast could not be retained. From the moment of her birth, it seemed that misfortune accompanied her, as if all would inevitably depart from her life. Jiang Li often pondered why it was not she who had perished, especially when those she cherished had all succumbed to death. Why, then, did she continue to persist in this world? When the specter of death truly approached, Jiang Li felt a surge of elation, for she believed she would finally embrace the end. Yet, she had not anticipated that her master had left her a lifeline, allowing her to survive. This world resembled a vast prison, ensnaring souls that yearned for release. She was uncertain as to why she continued to exist, but her master must have wished for her to live her own life. Yet, Jiang Li found herself at a loss for what could possibly warrant her lingering attachment. Upon discovering little Severus, Jiang Li suddenly felt an inexplicable bond with this world. She contemplated whether her master had felt a similar pity when he had rescued her. A fragile being, seemingly on the brink of demise. It required minimal effort to bestow a measure of kindness upon such a creature, and it would bring immense joy. As she witnessed the boy's demise, thoughts of the sacrificial array emerged in her mind. As she infused the array with her virtuous power, she contemplated that this time, she would finally meet her end. How wonderful it would be, for she was indeed the one who ought to have perished. When she beheld Severus awaken, she initially feared she had miscalculated the array, but upon sensing the familiar resonance of his soul, she realized she had succeeded, albeit in a manner she had not intended. However, the moment he opened his eyes and spoke, she understood her failure. This was not the Severus she had known, but another Severus entirely. That day, when Jiang Li ventured to the amusement park to find Severus, he resembled a withering tree, abandoned in this world, the light in his eyes extinguished into darkness. She suddenly recognized a similarity between them, yet it was not entirely the same. Jiang Li mused that with proper care, perhaps he could thrive. Severus, it is snowing. Under the deep night sky, delicate snowflakes fell silently. She raised her hand to catch one, watching it melt in her palm. Severus looked up, a snowflake landing precisely on the tips of his hair, and as he turned, he found himself gazing into a pair of gentle blue eyes. Let us return home. Jiang Li brushed the flakes of snow from his hair. The snowfall intensified, prompting those who had been joyously celebrating outside to hasten their return. By the time they arrived home, a thick blanket of snow had covered everything. Jiang Li expressed her relief. We returned just in time. Otherwise, we would have been covered in snow. She turned to Severus, who was watching her, and playfully flicked his forehead with her finger. Taken by surprise, Severus grumbled. Do not provoke me to scold you. You have not been your usual sardonic self lately. I find it rather unsettling, Jiang Li remarked. Severus retorted. Did you not encourage me to be more candid and refrain from uttering hurtful remarks? That was for others. It does not apply to me. I know you mean well. Jiang Li smiled, adding, if I truly became annoyed, I could easily give you a good thrashing. Severus suspected that Jiang Li was merely seeking an excuse to hit him. I am not accustomed to being struck. Jiang Li laughed, wrapping her arm around him. You are quite adorable. Can you not tell when I am joking? The delicate sensation of her wrist against his neck made Severus's face flush, yet he did not push her away. I am aware, he replied, just as Jiang Li had already moved away to retrieve a book on alchemy from the shelf. Chapter 71, Lucius. Throughout the entire Christmas holiday, Jiang Li dedicated herself to crafting a soul-capturing device, finally completing it just before their return to Hogwarts. During their journey back, Jiang Li and Severus waited on the platform, where many passing young witches and wizards greeted her. Severus, Li. Lily's cheerful voice echoed from afar. Jiang Li lifted her gaze to see Lily sprinting towards them, leaping directly into her arms, causing her to stagger back a couple of steps. Severus frowned as he observed Lily. You are running far too quickly. In response, Lily playfully stuck out her tongue and excitedly began recounting her holiday experiences. James mentioned that the school will host a ball on Valentine's Day, and everyone is invited. A ball. Severus furrowed his brow, recalling an unpleasant memory. Yes, my mother said she would prepare me a beautifully exquisite dress. Would you be my partner for the dance? Lily beamed at Severus. I shall not attend the ball, Severus replied. Why not? Do you not know how to dance? Lily inquired curiously. Balls are tedious. There is nothing enjoyable about them. I believe you should not waste your time on such frivolities, Severus stated coolly. Lily could not comprehend how anyone could dislike a ball. Severus regarded her earnestly. Did you study during the holiday? What is your progress in potions class? The weight of his words sent a shiver down Lily's spine, instilling a sense of immense pressure. Lily, you ought to focus on your studies. Though your potions grades are commendable, you must not grow complacent, Severus admonished. The smile faded entirely from Lily's face. Seeing her distress, Jiang Li gently patted Severus on the head. Enough. Not everyone shares your passion for potions. It is entirely normal for her to take a break and enjoy life. She turned to Lily. Say farewell to your family. We must board the train. Lily instantly felt a wave of relief, and after bidding her family farewell, she climbed aboard and immediately began chatting with Jiang Li, resolutely ignoring Severus. Li, why not be my dance partner? Lily suggested. Severus, who had been engrossed in a book by the window, paused slightly at the mention of the dance partner. Not turning the page. Very well, let us dance together, Jiang Li replied without hesitation. She had no expectations regarding who her partner would be. If Lily did not invite her, she likely would not attend the ball at all. Severus slowly turned the page, no longer paying attention to their conversation. Upon their return to Hogwarts, the younger witches and wizards were palpably excited, with many starting to invite partners for the dance. Even several older students approached Jiang Li to ask her to be their partner, all of which she politely declined. She would rather take a life than dance. She was solely interested in drawing out the remnants of the crown's souls. Are you certain this is Lucius's hair? Jiang Li inquired, holding a strand of light golden hair. Looking at Severus, I encountered him this morning and noticed some strands had fallen from his robes, so I pretended to help him brush them off and discreetly took one. Severus explained. The length, color, and the distinct scent of rich rose conditioner could only belong to Lucius himself. Jiang Li concurred, as few in the school possessed such hair color. She placed the hair into the polyjuice potion, observing as the potion's hue gradually transformed into a brilliant gold. Why not you taste this flavor? Jiang Li generously pushed the potion towards Severus. As he looked at the bubbling potion with a look of distaste, Severus reached for it, intending to drink, but Jiang Li grasped his hand. He looked at her with confusion. Jiang Li sighed, her voice laced with melancholy. Your acting is so poor. You surely cannot deceive those remnants of souls. The remnants of Voldemort's soul are astute. Should she attempt to cast the lure herself, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, a different individual must be dispatched. Jiang Li contemplated and concluded that Lucius Malfoy would be most suitable for the task, a renowned pureblood wizard from Slytherin. It would be entirely ordinary for him to dispose of some unwanted items at the room of requirement. Are you certain there are no issues with using Lucius's visage? Snape inquired with concern. Rest assured, if it harbors doubts, I possess other means to eliminate it. This is merely an experiment, Jiang Li replied with composure. Should the remnant prove recalcitrant, she would destroy the Horcrux and ascertain whether the soul desired a new vessel. Jiang Li gulped down the polyjuice potion, her face contorting slightly as the concentrated essence of fish mint coursed down her throat, provoking a wave of nausea that tempted her to expel the recently ingested draft. In the next moment, her facial structure began to shift. Her cheekbones became pronounced, her eyes transformed to a steely blue, and her overall visage hardened as her body elongated, causing her garments to tear under the strain. Snape instinctively averted his gaze. Jiang Li's expression cracked slightly. This dress was her favorite, and she had anticipated it would rip apart, extinguishing the smile from her face. She donned a Slytherin robe, her countenance sour as she exited. Upon seeing Jiang Li emerge with Lucius's face, Snape was asked, "Do I look good?" "Indeed," he responded, albeit begrudgingly. The sight of Lucius's rugged features adorned with a white gardenia hat was exceedingly bizarre. It was only then that Jiang Li remembered the hat was still perched upon her head. She removed it, her hair tumbling loosely over her chest, causing her discomfort. She glanced at Snape's silver-green bow tie and reached for his necktie. Snape, confronted with Lucius's visage, felt as though he were being violated, nearly succumbing to the urge to strike Jiang Li. "Do not move," Jiang Li warned, mistaking his gesture as an attempt to hinder her, and swatted his hand away, deftly removing his tie. Snape's collar immediately sagged, revealing glimpses of his collarbone. Watching as Lucius tied his own tie into his hair, forming a bow and casting a mischievous glance at him, she inquired, "Is it beautiful?" Snape, in his lifetime, had never imagined Lucius could wear such a repulsive expression. Pleased to have succeeded in grossing Snape out, Jiang Li felt a surge of joy. The two of them cast the disillusionment charm and proceeded towards the room of requirement. Meow. As they rounded a corner on the staircase, they heard the sound of a cat. A small, gray-black kitten dashed forth, with Filch trailing behind, holding a dim lantern. "Madam Norris, have you discovered a student violating school rules?" Madam Norris tilted her plump head towards Jiang Li, then rolled on the ground, emitting a soft purring sound, likely having detected Jiang Li's scent. Filch, mistaking the cat's antics for affection, softened his bulging eyes as he crouched to stroke Madam Norris's belly. Jiang Li nudged Snape's waist, signaling him to hasten their departure. Seizing the moment while Filch remained oblivious, they sprinted upstairs and entered the room of requirement. Upon stepping inside, Jiang Li sensed an unseen gaze scrutinizing her. It must be the remnant of the soul. She dispelled the disillusionment charm, mimicking Lucius's frown and displaying a look of disdain. "Why is this place filled with refuse, Severus? Are you certain no one will discover our belongings hidden here?" Snape also lifted the charm, his expression stern as he asserted, "Absolutely no problem. No one ever comes here, and even if they did, they would never find our things amidst this mountain of garbage." Hearing this, Lucius's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as she retrieved the crafted soul-capturing device. The moment she unveiled it, the remnant attached to the diadem began to pulsate with intensity. Chapter 72. Why don't you pursue it yourself? It appeared that the remnant indeed possessed awareness. Jiang Li weighed the crystal ball in her hand, then hurled it some distance away from the diadem. Seemingly sensing the advantageous nature of the crystal ball, the remnant on the diadem could no longer restrain itself. From Jiang Li's vantage point, she could observe the diadem emitting faint wisps of black smoke, inching toward the crystal ball. Clearly, this object held significant allure for the remnant. "Let us depart," Jiang Li instructed Snape. The remnant on the diadem would likely struggle for a while longer before seeking a new vessel. They could return to check on it tomorrow. The two exited the room of requirement. Outside, all was tranquil. Jiang Li felt a chill and slipped her hands into her pockets. Observing this, Snape cast a warming charm upon her, asking, "Why don't you use the warming charm on yourself?" A wave of warmth enveloped her, and Jiang Li felt her muscles relax considerably. "In my previous life, I suffered from hypothermia and never experienced warmth. Thus, I greatly relished the sensation of temperature variation," Jiang Li lamented with a wistful expression. Noticing Snape appear to take her seriously, with a hint of pity in his gaze, she could not help but stifle a laugh. "I jest, in truth. My clothing is designed for warmth. It is merely this particular outfit that lacks such properties." Having been tricked so many times, Snape was not particularly surprised. "All right, let us return swiftly." With her hands still in her pockets, Jiang Li looked down at Snape and chuckled. "You are rather short. Staying up late will only make you shorter." Snape maintained a stoic expression, aware that any reaction would only encourage Jiang Li further. Upon reaching the entrance to the Slytherin dormitory, Snape turned to Jiang Li, who was about to follow him inside, and stated, "This is far enough. You should head back. What is your dormitory like? Jiang Li asked curiously, having never visited the young wizard's dormitories. It is adorned with green drapes, a plain bed, and lacks any distinctive features. You really should return. I have come this far. Are you certain you will not invite me in for a glimpse? If your mind hasn't been bashed in by a troll, you ought to know better than to enter the quarters of the opposite sex unaccompanied. Snape urged her out, pushing her away to hasten her departure. Luke, a melodious male voice interrupted. Snape momentarily stiffened. Jiang Li, however, remained composed and turned to see a striking young man with black hair and dark eyes. She recognized him as Nate, who had been quite active in class. Is there something you need? Jiang Li inquired with a nonchalant expression. Nate approached them, glancing at Snape. Could you help me arrange a meeting with Professor Malfoy? Upon hearing this, Jiang Li subtly probed. Why are you so eager to meet with her? Is there something going on? Luke, do not feign ignorance. Nate frowned at Jiang Li. You know I have feelings for her. At this revelation, Snape shot a sharp glance at Nate, his brow furrowing in concern. Jiang Li, though surprised internally, maintained her calm demeanor. You two are not a suitable match. Your family would never permit you to wed a Muggle-born. Jiang Li attempted to dissuade him from this alarming notion. She is different. Professor Malfoy is an extraordinarily skilled alchemist, and she shares your surname. If you acknowledge that Professor Malfoy is a long-lost member of your family, I believe your relatives would not oppose such a union. Moreover, are you not also quite intrigued by Professor Malfoy? The additional familial connection should prove advantageous to you. Nate candidly expressed his thoughts. Jiang Li was taken aback that he had already arranged so much for her without even knowing her well. It was rather astonishing. She feigned seriousness, pondering for a moment before saying, I will consider this matter. However, I cannot guarantee that Professor Malfoy will take an interest in you. Upon hearing this, a relaxed smile spread across Nate's face as he looked at Jiang Li and reassured her, rest assured, I shall take care of everything from here on out. I will strive to win her heart. Since you admire her, why not pursue her directly? Snape interjected suddenly, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Nate. You lack even the courage to approach her. Are you certain you can bring her happiness? Nate was momentarily taken aback by his words, and after a moment of serious contemplation, he conceded, You make a valid point. Perhaps I should indeed introduce myself to Professor Malfoy. Jiang Li interjected. There is no need for that. She truly does not wish to engage in a student-teacher romance. Very well, you two should retire for the night, she said in a firm tone. After speaking, she intended to step outside. Nate halted her. What do you intend to do outside? Unfazed, Jiang Li replied. I left something that Cece gave me in the classroom. I need to retrieve it. It can wait until tomorrow. Recently, Felch has taken in a cat, which has caught quite a number of students wandering at night. I believe it unnecessary for you to take such a risk. No one would dare to pick up your belongings, Nate stated earnestly. Jiang Li found herself in a predicament and could only turn back toward the dormitory, hoping to avoid encountering other students. The Slytherin dormitory offered a view of the bottom of the Black Lake, revealing aquatic plants and remnants of large creatures. The lighting was somewhat dim, yet the interior seemed to be enchanted, exuding warmth rather than coldness. Jiang Li instinctively followed them into the boys' dormitory. Just as she was about to accompany Nate to the dormitory, Snape immediately grasped her arm. You truly wish to enter with him? Snape said in a lowered voice, looking at Jiang Li with a serious expression. Do you want others to discover your disguise? Jiang Li habitually placed her hand on his shoulder, leaning her head against Snape's forehead, taking advantage of her height. Are you worried about me? Nate, noticing they had fallen behind, turned to see Lucius and Snape's faces close together, adorned with a tenderness he had never witnessed before. His pupils widened in shock, as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Feeling that Jiang Li was too close, Snape raised his hand to push her face away, gritting his teeth as he said, Did you not wish to see my dormitory? Hurry and take a look, and then be off. He opened the door to his dormitory. Jiang Li followed him with a beaming smile. Witnessing this scene, Nate was left utterly petrified. Was their relationship not a tad too ambiguous? Snape remained oblivious to Nate's change in expression, while Jiang Li noticed, but chose not to elaborate. She stepped into Snape's dormitory. You live alone? Jiang Li remarked, surprised by the room's spaciousness. She had assumed Snape would share accommodations with other young wizards. The head of Slytherin is permitted a single room, Snape explained in a monotone. He initially had a roommate, but that person has since moved out. Jiang Li wandered over to Snape's bed, lying down and covering herself with a blanket. Are you not returning? He asked incredulously, observing her actions with a cold reminder. This is the boys' dormitory. You cannot possibly be foolish enough to sleep among men. Am I not also a man? Jiang Li teased, patting the empty space on the bed, playfully provoking Snape. Come, let us sleep together. Snape. Though he recognized it was Jiang Li, he could not shake the feeling of being harassed by Lucius.